Confirm its first military nominee in months. Find out how one senator's blockade was temporarily lifted.
New developments in a decades-old conflict in Eastern Europe. We have a full report on what comes next for Armenia and Azerbaijan as a ceasefire was called between warring forces.
It's not Black Friday, but it's the next best thing. Amazon drops new details on its next Prime Day event happening in less than a month. We'll break down what the retail giant has in store.
And it was a moment on the mound, years in the making. See how a mother and son who were once a world apart were reunited thanks to baseball. It's Thursday, September 21st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. The president of a war-torn country heads to Washington today. Ukrainian President Zelensky will meet later with President Biden and congressional leaders as he attempts to shore up continued support for his nation's ongoing conflict.
For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What are the potential challenges that Zelensky is facing in D.C. later today?
Good morning, Francis and Jessica. Well, as part of his trip to the U.S., which already included speaking at this week's UN General Assembly, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is headed to Washington, D.C. today. Ahead of his meeting with President Biden at the White House later this afternoon, Zelensky will first meet with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and members of the Senate at the U.S. Capitol. Both parties will confront the issue of continued U.S. support for Ukraine as its war with Russia enters its 19th month. The Biden administration is urging Congress to approve further military aid for Ukraine. However, in the race to pass spending bills and prevent a government shutdown by the end of September, additional support for Ukraine has been absent from the bills introduced by the Republican majority in the House. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who will also be meeting with Zelensky today, outlined Wednesday what he wanted to hear from the Ukrainian president before committing to further aid.
I think a lot of people have a question is, what's the strategy to win? I want to make sure there's accountability where the resources are going. I want to see a plan of what we're looking for victory. And I think members...
Support from both congressional Republicans and the American people for continued aid to Ukraine has dropped since the war began. And the same is true for the American people. More than half of the people surveyed in a CNN poll from last month say that the U.S. has done enough to help Ukraine, compared to 62% when the war began. The U.S. has committed over $110 billion in assistance to Ukraine since 2022, and that's a factor that seems to weigh heavily on everyone's mind when considering how to support Ukraine moving forward. Back to you.
All right, big day in D.C. and a long day for you. Bree, thank you.
On Wednesday, the Senate voted on its first military nominee in months, confirming Air Force General Charles Q. Brown, Jr. as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Military nominations have been at a standstill since February due to Alabama Republican Tommy Tuberville's blockade in opposition to the Pentagon's policy on abortion. While confirmation is typically done via voice vote, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer brought Brown's nomination to the Senate floor after it was reported Tuberville was planning to do the same for a different nominee. Brown will succeed current Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley next month.
Now to Mexico, where a major freight train company is suspending service on dozens of trains there that have been taking migrants that were seen hitching rides to the U.S. border. 6 migrants were injured or killed trying to ride those trains. This historic move comes as the number of migrants trying to cross the southern border is climbing once again. NBC's Guad Venegas has the latest.
A common yet dangerous transport option for migrants heading to the U.S. border shut down. New images from Mexico's largest freight company, Ferromex, showing hundreds of migrants riding freight trains in what the operator calls a social and humanitarian issue. The company taking unprecedented action, announcing it is halting service on 60 different trains, the same train system that has routes to major destinations bordering U.S. cities like El Paso, Eagle Pass, and Nogales, leaving large groups of migrants stranded near the tracks.
Nosotros vamos a continuar el viaje, de hecho estamos esperando el tren. Accidentes, sí he escuchado que han habido, pero no como lo dice la gente, que tantos accidentes así.
The company says in the last few days, as many as 1,500 migrants, including families with children, have been riding the trains north, resulting in half a dozen injuries and deaths. Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador speaking out about the company's service suspension.
No, lo que nos importa no son los trenes, nos importa los migrantes.
The move comes as the number of migrants apprehended at the border is increasing after dropping earlier this year. Two Homeland Security officials telling NBC News more than 7,500 migrants were taken into custody along the border this Sunday alone, a surge that is being felt in cities like Eagle Pass in Texas, where the mayor signed an emergency declaration asking the federal government for funding to reimburse the emergency services the city has used to deal with the influx.
It has taken a toll on our local resources, specifically our police force and our fire department. They have had to answer many calls because of this influx of people coming in.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection saying they are encouraged by the Ferromex train shutdown, emphasizing that the border is not open as they brace for another potential increase of migrants.
Our thanks to Guad for that report.
The search for a man suspected of killing an entire family near Chicago ended in a fiery crash. Police named Nathaniel Huey Jr. as a person of interest in the deaths of a couple and their two young sons. A woman connected to Huey was also reported missing and in danger. Police pursued his car 650 miles away in Oklahoma. The car crashed and caught fire, and officers thought they heard two gunshots. Huey was found dead inside, along with a woman who was critically injured. Police say the homicide investigation is still active, but they have found evidence of a possible motive.
Now to a major development in a decades-old conflict. Pro-Armenian separatist forces have agreed to a ceasefire, which paves the way for Azerbaijan to take control of a long-disputed territory. It is home to over 100,000 ethnic Armenians. To help us understand how this surrender came about and really what it means for that region, NBC's Kelly Kobiea is joining us live. Kelly, good morning.
Jessica, good morning to you. Yeah, a decades-old conflict that flared once again this week and threatened to spiral into another all-out war in the Caucasus. This is how it started. Azerbaijan launched military strikes on the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region on Tuesday, trying to dislodge the ethnic Armenian separatists who've controlled that area for 3 decades since the Soviet Union broke apart. Local authorities said the strikes killed 200, including 10 civilians. That number hasn't been independently verified, but this area is slightly bigger than Rhode Island. It's internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but it has this large ethnic Armenian population and, again, has been controlled by the separatists for years. Armenia and Azerbaijan went to war over it 3 years ago. Russia brokered a ceasefire then and sent in peacekeepers to protect the Armenian population. They brokered a ceasefire again this week. But it completely hands control now to Azerbaijan. The separatist government said its forces would disband and disarm under the new deal. It essentially no longer had the military support of Armenia to hold out. And this move has really infuriated people in Armenia, sparking protests there. They want their government to protect the ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Armenian prime minister, though, is refusing to be drawn in. There are also humanitarian concerns in this area because it's been under a blockade for months, food and medicine not getting in there. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby voiced the White House's concern over this, saying they're deeply concerned, and there will be an emergency National Security Council meeting on this scheduled for today. Jessica.
Great breakdown, Kelly. Thank you.
As the UAW strike enters its 6th day, the consequences are being felt in plants at the big 3 automakers. GM announced it's laying off 2,000 workers at a Kansas assembly plant. The company said production there was halted because of a parts shortage, which would have been supplied by the Missouri factory where workers are striking. This comes as Stellantis made a new offer to the union on Wednesday. A company spokeswoman said the contract primarily covered non-economic issues. UAW's president said more workers would strike by noon tomorrow if progress wasn't made in talks.
To the forecast now, the Northeast is set for a really wet weekend. The middle of the country already seeing storms. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking all this rain across the country. And Angie, we know you are only the messenger here.
I am only the messenger. Let's all remember that. The good news is, ladies, that we're going to have still a really nice day across much of the Northeast today with a lot of sunshine. So just remember that when it's raining on Saturday. Let's start in the center of the country, though, because we've got some areas across parts of the plains that could see some stronger storms and some large hails, possible softball size across that region, as well as those gusty winds and even an isolated tornado. And then here's the area that we're going to watch through the next couple of days to impact not just parts of the Northeast, but really stretching from the Southeast up through the Carolinas and into parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast into this upcoming weekend. There's the low pressure that we're expecting to form, maybe becoming subtropical, but either way, it does bring a whole lot of rain and heavy rain at that into portions of the Carolinas as we get into tomorrow. We're also going to see the high rip current, the high surf, and on top of that, those gusty winds will be something that we'll have to contend with across this region as well. A soggy Saturday for parts of the Northeast. When it's all said and done, the highest amounts are going to be across parts of coastal Carolina. 4 to 6 inches is possible in those regions, and we could see widespread amounts 1 to 2 inches. On top of these gusty winds, up to 40, 45 miles per hour in some spots. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead from Boston to Philadelphia. We'll sit into those low 70s across parts of upstate New York. Upper 90s, though, for San Antonio, 95 in Houston, mid-80s for Birmingham, and plenty of sunshine expected across El Paso. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Now to a Myrtle Beach rescue where a group of boaters jumped into action to save a stranded sea creature just off the coast of the popular South Carolina beach town. The group rushed to help this manta ray trapped at the base of their boat. You can see here the ray's fins peeking out of the water while the boaters worked to untangle it from the netting. And after a team effort, the manta ray was freed and safely swam away.
Still ahead, a student in Texas suspended over his hair.
Why the boy's family says they won't stop fighting for him to get the education he deserves.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A family in Texas is calling for a school district to change its policy after their 17-year-old was suspended for the second time this year because of his hairstyle. Our Antonio Hilton has more.
Daryl George, a high school junior, has been out of class for more than 2 weeks. The Barbers Hill Independent School District in Texas has suspended him twice since the start of the school year over his hairstyle.
His grades are failing, like they're going down drastically.
he's not getting a proper education.
All Daryl wants is the chance to join the rest of his classmates.
Go back to class, do what I need to do to get my education.
The district says his hairstyle, called locks, violates their grooming code, which states that male students' hair will not extend at any time below the eyebrows or below the earlobes. But Daryl's mom says her son always wears his hair like this, pulled back above his ears and eyebrows. Now, the family is considering legal action.
I want them to really educate themselves on our cultures, on our hairstyles. And then they will see it is covered. It is a part of who we are.
It all happened the same week the Crown Act went into effect in Texas, banning acts of discrimination against certain hairstyles and textures in schools and workplaces. 22 other states have passed similar bills, the legislation gaining momentum after incidents like the 2018 scandal over a black wrestler forced to cut his hair to compete.
The school says this is really about the length of his hair. It's not about race. Do you see that distinction?
We're dealing with the policing of a hairstyle like locks, braids, and twists that African descendants historically and commonly wear and are associated with our racial and cultural identities. It is a form of racial discrimination.
The district filed a lawsuit seeking court clarification on the Crown Act. They maintain they're not in violation of the new law, which they argue doesn't govern hair length. Meanwhile, Daryl has no plans to change his hair.
I'm staying straight to Barbers Hill. We're not backing down at all. We're going to fight.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, Ryan Reynolds is receiving high honors next month at the Bring Change to Mind Gala.
And if you missed out on July's Prime Day, Amazon's got another 48 hours of sales next month.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner celebrities.
All right, it just did too.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fueled with the terror of becoming prey. See how quickly we become predator? I want my enemies to see a rainbow of destruction.
Tom Blythe and Rachel Zegler are taking on the big screen in The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Lionsgate debuted the new trailer that tells the story of what happened 64 years before the events of the film starring Jennifer Lawrence. The prequel hits theaters November 17th. I have a lot of friends who are die-hard Hunger Games people. They are already planning parties to go see this.
Yeah, prequels are always great when you hear the backstory, the origin stories of anything.
For sure.
All right, Ryan Reynolds is set to receive the Robin Williams Legacy of Laughter Award at the 11th Annual Rebels and Revelations fundraiser. The event is organized by Glenn Close's mental health-focused nonprofit called Bring Change to Mind. It'll be held in New York City on October 9th. The award is given out each year by the late actor's children, Zach, Zelda, and Cody. What a great way to remember Robin Williams and Ryan Reynolds. What can you say? Anything and everything he does, you gotta love. Well deserved.
Mark your calendars. If you missed the deals this past July, a fall Amazon Prime sale is scheduled for October 10th and 11th. Amazon is calling the two-day event Prime Big Day Deals. You can expect to see discounts from brands including Apple, Sony, iRobot, Dyson, and more. Just remember, you do have to have that Prime membership to get these savings.
All right, when we come back, a new study may be changing how we think about processing our fears.
And we'll tell you how you can snag some free at-home COVID tests with infections on the rise.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
As COVID cases rise, free at-home tests will be available again, plus the latest on an OpenAI lawsuit. Here's what you need to know early today. Next week, you can order 4 free rapid antigen tests per household again. The Biden administration's website, covidtest.gov, will reopen September 25th.
According to a new study published in the journal Science Advances, suppressing negative thoughts may improve symptoms of anxiety, depression, and PTSD. The research involved 120 adults from 16 countries.
17 authors, including John Grisham and George P.R. Martin, are suing ChatGPT's maker OpenAI. This lawsuit accuses the artificial intelligence company of copyright infringement, claiming it used their books to train its chatbot.
7 pieces out of hundreds of works of art stolen by the Nazis has been returned to the heirs of their owner. Fritz Grunbaum, an actor and music writer, amassed the trove of art and was killed in a concentration camp during the Holocaust. The pieces returned are valued at nearly $10 $10 million.
Running home had a very different kind of meeting at a recent Dodgers game. Up next, a heartwarming reunion you don't want to miss.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth, quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
It was an emotional and rewarding Tuesday night game for Dodgers pitcher Brusdar Graterol. Having experienced many recent life milestones away from each other, his mom finally got to see her son pitch after 7 years apart. NBC's Tom Llamas has the story.
But this is a really special moment for him.
Bottom of the 8th, Tuesday night, Dodgers versus the Tigers. Reliever Brusdar Graterol on the mound called in to pitch for a game unlike any other.
His 177th game in the majors, and Kirsten, it's probably going to be the most special one yet.
It was a moment spanning 2 continents and more than 7 years of struggle.
All these years later, Mom finally getting to watch him live his dream in person. What a moment.
Graterol's mom, Ismalia, in tears, finally seen her son play in person for the first time in an MLB game.
And tears shed by both.
Brusdar closing out the inning, overcome with emotion, pointing to the woman who helped him get there.
It was emotional. You sort of get into the game mode, but you know, how can you not appreciate that emotional moment for Brusdar, his mom, his family?
For the Graterol family, baseball is so much more than a sport. In Venezuela, Yasmalia, a former softball player herself, raised Brusdar as a single parent.
Mi mamá y yo no crecimos juntos. Siempre mi mamá para mí fue padre y madre a la vez. Y creo que he dedicado cada segundo, cada minuto al luego para lograr ser alguien en la vida y pues sentir que mi mamá se sienta orgulloso de lo que ha creado.
Graterol rising through the minors and making his big league debut with the Twins in 2019, earning the nickname Bazooka for his fastballs.
4 fastballs, and his first at-bat ends in a strikeout.
Strained relations between the U.S. and Venezuela made it a challenge for his mom to see him not only play on the big stage, but also she missed his World Series win, his wedding, and the birth of his daughter last spring.
Muchísimas gracias por nunca dejarme caer, por nunca rendirnos.
And after this game, for Ismalia, a field of dreams, getting to hold her granddaughter, see her son victorious, and for the first time in a long time, her family together at last.
Our thanks to Tom for that report. Such joy.
I miss all those major milestones. Definitely making up for it now. Despite a war and life-altering injury, a young Ukrainian soldier and his bride finally celebrated the beginning of their new lives together. The two were engaged just 6 weeks after meeting online, but after being shelled by Russian troops, Ivan Soroka was struck in the eye with shrapnel and blinded. Still, he showed resilience, saying, "I succeeded in rebuilding myself. I am seeing with my feelings." This is Early Today. President Biden and his Ukrainian counterparts set to sit down at the White House today. We'll have a live report from Washington on the challenges facing Volodymyr Zelensky.
1 week since flash floods killed thousands in Libya, new details explain why the devastation was so deadly. We explain what went wrong.
The Federal Reserve holding back from another interest rate hike, what it signals for the economy, and how it could impact your wallet.
Katy Perry's teenage dream now has a price tag. How much the pop star is selling her masters for.
Oh my gourd. Meet the family working together to grow a giant pumpkin worthy of Dollywood. It's Thursday, September 21st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And great to have you with us. I'm Jessica Layton. Amidst a fight over government funding that could lead to a government shutdown, the Ukrainian president will head to Washington today, trying to make the case to our nation's leaders to continue to support his country's fight against Russia.
For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. How does the federal funding fight tie into the war in Ukraine?
Good morning, Francis. Jessica. As part of his trip to the U.S., which already included speaking at this week's UN General Assembly, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is headed here to Washington, D.C. today. Ahead of his meeting with President Biden at the White House later this afternoon, Zelensky will first meet with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and members of the Senate at the U.S. Capitol. Both parties will confront the issue of continued U.S. support for Ukraine as its war with Russia enters its 19th month. The Biden administration is urging Congress to approve further military aid for Ukraine. However, in the race to pass spending bills and prevent a government shutdown by the end of September, additional support for Ukraine has been absent from the bills introduced by the Republican majority in the House. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who will also be meeting with Zelensky today, outlined Wednesday what he wanted to hear from the Ukrainian president before committing to further aid.
I think a lot of people have a question is, what's the strategy to win? I want to make sure there's accountability where the resources are going. I want to see a plan of what we're looking for victory. And I think members will sit and have their questions as well.
Support from both congressional Republicans and the American people for continued aid for Ukraine has dropped since the war began. And the same is true for the American people. More than half of the people surveyed in a CNN poll from last month say that the U.S. has done enough to help Ukraine, compared to 62% when the war began. The U.S. has committed over $110 billion in assistance to Ukraine since 2022. And that's a factor that seems to weigh heavily on everyone's mind when considering how to support Ukraine moving forward. Back to you.
All right, Bree, thank you.
The U.S. is granting temporary protected status to nearly 500,000 Venezuelans that have been living in the country before July 31st. This gives them temporary relief from deportation as well as access to work permits for a period of 18 months. DHS cited the extraordinary conditions that prevent many Venezuelan nationals from returning to their home country. And for taking this action, Democratic lawmakers have been pushing to grant TPS to migrants as illegal border crossings continue to spike.
A former top aide from the Trump White House is making serious allegations in a new book. Cassidy Hutchinson, who was a key witness during the House January 6th hearings, alleges that she was groped by Rudy Giuliani on the day of the insurrection. She says Giuliani reached his hand under her blazer and her skirt while they were backstage during then-President Trump's speech at the Ellipse. The quotes were first reported by The Guardian. A person familiar with the book confirms to NBC News that they are accurate. A spokesperson for Giuliani called the allegations a disgusting lie.
On Wednesday, the Senate voted on its first military nominee in months, confirming Air Force General Charles Q. Brown Jr. as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Military nominations have been at a standstill since February due to Alabama Republican Tommy Tuberville's blockade in opposition to the Pentagon's policy on abortion. While confirmation is typically done via voice vote, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer brought Brown's nomination to the Senate floor after it was widely reported that Tuberville was planning to do the same for a different nominee. Brown will succeed current Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley next month.
Now to a major development in a decades-old conflict. Pro-Armenian separatist forces have agreed to a ceasefire, paving the way for Azerbaijan to take control of a long-disputed territory. It is home to over 100,000 ethnic Armenians. To help us understand how this surrender came about and what it means for the region, we turn to NBC's Kelly Kobiea. Kelly, good morning.
Francis, good morning to you. Yes, they've avoided war in this area, but the power dynamic is changing rapidly because of this latest flare-up of violence. This is how it started. Azerbaijan launched military strikes on the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region on Tuesday. They're trying to dislodge the ethnic Armenian separatists who've controlled this area for 3 decades since the Soviet Union broke apart. Local authorities said the strikes killed 200 people, including 10 civilians, numbers that haven't been independently confirmed. The area is slightly bigger than Rhode Island. It's internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but has a large ethnic Armenian population who has been in control, as I said, for a very long time. Armenia and Azerbaijan went to war over this region 3 years ago. Russia brokered the ceasefire then. They've stepped in once again to mediate this latest deal. The separatist government basically giving up, saying its forces would disband and disarm under the new deal. And it essentially didn't have the backing of Armenia this time in order to fight on. And this move has sparked massive protests and anger in Armenia, people demanding that the government protect the local ethnic population in that region, some even calling for the prime minister to be impeached over this. The White House has voiced its concern. National Security spokesman John Kirby saying the U.S. was deeply concerned. And there is a UN Security Council emergency meeting scheduled for today on this topic. Francis.
Kelly, thank you.
Libya's recovery continues just a week after some devastating floods killed thousands there. The city of Derna was one of the hardest hit, with tens of thousands feared dead.
But it wasn't one failure that led to this level of destruction. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman joined us with a look at the series of events that caused this catastrophe. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. You're exactly right. In so many of these weather disasters, it's more than just one bad storm, but that is, of course, where it all started. Storm Daniel wreaked havoc in the Mediterranean region last week, hitting Turkey, Greece, and Bulgaria. Daniel was the result of a low-pressure system that turned into a rare type of storm called a metacane. The term metacane is a combination of Mediterranean and hurricane-like storm that forms in the Mediterranean. We usually only see them about once or twice each year, according to NOAA. And in the days leading up to those floods, Libya saw record rainfall and winds reaching up to 80 miles per hour. That's when Libya's National Weather Agency issued warnings and Derna's mayor called for evacuations. But 2 dams north of the city were already strained, and in the early hours of September 11th, the upper dam collapsed, sending billions of gallons into the smaller dam, which eventually burst as well. Recovery, of course, continues there, but scientists do warn these metacanes are likely to become more frequent due in part to global warming. Ladies?
We got to get used to saying that word and hearing it. Angie, thank you. Now turning to recovery efforts in Hawaii, where victims who lost their homes have relied on hotels for shelter. Now they say they're being evicted. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin reports.
In the weeks since the deadly Maui fires, confusion over where to live and for how long has been a pressing issue for thousands of displaced residents.
We're all scrambling to try to find another place.
Charles Nahale lost his home in the fire. He's since been living in government-provided housing at the Sands of Kahana Resort, but says he just received a letter from the hotel management company saying the unit he's been living in won't be available after September 30th.
A real disgrace for all of us that are at this place and lost everything.
The hotel management company did not respond to our request for comment, but writes on their website, with services and amenities slowly returning to our West Maui resorts, we are gradually welcoming back reservations in October per the governor's instruction. The issue of displacement and relocation, a major point of contention for residents across the island, with more than 7,000 people housed in 40 hotels.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report.
California is nearing the end of its largest dam removal project near its northern border. The effort would take down 4 dams by the end of next year. This is all part of a larger effort to rewild the Golden State's environment. Experts say removing the dams will help heal rivers and the salmon populations and could even help the state become more drought resistant as a whole.
All right, the middle of the country in for a wet morning, while the Northeast could see some rain this weekend. Let's bring back in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman with a look at the weather on the way. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, ladies. Yeah, you're exactly right. We've got a couple of spots that we're going to keep a close eye on here over the next couple of days. In the center of the country, later this afternoon and into the evening hours, we could see some of those strong storms. So the hail, the wind gusts, maybe a tornado or two centered across the middle of the country. As we look ahead to really tomorrow and into the weekend, though, some really soggy conditions are on the way for much of the East Coast, not just the Northeast even. We'll see a low pressure likely develop off the Southeast coast, maybe becoming subtropical, but look at this push of moisture that heads for parts of the Carolinas, stretching up into the mid-Atlantic as we get into tomorrow. We'll see heavy rain, impressive rainfall rates, and the potential for some really gusty winds. I'll show you those peak wind gusts here in a moment, but all of this continues its move to the north here as we get into your Saturday, a soggy Saturday stretching across much of New England, the Northeast, down through the mid-Atlantic still, and we'll even keep some rain around in time for Sunday across that same region. Some impressive rainfall amounts, maybe 4 to 6 inches is going to be on the higher end, but widespread amounts 1 to 3 inches. And there's those peak wind gusts that I promised, 45 miles per hour in some spots in the Carolinas and up through Montauk, upper 30s. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead for New York. Mid-70s across the area, 78 degrees for Philadelphia with plenty of sunshine. Plenty of sunshine for Jackson and Shreveport, but a whole lot warmer, low to mid-90s across that region. Looking out west, Phoenix will hit 96 degrees today with partly cloudy skies. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. The Fed holding back on interest rates.
CNBC's Arabella Gomede joins us to explain why and what it means for your wallet when we come back.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
As the UAW strike enters its sixth day, the consequences are being felt in plants at the big three automakers. GM announced it's laying off 2,000 workers at a Kansas assembly plant. The company said production there was halted because of a parts shortage, which would have been supplied by a striking factory. This comes as Stellantis made a new offer to the union on Wednesday. A company spokeswoman said the contract primarily covered non-economic issues. UAW's president said more workers would strike by noon tomorrow if progress wasn't made in talks.
With less than 10 days until the deadline, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says there is still plenty of time to reach a deal and avoid a government shutdown.
Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem. We're very close there.
McCarthy's latest proposal includes a 30-day funding bill, but he does face opposition from far-right House members.
Well, let's get an update on the outlook for the economy. The Federal Reserve has decided to leave interest rates unchanged for now. For more on what this means and what to expect, we're joined by CNBC's Arabila Gamede. Arabila, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So, indeed, it's a decision that was perhaps anticipated here from the Fed, right? No hike in those interest rates. But the key question mark was what was going to happen later. It was the details that we were really looking forward to. And on that basis, well, we got a sense that there would be another interest rate hike later this year, presumably in November, is a possibility as well. Of course, inflation's still high, even though it is coming off. Quite significant as well that they did raise the projections for growth overall for the U.S. economy, anticipating that it would grow by 2.1% this year, as opposed to the initial projections that they had 1.5% in 2024 versus the 1.1% that they had anticipated then too. So your pockets for now remain the same, but expect more pain towards the latter part of this year, unfortunately.
Okay, Arabila, thank you.
Still to come here on Early Today, music to the ears of Swifties after that widespread Google glitch.
And either on the stage or at the negotiating table, we've got the latest developments in the WGA talks.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We're breaking down the biggest buzz in entertainment this morning. Up first, Katy Perry is living a multi-million-dollar dream. The pop star is selling her music catalog to Litmus Music for a whopping $225 million. So the deal includes the masters and publishing rights to her 5 studio albums, which feature hits like Teenage Dream and, as you heard, Roar. Put it in perspective, you got Justin Bieber, who sold his for like $200 million. Justin Timberlake, also, you know, around that, like $100 million. I mean, it's up there.
It is a treasure. Well, Swifties finally unlocked Taylor Swift's unreleased song vault after being left in exile and sending Google into overdrive. We shared news about the Google glitch with you yesterday, but after addressing some technical difficulties, fans were able to complete the 33 million puzzles to find out the names of the new song. So her 5 never-before-heard tracks will be featured on the upcoming Taylor's version of her 1989 album. Swifties, you keep breaking the internet. Ticketmaster, then Google, but glad to see that's all sorted out now.
We're going to do it again when those songs actually come out, 1989. That's later in October. All right, after over 100 days on the picket line, sources tell CNBC the writer's strike could be nearing the end after the reps for the Writers Guild and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers returned to the bargaining table yesterday. Sources close to the negotiations say both sides are hoping to finalize a deal today. Over 11,000 TV and movie writers walked off the job on May 2nd and have since been picketing for fair compensation, protections against AI, and also better working conditions. So we will see what happens today. But even if something happens, it might take a while considering the actors are still
That's right. Well, when we come back, the headlines you need to know to start your Thursday morning.
Including a customer accident that could cause McDonald's a latte financial pain.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is consumers versus corporations in the courtroom, and research is out on junk food. Here's what you need to know early today. A family takes Google to court after a father died from driving off a collapsed bridge while using Google Maps directions. The lawsuit claims Google was aware of the 9-year-old hazard but failed to update their system. Google expressed deepest sympathies for the family and is reviewing the suit.
McDonald's faces a legal standoff as a California woman accused the chain of serving coffee that was too hot. The plaintiff, who is in her 80s, said she still experiences pain after suffering a hot coffee burn last year. The franchise says her complaint is being taken seriously.
A new study suggests a junk food diet may negatively impact your mental health. Research found women who had 9 or more servings a day of processed foods had a 50% higher risk of depression.
And this airport in Singapore is rolling out new tech that will let people travel passport-free next year. Instead, the facial recognition sensors will check passengers who are departing the island nation.
Right, when Early Today returns, a family of farmers work 9 to 5 to grow their famous pumpkins. Even Dolly Parton wants a slice.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A family in Virginia has a special knack for growing giant pumpkins. They do so well, Dolly Parton even wanted a piece. Andrew McClung from our Bristol, Virginia affiliate has the perfect story to start your fall.
At Hidden Springs Farm in Bandy, Virginia, Priscilla Edwards and her boys are hard at work taking care of their crops.
I love farming because it teaches my boys everything.
From math.
What we got, Nolan? 87.
To agriculture and hard work.
I think it's a very rewarding to teach your kids how to put in the work, because if you work hard, you're going to see great rewards after.
Priscilla, Caden, and Nolan have all been working hard recently to grow some giant pumpkins.
We have season passes at Dollywood. Fall is our favorite time of year to go, and we seen the giant pumpkins.
And I just said, I wish I can grow a big pumpkin like that.
And we decided, hey, we're going to grow them, and you know, our goal was to maybe get some displayed in Dollywood one year.
So the Edwards planted the seeds, working each day to take care of them.
They would say our first year we should easily hit 500 pounds. Don't be stressed out if we don't. This is a hard sport.
The pumpkins in the Edwards patch would grow and grow. leaving many driving by saying, "Oh my gourd."
So how big are these pumpkins? For comparison, I'm about 6'3". This is the Edwards' biggest pumpkin, Godzilla. It stands about 48 inches tall and over 1,000 pounds.
If you work hard, you get rewards.
And the reward was Dollywood wanting some of the Edwards pumpkins.
We heard they're going to take our pumpkins, and it was really exciting for us.
I was shocked at first. I didn't think it would happen. But when Dollywood showed interest in our 3 biggest pumpkins, we were just like beyond. I even may have cried a little bit because it was our goal. You know, our goal was to grow a giant and then one day get it in Dollywood, and then here we are. It was exciting for all of us.
A dream come true for the Edwards family.
And our thanks to Andrew McClung for that story. Who knew pumpkins could be so emotional for a family?
Yeah, seriously, those are gorgeous pumpkins. And speaking of, are you ready for Halloween? Still ahead on the Today Show. Americans can expect a scare when it comes to the cost of spooky season. This morning, get the top tips for families looking to scope out early deals for decorations, candy, and this year's most popular costumes.
Yeah, can't wait. I know you're full on.
You know me. I love Halloween.
At home. We get new costumes ready right about now. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a shutdown showdown on Capitol Hill. This morning, America is inching toward what could be one of the biggest inter-party fights ever as House Republicans struggle with their own leader to pass a temporary spending bill.
Think about what they're voting against. They're voting against even bringing the bill up to have a discussion about it. The idea that you vote against a rule to even bring it up, that makes sense to me.
We'll have the latest developments, including a late-night closed-door meeting, plus the major sticking points and what is at stake. Also this morning, temporary relief for consumers after the Fed decided it won't raise interest rates, at least for now. We'll break down yesterday's highly anticipated announcement and what it means for you. Plus, mail-order testing, new developments in America's fight against COVID. The Biden administration is restarting its program and offering more free COVID tests delivered to your home. What you need to know as the number of cases goes up once again. And convenient or concerning? This morning, a new tool renewing a debate over artificial intelligence. We'll show you the newest technology by the creators of ChatGPT that turns complicated text into detailed images. And we'll tell you the impact it could have as the fight about AI rages on.
Exactly, especially with the election now just a year away. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here on a Thursday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is still looking for a path forward this morning as a deadline to get a spending bill passed looms.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to keep the government funded before money runs out. That's just 9 days from now. There are serious questions about whether Congress is going to get the job done. Republicans can't get on the same page right now. 5 conservatives imploded a procedural vote on a bill to fund the military, and GOP leadership was forced to sideline another vote on a short-term spending deal. Now, House Speaker McCarthy's job could be on the line. He's telling lawmakers to clear their calendars because he is prepared to stay in session over the weekend to crank out a viable spending agreement. And McCarthy says he's confident they will get the job done.
It's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest in all this. So, Ali, McCarthy sounds optimistic. He says the game is not over, but where do things really stand this morning? Any progress made?
Look, what choice does he have but to sound optimistic at this point? Because he's trying to cajole his conference on board for a plan that even when they agree on something, and they do have to agree on something, the Senate is inevitably going to change it, and it's going to bring them right back to where they started, with conservatives upset about too little spending cuts. And that's where they are right now. 2-hour-plus long meeting last night. After seeing failures on the floor this week, McCarthy huddled with members of his conference, some of whom, like Matt Gaetz, say they're never going to vote for a continuing resolution ever at all. Count them out. That's fine as long as there's not more than 5 of them. Gaetz, for his part, says he can count to more than 5. I've talked to other Republican members who think the number is less than that. It needs to be less than that because that's all that McCarthy can afford to lose. But last night, coming out of that meeting, It appears that there's at least a new framework on the board that would allow them to pass a one-year continuing resolution at the cost of $1.47 trillion for funding. That's much lower than the Senate will ever accept. It might be enough for hardline conservatives, but here's how you know that talks are at least moving in somewhat of a progress direction. Some of those key conservatives like Ralph Norman and Ken Buck say that they may at some point be okay voting on that procedural rule for at least the defense spending bill. They had been against it to try to preserve their leverage, so that might at least be a sign that something's moving in the right direction, even though we're far from completely at a solution yet.
Absolutely. Allie, love the festive decor behind you, by the way, but McCarthy said Republicans will try again.
Thank you so much. It's spooky season.
Yeah, I know. I just, woman after my own heart, love it. Well, Republicans are going to try again to hold a procedural vote today on that defense appropriations bill. That's what tanked earlier this week. Does he have the votes to get it passed this time around? What's the latest in terms of getting people on his side?
It seems like they do, for the reason that I just talked about, where Ralph Norman is one of those key House Freedom Caucus members who has said that the reason that he's voting against leadership and against progress on this is because he wants to be able to see what the full top line spending numbers, the total amount of spending on each of these 12 appropriations bills is going to be. He wants that full landscape. I'm not quite sure he's got it yet, solely because I don't think they know what those numbers are yet, because they haven't even agreed on the full total for what those 12 are going to be divided into. If they can't do the top line number, then they certainly can't do the full 12 spending appropriations number. But nevertheless, it's a sign that for Norman and for Ken Buck, who was just sort of backing him up on that defense spending bill, that at least they're seeing something that makes them feel they're not giving back their leverage while also still getting what they want.
And Allie, also across Capitol Hill, the Senate confirmed its first military nominee in months. That's despite those holds from Senator Tuberville.
Yeah.
How did Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer make it happen?
Look, he made it happen by doing the thing that he said he wasn't going to do, which was voting on these nominees in smaller batches. In this case, voting on 3 specific nominations for the Joint Chief and the heads of the Army and Marine Corps. Those were nominations, at least for the Marine Corps, that Tuberville was preparing to put forward himself. He was going to try to use some procedural sleight of hand that gave him a dozen or so Republicans, giving him the ability to sort of shove this on the floor in the face of leadership. Schumer, of course, got wind of that and said, "Nuh-uh, not on my floor," effectively, and brought on a few more of those names, including C.Q. Brown, a nominee for Joint Chief that Tuberville himself opposed, but we did see movement on that last night. Here's the thing on this. Tuberville, and we were always wondering this, how he was going to find an off-ramp to this blockade that he had put on military promotions because of the VA policy to support people in the military with travel funding and logistical funding if they wanted to seek abortion care in a state where that wasn't readily available to them. Tuberville is still opposed to that. He says he hasn't changed his stance. He's calling this a win. Schumer, of course, is calling this a win because it allowed some of these key positions to now be filled, or at least be on the path to being filled. But here's the concern. These were never done tiny batch by tiny batch. If they were to even do them singularly, it would take hundreds of hours of precious Senate procedural floor time that, frankly, they just don't have. So by Schumer opening this window a little, there is concern from Democrats and Republicans that now they've set the precedent, they've shown they're willing to do it, but really yesterday was a game of procedural one-upsmanship in the Senate.
All right, Allie Vitale. Allie, thank you.
Well, Attorney General Merrick Garland is out of the hot seat this morning after spending several hours testifying before the House Judiciary Committee about his leadership of the Justice Department. Republicans accuse Garland of weaponizing the agency through his handling of several major investigations. But the Attorney General pushed back, using his strongest language actually to date. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
First, read that. The testimony you're about to give is Attorney General Merrick Garland firing back at Republicans accusing him of weaponizing the Justice Department.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people.
But Republican lawmakers grilling Garland over what they call a two-tier justice system.
There's one investigation protecting President Biden. There's another one attacking President Trump. Justice Department's got both sides of the equation covered.
The GOP zeroing in on the special counsel investigation of Hunter Biden, alleging Garland was misleading when he said there was no interference in the investigation into the president's son. Garland was pressed if he had any conversations with special counsel David Weiss regarding the case.
I do not intend to discuss internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere.
2 IRS whistleblowers have testified under oath the DOJ gave preferential treatment to the president's son, and that Weiss told multiple people he was not in charge.
He wanted to bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
No one had the authority to turn him down.
Weiss has denied the whistleblowers' accounts. Democrats calling the hearing a political stunt.
This is a gross misuse of your time, your team's time, and our time. It is a shameful circus.
With Garland slamming GOP criticism.
Singling out individual career public servants who are just doing their jobs is dangerous, particularly at a time of increased threats.
Again, that was our Ryan Nobles reporting there. Thank you to him.
Here in New York, President Biden sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's the first time that's happened since Netanyahu returned to power. The meeting comes amid tensions between the two leaders over Netanyahu's controversial judicial overhaul plan, and the day after President Biden talked about Israel while speaking to the UN General Assembly. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. That's right. President Biden meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the UN General Assembly yesterday. It was not the more prestigious White House meeting that Netanyahu had been wanting, but the Biden administration has opposed the Prime Minister's judicial overhauls in Israel. And President Biden did invite him, though, to the White House by the end of the year. On the agenda, though, was a potentially historic agreement in normalizing diplomatic relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Netanyahu seemed open to that idea, but it would likely require concessions by Israel regarding the Palestinians. Still, Netanyahu said that it was possible moving forward for Israel to work out some sort of an agreement with the United States acting as a broker. Meanwhile, a big day here in Washington as Ukrainian President Zelensky is expected to come here to Capitol Hill, the Pentagon, and the White House. According to a senior administration official, the Biden administration is expected to announce more security aid for Ukraine as part of a previously passed package. But the big sticking point might be when Zelensky heads to Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers. The Biden administration is asking for $24 billion in additional aid. And just this morning, the Wall Street Journal is reporting a Republican letter from members of Congress to the White House rejecting that proposal. There's growing skepticism among Republicans for giving what they call a blank check to Ukraine in its fight against Russia. Meanwhile, Zelensky also asking for long-range guided missiles, and a senior administration official says that no decision has yet been made on that specific point. But again, for the first time, Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to visit the Pentagon today, as well as Capitol Hill and the White House, where the president is expected to announce a security aid package, though the details remain unclear. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Well, for just the second time in the past year and a half, the Federal Reserve paused interest rate hikes on Wednesday.
Discussing the move, the central bank said that the economy is in a, quote, solid state. For more, let's bring in Jennifer Streak. She is the senior personal finance reporter and spokesperson for the personal finance vertical at Business Insider. Jennifer, good morning. Good to have you. So even though we saw inflation rise a bit in July and August, the Fed's decision, not really a surprise. So why another pause?
Well, I think that because job growth has slowed, but it's still solid and the economy is still solid, I think the Fed is happy right now with just trying to see what the 11 previous rate hikes are going to do over the short term. I think that they feel like it's actually having an impact a little bit. Inflation is starting to ease. So I think they just want to see where we're headed before they decide whether or not they're going to do another rate hike.
So, Jennifer, what's this mean for viewers at home? I mean, it sounds like good news. Is this good for their money? Is there going to be relief from high prices we've been seeing?
Well, it's not going to be immediate. We're still seeing high prices. We're still seeing high interest rates. So I think for consumers, they're still paying high at the grocery store and the gas tank. So we're still in the effect of having higher interest rates. So it's not going to be an immediate impact.
Let's look ahead to the next big meeting. That's October 31st, Halloween. Could we see more interest rate hikes then or somewhere down the road? What's your read on the Fed's next move? And then what could we see moving forward after that?
I think that they're definitely open to another rate hike. It is not off the table. So before the end of the year, we could see another hike, and maybe even more down the road if inflation doesn't really come down to where they want it, where their target is, quick enough.
All right, Jennifer Streaks helping our viewers understand what this means for them. Thank you very much.
The end could be in sight for the Hollywood writers' strike. CNBC is reporting that writers and producers are near an agreement after meeting face-to-face on Wednesday. They're citing people close to those negotiations. The Writers Guild of America and Hollywood studios, including our parent company, NBC Universal, are set to meet again today and hope to finalize a deal to resolve the nearly 5-month standoff. If they don't succeed, some sources say the strike could last through the end of the year. Reminder, the writers' strike is separate from the actors' strike. Now let's get a check at some stormy weather heading for the plains.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with us this morning. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. We are rolling right through this work week, and we've got another day, really an afternoon and evening of some strong storms that are possible across the middle of the country. This morning, we're dealing with a couple of showers across parts of the plains, some heavy rain associated with that, headed a little farther to the east, just north of Omaha. We've got some showers across parts of Illinois, stretching down into Kentucky and Tennessee, but it's places like North Platte and in parts of Oklahoma and Texas that are going to see those stronger storms developing as we get into the afternoon hours. We kind of have a frontal boundary that's going to move through, bring potentially some heavy rain to parts of this area, but also those stronger storms that will be accompanied by maybe some large hail up to 2 inches in size. So we're talking softball size, as well as those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We can't rule out the isolated tornadoes across these regions as well. So just a heads up, this is going to go not just the afternoon, but again into the evening hours as well. When it comes to the rainfall amounts, same spots are going to see those elevated numbers. So maybe 1 inch to 2 inches in some of the higher amounts, but a widespread area across this region going to see maybe a ½ an inch or so. So some good soaking rain for our lawns here across that area. And talk about good soaking rain. This is the spot that we're going to watch here over the coming days. An area of low pressure likely to form, maybe that has some subtropical characteristics here as we get into the next day or so. But either way, it's going to usher in a whole lot of moisture for parts of the Carolinas. You can see how heavy this rain is. And it's not just the rain that we're going to be concerned with. We also have that potential for some really gusty winds, some high surf, some rip current risks across not just the Carolinas, but up through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast and New England here as we get into, unfortunately, our Saturday and our Sunday. We're going to see this kind of unsettled weather stick with us for an extended period across parts of the East Coast. Localized amounts are going to be the highest in the coastal Carolinas, maybe upwards of 5 to 6 inches. We'll see some higher amounts in parts of the mid-Atlantic, 1 to 2 inches, but higher than that, maybe isolated spots that could reach up to 3 inches. And there's those wind gusts that I promised, 30, 40, even close to 50 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. These are peak wind gusts that you're seeing through Saturday night. Notice places like Nantucket, close to 40 mile per hour winds, Ocean City, 47 mile per hour winds. So some really gusty conditions, maybe some down trees, down power lines as we get through the next couple of days. So something to watch across that region. Otherwise, look out west. Great conditions, sunny and dry for your Friday forecast. Those stronger storms will sit across parts of the middle of the country as the system works across that area. Plenty of sunshine for parts of the Midwest on Friday. But again, the unsettled weather and the flood risk is going to be there for the Northeast and the middle of the country here as we get into your Saturday plans. Notice Texas, though, still into the 90s, guys. They really haven't had much of a break. And even parts of the Midwest and the plains are going to remain elevated for temperatures across that same region, not just Saturday, but Sunday, too. Gorgeous. Savannah, this is for you. Autumn beauty out west. If you're looking for the 70s and a whole lot of sunshine, you just got to go out towards the Rockies. It's going to be a great day on Sunday, but we'll still be dealing with some soggy conditions across the Northeast, unfortunately, as we round out our weekend.
Already thinking of the movies and TV shows I want to watch this weekend.
That is exactly what I said. I've been making my plans as well. If you have any good recommendations, let me know.
Look at you. You're an autumn beauty. Fall vibe. I love it.
As are you.
Thank you. Thank
you too, Joe. Don't worry. We didn't forget about you.
Autumn
left out there for a second.
Much more coming up on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a new battle in the war against COVID cases back on the rise, but more free tests headed to the mailbox. What you need to know to keep your family healthy.
First, though, after the break, on trial, new developments from court in the case of 2 officers charged with the death of Elijah McClain. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war punching.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The trial is now underway for 2 Colorado police officers charged in the death of Elijah McClain.
That's right. Aurora police officer Randy Rodema and a former officer, Jason Rosenblatt, appeared in a suburban Denver courtroom yesterday. The pair are charged in McClain's 2019 death after the 23-year-old was placed in a chokehold by police and injected with a powerful sedative by paramedics. Both officers have pleaded not guilty. McClain's death sparked months of protest demanding justice and police reform. For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos, of course, on this. He's here in studio with us. Hi, Danny. Great to see you.
Good morning.
So the Colorado Attorney General, they've charged 2 police officers, a former officer, and 2 paramedics, 1 count each of manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide, as well as other charges. Walk us through what it is that's happening right now. I understand that the cases are no longer tied together. Why are they being separated? Tell us the latest.
They are separated. The officers are being tried separately from the EMTs who responded to the call. And that's probably a major defense tactical victory for the officers, because even though the officers, by my view, made a lot of bad decisions, this seems to have been a bad initial stop based on nothing close to probable cause. Ultimately, it was the EMTs who allegedly arrived on the scene, allegedly misdiagnosed the arrestee, allegedly misestimated his weight, and then injected him with too much ketamine that caused death. So the police officers, while their initial stop was not a good one, they at least have an argument in causation. In other words, they may have made a bad stop, they may have applied a carotid hold, which has been condemned by the DOJ, but ultimately their argument's going to be that we were not the cause, in fact, of death in this instance. That was the EMTs. They're going to point the finger at the EMTs. That's why this separate trial is probably going to benefit the officers, probably not so good for the EMTs.
Once again, we have a case where race in policing is front and center. How big of a deal will the racial makeup of the jury be in the selection process here?
It's always critical. It's something that we don't talk about very much, but jury pools are everything. And we talk about different, for example, you can just look at the demographics for a particular county and get an idea of what the racial makeup of your jury pool will be. But at the same time, there is what we call Batson and reverse Batson charges. So one of the things we cannot do as attorneys is use our peremptory challenges to load a jury with people of one race or the other, whether that be the prosecutor seeking to get white people on the jury or the defense seeking to get black people on the jury. In my opinion, I've never looked at race. I think you can get a better view of an individual juror by talking to them in court and getting a feel for them, because everybody's an individual. But yet there are still the Batson challenges. And if the other side thinks you're trying to load the jury and use your challenges to get rid of one race, they can stop it.
As this unfolds, what will you be watching out for?
I'll be watching this trial to see the evidence of causation that the officers put up. It is alleged that at least the EMTs came to the officers and said, hey, should we supposedly give this guy ketamine? That could link the officers and the EMTs' actions. But if I'm the defense for the officers, the entire thrust of this case is this is a tragedy, but it was those people, the EMTs that we trusted, and they breached our trust in injecting this person with far too much ketamine.
All right, we'll see what happens. Danny Cevallos, thank you so much.
Yes, thanks as always, Danny. Well, let's get you some international headlines now, starting with rising tensions and protests in Armenia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with more. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, thousands took to the streets in Armenia overnight, clashing with police, some of them over the government's handling of the crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh. That area is internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but Armenian separatists had been in control for 3 decades. That is up until yesterday, when they said they'll surrender to Azerbaijan. Many Armenians now blaming their government for not protecting those separatists. Mexican singer-songwriter Peso Pluma has now canceled his concert in Tijuana next month because of security concerns. It comes after Pluma was apparently threatened by a drug cartel. Pluma posted a statement on Instagram saying that our objective is to protect the fans and our team. And 7 drawings by famous Austrian artist Egon Schiele have been returned to their former owner's heirs after more than 70 years. The Nazis stole the entire art collection of Austrian Jewish cabaret performer Fritz Grunbaum. Both he and his wife Elizabeth were killed in Nazi concentration camps. The Manhattan District Attorney said that museums and collectors voluntarily turned over that artwork after the DA's office proved the works had been stolen. And one of the heirs says that at least some of those works will now be auctioned off to fund a scholarship for young musicians.
Wow.
Guys.
That was great to see. All right,
Yeah.
Kelly, thank you so much for bringing us that story. Coming up, controversy in a Texas classroom over the suspension of a black student.
We're not backing down at all. We're going to fight.
Coming up, the growing calls to end a school district policy on hairstyles.
Plus, tests in the mail. The Biden administration is restarting its COVID testing program as the number of cases goes up. What you need to know next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at the Biden administration's plan to relaunch a program that provides free COVID tests to American households.
The White House announced yesterday that they will be providing $600 million in funding to produce new at-home tests. Starting Monday, September 25th, Americans will be able to request 4 of those free tests per household through covidtest.gov.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. The announcement comes as we're seeing this rise in COVID cases. Yeah. So how important is it to have this new supply of at-home tests? Could it help us in any way?
I mean, yes, and I think, did we all get a little bit complacent, right?
For sure.
We had a nice lull. Cases were going down, but cases are going up, and I think we have to remind ourselves that testing to either determine whether or not you are infected after exposure or if you're symptomatic, knowing when you're contagious. You got to dust off these tests. And I think one of the biggest things that people said, well, how do I know if my test is still good? You look at the expiration date. You're not sure, can you use it after the expiration date? It's not advised, but you can go to FDA.gov, the FDA website, look up the lot number and see if they've extended the expiration date on a lot of your at-home tests that you might still have in your medicine cabinet.
That's a great tip. So are we in for a winter surge? I mean, do we need to be super concerned?
I think that we are always in for a winter surge, right? I mean, winter, fall, and heading into winter is the time when these respiratory viruses flourish. So I think we can all have every expectation that we're going to see RSV, we're going to see flu, and we're going to see COVID again. You know, cases, the wastewater data recently has gone down a little bit. Remember, wastewater is always a couple of weeks ahead of what we see clinically because it is a predictor. So hopefully we're seeing this like kind of...
I think it's because everyone's had COVID in the last month.
Well, that's true. That's true too,
it just
right?
feels like it, right?
Right, but I think most of us are thinking that perhaps this late summer surge is going to be coming down a little bit. Maybe we're getting to a peak, but then imagine in the middle of the winter when everyone's inside and everything, we're going to see it again. Yeah.
You mentioned dusting off the old test, which I think people have been doing over the last few weeks. So if it's expired, you should not use it at all?
So here's what I would say to people. If you have no other test but an expired test and you're symptomatic, go ahead and use it. If it's positive, it's very likely accurate. If it's negative, do not assume that you're negative. But yes, you should go to the FDA website and look, and you can find out if they've extended those expiration dates. The one thing, the new test that you'll be able to get starting September 25th from the government, covidtests.org or covidtest.gov, they're actually set to expire by the end of 2023. So the government, they're to be used.
Clearing them out?
Yeah, right, exactly. But good, right? I mean, you're probably right. They probably looked and said, you know, we have a lot of these tests that haven't been used yet. Let's ship them out to folks because they're not going to be good forever. So just be aware of that when you get your test too, to look at the expiration date on those.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
We're going to say it in unison. Well, turning now to an ongoing story out of Texas, where a Houston area high school is suspending a black student for the second time this year because of his hairstyle. And now the family is calling on the district to change its policy.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has the details.
For years now, organizers have been pushing for the passage of something called the Crown Act, a piece of legislation that seeks to protect people from discrimination related to their hairstyles, their hair texture, in school or in the workplace. And 23 states have done just that. But now, the case of a 17-year-old in Texas is bringing this debate back into the forefront. Daryl George, a high school junior, has been out of class for more than 2 weeks. The Barbers Hill Independent School District in Texas has suspended him twice since the start of the school year over his hairstyle.
His grades are failing, like they're going down drastically. He's not getting a proper education.
All Daryl wants is the chance to join the rest of his classmates.
Go back to class, do what I need to do to get my education.
The district says his hairstyle, called locks, violates their grooming code, which states that male students' hair will not extend at any time below the eyebrows or below the earlobes. But Daryl's mom says her son always wears his hair like this, pulled back above his ears and eyebrows. Now, the family is considering legal action.
I want them to really educate themselves on our cultures, on our hairstyles. And then they will see it is covered. It is a part of who we are.
It all happened the same week the Crown Act went into effect in Texas, banning acts of discrimination against certain hairstyles and textures in schools and workplaces. 22 other states have passed similar bills, the legislation gaining momentum after incidents like the 2018 scandal over a black wrestler forced to cut his hair to compete. The school says this is really about the length of his hair. It's not about race. Do you see that distinction?
We're dealing with the policing of a hairstyle like locks, braids, and twists that African descendants historically and commonly wear and are associated with our racial and cultural identities. It is a form of racial discrimination.
The district filed a lawsuit seeking court clarification on the Crown Act. They maintain they're not in violation of the new law, which they argue doesn't govern hair length. Meanwhile, Daryl has no plans to change his hair.
I'm saying straight to Barbers Hill. We're not backing down at all. We're going to fight.
We spoke with the family, and they tell us that Daryl has been coming home in tears every day after school, and that he's eager to just get back to class with his friends and to start learning again. His mother recently suffered a seizure, and she told me that she thinks it's because of all the stress this case has brought her. Back to you.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. Well, coming up, dramatic developments in the case of an author accused of killing her husband and then writing a children's book on grief. The letter a prison guard found in her cell that she says is fiction.
Plus, some say it's new and improved. Others say it's cause for concern. We're going to show you the new technology by the creators of ChatGPT that's raising some eyebrows this morning. You're watching Morning News Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We are back with a new development in the case of the Utah children's book author accused of fatally poisoning her husband. A prison guard found a seemingly incriminating letter in her cell, which she insists is a work of fiction. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the details.
Hey there. While the prosecution claims that handwritten letter contained instructions for her family and friends and was an attempt at witness tampering, Corey Richens now says that detailed note was for a fictional story about her time in a Mexican prison.
This morning, the woman known for writing a children's book on grief.
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year.
Now accused of spinning a very different tale. Corey Richens, the mother of 3 accused of killing her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl, says this jailhouse letter is actually an excerpt from a fictional mystery book she's been writing in prison. That according to the latest documents filed by the prosecution. The drama began on September 14th after guards found a 6-page handwritten letter inside Richens' jail cell. in which prosecutors allege Richens attempts to direct her family to spin a false narrative about her husband's drug use, telling them, "Bring me home." The DA calling the letter evidence of witness tampering. This morning, the prosecution doubling down on that allegation and raising even more questions. Its latest filing includes a partial transcript of a jailhouse phone call between Richens and her mom, Lisa Darden, where they say Richens tries to explain the letter. According to the filing, Richens telling her mother, "When I first got in here, I was telling you how I was writing a book. Those papers were not a letter to you guys. They were part of my freaking book." Adding that in the fictional story, I go to Mexico and I'm like trying to find these drugs.
Defendants who are incarcerated and know their calls are being recorded try to help their case by spinning part of the narrative.
Complicating the narrative. In an interview with the Daily Mail, Richens' mom seemingly echoed talking points also found in the letter, saying, "I know 2 occasions Eric bought drugs in another country and put the stuff in Corey's bag." Although it's unclear whether her mother ever saw the letter or some other version.
The defense is arguing that the letter qualifies as attorney-client privilege and that its disclosure violates the gag order. But prosecutors are pointing to the jailhouse phone call with Corey and her mom to counter that argument. NBC News reached out to Richens' attorney for comment, as well as her mom, Lisa Darden, but have yet to hear back.
Erin, thank you. And Dateline will have an in-depth report on this story with Andrea Canning airing tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Now let's get you some financial headlines. The auto workers picket line is facing another hurdle: layoffs.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so General Motors and Stellantis announced new layoffs as the United Auto Workers strike against the big 3 Detroit automakers hits the 1-week mark. GM idled a Kansas plant and laid off 2,000 workers, while Jeep maker Stellantis laid off about 370 workers at 3 parts factories. Stellantis did give the union a new contract proposal Wednesday, but a spokesperson said it primarily dealt with non-economic issues, and it's not clear whether it will satisfy the, quote, serious progress the UAW president demanded in order to avoid expanded strikes starting on Friday. Meanwhile, food giant Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of individually wrapped Kraft Singles American cheese after 6 people reported choking or gagging on them. The company said they discovered that one of the wrapping machines allowed thin strips of plastic film to remain on the cheese slices even after the wrapper is removed. The recall impacts the 16-ounce and 3-pound multi-packs of the Kraft Singles American cheese with expiration dates in January 2024. The federal agency in charge of regulating the safety of our products is trying to get their message out in a new way. The Consumer Product Safety Commission just dropped an album. The 7-track EP hopes to reach young people and include songs about the importance of wearing a helmet in electronic dance music style, as well as a reggae song about smoke alarms. You can listen to the whole thing on YouTube right now, guys.
It's like an updated version of Schoolhouse Rock. All right.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm at a loss for words between that and the cheese.
The cheese. We're a little horrified by the cheese.
Wow, that was a lot of news.
Yeah, it was, guys. It was. Just digest that a little.
Thank you.
You got it.
OpenAI is once again making headlines, this time for a tool that can turn text into images. The artificial intelligence company released the latest version of DALL-E 3, which is used to create images with just a couple of prompts.
According to a company statement, the system can, quote, translate nuanced requests into extremely detailed and accurate images. Let's bring in Sinead Bovell for more on this. She's a futurist and founder of Way. That's a company that looks to educate young entrepreneurs about the intersection of business and technology. Sinead, good morning. Thanks for joining us on this. So walk us through exactly what this means for somebody who maybe doesn't use ChatGPT as it is. Like, what does this add here to make images, and how does this widen the pool for who might want to start using this technology?
Right. And you pointed out to the main point of it being integrated with ChatGPT. So historically, to get these image generators to generate a piece of art or an image for you, you had to craft this artistic science to what's called prompt engineering, stringing together the right amount of words to really get the image generator to generate the detailed image. Now that it's embedded into ChatGPT, you can essentially engage in a brainstorming style conversation with ChatGPT ChatGPT, and ChatGPT itself will refine and generate the prompt for you. So this means it's a lot easier to go from ideation to detailed imagery. You no longer have to be an expert in what's called prompt engineering, which widens the pool to who gets to create art and images.
So like anything related to AI, there are some major concerns here, especially the possibility of spreading misinformation by making up images that aren't really real, especially with the presidential election next year. How big are these worries?
So with the launch of DALL-E 3, which will go live in October, these worries just increase. The quality of imagery it can generate, including other image generators, but especially now DALL-E 3, is incredibly realistic. It can understand context and nuance. And now that it's embedded, say, right into ChatGPT, somebody could generate an entire disinformation campaign with text and imagery all in one shot. So misinformation, disinformation got a whole lot easier, got a whole lot more effective and better quality, unfortunately. And there aren't really many guardrails around this. The companies themselves are deploying guardrails, but they're not legally enforceable.
Let's talk about regulation. Obviously, there's been some conversations on Capitol Hill about this, but really nothing to come out of it, no resolution. Does this change that at all? I mean, does this make this more of a concern, more urgent? What should people know about if any safeguards are going to come into play eventually?
I hope that this makes it more urgent. The easier it gets for people to generate any sort of content, the more concerned we should be in terms of the risks of that technology. We are seeing Congress and Washington start to mobilize around AI regulation, but they're hesitant to actually instill any regulation. It's still very much in the ideation phase. But these models aren't going to wait. These companies aren't going to wait. So I encourage regulators to really lean in and get going here, especially with an election just around the corner.
If you question an image, is there anything you can do? Like if you put it in Google Images, could that be the answer, or are we kind of stuck right now?
Let's say, yeah.
And what do you mean by question the image?
Yeah, I'm looking at images. I don't know if this is real or if this was produced by AI. Is there a way to get that answer quickly or no?
So if there are some AI detecting tools, I wouldn't count on them. Companies such as Google are actually deploying watermarking tools in their AI generated imagery. So if you do generate something, you could put that it was AI generated, but that's again optional. Right. And that's about it. So it's really companies doing it themselves.
All right, Sinead Bovell, really interesting, obviously a conversation we're going to continue having. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, climate catastrophe, fires, storms, heat waves, shutting down popular tourist spots overseas.
Up next, the new warning from the UN and the global call for action before it's too late. This is Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A piece of art painted in about half an hour for an iconic TV show has gone on sale for $10 million. The artwork, A Walk in the Woods, is the work of Bob Ross, the artist behind the long-running PBS show The Joy of Painting. It was actually painted for the first ever episode of that series back in 1983. Ross was, of course, known for his unpretentious approach to painting, coining phrases such as happy little accidents to show there's no wrong way to create art. An art gallery in Minneapolis is selling the painting. The gallery owner says he doesn't expect a fast sale because of that high price tag. He sees it as a chance to display Ross's work to a larger audience. Smart idea to get people to that art gallery.
Yeah.
And just before the pandemic, there was actually a Bob Ross art display in Virginia. I covered it. Huge turnout. People lined up to see his works. He just hits people in the heart because they have such fond memories of that show.
Absolutely. My smart TV does this thing where it picks a random channel and then it stays on it for like a month. Right now, I'm on the Bob Ross channel, so every day I turn my TV on, I watch for a few minutes.
It's very zen. Yeah.
It is. It's so zen, and he's just so cool. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Well, there are new warnings from the UN this week about the global threat of climate change and the need for governments to act. Greece is at the center of concerns after the country saw a summer filled with unprecedented flooding and wildfires. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons witnessed firsthand the catastrophic impact of climate change.
Ferocious wildfires, scorching heat waves and devastating storms. Southern Europe endured a summer of extreme weather. Greece was on the front line. So hot some days, the Acropolis was closed. Fires ripped through forests, while a Mediterranean hurricane unleashed the worst floods since records began. Greece's Prime Minister telling us climate change is a formidable challenge.
It's a war we have to fight with an enemy we cannot. Sometimes we cannot avoid, sometimes we can contain.
We left Athens, travelling along the stunning coastline to a different Greece, in the central region of Thessaly. Here, floodwater left entire towns, villages and farms submerged after dams and rivers burst their banks. Residents stranded on rooftops without assistance, food or water, they say, for 2 days. 17 people were killed. 7 days after the storm hit, this is what we found in the town of Palamas. Homes destroyed. Here, the wall of a bedroom ripped off. Those with homes still standing, left with little else. We meet Georgia, weeping at what's left of her home, one of her few belongings saved, a wedding photo with her late husband. My daughter and grandson almost drowned, she says. We make it to neighbouring Marathea, cut off for days.
Just yesterday, this village was underwater, and still now, every street looks like a river. 500 people lived here. Now, almost everyone has gone.
This woman and her dog stayed.
You've been trapped in the house all this time. You've stayed in the house all this time.
They didn't want to leave. We didn't want to leave.
Everywhere, cars are abandoned, houses are ruined. This is Soteris, this is his house. Is there anything left?
Nothing, only the walls.
There is anger here, not about the changing climate, but about the official response, or lack of it, they say.
They could tell us to save our life earlier.
They could have given you a warning?
Yes. We just woke up in the water.
This local union boss has come with clean water and condemnation for the government.
They don't care about the people. They only care about the big multinationals.
So you blame the government more than climate change?
Of course. Because climate change is global.
We drove 400 miles to where a wildfire larger than New York City burnt out of control for over 2 weeks. Europe's largest ever recorded wildfire. Even within Greece, climate change is impacting different places in vastly different ways. Here in mountainous Evros, charred tree trunks lined the roads for miles upon miles. Environmentalist Theodora Scarzi, who has spent her life protecting the rare birds of prey in this nature reserve, says dry conditions blamed on climate change were just one factor. She says many local people have left who used to look after the forest and fight fires.
We haven't prepared for climate change.
For sure, we are not prepared.
We've made it worse.
While migrants pass through from Turkey, lighting fires that could have started a blaze.
It's by accident, not by purpose. But because of the high number, that we cannot predict it, how many they are, the risk is very high.
18 migrants died in the fires this summer. Volunteer firefighter Christos Sianaferis helped tackle the blaze, saving his livestock.
These were your animals here.
Yes.
What was it like?
Very bad.
Yeah?
Very bad in the fire.
Like so many, he blames officials. The authorities didn't listen to people who know the forest, he says. We predicted this 4 or 5 days earlier, he told me. Greece's leading climate scientist says governments need to adapt quickly. Their civil protection programs not adequate for the new global reality of extreme weather.
It's biblical. Floods and fires.
It is. But without having Noah's Ark.
What is Noah's Ark for you in Greece?
Noah's Ark would be a preparation for such big disasters. Prevention.
To prepare properly.
To prepare properly.
This summer, Greece and many Mediterranean countries suffering, and for governments everywhere, a warning of things to come.
Such important reporting. Our thanks to Keir Simmons for that.
Finally this hour, a massive change in the Golden State. 4 dams are being removed from the Klamath River in California. Environmentalists hope the project will help restore habitats for wildlife in the area. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett went to the river to see how it's being done.
Looks like a large-scale construction project is actually a team focused on demolition, removing decades-old dams along the Klamath River for the sake of the environment.
One of the fastest ways to heal a river is to remove a dam.
We went off-roading with the project leads.
We want to get as much of the work done as possible in advance of the fish coming back.
When you put a dam in the river, it cuts off some really important processes that the rest of the river needs to be healthy. But the good news is when you have the opportunity to undam a river, the river can start to restore itself almost from the moment that the water starts flowing again.
The 4 dams that will ultimately come down were built in the 1960s when infrastructure expansion outweighed environmental protection. Now, officials say they're aging out and the negative trickle-down impacts have taken full effect.
It almost seems like it's a case of humans thinking they could outsmart Mother Nature.
That's exactly what happens. We have to think about how technology has changed so that we can sometimes replace the service of a dam without having to have the dam itself.
This is currently the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world. When it's done, this reservoir will then be 400 miles of freely flowing river again, restoring and creating homes for species of fish and wildlife.
The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 76% of American dams are considered to have, quote, high hazard potential. And research shows stagnant reservoirs become home to toxic algae in what's supposed to be a water supply source.
We can see just looking down there how green the water is.
And aging dams can put people in danger of catastrophic flooding as we see more extreme climate events. The surrounding native tribes have been fighting for these dam removals for over 20 years.
It provides us with food, with spiritual well-being. It's our connection to the earth and to the land, and it's the lifeblood of the region.
But the famous salmon of the Klamath have largely become extinct.
We're suffering today because of those decisions that were made 100 years ago.
This decommissioning project gets underway as an MIT study estimates 472 million people downstream from large dams suffer from reduced food security and regular flooding.
It's really important to take a piece of infrastructure out when it doesn't work well anymore and poses a risk to the people who live around it.
That's why we're seeing a new push towards rewilding, like the restoration of vulnerable wetlands in Louisiana and the reintroduction of bison to protect prairies in the Great Plains. A variety of ecosystems to restore imbalances in nature and protect future populations. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Klamath River, California.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Capitol Hill chaos. The clock's ticking closer to a possible government shutdown. Now, lawmakers are scrambling after House Republicans backed away from a previous deal. The upheaval even causing a split among the GOP. We're digging into what's at stake and the push to break the congressional logjam. Massive manhunt. A murder suspect walks free from jail. He didn't escape or post bail. He's on the run because authorities released him by mistake. My investigators waited nearly a week to notify the community, and what we've learned about one person taken into custody as deputies desperately try to track him down. And in sight, after 142 days, the Hollywood writers' strike may soon be coming to a close. Both sides set to meet for negotiations today. The major change at the bargaining table and why some WGA members say they're skeptical. And forever young, as millions of Americans try to fight the aging process, we're getting new insight into the science behind living longer and healthier lives. And it centers on a little something called zombie cells. What you need to know about the spooky sounding cells and how they could be the key to everything from fighting cancer to maintaining a youthful look.
Oh.
Just in time for Halloween. Yeah. Zombie cells.
Sign us up. Yeah.
Look forward to that story. We're going to start this morning with, of course, Capitol Hill. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing an uphill battle this morning as he works to get a spending bill passed to avoid a government shutdown.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to keep the government funded before money runs out just 9 days from now. There's serious questions about whether Congress will be able to get the job done, though. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. House Republicans met for more than 2 hours last night trying to come up with some kind of agreement just among themselves on a path to keep the government open. And now the Speaker says they may have a plan, but the clock is ticking and the votes are not assured.
This morning, chaos in Congress as the government lurches towards a possible shutdown amid a battle over spending with no clear end in sight.
Nobody should be leaving town until we've sorted this out.
The federal government runs out of money at the end of September. Without congressional action, it shuts down on October 1st for the first time since 2019.
Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem.
Democrats and some Republicans have argued for a stopgap plan to buy more time to pass bills to fund the government through 2024. But House Republicans, backing away from a deal struck with President Biden earlier this year, are demanding steep spending cuts of roughly $300 billion, slashing budgets including education, nutrition, and environmental programs. But this week, they have struggled to pass anything at all. The stalemate frustrating even House Republicans.
What do you say to people back home who may not follow this that closely, but just expect you guys to get this very basic function of your job done and fund the government?
We're dysfunctional.
It's just that simple.
That's simple. We are so dysfunctional.
A government shutdown would force hundreds of thousands of federal workers to be furloughed or to work without pay until the shutdown ends. National parks would be closed, and government services like food safety inspections, passport applications, and small business loans would be slowed. Democrats and President Biden hoping to lay the blame for any shutdown at the GOP's feet.
They're back at it again, breaking their commitment, threatening more cuts and threatening to shut down the government again this month.
The House plans to work a rare Saturday session to see if they can break this logjam. The Senate, meanwhile, has been handling its work on a bipartisan basis, but they stumbled late this week, too, meaning next week will be a very busy week on Capitol Hill. Savannah, Joe?
All right, Garrett, thank you very much.
Staying in Washington, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is scheduled to meet with President Biden and both houses of Congress today.
He's hoping to lobby lawmakers and the president for more help in Ukraine's counteroffensive against Russia. However, he faces growing opposition among Republicans.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Gabe, good morning. So what exactly are Presidents Biden and Zelensky expected to talk about today? What is it Zelensky's asking for?
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, very busy day for Ukrainian President
President Zelensky here in Washington, as you mentioned. He'll be here not only at the White House later today, but also Capitol Hill. And for the first time, he will also meet with Defense Department leaders at the Pentagon. But the Biden administration has been asking Congress for $24 billion in additional aid for Ukraine. There's a lot of skepticism, though, from many Republicans about extending that aid. Still, today, the White House is expected to announce a security aid to Ukraine that had previously been passed as part of another package. But there are still questions about what exactly that aid will include. President Zelensky has been asking for these long-range guided missiles, and a senior administration official here says that no decision has been made on those missiles specifically, Joe and Savannah.
So, Gabe, I mentioned just a second ago that he is, though, facing this opposition from some Republicans. I mean, last year when he visited, he was given this hero's welcome by both houses of Congress. This year, Speaker McCarthy says he has questions about accountability. Dive into that shift in tone for us.
Yes, President Zelensky was at the UN General Assembly this week trying to fight against that war fatigue, not just here in the United States, but really around the world. And just this morning, a new letter from Republicans to the White House is out, basically expressing skepticism about any more aid to Ukraine. Just several days ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he had questions for President Zelensky about accountability and how exactly extra money will be spent. Again, the White House asking for $24 billion in additional funding from Congress. Unclear whether that might be passed. And this all comes into context, as we just heard Gary talk about that looming government shutdown and questions about finances, and Republicans very skeptical about all of that.
Yeah, so that's one reason Zelensky's plea takes on new urgency. Another one is that Poland and neighbors said it would no longer supply weapons to Ukraine. This is after a dispute over grain. Explain what's going on here.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. A lot has changed since this war started about a year and a half ago. Of course, Poland seen as a huge ally for Ukraine, but there has been a shift in tone in that country, partly because of upcoming parliamentary elections in Poland, and there is a ban on grain exports from Ukraine. Poland was concerned that it's taken away from some of their farmers as well, and the President Zelensky has faced backlash in Poland by referring to this feud as, quote, political theater that is helping Moscow. So certainly, yes, with that ban on grain exports from Ukraine, Poland now saying that it will not send these weapons to its neighbor, it all playing out as this counteroffensive continues in Ukraine, and President Zelensky trying desperately to lobby the international community for continued aid. Joe and Savannah.
All right. Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you.
Well, turning now to Capitol Hill, where Attorney General Merrick Garland was confronted with tough questions from House Republicans over his investigations into both former President Donald Trump and Hunter Biden. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more.
Facing intense political attacks, Attorney General Merrick Garland delivering a blunt message to Congress. His Justice Department is independent.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people.
Garland appointed the special counsel who indicted the president's son, Hunter Biden, last week on felony gun charges after a plea deal fell apart. Hunter Biden says he intends to plead not guilty. But Chairman Jim Jordan, who's leading an impeachment inquiry into the president, blasted Garland for not prosecuting felony tax charges related to income from Hunter Biden's overseas business dealings.
What I'm wondering is why you guys let the statute of limitations lapse for those tax years that dealt with Burisma income.
This investigation was being conducted by Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump. You will, at the appropriate time, have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weiss that question.
With former President Trump indicted by special counsel Jack Smith for attempting to overturn the 2020 election and mishandling classified documents, pleading not guilty in both cases, Republicans arguing the DOJ is engaged in prosecutorial overkill.
The fix is in.
Democrats defending Garland, saying the Republicans can't back up their claim. Facing hours of intense questioning, Garland flashing anger in response to a question about whether his department is targeting conservatives, including Catholics.
The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous.
Also refuting the charge by Mr. Trump that President Biden ordered his indictments.
Biden indictments, excuse me, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General,
he's had nothing to do with it.
He said to the Attorney General, indict him.
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
Last evening denied Hunter Biden's bid to plead not guilty over video link, saying he has to show up in person like any other defendant. Mr. Trump, meanwhile, has asked the judge in his election conspiracy case to recuse herself, arguing she is biased against him. Guys?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you very much.
A massive manhunt is underway in Indiana. Authorities are searching for a murder suspect mistakenly released from jail earlier this week because of a clerical error. Now, police are asking the public for any information that can help get him back behind bars. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Indiana with the latest on the search and the internal investigation into how this even happened. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The suspect, Kevin Mason, walked out of this jail behind me last Wednesday, and officials actually notified the public about his release nearly a week ago. And they say the extra time was really part of a strategy to locate him. But this morning, he is still on the loose. His girlfriend, however, is now in custody.
This morning, an urgent manhunt in Indiana for a murder suspect authorities say was accidentally set free from jail.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniform presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office says 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released last Wednesday, just 2 days after his arrest, due to faulty records review.
So far, 2 inmate records clerks involved in this mistake have been terminated. This was an error. This should have not happened.
Mason was wanted on 3 warrants in Minnesota, including a second-degree murder charge for his alleged role in a shooting in 2021, firearms possession, and a parole violation. And now deputies say they've arrested his girlfriend, Desiree Oliver, who they say picked him up after he walked out of jail.
She then went to obtain a new cell phone, which is kind of the deceptive type behavior we'd expect somebody when they're assisting a criminal. Later, she went to a Walmart up there on North Keystone, purchased some men's underwear, a travel kit, and some men's slippers.
Local officials waited 6 days to inform the public about Mason's accidental release, a decision the sheriff's office stands by.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
This latest search comes just days after the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted killer who was arrested following nearly 2 weeks on the run after escaping a Pennsylvania county jail. Back in Indiana, another community on edge, with residents demanding answers.
Someone made a big mistake.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger.
And we should note that officials have been chasing leads overnight, and they do believe he has ties to Indianapolis, but it's still unclear if he's still in the area. Also, they are saying to the suspect that he can still turn himself in and they can arrange for a safe surrender. Joe?
All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much.
Well, parts of the country are probably going to be seeing rain over the next few days.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the bad news. Maybe some good news somewhere.
Yeah, you know what the good news is? I'm glad you bring that up, Joe, because we've got great conditions across the Northeast and really the Mid-Atlantic for today. It's going to be another gorgeous day. We had really nice conditions yesterday. It'll be very similar today, mild conditions. But yes, we're going to start to see a system forming just the southeast coast. That means that places like Florida are going to be quite unsettled through the day today. And then as we get into the next couple of days, we'll see some of this rain and a better system start to work up into portions of the Carolinas. So let's start there. We've got a low pressure that we're looking to develop here later into the afternoon hours. It may get some subtropical characteristics, but what it really means for folks is that they're going to need those indoor plans for the weekend, because as we look ahead to today, all that rain still stays offshore. But look what happens by tomorrow. Parts of the Carolinas are going to see a big push of moisture moving in. Some really impressive aggressive rainfall rates with this system as it brings onshore heavy rain stretching across parts of the mid-Atlantic and down towards Charleston here for your day tomorrow. So heads up for folks in this area. We're also going to see those stronger winds. There will be rip current issues as well as some high surf. So not a great couple of days along the East Coast for beach going and not great for outdoor activities either. Look what happens by the time we get into the weekend. The Northeast starts to get in on the action. We see parts of New England dealing with the soggy conditions. It's going to be a very annoying weekend when it comes to weather across this region. We're going to see plenty of shower activity, maybe some flooding concerns with really impressive rainfall happening over a period of a couple of days. It's also going to be those kind of windy conditions that we'll have to watch for. And again, the beach issues. When we're talking about rainfall amounts, the higher amounts are going to be closer to the coast, closer to where that system, the center of it at least is. The higher amounts for parts of the mid-Atlantic, localized maybe up to 3 inches. Look down towards the Carolinas, though. Cape Hatteras, you could see upwards of 5 inches in some spots. Those will be smaller pockets of heavier rain, but even still, that's why we're watching for the flooding concern over the next couple of days. This is just Friday into Sunday, so the next 3 days where all of that moisture starts to work onshore associated with that system. And the winds. This is going to be another thing that we'll have to watch for, potentially maybe some downed trees, some downed power lines, especially in those areas with super saturated grounds. We know it's not hard for some trees to fall, so just a heads up on that. You can always clear out some of those things from your backyard that might go flying if you see 40, 50 mile per hour winds in some spots. It looks like we'll be close to 50 mile per hour winds in some places like Ocean City, mid 40s for Norfolk. But either way, some gusty, kind of annoying weather headed our way for that region. But look at this. How about this? Let's talk about nicer conditions across the Midwest, where we're still getting that kind of last taste of summer. Low 80s for Minneapolis. They've had quite a warm week. Temperatures will remain above normal at least through today into tomorrow. Still across parts of the Great Lakes, not quite as impressive as it was, but still running about 5 to maybe even 10 degrees above normal. Mid 80s for places like Lexington, low 80s for Indianapolis as we round out the work week. By the weekend, though, we finally start to settle into fall in a lot of these places, especially across parts of the Northeast. Yes, we'll have rain, so that's why you see temperatures like 66 degrees in Philadelphia on Saturday, but low 70s kind of settle in as that rain works out, and we'll head back into our next work week in places like Philly into the mid 70s. So really kind of comfortable late September temperatures headed our way. In the Midwest, we'll kind of hang out into those upper 70s in Chicago for the weekend. You'll have a little bit of nicer weather out there, but upper 70s for you. And then we get into those low 70s by Monday. Gorgeous conditions in Cincinnati with the low 80s to upper 70s. So guys, it really just depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for the indoor kind of chilly, annoying weather, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic. The Midwest, though, looks a little better.
I feel like the leaves might be confused in the Midwest right now.
Yes, I feel like that happens every year.
I know,
exactly.
up and the down. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
There are major developments overnight in the Hollywood writers' strike. Word that a deal could be in the works and finalized as early as today. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there, it's been 142 days since the Writers Guild of America went on strike. And yesterday, those formal negotiations started again after more than a month without any progress. Now we're hearing that we can expect some new updates today. Could there finally be an end to the months-long writer's strike that's ground Hollywood to a halt? Both sides meeting again today, and this morning, there's new hope for progress after major studio heads came to the table for the first time Wednesday, signaling a significant shift in the talks. A source close to the negotiations telling NBC News that talks on Wednesday were productive and that they're hoping for more progress on Thursday.
But there's hope in the air for the first time in a long time.
Late Wednesday, the Writers Guild of America, which represents more than 11,000 writers, issued a joint statement with the AMPTP, which represents streaming services and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, saying simply that both sides met for bargaining and will meet again Thursday. But sources close to the negotiations tell CNBC that after Wednesday's meetings, writers and producers are near an agreement and hope to finalize a deal today. The source is also telling CNBC that if a deal is not reached, the strike could last through the end of the year. NBC News learning that top executives attended the negotiations for the first time, including Disney's Bob Iger, Netflix's Ted Sarandos, Discovery's David Zaslav, and NBC Universal's Donna Langley. Those talks are usually led by labor relations representatives and top AMPTP staffers.
So I'm really hoping that
they're really coming in good faith.
Online skepticism from some WGA members. One posting, "I'll believe it when the WGA tells me they've reached a deal." The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence.
This has been devastating as a WGA writer on strike.
The effects felt by hundreds of thousands as Hollywood has been shut down, with actors also on strike in a separate dispute. Now, from the picket lines to A-listers, many urging both sides to move forward.
I feel as if everybody understands that it's time to get on with it, but we're all in support of a decent and fair wage.
Back to you.
Chloe, thank you. Coming up, for years, 401ks have been viewed as critical to a stable retirement. So why are many TikTokers speaking out against them? We're going to look at the fine print on this FinTok trend.
But first, we're getting new insight into the death of a New England Patriots fan at Gillette Stadium. What the first autopsy results show up next.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. We're learning more about what may have killed a New England Patriots fan who collapsed and died after a fight at a game this past weekend. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the new details.
With new video and more eyewitnesses coming forward, investigators are trying to figure out how exactly a 53-year-old fan died shortly after being punched in the head at an NFL game on Sunday.
300 level, guy not breathing.
The Norfolk County DA says preliminary autopsy results for Dale Mooney suggest there was no traumatic injury, but a medical issue was identified, not saying what that issue was. Mooney's official cause of death still remains undetermined pending further tests, and the DA's investigation remains ongoing. This as we're seeing a new angle with this video obtained by our affiliate WJAR, taken before Mooney collapsed, appearing to show several Dolphins and Patriots fans scuffling. At one point, a man believed to be wearing a Dolphins jersey throwing a punch. Keith Noonan, sitting rows below, says he watched as paramedics tried saving Mooney.
I saw paddles come out. So, start to get worried. I turned to my son and I said, let's just pray for the best.
So far, no charges have been filed, and connecting the brawl to Mooney's death could be challenging.
There was a death inside the stadium. We still don't know exactly why. Is there a chance for a lawsuit here?
There certainly is a chance, but a plaintiff would have a steep burden here. They'd have to show that the stadium had notice. They knew that this was a high likelihood and that they failed to take any security measures.
The violent confrontation in Massachusetts, one of several happening during NFL games this week. The league did not respond when asked if they planned on changing any security or safety procedures at upcoming games. The NFL has previously said that one incident was too many. Loved ones are remembering Dale Mooney as a hardworking family man who leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report. The DA's office says it has examined multiple angles of the video capturing the scuffle prior to Mooney's collapse, but they're also asking anyone who has more video or witnessed the event to come forward. International headlines now. India has issued a travel advisory in Canada following the killing of a Sikh Canadian citizen.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobeya joins us now. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, the diplomatic war between India and Canada really heating up now with that travel warning and also India suspending visa services in Canada. India telling its citizens to remain vigilant and warning them of politically condoned hate crimes in Canada. It comes after the Canadian government accused India of possibly being behind the assassination of that Sikh separatist on Canadian soil. India has called the accusation absurd. Venezuela has sent 11,000 troops to take over one of its biggest prisons under the control of a powerful criminal gang for years. That prison, reportedly like a hotel with a pool, a nightclub, and a mini zoo. The Interior Ministry said on X, formerly Twitter, that it had become a center of conspiracy and crime and congratulated officers for regaining control. And hold on to your hat, guys. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in a blustery Paris on an official state visit. Their first stop, the Arc de Triomphe yesterday, where they were greeted by President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte. Then a state dinner at Versailles featuring blue lobster and French and British cheeses. King Charles addressed the French Senate just a short time ago, speaking mainly in French, and Queen Camilla tried her hand at ping pong with the French First Lady. More still ahead on this trip, including Notre Dame and Bordeaux's vineyards, guys.
Getting all the European feels from that one, my goodness.
Bordeaux vineyards.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, a new development in the battle over AI, the action some popular authors are taking, and why they're saying they're being ripped off.
But first, he's the GOP presidential hopeful whose controversial statements are generating a lot of buzz on the campaign trail. What Vivek Ramaswamy is saying about his style and surprising rise through the Republican ranks.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're getting new insight into the Republican presidential candidate who has been steadily rising in the polls. In a new CNN poll of New Hampshire voters, of course, an important state, Vivek Ramaswamy has moved into second place behind only former President Donald Trump.
But unlike Trump, Ramaswamy has used TV and podcasts instead of social media to create a constant stream of content for his supporters. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Ramaswamy's home state of Ohio. Dasha, you recently sat down with the presidential hopeful. He's made a name for himself with a style that has drawn comparisons to the presidential frontrunner, the former President Donald Trump, a younger version. What did he tell you about his approach to politics and his penchant for controversy?
Yeah, look, this is a guy who just a few months ago, most voters didn't know his name, let alone how to pronounce it. A lot of them still don't. And yet he is rising in the polls past some of these more experienced politicians with longer, stronger resumes. And at the last GOP debate, he really stole the spotlight. And with the next one coming up, we sat down with him to talk about what it means that he has had this moment in the presidential primary that nobody expected. Look, at the start of this race, the expectation was that this was probably going to be more of a two-man race between former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. That is clearly not what's happening here. And in part, it's because Ramaswamy has really shaken up this primary in both his style and his approach. It is reminiscent of 2016. He is a businessman. He's a former CEO of a biotech company, another businessman, not a politician. Where have we heard that before? And he's also been stirring controversy with some of his comments. I mean, just recently, he's called a black congresswoman a modern grand wizard of the modern KKK. He suggested that federal agents played a role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And I asked him, you know, what do those sorts of comments, what is he trying to achieve with the controversial comments that he makes and just with his general untraditional approach to politics? Take a listen to what he told me.
I think it is healthy for our country to have open, radically honest and candid conversations.
You said at one point in one of your gaggles, and you're like, I just sometimes like say things off the cuff.
I'm just honestly answering off the cuff.
How much do you literally mean what you say? Because sometimes it feels like you just kind of like say things.
None of us can have it always, right? You can't be radically candid and then also filter what you say when. And if I'm giving a serious speech about shutting down the administrative state, as we did recently, we intend to follow that through. In other cases, I also believe in moments of levity that are honest, that open up candid dialogue. I'm not saying things I don't mean, but that doesn't mean that that's a bedrock part of my policy agenda to drive forward either.
Look, he's young. He has no experience in politics, and a lot of people didn't want to take him seriously at the start of this. But at this point, he is consistently polling in third place in national polls, and now with this CNN poll, second in New Hampshire. This is somebody that has really gained traction in this primary.
Absolutely. Dasha, I love the way you ask that. Sometimes it just seems like you just kind of say things because that's such a good way to put it. Ramaswamy also generated some backlash with his plan to deport American-born children of undocumented immigrants. I know you spoke to him, though, about his own story, his own family's immigration story. Kind of revealed some new information here. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, because immigration has been such a big part of his platform, he has taken such hardline stances on two issues, Savannah, both immigration, and he's taken a hardline stance on having high school graduates, those 18 to 24, take a civics test in order to vote, similar to what he says his parents took in order to become citizens of the United States. He we asked him, because he's been talking on the campaign trail about how his parents took the citizenship test, and recently he started talking more about his mother. So I asked him if his father also took the citizenship test, and he said no. And we learned in this interview that his father is not a citizen of the United States, and that his mother took the citizenship test and became a citizen after he was born, which means Ramaswamy did gain citizenship through birthright. His parents, though, he says, came to the United States legally, which he says is the difference when he's talking about deporting American-born children of undocumented immigrants. Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, great interview, great reporting. Thank you so much for joining us on this. And now to a new battle brewing over artificial intelligence. A group of best-selling authors actually have filed a class action lawsuit against OpenAI. That's the maker of ChatGPT. They say OpenAI took their writings without permission and is using that data to illegally create AI versions of their copyrighted work.
NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, this is an issue that people in so many different professions are worried about, and particularly the creative community. So many have raised concerns, including comedians, actors, and most recently writers. That's because artificial intelligence relies on content that was originally created by people. And now some of the most famous authors in the world are suing, saying they're victims of what they call, quote, systematic theft on a mass scale.
My books have been taken, and I didn't even know about it. I wasn't asked about it. I didn't approve it.
Best-selling author Michael Connolly, whose novels have been made into films like The Lincoln Lawyer and TV series Bosch, says he and thousands of other writers have been ripped off.
There's no denying AI. It's going to be in our future. What is a structure that makes sense for authors?
I think it's about consent. Our books were just fed into the big maw of AI.
Now Connolly and dozens of other authors are suing OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, for mass copyright infringement, a legal action that could have implications for the broader pop culture. According to the suit, ChatGPT has already been used to create complete unauthorized versions of books by a number of authors, including George R.R. Martin, creator of the novels which Game of Thrones was based on, and who is also part of the lawsuit.
It's just not fair. Why should I take a year to write a 400-page novel if in 15 minutes it can be stolen and redistributed?
Other writers in the suit include John Grisham, author of legal thrillers like The Pelican Brief, and romance superstar Ellen Hildebrand, author of The Perfect Couple. AI systems rely on something called large language models. Those models are, quote, trained using massive amounts of text. OpenAI doesn't publicly say where it gets all of the material it has fed into the system. But according to the suit, at least some of it is copyrighted.
The reason they can write so well is because they've ingested hundreds and thousands of books, and they've done this without permission, without payment.
In a statement to NBC News on the latest lawsuit, OpenAI says it is working with authors to discuss their concerns, writing, "We respect the rights of writers and authors and believe they should benefit from AI technology." In response to a previous similar lawsuit, OpenAI argued the case be dismissed, in part because courts have recognized that the use of copyrighted materials by innovators in transformative ways does not violate copyright. Connolly and the other writers say they don't buy it, arguing AI threatens not only novelists, but creative work of all kinds.
I think it's just a threat to the spark of creativity. I think there's something mystical and magical about it. And if you believe that, like I do, you also believe it could go away.
Among other things, the plaintiffs in the lawsuits are asking for OpenAI to remove copyrighted works from its database unless the company licenses and compensates authors for their work. But the big question at this point, can the genie be put back in the bottle? Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good question. Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Coming up, taking legal action against Amazon.
Yeah, there are new details in the FTC's complaint against Amazon for what it's calling deceptive Prime sign-up and cancellation processes. And now Amazon executives have been named in the suit. More on that up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning right behind me. There were little ones included, and you realize that
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with new details this morning on that Federal Trade Commission lawsuit against Amazon involving claims that the company duped millions of people into paying for Prime service while also making it hard to unsubscribe. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
The new unredacted details from the FTC's amended complaint against Amazon provide new insight into the alleged scheme to enroll customers unwittingly into the company's Prime program. Taking the rare step of naming 3 top executives as defendants, the FTC singled out Neil Lindsay, Russell Grandinetti, and Jamil Ghani, saying they slowed, avoided, and even undid user experience changes they knew would reduce non-consensual signups because it would also hurt Amazon's profits. Lindsay explained that once customers become Prime members, even unknowingly, the suit says, they will see what a great program it is and remain members. So Amazon is okay with the situation.
It's always significant when you know that people at the company in senior positions were aware of some of these issues.
The FTC complaint claims Amazon made it purposely complicated for its 200 million plus Prime members to cancel their monthly subscription, which offers free shipping and other perks.
According to the FTC, some Amazon employees urged the company to make changes, saying unknown recurring charges for families could mean money for groceries and gas.
While NBC News was unable to reach the 3 executives, in a stark rebuke, Amazon fired back, saying in part, the FTC's decision to add 3 Amazon leaders to its civil case against the company is unwarranted. We've always made it clear and simple for customers to sign up for and cancel Prime. One of the nation's biggest companies accused of delivering more than just packages to their consumers.
The updated lawsuit also comes as the FTC prepares to file a monopoly lawsuit against Amazon, which targets the company for a range of business practices the FTC calls anti-competitive. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Now let's get you some other financial headlines. Amazon's Alexa is becoming more realistic with a little help from AI.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so Amazon is trying to bolster its standing in the tech industry's artificial intelligence race as it debuts 10 new devices with some new features. The tech giant introduced what it calls a smarter and more conversational version of its Alexa voice assistant Wednesday that is supposed to come with a more human-sounding voice. Amazon says the audio assistant can now carry out a whole conversation without the need to keep saying Alexa before every interaction. The new devices will be available at the beginning of the year. The parent company of Budweiser says it will no longer cut off the tails of its iconic Clydesdale horses. Anheuser-Busch has been under pressure from PETA and other animal activist groups to stop the practice, which is known as tail docking. A company spokesperson says the brewer discontinued the tail docking earlier this year and that the safety of the prized horses is their top priority. PETA told CNBC it would celebrate the beer maker's decision by cracking open some cold ones. And it may sound like bad math, but at a recent auction, $10,000 sold for $480,000. And that's because it was a rare $10,000 bill from the Great Depression era that had never been circulated. The $10,000 bill used to be the highest denomination to circulate publicly, but all denominations higher than $500 were taken out of circulation in 1969 because of lack of use, guys.
How cool is that? All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thanks, Silvana. Well, saving money can be a struggle, and now it has some people questioning the traditional ways of saving for retirement, taking to TikTok to criticize the 401k.
NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke with creators and experts in an effort to separate the hype from a solid investment plan.
401ks have been a staple of retirement planning for decades, but now many TikTokers are turning on those savings plans.
Most idiots out there, they go, oh, I have a 401k. Well, you've been sold a bill of goods, sweetheart.
But experts urge consumers to slow down and really understand the potential realities of tossing them aside.
A 401k was really created back in the 70s, gained popularity in the 80s as a replacement for pensions because those were not sustainable for companies. And that's really what it's there for, is to kind of almost protect us against ourselves from spending that money now.
All over FinTok, or financial TikTok, videos show personalities from Tony Robbins to everyday creators denouncing the account's management fees.
When you make an investment with me, here's how it's going to work. If you make money, and even if you don't make money, I get paid.
Also in the crosshairs, age restrictions on taking out money.
You can't touch it until you're 59 and a half without a penalty.
And when you do take it out, the taxes.
You have no idea how much they're going to take from you.
Now, a growing cottage industry of creators is pushing life insurance policies as an alternative. Policies some of them can get commissions on if you sign up.
Let me know any questions you have below.
My team and I will help you with an alternative.
Curtis Ray has more than 1 million followers on TikTok and owns a company that recommends both 401k style investments and insurance policies. He admits there are many problems in the TikTok life insurance industry, from multi-level marketing schemes to predatory salespeople on social media. But he insists some products are credible and can grow your money without stock market risks.
The younger you are and the more time you give it, if you're educated and understand how insurance contracts work, they are designed for absolute best long-term benefits, in my opinion.
Experts say you absolutely have to read the fine print on these insurance products, as they function differently from standard retirement plans.
It can become convoluted and potentially really expensive.
Anytime someone says one of these phrases, you want to beware. If they're using phrases including leverage, borrow against, or tax-free, those are red flags.
Are there any redeeming qualities to these sorts of policies as a form of some degree of investment?
If we're talking about variable life insurance or whole life insurance, no. I have never yet seen one good example.
And while financial author Ramit Sethi favors traditional retirement investing because of the popular employer matches and pre-tax savings, he says the 401k isn't perfect.
Oftentimes, these 401k funds have these bloated investment options with slightly higher fees than I personally would like.
Bottom line, with TikTok becoming a key driver of financial advice for so many Americans, whatever you choose, do the homework on your individual personal financial reality.
I would say to anyone who's buying any financial product, to be able to then turn around and explain it to somebody else. And if you can succinctly do that, you understand it.
All right, there you go. Some good information there. Thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that reporting. Well, coming up, the key to living a longer, healthier life might be in your cells.
When we come back, the new research that's focusing on a new method of slowing the aging process.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. The 2024 election is coming, and one singer wants to make sure her fans are ready for it. Taylor Swift took to Instagram to urge her followers to visit voter registration website vote.org to make sure they can have their say next year. She wrote, "I've heard you raise your voices and know how powerful they are." She was referring to her concerts. According to the site's communication director, the site was averaging 13,000 users every 30 minutes, which is a record-breaking number. Visitors to the site can check if they are registered in less than 30 seconds. And Joe, I just think it's no coincidence. 13,000 every 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. It's like she planned it, right?
It's just...
Very cool. Thanks, Savannah.
Yes.
Now to some research at the forefront of a favorite, or perhaps least favorite topic for many of us, aging. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff shows us what it takes to get rid of what researchers are calling zombie cells so we can live longer, healthier lives.
Hey there, I went to the Mayo Clinic's Kogod Center for Aging in Rochester, Minnesota, where they're doing extraordinary experiments focusing on the science of aging. And what they're really looking at is cells, certain ones that we all have, that basically control the aging process and how fast it goes. They're called, wait for it, zombie cells.
It's a 1-to-3 dilution.
This is what it looks like studying what might be the key to living healthier longer. Dr. Nathan Labrasseur and his team at the Mayo Clinic have honed in on one of the most important aspects of aging, zombie cells.
Zombie cells. Sounds kind of freaky.
It does sound freaky. So these are cells that have experienced a lot of damage, and they're so damaged that they don't work properly anymore, and they wreak havoc on surrounding cells and tissues, but they're not so damaged that they die. So they have this reputation of being zombie cells because they look dead.
Zombie cells are known in the medical field as senescent cells. When we're young, they can be helpful against the spread of cancer. But as we age, the more zombie cells you have that have been compromised, meaning they're older, they're weaker, and they're damaged, the worse your health could be. Research is being done to see if there are ways to kill off these cells or even change them, which in a way would stop or slow the aging process.
As we age, these cells are not effectively cleared from the system, and as they accumulate, that's when they really cause damage and harm.
Mayo Clinic researchers are learning a lot in the lab, using mice of the same age to compare those with a lot of zombie cells and those with fewer zombie cells. The difference is dramatic.
This one hasn't had any medical intervention. This one has. They're the exact same age.
That's right. So really kind of a mix of kind of age-related conditions that we see in humans, with changes in the eyes, changes in the posture, changes in the muscle, and reductions in function, physical activity.
Dr. Labrasseur says physical activity and healthy living are crucial to naturally ridding ourselves of these damaging zombie cells.
What's the best way to avoid having a buildup of them in the first place?
Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you. It's the fundamentals of healthy aging.
Exercise.
Exercise is number one. I'm a bit of an exercise evangelist, but in addition to that, healthy eating behaviors, sleep, other things are really critical to optimizing the biology of aging.
That's because healthy habits can prevent zombie cells from occurring. And the research is now advanced enough to bring actual humans into the mix. The team's currently studying senior citizens, tracking their cells and health. Susan Mackert is 73 years young.
Has participating in this study made you think differently about aging compared to when you started?
It has, in a way. What it has done is made me realize that I am aging. I don't think about that normally, but yes, it has put me in that generation with others that now can say, oh, we're aging.
We're all aging.
And that's okay.
We're all aging.
Aside from human studies, one of the latest developments in aging research is on skin. Here, Dr. Saranya Wiles is measuring the moisture of my skin to show that older skin heals more slowly than younger skin. But wait until you see what kind of sci-fi stuff she's doing.
This is where we print the skin.
Oh my gosh, so now I'm looking at it and actually realizing what I'm holding. So when you say those are skin cells, is that actually skin?
That is skin.
So that's skin growing in my hand.
Correct.
First of all, this is entirely freaky and totally crazy, but also awesome. What are you looking for exactly?
We're looking for changes that are histologically seen. We can actually model different ages of skin based on the zombie cells. So if we were to put 10% zombie cells versus 25% zombie cells, this is then we can mimic a 30-year-old skin versus a 50-year-old skin.
Dr. Labrasseur says all the research they're doing isn't to create a fountain of youth, but to keep us healthier until the very end, no matter how long you live.
Our goal is not to help people live until they're 120 and feel like they're 120. The goal of aging research is really to extend human health span. 80% of our medical resources are given to 20% of the population. If we could extend human health span and really delay age-related diseases as a group, that would transform society.
Yeah, I'm sorry to report that this is not a fountain of youth, but Dr. Labrasseur says if they can get to the bottom of solving the conundrum with these zombie cells, we might be able to look at diseases like cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, and more, and potentially live very healthy lives longer and only limit these types of diseases to the very end of life. The research they're doing there is really extraordinary. It was awesome to go and see. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
And we're going to end this hour with a dazzling display. The spectacle known as the Northern Lights lit up the sky Monday night. In case you missed it, NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has an encore.
While you were sleeping Monday night, skywatchers got quite the show. A full-color blitz of the Aurora Borealis. These shots are from Montana. This time-lapse from a balcony in Canada. So cool. When charged particles from a solar storm reach the Earth's atmosphere, the atmosphere gets excited, so to speak. And we do too.
You're in the mountains, it's dark, there's nobody around, and I get all excited when those photos start coming in.
When Virginia landscape photographer Peter Forrester got word of the flaring sun, he headed to the Shenandoah Forest.
It feels like just experiencing a new side of nature that's just the most spectacular it can be. The sky literally fills with color and light, and that's kind of hard to compare to anything else.
And you end up with views like this. From Minnesota, makes you wish you were there to see for yourself. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
That was the next best thing.
Yeah. I do want to see them, though.
Exactly.
I know.
That does it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a shutdown showdown on Capitol Hill. This morning, America is inching toward what could be one of the biggest inter-party fights ever as House Republicans struggle with their own leader to pass a temporary spending bill.
Think about what they're voting against. They're voting against even bringing the bill up to have a discussion about it. The idea that you vote against a rule to even bring it up, that makes sense to me.
We'll have the latest developments, including a late-night closed-door meeting, plus the major sticking points and what is at stake. Also this morning, temporary relief for consumers after the Fed decided it won't raise interest rates, at least for now. We'll break down yesterday's highly anticipated announcement and what it means for you. Plus, mail-order testing, new developments in America's fight against COVID. The Biden administration is restarting its program and offering more free COVID tests delivered to your home. What you need to know as the number of cases goes up once again. And convenient or concerning? This morning, a new tool renewing a debate over artificial intelligence. We'll show you the newest technology by the creators of ChatGPT that turns complicated text into detailed images. And we'll tell you the impact it could have as the fight about AI rages on.
Exactly, especially with the election now just a year away. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here on a Thursday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is still looking for a path forward this morning as a deadline to get a spending bill passed looms.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to keep the government funded before money runs out. That's just 9 days from now. There are serious questions about whether Congress is going to get the job done. Republicans can't get on the same page right now. 5 conservatives imploded a procedural vote on a bill to fund the military, and GOP leadership was forced to sideline another vote on a short-term spending deal. Now, House Speaker McCarthy's job could be on the line. He's telling lawmakers to clear their calendars because he is prepared to stay in session over the weekend to crank out a viable spending agreement. And McCarthy says he's confident they will get the job done.
It's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest in all this. So, Ali, McCarthy sounds optimistic. He says the game is not over, but where do things really stand this morning? Any progress made?
Look, what choice does he have but to sound optimistic at this point? Because he's trying to cajole his conference on board for a plan that even when they agree on something, and they do have to agree on something, the Senate is inevitably going to change it, and it's going to bring them right back to where they started, with conservatives upset about too little spending cuts. And that's where they are right now. 2-hour-plus long meeting last night. After seeing failures on the floor this week, McCarthy huddled with members of his conference, some of whom, like Matt Gaetz, say they're never going to vote for a continuing resolution ever at all. Count them out. That's fine as long as there's not more than 5 of them. Gaetz, for his part, says he can count to more than 5. I've talked to other Republican members who think the number is less than that. It needs to be less than that because that's all that McCarthy can afford to lose. But last night, coming out of that meeting, it appears that there's at least a new framework on the board that would allow them to pass a 1-year continuing resolution at the cost of $1.47 trillion for funding. That's much lower than the Senate will ever accept. It might be enough for hardline conservatives, but here's how you know that talks are at least moving in somewhat of a progress direction. Some of those key conservatives, like Ralph Norman and Ken Buck, say that they may at some point be okay voting on that procedural rule for at least the defense spending bill. They had been against it to try to preserve their leverage, so that might at least be a sign that something's moving in the right direction, even though we're far from completely at a solution yet.
Absolutely. Ali, love the festive decor behind you, by the way, but McCarthy said Republicans will try again.
Thank you so much. It's spooky season.
Yeah, I know. I just woman after my own heart. Love it. Well, Republicans are going to try again to hold a procedural vote today on that defense appropriations bill. That's what tanked earlier this week. Does he have the votes to get it passed this time around? What's the latest in terms of getting people on his side?
It seems like they do, for the reason that I just talked about, where Ralph Norman is one of those key House Freedom Caucus members who has said that the reason that he's voting against leadership and against progress on this is because he wants to be able to see what the full top line spending numbers, the total amount of spending on each of these 12 appropriations bills is going to be. He wants that full landscape. I'm not quite sure he's got it yet, solely because I don't think they know what those numbers are yet, because they haven't even agreed on the full total for what those 12 are going to be divided into. If they can't do the top line number, then they certainly can't do the full 12 spending appropriations number. But nevertheless, it's a sign that for Norman and for Ken Buck, who was just sort of backing him up on that defense spending bill, that at least they're seeing something that makes them feel they're not giving back their leverage while also still getting what they want.
And Ali, also across Capitol Hill, the Senate confirmed its first military nominee in months. That's despite those holds from Senator Tuberville. Yeah. How did Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer make it happen?
Look, he made it happen by doing the thing that he said he wasn't going to do, which was voting on these nominees in smaller batches. In this case, voting on 3 specific nominations for the Joint Chief and the heads of the Army and Marine Corps. Those were nominations, at least for the Marine Corps, that Tuberville was preparing to put forward himself. He was going to try to use some procedural sleight of hand that gave him a dozen or so Republicans, giving him the ability to sort of shove this on the floor in the face of leadership. Schumer, of course, got wind of that and said, "Nuh-uh, not on my floor," effectively, and brought on a few more of those names, including CQ Brown, a nominee for Joint Chief that Tuberville himself opposed, but we did see movement on that last night. Here's the thing on this. Tuberville, and we were always wondering this, how he was going to find an off-ramp to this blockade that he had put on military promotions because of the VA policy to support people in the military with travel funding and logistical funding if they wanted to seek abortion care in a state where that wasn't readily available to them. Tuberville is still opposed to that. He says he hasn't changed his stance. He's calling this a win. Schumer, of course, is calling this a win because it allowed some of these key positions to now be filled, or at least be on the path to being filled. But here's the concern. These were never done tiny batch by tiny batch. If they were to even do them singularly, it would take hundreds of hours of precious Senate procedural floor time that, frankly, they just don't have. So by Schumer opening this window a little, there is concern from Democrats and Republicans that now they've set the precedent, they've shown they're willing to do it, but really yesterday was a game of procedural one-upsmanship in the Senate.
All right, Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you.
Well, Attorney General Merrick Garland is out of the hot seat this morning after spending several hours testifying before the House Judiciary Committee about his leadership of the Justice Department. Republicans accuse Garland of weaponizing the agency through his handling of several major investigations. But the Attorney General pushed back, using his strongest language actually to date. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
First, read that. The testimony you're about to give is...
Attorney General Merrick Garland firing back at Republicans accusing him of weaponizing the Justice Department.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people.
But Republican lawmakers grilling Garland over what they call a two-tier justice system.
There's one investigation protecting President Biden. There's another one attacking President Trump. Justice Department's got both sides of the equation covered.
The GOP zeroing in on the special counsel investigation of Hunter Biden, alleging Garland was misleading when he said there was no interference in the investigation into the president's son. Garland was pressed if he had any conversations with special counsel David Weiss regarding the case.
I do not intend to discuss internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere.
2 IRS whistleblowers have testified under oath the DOJ gave preferential treatment to the president's son, and that Weiss told multiple people he was not in charge.
He wanted to bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
No one had the authority to turn him down.
Weiss has denied the whistleblowers' accounts. Democrats calling the hearing a political stunt.
This is a gross misuse of your time, your team's time, and our time. It is a shameful circus.
With Garland slamming GOP criticism.
Singling out individual career public servants who are just doing their jobs is dangerous, particularly at a time of increased threats.
Again, that was our Ryan Nobles reporting there. Thank you to him.
Here in New York, President Biden sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's the first time that's happened since Netanyahu returned to power. The meeting comes amid tensions between the two leaders over Netanyahu's controversial judicial overhaul plan, and the day after President Biden talked about Israel while speaking to the UN General Assembly. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. That's right. President Biden meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the UN General Assembly yesterday. It was not the more prestigious White House meeting that Netanyahu had been wanting, but the Biden administration has opposed the Prime Minister's judicial overhauls in Israel. And President Biden did invite him, though, to the White House by the end of the year. On the agenda, though, was a potentially historic agreement in normalizing diplomatic relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Netanyahu seemed open to that idea, but it would likely require concessions by Israel regarding the Palestinians. Still, Netanyahu said that it was possible moving forward for Israel to work out some sort of an agreement with the United States acting as a broker. Meanwhile, a big day here in Washington as Ukrainian President Zelensky is expected to come here to Capitol Hill, the Pentagon, and the White House. According to a senior administration official, the Biden administration is expected to announce more security aid for Ukraine as part of a previously passed package. But the big sticking point might be when Zelensky heads to Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers. The Biden administration is asking for $24 billion in additional aid. And just this morning, the Wall Street Journal is reporting a Republican letter from members of Congress to the White House rejecting that proposal. There's growing skepticism among Republicans for giving what they call a blank check to Ukraine in its fight against Russia. Meanwhile, Zelensky also asking for long-range guided missiles, and a senior administration official says that no decision has yet been made on that specific point. But again, for the first time, Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to visit the Pentagon today, as well as Capitol Hill and the White House, where the president is expected to announce a security aid package, though the details remain unclear. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Well, for just the second time in the past year and a half, the Federal Reserve paused interest rate hikes on Wednesday.
Discussing the move, the central bank said that the economy is in a, quote, solid state. For more, let's bring in Jennifer Streak. She is the senior personal finance reporter and spokesperson for the personal finance vertical at Business Insider. Jennifer, good morning. Good to have you. So even though we saw inflation rise a bit in July and August, the Fed's decision not really a surprise. So why another pause?
Well, I think that because job growth has slowed, but it's still solid and the economy is still solid, I think the Fed is happy right now with just trying to see what the 11 previous rate hikes are going to do over the short term. I think that they feel like it's actually having an impact a little bit. Inflation is starting to ease. So I think they just want to see where we're headed before they decide whether or not they're going to do another rate hike.
So, Jennifer, what's this mean for viewers at home? I mean, it sounds like good news. Is this good for their money? Is there going to be relief from high prices we've been seeing?
Well, it's not going to be immediate. We're still seeing high prices. We're still seeing high interest rates. So I think for consumers, they're still paying high at the grocery store and the gas tank. So we're still in the effect of having higher interest rates. So it's not going to be an immediate impact.
Let's look ahead to the next big meeting. That's October 31st, Halloween. Could we see more interest rate hikes then or somewhere down the road? What's your read on the Fed's next move? And then what could we see moving forward after that?
I think that they're definitely open to another rate hike. It is not off the table. So before the end of the year, we could see another hike and maybe even more down the road if inflation doesn't really come down to where they want it, where their target is quick enough.
All right, Jennifer Streaks helping our viewers understand what this means for them. Thank you very much.
The end could be in sight for the Hollywood writers' strike. CNBC is reporting that writers and producers are near an agreement after meeting face-to-face on Wednesday. They're citing people close to those negotiations. The Writers Guild of America and Hollywood studios, including our parent company, NBC Universal, are set to meet again today and hope to finalize a deal to resolve the nearly 5-month standoff. If they don't succeed, some sources say the strike could last through the end of the year. Reminder, the writers' strike is separate from the actors' strike. Now let's get a check at some stormy weather heading for the plains.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with us this morning. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. We are rolling right through this work week, and we've got another day, really an afternoon and evening of some strong storms that are possible across the middle of the country. This morning, we're dealing with a couple of showers across parts of the plains, some heavy rain associated with that headed a little farther to the east, just north of Omaha. We've got some showers across parts of Illinois, stretching down into Kentucky and Tennessee, but it's places like North Platte and in parts of Oklahoma and Texas that are going to see those stronger storms developing as we get into the afternoon hours. We kind of have a frontal boundary that's going to move through, bring potentially some heavy rain to parts of this area, but also those stronger storms that will be accompanied by maybe some large hail up to 2 inches in size. So we're talking softball size, as well as those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We can't rule out the isolated tornadoes across these regions as well. So just a heads up, this is going to go not just the afternoon, but again into the evening hours as well. When it comes to the rainfall amounts, same spots are going to see those elevated numbers. So maybe 1 inch to 2 inches in some of the higher amounts, but a widespread area across this region going to see maybe a ½ an inch or so. So some good soaking rain for our lawns here across that area. And talk about good soaking rain. This is the spot that we're going to watch here over the coming days. An area of low pressure likely to form, maybe that has some subtropical characteristics here as we get into the next day or so. But either way, it's going to usher in a whole lot of moisture for parts of the Carolinas. You can see how heavy this rain is. And it's not just the rain that we're going to be concerned with. We also have that potential for some really gusty winds, some high surf, some rip current risks across not just the Carolinas, but up through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast and New England here as we get into, unfortunately, our Saturday and our Sunday. We're going to see this kind of unsettled weather stick with us for an extended period across parts of the East Coast. Localized amounts are going to be the highest in the coastal Carolinas, maybe upwards of 5 to 6 inches. We'll see some higher amounts in parts of the mid-Atlantic, 1 to 2 inches, but higher than that, maybe isolated spots that could reach up to 3 inches. And there's those wind gusts that I promised. 30, 40, even close to 50 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. These are peak wind gusts that you're seeing through Saturday night. Notice places like Nantucket, close to 40 mile per hour winds, Ocean City, 47 mile per hour winds. So some really gusty conditions, maybe some down trees, down power lines as we get through the next couple of days. So something to watch across that region. Otherwise, look out west. Great conditions, sunny and dry by for your Friday forecast. Those stronger storms will sit across parts of the middle of the country as the system works across that area. Plenty of sunshine for parts of the Midwest on Friday. But again, the unsettled weather and the flood risk is going to be there for the Northeast and the middle of the country here as we get into your Saturday plans. Notice Texas, though, still into the 90s, guys. They really haven't had much of a break. And even parts of the Midwest and the plains are going to remain elevated for temperatures across that same region, not just Saturday, but Sunday, too. Gorgeous, Savannah, this is for you. Autumn beauty out west. If you're looking for the 70s and a whole lot of sunshine, you just got to go out towards the Rockies. It's going to be a great day on Sunday, but we'll still be dealing with some soggy conditions across the Northeast, unfortunately, as we round out our weekend.
Already thinking of the movies and TV shows I want to watch this weekend.
That is exactly what
yeah,
I've been making my plans as well. If you have any good recommendations, let me know.
Look at you. You're an autumn beauty. Fall vibe. I love it.
As are you.
Thank you. Thank
You too, Joe. Don't worry. We didn't forget about you.
Autumn
left out there for a second.
Much more coming up on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a new battle in the war against COVID cases back on the rise, but more free tests headed to the mailbox. What you need to know to keep your family healthy.
First, though, after the break, on trial, new developments from court in the case of 2 officers charged with the death of Elijah McClain. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. The trial is now underway for 2 Colorado police officers charged in the death of Elijah McClain.
That's right. Aurora police officer Randy Rodema and a former officer, Jason Rosenblatt, appeared in a suburban Denver courtroom yesterday. The pair are charged in McLean's 2019 death after the 23-year-old was placed in a chokehold by police and injected with a powerful sedative by paramedics. Both officers have pleaded not guilty. McLean's death sparked months of protest demanding justice and police reform. For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos, of course, on this. He's here in studio with us. Hi, Danny. Great to see you.
Good morning.
So the Colorado Attorney General, they've charged 2 police officers, a former officer, and 2 paramedics, 1 count each of manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide, as well as other charges. Walk us through what it is that's happening right now. I understand that the cases are no longer tied together. Why are they being separated? Tell us the latest.
They are separated. The officers are being tried separately from the EMTs who responded to the call. And that's probably a major defense tactical victory for the officers, because even though the officers, by my view, made a lot of bad decisions, this seems to have been a bad initial stop based on nothing close to probable cause. Ultimately, it was the EMTs who allegedly arrived on the scene, allegedly misdiagnosed the arrestee, allegedly misestimated his weight, and then injected him with too much ketamine that caused death. So the police officers, while their initial stop was not a good one, they at least have an argument in causation. In other words, they may have made a bad stop, they may have applied a carotid hold, which has been condemned by the DOJ, but ultimately their argument's going to be that we were not the cause, in fact, of death in this instance. That was the EMTs. They're going to point the finger at the EMTs. That's why this separate trial is probably going to benefit the officers, probably not so good for the EMTs.
Once again, we have a case where race in policing is front and center. How big of a deal will the racial makeup of the jury be in the selection process here?
It's always critical. It's something that we don't talk about very much, but jury pools are everything. And we talk about different, for example, you can just look at the demographics for a particular county and get an idea of what the racial makeup of your jury pool will be. But at the same time, there is what we call Batson and reverse Batson charges. So one of the things we cannot do as attorneys is use our peremptory challenges to load a jury with people of one race or the other, whether that be the prosecutor seeking to get white people on the jury or the defense seeking to get black people on the jury. In my opinion, I've never looked at race. I think you can get a better view of an individual juror by talking to them in court and getting a feel for them, because everybody's an individual. But yet there are still the Batson challenges. And if the other side thinks you're trying to load the jury and use your challenges to get rid of one race, they can stop it.
As this unfolds, what will you be watching out for?
I'll be watching this trial to see the evidence of causation that the officers put up. It is alleged that at least the EMTs came to the officers and said, hey, should we supposedly give this guy ketamine? That could link the officers and the EMTs' actions. But if I'm the defense for the officers, the entire thrust of this case is this is a tragedy, but it was those people, the EMTs that we trusted, and they breached our trust in injecting this person with far too much ketamine.
All right, we'll see what happens. Danny Cevallos, thank you so much.
Yes, thanks as always, Danny. Well, let's get you some international headlines now, starting with rising tensions and protests in Armenia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with more. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, thousands took to the streets in Armenia overnight, clashing with police, some of them over the government's handling of the crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh. That area is internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but Armenian separatists have been in control for 3 decades. That is up until yesterday, when they said they'll surrender to Azerbaijan. Many Armenians now blaming their government for not protecting those separatists. Mexican singer-songwriter Peso Pluma has now canceled his concert in Tijuana next month because of security concerns. It comes after Pluma was apparently threatened by a drug cartel. Pluma posted a statement on Instagram saying that our objective is to protect the fans and our team. And 7 drawings by famous Austrian artist Egon Schiele have been returned to their former owner's heirs after more than 70 years. The Nazis stole the entire art collection of Austrian Jewish cabaret performer Fritz Grunbaum. Both he and his wife Elizabeth were killed in Nazi concentration camps. The Manhattan District Attorney said that museums and collectors voluntarily turned over that artwork after the DA's office proved the works had been stolen. And one of the heirs says that at least some of those works will now be auctioned off to fund a scholarship for young musicians.
Wow.
Guys.
That was great to see. All right,
Yeah.
Kelly, thank you so much for bringing us that story. Coming up, controversy in a Texas classroom over the suspension of a black student.
We're not backing down at all. We're going to fight.
Coming up, the growing calls to end a school district policy on hairstyles.
Plus, tests in the mail. The Biden administration is restarting its COVID testing program as the number of cases goes up. What you need to know next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at the Biden administration's plan to relaunch a program that provides free COVID tests to American households.
The White House announced yesterday that they will be providing $600 million in funding to produce new at-home tests. Starting Monday, September 25th, Americans will be able to request 4 of those free tests per household through covidtest.gov.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. The announcement comes as we're seeing this rise in COVID cases. Yeah. So how important is it to have this new supply of at-home tests? Could it help us in any way?
I mean, yes, and I think, did we all get a little bit complacent, right?
For sure.
We had a nice lull. Cases were going down, but cases are going up. And I think we have to remind ourselves that testing to either determine whether or not you are infected after exposure or if you're symptomatic, knowing when you're contagious, you got to dust off these tests. And I think one of the biggest things that people said, well, how do I know if my test is still good? You look at the expiration date. You're not sure, can you use it after the expiration date? It's not advised, but you can go to FDA.gov, the FDA website, look up the lot number and see if they've extended the expiration date on a lot of your at-home tests that you might still have in your medicine cabinet.
That's a great tip.
Yeah.
So are we in for a winter surge? I mean, do we need to be super concerned?
I think that we are always in for a winter surge, right? I mean, winter, fall, and heading into winter is the time when these respiratory viruses flourish. So I think we can all have every expectation that we're going to see RSV, we're going to see flu, and we're going to see COVID again. Cases, the wastewater data recently has gone down a little bit. Remember, wastewater is always a couple of weeks ahead of what we see clinically because it is a predictor. So hopefully we're seeing this like kind of...
I think it's because everyone's had COVID in the last month.
Well, that's true. That's true too,
it just
right?
feels like it, right?
Right, but I think most of us are thinking that perhaps this late summer surge is going to be coming down a little bit. Maybe we're at a getting to a peak, but then imagine in the middle of the winter when everyone's inside and everything, we're going to see it again. Yeah.
You mentioned dusting off the old test, which I think people have been doing over the last week. So if it's expired, you should not use it at all?
So here's what I would say to people. If you have no other test but an expired test and you're symptomatic, go ahead and use it. If it's positive, it's very likely accurate. If it's negative, do not assume that you're negative. But yes, you should go to the FDA website and look, and you can find out if they've extended those expiration dates. The one thing, the new test that you'll be able to get starting September 25th from the government, covidtests.org or covidtest.gov, they're actually set to expire by the end of 2023. So the government, they're to be used.
Clearing them out?
Yeah, right, exactly. But good, right? I mean, you're probably right. They probably looked and said, we have a lot of these tests that haven't been used yet. Let's ship them out to folks because they're not going to be good forever. So just be aware of that when you get your test too, to look at the expiration date on those.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
We're going to say it in unison. Well, turning now to an ongoing story out of Texas, where a Houston area high school is suspending a black student for the second time this year because of his hairstyle. And now the family is calling on the district to change its policy.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has the details.
For years now, organizers have been pushing for the passage of something called the Crown Act, a piece of legislation that seeks to protect people from discrimination related to their hairstyles, their hair texture, in school or in the workplace. And 23 states have done just that. But now, the case of a 17-year-old in Texas is bringing this debate back into the forefront. Daryl George, a high school junior, has been out of class for more than 2 weeks. The Barbers Hill Independent School District in Texas has suspended him twice since the start of the school year over his hairstyle.
His grades are failing, like they're going down drastically. He's not getting a proper education.
All Daryl wants is the chance to join the rest of his classmates.
Go back to class, do what I need to do to get my education.
The district says his hairstyle, called locks, violates their grooming code, which states that male students' hair will not extend at any time below the eyebrows or below the earlobes. But Daryl's mom says her son always wears his hair like this, pulled back above his ears and eyebrows. Now, the family is considering legal action.
I want them to really educate themselves on our cultures, on our hairstyles. And then they will see it is covered. It is a part of who we are.
It all happened the same week the Crown Act went into effect in Texas, banning acts of discrimination against certain hairstyles and textures in schools and workplaces. 22 other states have passed similar bills, the legislation gaining momentum after incidents like the 2018 scandal over a black wrestler forced to cut his hair to compete. The school says this is really about the length of his hair. It's not about race. Do you see that distinction?
We're dealing with the policing of a hairstyle like locks, braids, and twists that African descendants historically and commonly wear and are associated with our racial and cultural identities. It is a form of racial discrimination.
The district filed a lawsuit seeking court clarification on the Crown Act. They maintain they're not in violation of the new law, which they argue doesn't govern hair length. Meanwhile, Daryl has no plans to change his hair.
I'm saying straight to Barbers Hill. We're not backing down at all. We're going to fight.
We spoke with the family, and they tell us that Daryl has been coming home in tears every day after school, and that he's eager to just get back to class with his friends and to start learning again. His mother recently suffered a seizure, and she told me that she thinks it's because of all the stress this case has brought her. Back to you.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. Well, coming up, dramatic developments in the case of an author accused of killing her husband and then writing a children's book on grief. The letter a prison guard found in her cell that she says is fiction.
Plus, some say it's new and improved. Others say it's cause for concern. We're going to show you the new technology by the creators of ChatGPT that's raising some eyebrows this morning. You're watching Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us? You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We are back with a new development in the case of the Utah children's book author accused of fatally poisoning her husband. A prison guard found a seemingly incriminating letter in her cell, which she insists is a work of fiction. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the details.
Hey there. While the prosecution claims that handwritten letter contained instructions for her family and friends and was an attempt at witness tampering, Corey Richens now says that detailed note was for a fictional story about her time in a Mexican prison.
This morning, the woman known for writing a children's book on grief.
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year.
Now accused of spinning a very different tale. Corey Richens, the mother of 3 accused of killing her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl, says this jailhouse letter is actually an excerpt from a fictional mystery book she's been writing in prison. That according to the latest documents filed by the prosecution. The drama began on September 14th after guards found a 6-page handwritten letter inside Richens' jail cell, in which prosecutors allege Richens attempts to direct her family to spin a false narrative about her husband's drug use, telling them, "Bring me home." The DA calling the letter evidence of witness tampering. This morning, the prosecution doubling down on that allegation and raising even more questions. Its latest filing includes a partial transcript of a jailhouse phone call between Richens and her mom, Lisa Darden, where they say Richens tries to explain the letter. According to the filing, Richens telling her mother, "When I first got in here, I was telling you how I was writing a book. Those papers were not a letter to you guys. They were part of my freaking book." Adding that in the fictional story, I go to Mexico and I'm like trying to find these drugs.
Defendants who are incarcerated and know their calls are being recorded try to help their case by spinning part of the narrative.
Complicating the narrative, in an interview with the Daily Mail, Richens' mom seemingly echoed talking points also found in the letter, saying, "I know 2 occasions Eric bought drugs in another country and put the stuff in Corey's bag." Although it's unclear whether her mother ever saw the letter or some other version.
The defense is arguing that the letter qualifies as attorney-client privilege and that its disclosure violates the gag order. But prosecutors are pointing to the jailhouse phone call with Corey and her mom to counter that argument. NBC News reached out to Richen's attorney for comment, as well as her mom, Lisa Darden, but have yet to hear back.
Aaron, thank you. And Dateline will have an in-depth report on this story with Andrea Canning airing tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Now let's get you some financial headlines. The auto workers picket line is facing another hurdle, layoffs.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so General Motors and Stellantis announced new layoffs as the United Auto Workers strike against the big three Detroit automakers hits the one-week mark. GM idled a Kansas plant and laid off 2,000 workers, while Jeep maker Stellantis laid off about 370 workers at 3 parts factories. Stellantis did give the union a new contract proposal Wednesday, but a spokesperson said it primarily dealt with non-economic issues, and it's not clear whether it will satisfy the, quote, serious progress the UAW president demanded in order to avoid expanded strikes starting on Friday. Meanwhile, food giant Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of individually wrapped Kraft Singles American cheese after 6 people reported choking or gagging on them. The company said they discovered that one of the wrapping machines allowed thin strips of plastic film to remain on the cheese slices even after the wrapper is removed. The recall impacts the 16-ounce and 3-pound multi-packs of the Kraft Singles American cheese with expiration dates in January 2024. The federal agency in charge of regulating the safety of our products is trying to get their message out in a new way. The Consumer Product Safety Commission just dropped an album. The 7-track EP hopes to reach young people and include songs about the importance of wearing a helmet in electronic dance music style, as well as a reggae song about smoke alarms. You can listen to the whole thing on YouTube right now, guys.
It's like an updated version of Schoolhouse Rock. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm at a loss for words between that and the cheese.
The cheese. We're a little horrified by the cheese.
Wow, that was a lot of news.
Yeah, it was, guys. It was. Just digest that a little.
Thank you.
You got it.
OpenAI is once again making headlines, this time for a tool that can turn text into images. The artificial intelligence company released the latest version of DALL-E 3, which is used to create images with just a couple of prompts.
According to a company statement, the system can, quote, translate nuanced requests into extremely detailed and accurate images. Let's bring in Sinead Bovell for more on this. She's a futurist and founder of Way. That's a company that looks to educate young entrepreneurs about the intersection of business and technology. Sinead, good morning. Thanks for joining us on this. So walk us through exactly what this means for somebody who maybe doesn't use ChatGPT as it is. Like, what does this add here to make images? And how does this widen the pool for who might want to start using this technology?
Right. And you pointed out to the main point of it being integrated with ChatGPT. So historically, to get these image generators to generate a piece of art or an image for you, you had to craft this artistic science to what's called prompt engineering, stringing together the right amount of words to really get the image generator to generate the detailed image. Now that it's embedded into ChatGPT, you can essentially engage in a brainstorming style conversation with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT itself will refine and generate the prompt for you. So this means it's a lot easier to go from ideation to detailed imagery. You no longer have to be an expert in what's called prompt engineering, which widens the pool to who gets to create art and images.
So like anything related to AI, there are some major concerns here, especially the possibility of spreading misinformation by making up images that aren't really real, especially with the presidential election next year. How big are these worries?
So with the launch of DALL-E 3, which will go live in October, these worries just increase. The quality of imagery it can generate, including other image generators, but especially now DALL-E 3, is incredibly realistic. It can understand context and nuance. And now that it's embedded, say, right into ChatGPT, somebody could generate an entire disinformation campaign with text and imagery all in one shot. So misinformation, disinformation got a whole lot easier, got a whole lot more effective and better quality, unfortunately. And there aren't really many guardrails around this. The companies themselves are deploying guardrails, but they're not legally enforceable.
Let's talk about regulation. Obviously, there's been some conversations on Capitol Hill about this, but really nothing to come out of it, no resolution. Does this change that at all? I mean, does this make this more of a concern, more urgent? What should people know about if any safeguards are going to come into play eventually?
I hope that this makes it more urgent. The easier it gets for people to generate any sort of content, the more concerned we should be in terms of the risks of that technology. We are seeing Congress and Washington start to mobilize around AI regulation, but they're hesitant to actually instill any regulation. It's still very much in the ideation phase. But these models aren't going to wait. These companies aren't going to wait. So I encourage regulators to really lean in and get going here, especially with an election just around the corner.
If you question an image, is there anything you can do? Like if you put it in Google Images, could that be the answer, or are we kind of stuck right now?
Let's say, yeah.
And what do you mean by question the image?
Yeah, I'm looking at images. I don't know if this is real or if this was produced by AI. Is there a way to get that answer quickly or no?
So if there are some AI detecting tools, I wouldn't count on them. Companies such as Google are actually deploying watermarking tools in their AI-generated imagery. So if you do generate something, you could put that it was AI generated, but that's again optional. Right. And that's about it. So it's really companies doing it themselves.
All right, Sinead Beauville, really interesting, obviously a conversation we're going to continue having. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, climate catastrophe, fires, storms, heat waves, shutting down popular tourist spots overseas.
Up next, the new warning from the UN and the global call for action before it's too late. This is Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait the dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait the dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A piece of art painted in about half an hour for an iconic TV show has gone on sale for $10 million. The artwork, A Walk in the Woods, is the work of Bob Ross, the artist behind the long-running PBS show The Joy of Painting. It was actually painted for the first ever episode of that series back in 1983. Ross was, of course, known for his unpretentious approach to painting, coining phrases such as happy little accidents to show there's no wrong way to create art. An art gallery in Minneapolis is selling the painting. The gallery owner says he doesn't expect a fast sale because of that high price tag. He sees it as a chance to display Ross's work to a larger audience. Smart idea to get people to that art gallery.
Yeah.
And just before the pandemic, there was actually a Bob Ross art display in Virginia. I covered it. Huge turnout. People lined up to see his works. He just hits people in the heart because they have such fond memories of that show.
Absolutely. My smart TV does this thing where it picks a random channel and then it stays on it for like a month. Right now, I'm on the Bob Ross channel, so every day I turn my TV on, I watch for a few minutes.
Very zen.
Yeah. It is. It's so zen, and he's just so cool. Thanks, Joe. Yep. Well, there are new warnings from the UN this week about the global threat of climate change and the need for governments to act. Greece is at the center of concerns after the country saw a summer filled with unprecedented flooding and wildfires. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons witnessed firsthand the catastrophic impact of climate change.
Ferocious wildfires, scorching heat waves and devastating storms. Southern Europe endured a summer of extreme weather. Greece was on the front line. So hot some days, the Acropolis was closed. Fires ripped through forests, while a Mediterranean hurricane unleashed the worst floods since records began. Greece's Prime Minister telling us climate change is a formidable challenge.
It's a war we have to fight with an enemy we cannot, sometimes we cannot avoid, sometimes we can contain.
We left Athens, travelling along the stunning coastline to a different Greece, in the central region of Thessaly. Here, floodwater left entire towns, villages and farms submerged after dams and rivers burst their banks. Residents stranded on rooftops without assistance, food or water, they say, for 2 days. 17 people were killed. 7 days after the storm hit, this is what we found in the town of Palamas. Homes destroyed. Here, the wall of a bedroom ripped off. Those with homes still standing, left with little else. We meet Georgia, weeping at what's left of her home, one of her few belongings saved, a wedding photo with her late husband. My daughter and grandson almost drowned, she says. We make it to neighbouring Marathia, cut off for days.
Just yesterday, this village was underwater, and still now, every street looks like a river. 500 people lived here. Now, almost everyone has gone.
This woman and her dog stayed.
You've been trapped in the house all this time. You've stayed in the house all this time.
They didn't want to leave. We didn't want to leave.
Everywhere, cars are abandoned, houses are ruined. This is Soteris, this is his house. Is there anything left?
Nothing, only the walls.
There is anger here, not about the changing climate, but about the official response, or lack of it, they say.
But they could tell us to save our life earlier.
They could have given you a warning?
Yes. We just woke up in the water.
This local union boss has come with clean water and condemnation for the government.
They don't care about the people. They only care about the big multinationals.
So you blame the government more than climate change?
Of course. Because climate change is global.
We drove 400 miles to where a wildfire larger than New York City burnt out of control for over 2 weeks. Europe's largest ever recorded wildfire. Even within Greece, climate change is impacting different places in vastly different ways. Here in mountainous Evros, charred tree trunks lined the roads for miles upon miles. Environmentalist Theodora Skatsi, who has spent her life protecting the rare birds of prey in this nature reserve, says dry conditions blamed on climate change were just one factor. She says many local people have left who used to look after the forest and fight fires.
We haven't prepared for climate change.
For sure, we are not prepared.
We've made it worse.
While migrants pass through from Turkey, lighting fires that could have started a blaze.
It's by accident, not by purpose. But because of the high number, that we cannot predict it, how many they are, The risk is very high.
18 migrants died in the fires this summer. Volunteer firefighter Christos Sianaferis helped tackle the blaze, saving his livestock.
These were your animals here.
Yes.
What was it like?
Very bad.
Yeah?
Very bad in the fire.
Like so many, he blames officials. The authorities didn't listen to people who know the forest, he says. We predicted this 4 or 5 days earlier, he told me. Greece's leading climate scientist says governments need to adapt quickly. Their civil protection programs not adequate for the new global reality of extreme weather.
It's biblical. Floods and fires.
It is. But without having Noah's Ark.
What is Noah's Ark for you in Greece?
Noah's Ark would be a preparation for such big disasters. Prevention.
To prepare properly.
To prepare properly.
This summer, Greece and many Mediterranean countries suffering, and for governments everywhere, a warning of things to come.
Such important reporting. Our thanks to Keir Simmons for that.
Finally this hour, a massive change in the Golden State. 4 dams are being removed from the Klamath River in California. Environmentalists hope the project will help restore habitats for wildlife in the area. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett went to the river to see how it's being done.
Hiding in the Cascade Mountain Range, what looks like a large-scale construction project is actually a team focused on demolition, removing decades-old dams along the Klamath River for the sake of the environment.
One of the fastest ways to heal a river is to remove a dam.
We went off-roading with the project leads.
We want to get as much of the work done as possible in advance of the fish coming back.
When you put a dam in the river, it cuts off some really important processes that the rest of the river needs to be healthy. But the good news is when you have the opportunity to undam a river, the river can start to restore itself almost from the moment that the water starts flowing again.
The 4 dams that will ultimately come down were built in the 1960s when infrastructure expansion outweighed environmental protection. Now, officials say they're aging out and the negative trickle-down impacts have taken full effect.
It almost seems like it's a case of humans thinking they could outsmart Mother Nature. That's exactly what happened. We have to think about how technology has changed so that we can sometimes replace the service of a dam without having to have the dam itself.
This is currently the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world. When it's done, this reservoir will then be 400 miles of freely flowing river again, restoring and creating homes for species of fish and wildlife. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 76% of American dams are considered to have, quote, high hazard potential. And research shows stagnant reservoirs become home to toxic algae in what's supposed to be a water supply source.
We can see just looking down there how green the water is.
And aging dams can put people in danger of catastrophic flooding as we see more extreme climate events. The surrounding native tribes have been fighting for these dam removals for over 20 years.
It provides us with food, with spiritual well-being. It's our connection to the earth and to the land, and it's the lifeblood of the region.
But the famous salmon of the Klamath have largely become extinct.
We're suffering today because of those decisions that were made 100 years ago.
This decommissioning project gets underway as an MIT study estimates 472 million people downstream from large dams suffer from reduced food security and regular flooding.
It's really important to take a piece of infrastructure out when it doesn't work well anymore and poses a risk to the people who live around it.
That's why we're seeing a new push towards rewilding, like the restoration of vulnerable wetlands in Louisiana and the reintroduction of bison to protect prairies in the Great Plains. A variety of ecosystems to restore imbalances in nature and protect future populations. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Klamath River, California.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Capitol Hill chaos. The clock's ticking closer to a possible government shutdown. Now, lawmakers are scrambling after House Republicans backed away from a previous deal. The upheaval even causing a split among the GOP. We're digging into what's at stake and the push to break the congressional logjam. Massive manhunt. A murder suspect walks free from jail. He didn't escape or post bail. He's on the run because authorities released him by mistake. My investigators waited nearly a week to notify the community, and what we've learned about one person taken into custody as deputies desperately try to track him down. And in sight, after 142 days, the Hollywood writers' strike may soon be coming to a close. Both sides set to meet for negotiations today. The major change at the bargaining table and why some WGA members say they're skeptical. And forever young, as millions of Americans try to fight the aging process, we're getting new insight into the science behind living longer and healthier lives. And it centers on a little something called zombie cells. What you need to know about the spooky sounding cells and how they could be the key to everything from fighting cancer to maintaining a youthful look.
Oh.
Just in time for Halloween. Zombie cells.
Sign us up. Yeah.
Look forward to that story. We're going to start this morning with, of course, Capitol Hill. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing an uphill battle this morning as he works to get a spending bill passed to avoid a government shutdown.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to keep the government funded before money runs out, just 9 days from now. There's serious questions about whether Congress will be able to get the job done, though. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. The House Republicans met for more than 2 hours last night trying to come up with some kind of agreement just among themselves on a path to keep the government open. And now the Speaker says they may have a plan, but the clock is ticking and the votes are not assured. This morning, chaos in Congress as the government lurches towards a possible shutdown amid a battle over spending with no clear end in sight.
Nobody should be leaving town until we've sorted this out.
The federal government runs out of money at the end of September. Without congressional action, it shuts down on October 1st for the first time since 2019.
Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem.
Democrats and some Republicans have argued for a stopgap plan to buy more time to pass bills to fund the government through 2024. But House Republicans, backing away from a deal struck with President Biden earlier this year, are demanding steep spending cuts of roughly $300 billion, slashing budgets including education, nutrition, and environmental programs. But this week, they have struggled to pass anything at all. The stalemate frustrating even House Republicans.
What do you say to people back home who may not follow this that closely, but just expect you guys to get this very basic function of your job done and fund the government?
We're dysfunctional.
It's just that simple.
That's simple. We are so dysfunctional.
A government shutdown would force hundreds of thousands of federal workers to be furloughed or to work without pay until the shutdown ends. National parks would be closed, and government services like food safety inspections, passport applications, and small business loans would be slowed. Democrats and President Biden hoping to lay the blame for any shutdown at the GOP's feet.
They're back at it again, breaking their commitment, threatening more cuts and threatening to shut down the government again this month.
The House plans to work a rare Saturday session to see if they can break this logjam. The Senate, meanwhile, has been handling its work on a bipartisan basis, but they stumbled late this week, too, meaning next week will be a very busy week on Capitol Hill. Savannah, Joe?
All right, Garrett, thank you very much.
Staying in Washington, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is scheduled to meet with President Biden and both houses of Congress today.
He's hoping to lobby lawmakers and the president for more help in Ukraine's counteroffensive against Russia. However, he faces growing opposition among Republicans.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Gabe, good morning. So what exactly are Presidents Biden and Zelensky expected to talk about today? What is it Zelensky's asking for?
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, very busy day for Ukrainian President Zelensky here in Washington. As you mentioned, he'll be here not only at the White House later today, but also Capitol Hill. And for the first time, he will also meet with Defense Department leaders at the Pentagon. But the Biden administration has been asking Congress for $24 billion in additional aid for Ukraine. There's a lot of skepticism, though, from many Republicans about extending that aid. Still, today, the White House is expected to announce a security aid to Ukraine that had previously been passed as part of another package. But there are still questions about what exactly that aid will include. President Zelensky has been asking for these long-range guided missiles, and a senior administration official here says that no decision has been made on those missiles specifically, Joe and Savannah.
So, Gabe, I mentioned just a second ago that he is, though, facing this opposition from some Republicans. I mean, last year when he visited, he was given this hero's welcome by both houses of Congress. This year, Speaker McCarthy says he has questions about accountability. Dive into that shift in tone for us.
Yes, President Zelensky was at the UN General Assembly this week trying to fight against that war fatigue, not just here in the United States, but really around the world. And just this morning, a new letter from Republicans to the White House is out, basically expressing skepticism about any more aid to Ukraine. Just several days ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he had questions for President Zelensky about accountability and how exactly extra money will be spent. Again, the White House asking for $24 billion in additional funding from Congress. Unclear whether that might be passed. And this all comes into context, as we just heard Gary talk about that looming government shutdown and questions about finances, and Republicans very skeptical about all of that.
Yeah, so that's one reason Zelensky's plea takes on new urgency. Another one is that Poland, a neighbor, said it would no longer supply weapons to Ukraine. This is after a dispute over grain. Explain what's going on here.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. A lot has changed since this war started about a year and a half ago. Of course, Poland seen as a huge ally for Ukraine, but there has been a shift in tone in that country, partly because of upcoming parliamentary elections in Poland, and there is a ban on grain exports from Ukraine. Poland was concerned that it's taken away from some of their farmers as well, and the President Zelensky has faced backlash in Poland by referring to this feud as, quote, political theater that is helping Moscow. So certainly, yes, with that ban on grain exports from Ukraine, Poland now saying that it will not send these weapons to its neighbor, it all playing out as this counteroffensive continues in Ukraine, and President Zelensky trying desperately to lobby the international community for continued aid. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you.
Well, turning now to Capitol Hill, where Attorney General Merrick Garland was confronted with tough questions from House Republicans over his investigations into both former President Donald Trump and Hunter Biden. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney has more.
Facing intense political attacks, Attorney General Merrick Garland delivering a blunt message to Congress. His Justice Department is independent.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people.
Garland appointed the special counsel who indicted the president's son, Hunter Biden, last week on felony gun charges after a plea deal fell apart. Hunter Biden says he intends to plead not guilty. But Chairman Jim Jordan, who's leading an impeachment inquiry into the president, blasted Garland for not prosecuting felony tax charges related to income from Hunter Biden's overseas business dealings.
What I'm wondering is why you guys let the statute of limitations lapse for those tax years that dealt with Burisma income.
This investigation was being conducted by Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump. You will, at the appropriate time, have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weiss that question.
With former President Trump indicted by special counsel Jack Smith for attempting to overturn the 2020 election and mishandling classified documents, pleading not guilty in both cases, Republicans arguing the DOJ is engaged in prosecutorial overkill.
The fix is in.
Democrats defending Garland, saying the Republicans can't back up their claim. Facing hours of intense questioning, Garland flashing anger in response to a question about whether his department is targeting conservatives, including Catholics.
The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous.
Also refuting the charge by Mr. Trump that President Biden ordered his indictments.
Biden indictments, excuse me, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General,
he's had nothing to do with it.
He said to the Attorney General, indict him.
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
Last evening denied Hunter Biden's bid to plead not guilty over video link, saying he has to show up in person like any other defendant. Mr. Trump, meanwhile, has asked the judge in his election conspiracy case to recuse herself, arguing she is biased against him. Guys?
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you very much.
A massive manhunt is underway in Indiana. Authorities are searching for a murder suspect mistakenly released from jail earlier this week because of a clerical error. Now, police are asking the public for any information that can help get him back behind bars. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Indiana with the latest on the search and the internal investigation into how this even happened. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The suspect, Kevin Mason, walked out of this jail behind me last Wednesday, and officials actually notified the public about his release nearly a week ago. And they say the extra time was really part of a strategy to locate him. But this morning, he is still on the loose. His girlfriend, however, is now in custody.
This morning, an urgent manhunt in Indiana for a murder suspect authorities say was accidentally set free from jail.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniform presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office says 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released last Wednesday, just 2 days after his arrest, due to faulty records review.
So far, 2 inmate records clerks involved in this mistake have been terminated. This was an error. This should have not happened.
Mason was wanted on 3 warrants in Minnesota, including a second-degree murder charge for his alleged role in a shooting in 2021, firearms possession, and a parole violation. And now deputies say they've arrested his girlfriend, Desiree Oliver, who they say picked him up after he walked out of jail.
She then went to obtain a new cell phone, which is kind of the deceptive type behavior we'd expect somebody when they're assisting a criminal. Later, she went to a Walmart up there on North Keystone, purchased some men's underwear, a travel kit, and some men's slippers.
Local officials waited 6 days to inform the public about Mason's accidental release, a decision the sheriff's office stands by.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
This latest search comes just days after the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted killer who was arrested following nearly 2 weeks on the run after escaping a Pennsylvania county jail. Back in Indiana, another community on edge, with residents demanding answers.
Someone made a big mistake.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger.
And we should note that officials have been chasing leads overnight, and they do believe he has ties to Indianapolis, but it's still unclear if he's still in the area. Also, they are saying to the suspect that he can still turn himself in and they can arrange for a safe surrender. Joe?
All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much.
Well, parts of the country are probably going to be seeing rain over the next few days.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the bad news. Maybe some good news somewhere.
Yeah, you know what the good news is? I'm glad you bring that up, Joe, because we've got great conditions across the Northeast and really the Mid-Atlantic for today. It's going to be another gorgeous day. We had really nice conditions yesterday. It'll be very similar today, mild conditions. But yes, we're going to start to see a system forming just the southeast coast. That means that places like Florida are going to be quite unsettled through the day today. And then as we get into the next couple of days, we'll see some of this rain and a better system start to work up into portions of the Carolinas. So let's start there. We've got a low pressure that we're looking to develop here later into the afternoon hours. It may get some subtropical characteristics, but what it really means for folks is that they're going to need those indoor plans for the weekend, because as we look ahead to today, all that rain still stays offshore. But look what happens by tomorrow. Parts of the Carolinas are going to see a big push of moisture moving in. Some really impressive rainfall rates with this system as it brings onshore heavy rain stretching across parts of the Mid-Atlantic and down towards Charleston here for your day tomorrow. So heads up for folks in this area. We're also going to see those stronger winds. There will be rip current issues as well as some high surf. So not a great couple of days along the East Coast for beach going and not great for outdoor activities either. Look what happens by the time we get into the weekend. The Northeast starts to get in on the action. We see parts of New England dealing with the soggy conditions. It's going to be a very very annoying weekend when it comes to weather across this region. We're going to see plenty of shower activity, maybe some flooding concerns with really impressive rainfall happening over a period of a couple of days. It's also going to be those kind of windy conditions that we'll have to watch for. And again, the beach issues. When we're talking about rainfall amounts, the higher amounts are going to be closer to the coast, closer to where that system, the center of it at least, is. The higher amounts for parts of the mid-Atlantic, localized maybe up to 3 inches. Look down towards the Carolinas, though. Cape Hatteras, you could see upwards of 5 inches in some spots. Those will be smaller pockets of heavier rain, but even still, that's why we're watching for the flooding concern over the next couple of days. This is just Friday into Sunday, so the next 3 days where all of that moisture starts to work on shore associated with that system. And the winds. This is going to be another thing that we'll have to watch for, potentially maybe some downed trees, some downed power lines, especially in those areas with super saturated grounds. We know it's not hard for some trees to fall, so just a heads up on that. You can always clear out some of those things from your backyard that might go flying if you see 40, 50 mile per hour winds in some spots. It looks like we'll be close to 50 mile per hour winds in some places like Ocean City, mid 40s for Norfolk. But either way, some gusty, kind of annoying weather headed our way for that region. But look at this. How about this? Let's talk about nicer conditions across the Midwest, where we're still getting that kind of last taste of summer. Low 80s for Minneapolis. They've had quite a warm week. Temperatures will remain above normal, at least through today. Into tomorrow, still across parts of the Great Lakes. Not quite as impressive as it was, but still running about 5 to maybe even 10 degrees above normal. Mid 80s for places like Lexington. Low 80s for Indianapolis as we round out the work week. By the weekend, though, we finally start to settle into fall in a lot of these places, especially across parts of the Northeast. Yes, we'll have rain, so that's why you see temperatures like 66 degrees in Philadelphia on Saturday, but low 70s kind of settle in as that rain works out, and we'll head back into our next work week in places like Philly into the mid 70s. So really kind of comfortable late September temperatures headed our way. In the Midwest, we'll kind of hang out into those upper 70s in Chicago for the weekend. You'll have a little bit of nicer weather out there, but upper 70s for you. And then we get into those low 70s by Monday. Gorgeous conditions in Cincinnati with the low 80s to upper 70s. So guys, it really just depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for the indoor kind of chilly, annoying weather, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic. The Midwest, though, looks a little better.
I feel like the leaves might be confused in the Midwest right now.
Yes, I feel like that happens every year.
I know,
exactly.
up and the down. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
There are major developments overnight in the Hollywood writers' strike. Word that a deal could be in the works and finalized as early as today. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there, it's been 142 days since the Writers Guild of America went on strike. And yesterday, those formal negotiations started again after more than a month without any progress. Now we're hearing that we can expect some new updates today. Could there finally be an end to the months-long writer's strike that's ground Hollywood to a halt? Both sides meeting again today, and this morning, there's new hope for progress after major studio heads came to the table for the first time Wednesday, signaling a significant shift in the talks. A source close to the negotiations telling NBC News that talks on Wednesday were productive and that they're hoping for more progress on Thursday.
But there's hope in the air for the first time in a long time.
Late Wednesday, the Writers Guild of America, which represents more than 11,000 writers, issued a joint statement with the AMPTP, which represents streaming services and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, saying simply that both sides met for bargaining and will meet again Thursday. But sources close to the negotiations tell CNBC that after Wednesday's meetings, writers and producers are near an agreement and hope to finalize a deal today. The source is also telling CNBC that if a deal is not reached, the strike could last through the end of the year. NBC News learning that top executives attended the negotiations for the first time, including Disney's Bob Iger, Netflix's Ted Sarandos, Discovery's David Zaslav, and NBC Universal's Donna Langley. Those talks are usually led by labor relations representatives and top AMPTP staffers.
So I'm really hoping that they're really coming in good faith.
Online skepticism from some WGA members. One posting, "I'll believe it when the WGA tells me they've reached a deal." The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence.
This has been devastating as a WGA writer on strike.
The effects felt by hundreds of thousands as Hollywood has been shut down, with actors also on strike in a separate dispute. Now, from the picket lines to A-listers, many urging both sides to move forward.
I feel as if everybody understands that it's time to get on with it, but we're all in support of a decent and fair wage.
Back to you.
Chloe, thank you. Coming up, for years, 401ks have been viewed as critical to a stable retirement. So why are many TikTokers speaking out against them? We're going to look at the fine print on this FinTok trend.
But first, we're getting new insight into the death of a New England Patriots fan at Gillette Stadium. What the first autopsy results show up next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're learning more about what may have killed a New England Patriots fan who collapsed and died after a fight at a game this past weekend. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the new details.
With new video and more eyewitnesses coming forward, investigators are trying to figure out how exactly a 53-year-old fan died shortly after being punched in the head at an NFL game on Sunday.
300 level, guy not breathing.
The Norfolk County DA says preliminary autopsy results for Dale Mooney suggest there was no traumatic injury, but a medical issue was identified, not saying what that issue was. Mooney's official cause of death still remains undetermined pending further tests, and the DA's investigation remains ongoing.
This, as we're seeing a new angle with this video obtained by our affiliate WJAR, taken before Mooney collapsed, appearing to show several Dolphins and Patriots fans scuffling. At one point, a man believed to be wearing a Dolphins jersey throwing a punch. Keith Noonan, sitting rows below, says he watched as paramedics tried saving Mooney.
I saw paddles come out, start to get worried. I turned to my son and I said,
let's just pray for the best.
So far, no charges have been filed, and connecting the brawl to Mooney's death could be challenging.
There was a death inside the stadium. We still don't know exactly why. Is there a chance for a lawsuit here?
There certainly is a chance, but a plaintiff would have a steep burden here. They'd have to show that the stadium had noticed. They knew that this was a high likelihood and that they failed to take any security measures.
The violent confrontation in Massachusetts, one of several happening during NFL games this week. The league did not respond when asked if they planned on changing any security or safety procedures at upcoming games. The NFL has previously said that one incident was too many. Loved ones are remembering Dale Mooney as a hardworking family man who leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report. The DA's office says it has examined multiple angles of the video capturing the scuffle prior to Mooney's collapse, but they're also asking anyone who has more video or witnessed the event to come forward. International headlines now. India has issued a travel advisory in Canada following the killing of a Sikh Canadian citizen.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobeya joins us now. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, the diplomatic war between India and Canada really heating up now with that travel warning and also India suspending visa services in Canada. India telling its citizens to remain vigilant and warning them of politically condoned hate crimes in Canada. It comes after the Canadian government accused India of possibly being behind the assassination of that Sikh separatist on Canadian soil. India has called the accusation absurd. Venezuela has sent 11,000 troops to take over one of its biggest prisons under the control of a powerful criminal gang for years. That prison, reportedly like a hotel with a pool, a nightclub, and a mini zoo. The Interior Ministry said on X, formerly Twitter, that it had become a center of conspiracy and crime and congratulated officers for regaining control. And hold on to your hat, guys. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in a blustery Paris on an official state visit. Their first stop, the Arc de Triomphe yesterday, where they were greeted by President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte. Then a state dinner at Versailles featuring Blue Lobster and French and British cheeses. King Charles addressed the French Senate just a short time ago, speaking mainly in French, and Queen Camilla tried her hand at ping pong with the French First Lady. More still ahead on this trip, including Notre Dame and Bordeaux's vineyards, guys.
Getting all the European feels
nice
from that one, my goodness.
Bordeaux vineyards.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, a new development in the battle over AI, the action some popular authors are taking, and why they're saying they're being ripped off.
But first, he's the GOP presidential hopeful whose controversial statements are generating a lot of buzz on the campaign trail. What Vivek Ramaswamy is saying about his style and surprising rise through the Republican ranks.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning, right behind me, there were little ones included.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're getting new insight into the Republican presidential candidate who has been steadily rising in the polls. In a new CNN poll of New Hampshire voters, of course, an important state, Vivek Ramaswamy has moved into second place behind only former President Donald Trump.
But unlike Trump, Ramaswamy has used TV and podcasts instead of social media to create a constant stream of content for his supporters. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Ramaswamy's home state of Ohio. Dasha, you recently sat down with the presidential hopeful. He's made a name for himself with a style that has drawn comparisons to the presidential frontrunner, the former President Donald Trump, a younger version. What did he tell you about his approach to politics and his penchant for controversy?
Yeah, look, this is a guy who just a few months ago, most voters didn't know his name, let alone how to pronounce it. A lot of them still don't. And yet he is rising in the polls past some of these more experienced politicians with longer, stronger resumes. And at the last GOP debate, he really stole the spotlight. And with the next one coming up, we sat down with him to talk about what it means that he has had this moment in the presidential primary that nobody expected. Look, at the start of this race, the expectation was that this was probably going to be more of a two-man race between former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. That is clearly not what's happening here. And in part, it's because Ramaswamy has really shaken up this primary in both his style and his approach. It is reminiscent of 2016. He is a businessman. He's a former CEO of a biotech company, another businessman, not a politician. Where have we heard that before? And he's also been stirring controversy with some of his comments. I mean, just recently, he's called a black congresswoman a modern grand wizard of the modern KKK. He has suggested that federal agents played a role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And I asked him, what do those sorts of comments, what is he trying to achieve with the controversial comments that he makes and just with his general untraditional approach to politics? Take a listen to what he told me.
I think it is healthy for our country to have open, radically honest and candid conversations.
You said at one point in one of your gaggles, you're like, I just sometimes say things off the cuff.
I'm just honestly answering off the cuff.
How much do you literally mean what you say? Because sometimes it feels like you just kind of say things.
None of us can have it always, right? You can't be radically candid and then also filter what you say when. And if I'm giving a serious speech about shutting down the administrative state, as we did recently, we intend to follow that through. In other cases, I also believe in moments of levity that are honest, that open up candid dialogue. I'm not saying things I don't mean, but that doesn't mean that that's a bedrock part of my policy agenda to drive forward either.
Look, he's young. He has no experience in politics, and a lot of people didn't want to take him seriously at the start of this. But at this point, he is consistently polling in third place in national polls, and now with this CNN poll, second in New Hampshire. this is somebody that has really gained traction in this primary.
Absolutely. Dasha, I love the way you ask that. Sometimes it just seems like you just kind of say things because that's such a good way to put it. Ramaswamy also generated some backlash with his plan to deport American-born children of undocumented immigrants. I know you spoke to him, though, about his own story, his own family's immigration story. Kind of revealed some new information here. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, because immigration has been such a big part of his platform, he has taken such hardline stances on two issues, Savannah, both immigration, and he's taken a hardline stance on having high school graduates, those 18 to 24, take a civics test in order to vote, similar to what he says his parents took in order to become citizens of the United States. We asked him, because he's been talking on the campaign trail about how his parents took the citizenship test, and recently he started talking more about his mother. So I asked him if his father also took the citizenship test, and he said no. And we learned in this interview that his father is not a citizen of the United States, and that his mother took the citizenship test and became a citizen after he was born, which means Ramaswamy did gain citizenship through birthright. His parents, though, he says, came to the United States legally, which he says is the difference when he's talking about deporting American-born children of undocumented immigrants. Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, great interview, great reporting. Thank you so much for joining us on this. And now to a new battle brewing over artificial intelligence. A group of best-selling authors actually have filed a class action lawsuit against OpenAI. That's the maker of ChatGPT. They say OpenAI took their writings without permission and is using that data to illegally create AI versions of their copyrighted work.
NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, this is an issue that people in so many different professions are worried about, and particularly the creative community. So many have raised concerns, including comedians, actors, and most recently writers. That's because artificial intelligence relies on content that was originally created by people. And now some of the most famous authors in the world are suing, saying they're victims of what they call, quote, systematic theft on a mass scale.
My books have been taken, and I didn't even know about it. I wasn't asked about it. I didn't approve it.
Best-selling author Michael Connelly, whose novels have been made into films like The Lincoln Lawyer and TV series Bosch, says he and thousands of other writers have been ripped off.
There's no denying AI. It's going to be in our future. What is a structure that makes sense for authors?
I think it's about consent. Our books were just fed into the big maw of AI.
Now Connelly and dozens of other authors are suing OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, for mass copyright infringement, a legal action that could have implications for the broader pop culture. According to the suit, ChatGPT has already been used to create complete unauthorized versions of books by a number of authors, including George R.R. Martin, creator of the novels which Game of Thrones was based on, and who is also part of the lawsuit.
It's just not fair. Why should I take a year to write a 400-page novel if in 15 minutes it can be stolen and redistributed?
Other writers in the suit include John Grisham, author of legal thrillers like The Pelican Brief, and romance superstar Ellen Hildebrand, author of The Perfect Couple. AI systems rely on something called large language models. Those models are, quote, trained using massive amounts of text. OpenAI doesn't publicly say where it gets all of the material it has fed into the system. But according to the suit, at least some of it is copyrighted.
The reason they can write so well is because they've ingested hundreds and thousands of books, and they've done this without permission, without payment.
In a statement to NBC News on the latest lawsuit, OpenAI says it is working with authors to discuss their concerns, writing, "We respect the rights of writers and authors and believe they should benefit from AI technology." In response to a previous similar lawsuit, OpenAI argued the case be dismissed, in part because courts have recognized that the use of copyrighted materials by innovators in transformative ways does not violate copyright. Connelly and the other writers say they don't buy it, arguing AI threatens not only novelists, but creative work of all kinds.
I think it's just a threat to the spark of creativity. I think there's something mystical and magical about it. And if you believe that, like I do, you also believe it could go away.
Among other things, the plaintiffs in the lawsuits are asking for OpenAI to remove copyrighted works from its database unless the company licenses and compensates authors for their work. But the big question at this point, can the genie be put back in the bottle? Back to you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Coming up, taking legal action against Amazon.
Yeah, there are new details in the FTC's complaint against Amazon for what it's calling deceptive Prime sign-up and cancellation processes. And now Amazon executives have been named in the suit. More on that up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
We're back with new details this morning on that Federal Trade Commission lawsuit against Amazon involving claims that the company duped millions of people into paying for Prime service while also making it hard to unsubscribe. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
The new unredacted details from the FTC's amended complaint against Amazon provide new insight into the alleged scheme to enroll customers unwittingly into the company's Prime program. Taking the rare step of naming 3 top executives as defendants, the FTC singled out Neil Lindsay, Russell Grandinetti, and Jamil Ghani, saying they slowed, avoided, and even undid user experience changes they knew would reduce non-consensual signups because it would also hurt Amazon's profits. Lindsay explained that once customers become Prime members, even unknowingly, the suit says, they will see what a great program it is and remain members. So Amazon is okay with the situation.
It's always significant when you know that people at the company in senior positions were aware of some of these issues.
The FTC complaint claims Amazon made it purposely complicated for its 200 million plus Prime members to cancel their monthly subscription, which offers free shipping and other perks. According to the FTC, some Amazon employees urged the company to make changes, saying unknown recurring charges for families could mean money for groceries and gas. While NBC News was unable to reach the three executives, in a stark rebuke, Amazon fired back, saying in part the FTC's decision to add 3 Amazon leaders to its civil case against the company is unwarranted. We've always made it clear and simple for customers to sign up for and cancel Prime, one of the nation's biggest companies accused of delivering more than just packages to their consumers. The updated lawsuit also comes as the FTC prepares to file a monopoly lawsuit against Amazon, which targets the company for a range of business practices the FTC calls anti-competitive. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Now let's get you some other financial headlines. Amazon's Alexa is becoming more realistic with a little help from AI.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so Amazon is trying to bolster its standing in the tech industry's artificial intelligence race as it debuts 10 new devices with some new features. The tech giant introduced what it calls a smarter and more conversational version of its Alexa voice assistant Wednesday that is supposed to come with a more human-sounding voice. Amazon says the audio assistant can now carry out a whole conversation without the need to keep saying Alexa before every interaction. The new devices will be available at the beginning of the year. The parent company of Budweiser says it will no longer cut off the tails of its iconic Clydesdale horses. Anheuser-Busch has been under pressure from PETA and other animal activist groups to stop the practice, which is known as tail docking. A company spokesperson says the brewer discontinued the tail docking earlier this year and that the safety of the prized horses is their top priority. PETA told CNBC it would celebrate the beer maker's decision by cracking open some cold ones. And it may sound like bad math, but at a recent auction, $10,000 sold for $480,000. And that's because it was a rare $10,000 bill from the Great Depression era that had never been circulated. The $10,000 bill used to be the highest denomination to circulate publicly, but all denominations higher than $500 were taken out of circulation in 1969 because of lack of use, guys.
How cool is that? All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thanks, Silvana. Well, saving money can be a struggle, and now it has some people questioning the traditional ways of saving for retirement, taking to TikTok to criticize the 401k.
NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke with creators and experts in an effort to separate the hype from a solid investment plan.
401ks have been a staple of retirement planning for decades, but now many TikTokers are turning on those savings plans.
Most idiots out there, they go, oh, I have a 401k. Well, you've been sold a bill of goods, sweetheart.
But experts urge consumers to slow down and really understand the potential realities of tossing them aside.
A 401k was really created back in the 70s, gained popularity in the 80s as a replacement for pensions because those were not sustainable for companies. And that's really what it's there for, is to kind of almost protect us against ourselves from spending that money now.
All over FinTok, or financial TikTok, videos show personalities from Tony Robbins to everyday creators denouncing the account's management fees.
When you make an investment with me, here's how it's going to work. If you make money, and even if you don't make money, I get paid.
Also in the crosshairs, age restrictions on taking out money.
You can't touch it until you're 59 and a half without a penalty.
And when you do take it out, the taxes.
You have no idea how much they're going to take from you.
Now, a growing cottage industry of creators is pushing life insurance policies as an alternative. Policies some of them can get commissions on if you sign up.
Let me know any questions you have below.
My team and I will help you with an alternative.
Curtis Ray has more than 1 million followers on TikTok and owns a company that recommends both 401k-style investments and insurance policies. He admits there are many problems in the TikTok life insurance industry, from multi-level marketing schemes to predatory salespeople on social media. But he insists some products are credible and can grow your money without stock market risks.
The younger you are and the more time you give it, if you're educated and understand how insurance contracts work, they are designed for absolute best long-term benefits, in my opinion.
Experts say you absolutely have to read the fine print on these insurance products, as they function differently from standard retirement plans.
It can become convoluted and potentially really expensive.
Anytime someone says one of these phrases, you want to beware.
if they're using phrases including leverage, borrow against, or tax-free, those are red flags.
Are there any redeeming qualities to these sorts of policies as a form of some degree of investment?
If we're talking about variable life insurance or whole life insurance, no. I have never yet seen one good example.
And while financial author Ramit Sethi favors traditional retirement investing because of the popular employer matches and pre-tax savings, he says the 401k isn't perfect.
Oftentimes, these 401k funds have these bloated investment options with slightly higher fees than I personally would like.
Bottom line, with TikTok becoming a key driver of financial advice for so many Americans, whatever you choose, do the homework on your individual personal financial reality.
I would say to anyone who's buying any financial product to be able to then turn around and explain it to somebody else. And if you can succinctly do that, you understand it.
All right, there you go. Some good information there. Thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that reporting. Well, coming up, the key to living a longer, healthier life might be in your cells.
When we come back, the new research that's focusing on a new method of slowing the aging process.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The 2024 election is coming, and one singer wants to make sure her fans are ready for it. Taylor Swift took to Instagram to urge her followers to visit voter registration website vote.org to make sure they can have their say next year. She wrote, "I've heard you raise your voices and know how powerful they are." She was referring to her concerts. According to the site's communication director, the site was averaging 13,000 users every 30 minutes, which is a record-breaking number. Visitors to the site can check if they are registered in less than 30 seconds. And Joe, I just think it's no coincidence. 13,000 every 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. It's like she planned it, right?
It's just...
Very cool. Thanks, Savannah.
Yes.
Now to some research at the forefront of a favorite or perhaps least favorite topic for many of us, aging. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff shows us what it takes to get rid of what researchers are calling zombie cells so we can live longer, healthier lives.
Hey there, I went to the Mayo Clinic's Kogod Center for Aging in Rochester, Minnesota, where they're doing extraordinary experiments focusing on the science of aging. And what they're really looking at is cells, certain ones that we all have, that basically control the aging process and how fast it goes. They're called, wait for it, zombie cells.
It's a 1-to-3 dilution.
This is what it looks like studying what might be the key to living healthier longer. Dr. Nathan Labrasseur and his team at the Mayo Clinic have honed in on one of the most important aspects of aging, zombie cells.
Zombie cells. Sounds kind of freaky. It does sound freaky. So these are cells that have experienced a lot of damage, and they're so damaged that they don't work properly anymore, and they wreak havoc on surrounding cells and tissues. But they're not so damaged that they die. So they have this reputation of being zombie cells because they look dead.
Zombie cells are known in the medical field as senescent cells. When we're young, they can be helpful against the spread of cancer. But as we age, the more zombie cells you have that have been compromised, meaning they're older, they're weaker, and they're damaged, the worse your health could be. Research is being done to see if there are ways to kill off these cells or even change them, which in a way would stop or slow the aging process.
As we age, these cells are not effectively cleared from the system, and as they accumulate, that's when they really cause damage and harm.
Mayo Clinic researchers are learning a lot in the lab, using mice of the same age to compare those with a lot of zombie cells and those with fewer zombie cells. The difference is dramatic.
This one hasn't had any medical intervention. This one has. They're the exact same age.
That's right. So really kind of a mix of kind of age-related conditions that we see in humans, with changes in the eyes, changes in the posture, changes in the muscle, and reductions in function, physical activity.
Dr. Labrasseur says physical activity and healthy living are crucial to naturally ridding ourselves of these damaging zombie cells.
What's the best way to avoid having a buildup of them in the first place?
Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you. It's the fundamentals of healthy aging.
Exercise.
Exercise is number one. I'm a bit of an exercise evangelist, but in addition to that, healthy eating behaviors, sleep, other things are really critical to optimizing the biology of aging.
That's because healthy habits can prevent zombie cells from occurring. And the research has now advanced enough to bring actual humans into the mix. The team's currently studying senior citizens, tracking their cells and health. Susan Mackert is 73 years young.
Has participating in this study made you think differently about aging compared to when you started?
It has, in a way. What it has done is made me realize that I am aging. I don't think about that normally, but yes, it has put me in that generation with others that now can say, oh, we're aging.
We're all aging.
And that's okay.
We're all aging.
Aside from human studies, one of the latest developments in aging research is on skin. Here, Dr. Saranya Wiles is measuring the moisture of my skin to show that older skin heals more slowly than younger skin. But wait until you see what kind of sci-fi stuff she's doing.
This is where we print the skin.
Oh my gosh, so now I'm looking at it and actually realizing what I'm holding. So when you say those are skin cells, is that actually skin?
That is skin.
So that's skin growing in my hand.
Correct.
First of all, this is entirely freaky and totally crazy, but also awesome. What are you looking for exactly?
We're looking for changes that are histologically seen. We can actually model different ages of skin based on the zombie cells. So if we were to put 10% zombie cells versus 25% zombie cells, this is then we can mimic a 30-year-old skin versus a 50-year-old skin.
Dr. Labrasseur says all the research they're doing isn't to create a fountain of youth, but to keep us healthier until the very end, no matter how long you live.
Our goal is not to help people live until they're 120 and feel like they're 120. The goal of aging research is really to extend human health span. 80% of our medical resources are given to 20% of the population. If we could extend human health span and really delay age-related diseases as a group, that would transform society.
Yeah, I'm sorry to report that this is not a fountain of youth, but Dr. Labrasseur says if they can get to the bottom of solving the conundrum with these zombie cells, we might be able to look at diseases like cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, and more, and potentially live very healthy lives longer and only limit these types of diseases to the very end of life. The research they're doing there is really extraordinary. It was awesome to go and see. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
And we're going to end this hour with a dazzling display. The spectacle known as the Northern Lights lit up the sky Monday night. In case you missed it, NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has an encore.
While you were sleeping Monday night, skywatchers got quite the show. A full-color blitz of the Aurora Borealis. These shots are from Montana. This time-lapse from a balcony in Canada. So cool. When charged particles from a solar storm reach the Earth's atmosphere, the atmosphere gets excited, so to speak. And we do too.
You're in the mountains, it's dark, there's nobody around, and I get all excited when those photos start coming in.
When Virginia landscape photographer Peter Forrester got word of the flaring sun, he headed to the Shenandoah Forest.
It feels like just experiencing a a new side of nature that's just the most spectacular it can be. The sky literally fills with color and light. And that's kind of hard to compare to anything else.
And you end up with views like this from Minnesota. Makes you wish you were there to see for yourself. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
That was the next best thing.
Yeah. I do want to see them, though.
Exactly.
I know.
That does it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Capitol Hill chaos. The clock's ticking closer to a possible government shutdown. Now, lawmakers are scrambling after House Republicans backed away from a previous deal. The upheaval even causing a split among the GOP. We're digging into what's at stake and the push to break the congressional logjam. Massive manhunt. A murder suspect walks free from jail. He didn't escape or post bail. He's on the run because authorities released him by mistake. My investigators waited nearly a week to notify the community, and what we've learned about one person taken into custody as deputies desperately try to track him down. End in sight. After 142 days, the Hollywood writers' strike may soon be coming to a close. Both sides set to meet for negotiations today. The major change at the bargaining table and why some WGA members say they're skeptical. And forever young, as millions of Americans try to fight the aging process, we're getting new insight into the science behind living longer and healthier lives. And it centers on a little something called zombie cells. What you need to know about the spooky sounding cells and how they could be the key to everything from fighting cancer to maintaining a youthful look.
Oh.
Just in time for Halloween. Zombie cells.
Sign us up. Yeah.
Look forward to that story. We're going to start this morning with, of course, Capitol Hill. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing an uphill battle this morning as he works to get a spending bill passed to avoid a government shutdown.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to keep the government funded before money runs out, just 9 days from now. There's serious questions about whether Congress will be able to get the job done, though. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. House Republicans met for more than 2 hours last night trying to come up with some kind of agreement just among themselves on a path to keep the government open. And now the Speaker says they may have a plan, but the clock is ticking and the votes are not assured.
This morning, chaos in Congress as the government lurches towards a possible shutdown amid a battle over spending with no clear end in sight.
Nobody should be leaving town until we've sorted this out.
The federal government runs out of money at the end of September. Without congressional action, it shuts down on October 1st for the first time since 2019.
Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem.
Democrats and some Republicans have argued for a stopgap plan to buy more time to pass bills to fund the government through 2024. But House Republicans, backing away from a deal struck with President Biden earlier this year, are demanding steep spending cuts of roughly $300 billion, slashing budgets including education, nutrition, and environmental programs. But this week, they have struggled to pass anything at all. The stalemate frustrating even House Republicans.
What do you say to people back home who may not follow this closely, but just expect you guys to get this very basic function of your job done and fund the government?
We're dysfunctional.
It's just that simple.
That's simple. We are so dysfunctional.
A government shutdown would force hundreds of thousands of federal workers to be furloughed or to work without pay until the shutdown ends. National parks would be closed, and government services like food safety inspections, passport applications, and small business loans would be slowed. Democrats and President Biden hoping to lay the blame for any shutdown at the GOP's feet.
They're back at it again, breaking their commitment, threatening more cuts and threatening to shut down the government again this month.
The House plans to work a rare Saturday session to see if they can break this logjam. The Senate, meanwhile, has been handling its work on a bipartisan basis, but they stumbled late this week, too, meaning next week will be a very busy week on Capitol Hill. Savannah, Joe?
All right, Garrett, thank you very much.
Staying in Washington, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is scheduled to meet with President Biden and both houses of Congress today.
He's hoping to lobby lawmakers and the president for more help in Ukraine's counteroffensive against Russia. However, he faces growing opposition among Republicans.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest. Gabe, good morning. So what exactly are Presidents Biden and Zelensky expected to talk about today? What is it Zelensky's asking for?
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, very busy day for Ukrainian President Zelensky here in Washington. As you mentioned, he'll be here not only at the White House later today, but also Capitol Hill. And for the first time, he will also meet with Defense Department leaders at the Pentagon. But the Biden administration has been asking Congress for $24 billion in additional aid for Ukraine. There's a lot of skepticism, though, from many Republicans about extending that aid. Still, today, the White House is expected to announce a security aid to Ukraine that had previously been passed as part of another package. But there are still questions about what exactly that aid will include. President Zelensky has been asking for these long-range guided missiles, and a senior administration official here says that no decision has been made on those missiles specifically, Joe and Savannah.
So, Gabe, I mentioned just a second ago that he is, though, facing this opposition from some Republicans. I mean, last year when he visited, he was given this hero's welcome by both houses of Congress. This year, Speaker McCarthy says he has questions about accountability. Dive into that shift in tone for us.
Yes, President Zelensky was at the UN General Assembly this week trying to fight against that war fatigue, not just here in the United States, but really around the world. And just this morning, a new letter from Republicans to the White House is out, basically expressing skepticism about any more aid to Ukraine. Just several days ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he had questions for President Zelensky about accountability and how exactly extra money will be spent. Again, the White House asking for $24 billion in additional funding from Congress. Unclear whether that might be passed. And this all comes amid context, as we just heard Garrett talk about that looming government shutdown and questions about finances, and Republicans very skeptical about all of that.
Yeah, so that's one reason Zelensky's plea takes on new urgency. Another one is that Poland and neighbors said it would no longer supply weapons to Ukraine. This is after a dispute over grain. Explain what's going on here.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. A lot has changed since this war started about a year and a half ago. Of course, Poland seen as a huge ally for Ukraine, but there has been a shift in tone in that country, partly because of upcoming parliamentary elections in Poland, and there is a ban on grain exports from Ukraine. Poland was concerned that it's taken away from some of their farmers as well, and the President Zelensky has faced backlash in Poland by referring to this feud as, quote, political theater that is helping Moscow. So certainly, yes, with that ban on grain exports from Ukraine, Poland now saying that it will not send these weapons to its neighbor, it all playing out as this counteroffensive continues in Ukraine, and President Zelensky trying desperately to lobby the international community for continued aid. Joe and Savannah.
All right. Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you.
Well, turning now to Capitol Hill, where Attorney General Merrick Garland was confronted with tough questions from House Republicans over his investigations into both former President Donald Trump and Hunter Biden. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more.
Facing intense political attacks, Attorney General Merrick Garland delivering a blunt message to Congress. His Justice Department is independent.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people.
Garland appointed the special counsel who indicted the president's son, Hunter Biden, last week on felony gun charges after a plea deal fell apart. Hunter Biden says he intends to plead not guilty. But Chairman Jim Jordan, who's leading an impeachment inquiry into the president, blasted Garland for not prosecuting felony tax charges related to income from Hunter Biden's overseas business dealings.
What I'm wondering is why you guys let the statute of limitations lapse for those tax years that dealt with Burisma income.
This investigation was being conducted by Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump. You will, at the appropriate time, have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weiss that question.
With former President Trump indicted by special counsel Jack Smith for attempting to overturn the 2020 election and mishandling classified documents, pleading not guilty in both cases, Republicans arguing the DOJ is engaged in prosecutorial overkill.
The fix is in.
Democrats defending Garland, saying the Republicans can't back up their claim. Facing hours of intense questioning, Garland flashing anger in response to a question about whether his department is targeting conservatives, including Catholics.
Yes or no? The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous.
Also refuting the charge by Mr. Trump that President Biden ordered his indictments.
Biden indictments, excuse me, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General,
he's had nothing to do with it.
He said to the Attorney General, indict him.
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
Last evening denied Hunter Biden's bid to plead not guilty over video link, saying he has to show up in person like any other defendant. Mr. Trump, meanwhile, has asked the judge in his election conspiracy case to recuse herself, arguing she is biased against him. Guys?
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you very much.
A massive manhunt is underway in Indiana. Authorities are searching for a murder suspect mistakenly released from jail earlier this week because of a clerical error. Now, police are asking the public for any information that can help get him back behind bars. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Indiana with the latest on the search and the internal investigation into how this even happened. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The suspect, Kevin Mason, walked out of this jail behind me last Wednesday, and officials actually notified the public about his release nearly a week ago. And they say the extra time was really part of a strategy to locate him. But this morning, he is still on the loose. His girlfriend, however, is now in custody.
This morning, an urgent manhunt in Indiana for a murder suspect authorities say was accidentally set free from jail.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniformed presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office says 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released last Wednesday, just 2 days after his arrest, due to faulty records review.
So far, 2 inmate records clerks involved in this mistake have been terminated. This was an error. This should have not happened.
Mason was wanted on 3 warrants in Minnesota, including a second-degree murder charge for his alleged role in a shooting in 2021, firearms possession, and a parole violation. And now deputies say they've arrested his girlfriend, Desiree Oliver, who they say picked him up after he walked out of jail.
She then went to obtain a new cell phone, which is kind of the deceptive type behavior we'd expect somebody when they're assisting a criminal. Later, she went to a Walmart up there on North Keystone, purchased some men's underwear, a travel kit, and some men's slippers.
Local officials waited 6 days to inform the public about Mason's accidental release, a decision the sheriff's office stands by.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
This latest search comes just days after the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted killer who was arrested following nearly 2 weeks on the run after escaping a Pennsylvania county jail. Back in Indiana, another community on edge, with residents demanding answers.
Someone made a big mistake.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger.
And we should note that officials have been chasing leads overnight, and they do believe he has ties to Indianapolis, but it's still unclear if he's still in the area. Also, they are saying to the suspect that he can still turn himself in and they can arrange for a safe surrender. Joe?
All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much.
Well, parts of the country are probably going to be seeing rain over the next few days.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the bad news. Maybe some good news somewhere.
Yeah, you know what the good news is? I'm glad you bring that up, Joe, because we've got great conditions across the Northeast and really the Mid-Atlantic for today. It's going to be another gorgeous day. We had really nice conditions yesterday. It'll be very similar today, mild conditions. But yes, we're going to start to see a system forming just the southeast coast. That means that places like Florida are going to to be quite unsettled through the day today. And then as we get into the next couple of days, we'll see some of this rain and a better system start to work up into portions of the Carolinas. So let's start there. We've got a low pressure that we're looking to develop here later into the afternoon hours. It may get some subtropical characteristics, but what it really means for folks is that they're going to need those indoor plans for the weekend, because as we look ahead to today, all that rain still stays offshore, but look what happens by tomorrow. Parts of the Carolinas are going to see a big push of moisture moving in. Some really impressive rainfall rates with this system as it brings onshore heavy rain stretching across parts of the mid-Atlantic and down towards Charleston here for your day tomorrow. So heads up for folks in this area. We're also going to see those stronger winds. There will be rip current issues as well as some high surf. So not a great couple of days along the East Coast for beach going and not great for outdoor activities either. Look what happens by the time we get into the weekend. The Northeast starts to get in on the action. We see parts of New England dealing with the soggy conditions. It's going to be a very annoying weekend when it comes to weather across this region. We're going to see plenty of shower activity, maybe some flooding concerns with really impressive rainfall happening over a period of a couple of days. It's also going to be those kind of windy conditions that we'll have to watch for. And again, the beach issues. When we're talking about rainfall amounts, the higher amounts are going to be closer to the coast, closer to where that system, the center of it at least is. The higher amounts for parts of the mid-Atlantic, localized maybe up to 3 inches. Look down towards the Carolinas, though. Cape Hatteras, you could see upwards of 5 inches in some spots. Those will be smaller pockets of heavier rain, but even still, that's why we're watching for the flooding concern over the next couple of days. This is just Friday into Sunday, so the next 3 days where all of that moisture starts to work onshore associated with that system. And the winds. This is going to be another thing that we'll have to watch for, potentially maybe some downed trees, some downed power lines, especially in those areas with super saturated grounds. We know it's not hard for some trees to fall, so just a heads up on that. You can always clear out some of those things from your backyard that might go flying if you see 40, 50 mile per hour winds in some spots. It looks like we'll be close to 50 mile per hour winds in some places like Ocean City, mid 40s for Norfolk. But either way, some gusty, kind of annoying weather headed our way for that region. But look at this. How about this? Let's talk about nicer conditions across the Midwest, where we're still getting that kind of last taste of summer. Low 80s for Minneapolis. They've had quite a warm week. Temperatures will remain above normal, at least through today. Into tomorrow, still across parts of the Great Lakes. Not quite as impressive as it was, but still running about 5 to maybe even 10 degrees above normal. Mid 80s for places like Lexington. Low 80s for Indianapolis as we round out the work week. By the weekend, though, we finally start to settle into fall in a lot of these places, especially across parts of the Northeast. Yes, we'll have rain, so that's why you see temperatures like 66 degrees in Philadelphia on Saturday, but low 70s kind of settle in as that rain works out, and we'll head back into our next work week in places like Philly into the mid 70s. So really kind of comfortable late September temperatures headed our way. In the Midwest, we'll kind of hang out into those upper 70s in Chicago for the weekend. You'll have a little bit of nicer weather out there, but upper 70s for you. And then we get into those low 70s by Monday. Gorgeous conditions in Cincinnati with the low 80s to upper 70s. So guys, it really just depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for the indoor kind of chilly, annoying weather, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic. The Midwest, though, looks a little better.
I feel like the leaves might be confused in the Midwest right now.
Yes, I feel like that happens every year.
I know, exactly. Up and the down. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
There are major developments overnight in the Hollywood writers' strike. Word that a deal could be in the works and finalized as early as today. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there, it's been 142 days since the Writers Guild of America went on strike. And yesterday, those formal negotiations started again after more than a month without any progress. Now we're hearing that we can expect some new updates today. Could there finally be an end to the months-long writer's strike that's ground Hollywood to a halt? Both sides meeting again today, and this morning, there's new hope for progress after major studio heads came to the table for the first time Wednesday, signaling a significant shift in the talks. A source close to the negotiations telling NBC News that talks on Wednesday were productive and that they're hoping for more progress on Thursday.
But there's hope in the air for the first time in a long time.
Late Wednesday, the Writers Guild of America, which represents more than 11,000 writers, issued a joint statement with the AMPTP, which represents streaming services and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, saying simply that both sides met for bargaining and will meet again Thursday.
But sources close to the negotiations tell CNBC that after Wednesday's meetings, writers and producers are near an agreement and hope to finalize a deal today. The source is also telling CNBC that if a deal is not reached, the strike could last through the end of the year. NBC News learning that top executives attended the negotiations for the first time, including Disney's Bob Iger, Netflix's Ted Sarandos, Discovery's David Zaslav, and NBC Universal's Donna Langley. Those talks are usually led by labor relations representatives and top AMPTP staffers.
So I'm really hoping that they're really coming in good faith.
Online, skepticism from some WGA members. One posting, "I'll believe it when the WGA tells me they've reached a deal." The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence.
This has been devastating as a WGA writer on strike.
The effects felt by hundreds of thousands as Hollywood has been shut down, with actors also on strike in a separate dispute. Now, from the picket lines to A-listers, many urging both sides to move forward.
I feel as if everybody understands that it's time to get on with it. But we're all in support of a decent and fair wage.
Back to you.
Chloe, thank you. Coming up, for years, 401ks have been viewed as critical to a stable retirement. So why are many TikTokers speaking out against them? We're going to look at the fine print on this FinTok trend.
But first, we're getting new insight into the death of a New England Patriots fan at Gillette Stadium. What the first autopsy results show up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand.
And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're learning more about what may have killed a New England Patriots fan who collapsed and died after a fight at a game this past weekend. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the new details.
With new video and more eyewitnesses coming forward, investigators are trying to figure out how exactly a 53-year-old fan died shortly after being punched in the head at an NFL game on Sunday.
300 level, guy not breathing.
The Norfolk County DA says preliminary autopsy results for Dale Mooney suggest there was no traumatic injury, but a medical issue was identified, not saying what that issue was. Mooney's official cause of death still remains undetermined pending further tests, and the DA's investigation remains ongoing.
This, as we're seeing a new angle with this video obtained by our affiliate WJAR, taken before Mooney collapsed, appearing to show several Dolphins and Patriots fans scuffling. At one point, a man believed to be wearing a Dolphins jersey throwing a punch. Keith Noonan, sitting rows below, says he watched as paramedics tried saving Mooney.
I saw paddles come out, start to get worried. I turned to my son and I said, let's just pray for the best.
So far, no charges have been filed, and connecting the brawl to Mooney's death could be challenging.
There was a death inside the stadium. We still don't know exactly why. Is there a chance for a lawsuit here?
There certainly is a chance, but a plaintiff would have a steep burden here. They'd have to show that the stadium had noticed. They knew that this was a high likelihood and that they failed to take any security measures.
The violent confrontation in Massachusetts, one of several happening during NFL games this week. The league did not respond when asked if they planned on changing any security or safety procedures at upcoming games. The NFL has previously said that one incident was too many. Loved ones are remembering Dale Mooney as a hardworking family man who leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report. The DA's office says it has examined multiple angles of the video capturing the scuffle prior to Mooney's collapse, but they're also asking anyone who has more video or witnessed the event to come forward. International headlines now. India has issued a travel advisory in Canada following the killing of a Sikh Canadian citizen.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, the diplomatic war between India and Canada really heating up now with that travel warning and also India suspending visa services in Canada. India telling its citizens to remain vigilant and warning them of politically condoned hate crimes in Canada. It comes after the Canadian government accused India of possibly being behind the assassination of that Sikh separatist on Canadian soil. India has called the accusation absurd. Venezuela has sent 11,000 troops to take over one of its biggest prisons under the control of a powerful criminal gang for years. That prison, reportedly like a hotel with a pool, a nightclub, and a mini zoo. The Interior Ministry said on X, formerly Twitter, that it had become a center of conspiracy and crime and congratulated officers for regaining control. And hold on to your hat, guys. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in a blustery Paris on an official state visit. Their first stop, the Arc de Triomphe yesterday, where they were greeted by President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte. Then a state dinner at Versailles featuring blue lobster and French and British cheeses. King Charles addressed the French Senate just a short time ago, speaking mainly in French, and Queen Camilla tried her hand at ping pong with the French First Lady. More still ahead on this trip, including Notre Dame and Bordeaux's vineyards, guys.
Getting all the European feels
nice
from that one, my goodness.
Bordeaux vineyards.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, a new development in the battle over AI, the action some popular authors are taking, and why they're saying they're being ripped off.
But first, he's the GOP presidential hopeful whose controversial statements are generating a lot of buzz on the campaign trail. What Vivek Ramaswamy is saying about his style and surprising rise through the Republican ranks.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news.
We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're getting new insight into the Republican presidential candidate who has been steadily rising in the polls. In a new CNN poll of New Hampshire voters, of course, an important state, Vivek Ramaswamy has moved into second place behind only former President Donald Trump.
But unlike Trump, Ramaswamy has used TV and podcasts instead of social media to create a constant stream of content for his supporters. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Ramaswamy's home state of Ohio. Dasha, you recently sat down with the presidential hopeful. He's made a name for himself with a style that has drawn comparisons to the presidential frontrunner, the former President Donald Trump, a younger version. What did he tell you about his approach to politics and his penchant for controversy?
Yeah, look, this is a guy who just a few months ago, most voters didn't know his name, let alone how to pronounce it. A lot of them still don't. And yet he is rising in the polls past some of these more experienced politicians with longer, stronger resumes. And at the last GOP debate, he really stole the spotlight. And with the next one coming up, we sat down with him to talk about what it means that he has had this moment in the presidential primary that nobody expected. Look, at the start of this race, the expectation was that this was probably going to be more of a two-man race between former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. That is clearly not what's happening here. And in part, it's because Ramaswamy has really shaken up this primary in both his style and his approach. It is reminiscent of 2016. He is a businessman. He's a former CEO of a biotech company, another businessman, not a politician. Where have we heard that before? And he's also been stirring controversy with some of his comments. I mean, just recently, he's called a black congresswoman a modern grand wizard of the modern KKK. He has suggested that federal agents played a role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And I asked him, what do those sorts of comments, what is he trying to achieve with the controversial comments that he makes and just with his general untraditional approach to politics? Take a listen to what he told me.
I think it is healthy for our country to have open,
radically honest and candid conversations.
You said at one point in one of your gaggles, you're like, I just sometimes like say things off the cuff.
I'm just honestly answering off the cuff.
How much do you literally mean what you say? Because sometimes it feels like you just kind of like say things.
None of us can have it always, right? You can't be radically candid and then also filter what you say when. And if I'm giving a serious speech about shutting down the administrative state, as we did recently, we intend to follow that through. In other cases, I also believe in moments of levity that are honest, that open up candid dialogue. I'm not saying things I don't mean, but that doesn't mean that that's a bedrock part of my policy agenda to drive forward either.
Look, he's young, he has no experience in politics, and a lot of people didn't want to take him seriously at the start of this. But at this point, he is consistently polling in third place in national polls, and now with this CNN poll, second in New Hampshire. This is somebody that has really gained traction in this primary.
Absolutely. Dasha, I love the way you ask that. Sometimes it just seems like you just kind of say things because that's such a good way to put it. Ramaswamy also generated some backlash with his plan to deport American-born children of undocumented immigrants. I know you spoke to him, though, about his own story, his own family's immigration story. Kind of revealed some new information here. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, because immigration has been such a big part of his platform, he has taken such hardline stances on two issues, Savannah, both immigration, and he's taken a hardline stance on having high school graduates, those 18 to 24, take a civics test in order to vote, similar to what he says his parents took in order to become citizens of the United States. We asked him, because he's been talking on the campaign trail about how his parents took the citizenship test, and recently he started talking more about his mother. So I asked him if his father also took the citizenship test, and he said no. And we learned in this interview that his father is not a citizen of the United States, and that his mother took the citizenship test and became a citizen after he was born, which means Ramaswamy did gain citizenship through birthright. His parents, though, he says, came to the United States legally, which he says is the difference when he's talking about deporting American-born children of undocumented immigrants. Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, great interview, great reporting. Thank you so much for joining us on this. And now to a new battle brewing over artificial intelligence. A group of best-selling authors actually have filed a class action lawsuit against OpenAI. That's the maker of ChatGPT. They say OpenAI took their writings without permission and is using that data to illegally create AI versions of their copyrighted work.
NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, this is an issue that people in so many different professions are worried about, and particularly the creative community. So many have raised concerns, including comedians, actors, and most recently writers. That's because artificial intelligence relies on content that was originally created by people. And now some of the most famous authors in the world are suing, saying they're victims of what they call, quote, systematic theft on a mass scale.
My books have been taken, and I didn't even know about it. I wasn't asked about it. I didn't approve it.
Best-selling author Michael Connelly, whose novels have been made into films like The Lincoln Lawyer and TV series Bosch, says he and thousands of other writers have been ripped off.
There's no denying AI. It's going to be in our future. What is a structure that makes sense for authors?
I think it's about consent. Our books were just fed into the big maw of AI.
Now Connelly and dozens of other authors are suing OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, for mass copyright infringement, a legal action that could have implications for the broader pop culture. According to the suit, ChatGPT has already been used to create complete unauthorized versions of books by a number of authors, including George R.R. Martin, creator of the novels which Game of Thrones was based on, and who is also part of the lawsuit.
It's just not fair. Why should I take a year to write a 400-page novel if in 15 minutes it can be stolen and redistributed?
Other writers in the suit include John Grisham, author of legal thrillers like The Pelican Brief, and romance superstar Ellen Hildebrand, author of The Perfect Couple. AI systems rely on something called large language models. Those models are, quote, trained using massive amounts of text. OpenAI doesn't publicly say where it gets all of the material it has fed into the system. But according to the suit, at least some of it is copyrighted.
The reason they can write so well is because they've ingested hundreds and thousands of books. And they've done this without permission, without payment.
In a statement to NBC News on the latest lawsuit, OpenAI says it is working with authors to discuss their concerns, writing, "We respect the rights of writers and authors and believe they should benefit from AI technology." In response to a previous similar lawsuit, OpenAI argued the case be dismissed, in part because courts have recognized that the use of copyrighted materials by innovators in transformative ways does not violate copyright. Connolly and the other writers say they don't buy it, arguing AI threatens not only novelists, but creative work of all kinds.
I think it's just a threat to the spark of creativity. I think there's something mystical and magical about it. And if you believe that, like I do, you also believe it could go away.
Among other things, the plaintiffs in the lawsuits are asking for OpenAI to remove copyrighted works from its database unless the company licenses and compensates authors for their work. But the big question at this point, can the genie be put back in the bottle? Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good question. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Coming up, taking legal action against Amazon.
Yeah, there are new details in the FTC's complaint against Amazon for what it's calling deceptive Prime sign-up and cancellation processes. And now Amazon executives have been named in the suit. More on that up next.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
President. Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're back with new details this morning on that Federal Trade Commission lawsuit against Amazon involving claims that the company duped millions of people into paying for Prime service while also making it hard to unsubscribe. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
The new unredacted details from the FTC's amended complaint against Amazon provide new insight into the alleged scheme to enroll customers unwittingly into the company's Prime program. Taking the rare step of naming 3 top executives as defendants, the FTC singled out Neil Lindsay, Russell Grandinetti, and Jamil Ghani, saying they slowed, avoided, and even undid user experience changes they knew would reduce non-consensual signups because it would also hurt Amazon's profits. Lindsay explained that once customers become Prime members, even unknowingly, the suit says, they will see what a great program it is and remain members. So Amazon is okay with the situation.
It's always significant when you know that people at the company in senior positions were aware of some of these issues.
The FTC complaint claims Amazon made it purposely complicated for its 200 million plus Prime members to cancel their monthly subscription, which offers free shipping and other perks.
According to the FTC, some Amazon employees urged the company to make changes, saying unknown recurring charges for families could mean money for groceries and gas.
While NBC News was unable to reach the 3 executives, in a stark rebuke, Amazon fired back, saying in part, the FTC's decision to add 3 Amazon leaders to its civil case against the company is unwarranted. We've always made it clear and simple for customers to sign up for and cancel Prime. One of the nation's biggest companies accused of delivering more than just packages to their consumers.
The updated lawsuit also comes as the FTC prepares to file a monopoly lawsuit against Amazon, which targets the company for a range of business practices the FTC calls anti-competitive. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Now let's get you some other financial headlines. Amazon's Alexa is becoming more realistic with a little help from AI.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so Amazon is trying to bolster its standing in the tech industry's artificial intelligence race as it debuts 10 new devices with some new features. The tech giant introduced what it calls a smarter and more conversational version of its Alexa voice assistant Wednesday that is supposed to come with a more human-sounding voice. Amazon says the audio assistant can now carry out a whole conversation without the need to keep saying Alexa before every interaction. The new devices will be available at the beginning of the year. The parent company of Budweiser says it will no longer cut off the tails of its iconic Clydesdale horses. Anheuser-Busch has been under pressure from PETA and other animal activist groups to stop the practice, which is known as tail docking. A company spokesperson says the brewer discontinued the tail docking earlier this year and that the safety of the prized horses is their top priority. PETA told CNBC it would celebrate the beer maker's decision by cracking open some cold ones. And it may sound like bad math, but at a recent auction, $10,000 sold for $480,000. And that's because it was a rare $10,000 bill from the Great Depression era that had never been circulated. The $10,000 bill used to be the highest denomination to circulate publicly, but all denominations higher than $500 were taken out of circulation in 1969 because of lack of use, guys.
How cool is that? All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thanks, Silvana. Well, saving money can be a struggle, and now it has some people questioning the traditional ways of saving for retirement, taking to TikTok to criticize the 401k.
NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke with creators and experts in an effort to separate the hype from a solid investment plan.
401ks have been a staple of retirement planning for decades, but now many TikTokers are turning on those savings plans.
Most idiots out there, they go, oh, I have a 401k. Well, you've been sold a bill of goods, sweetheart.
But experts urge consumers to slow down and really understand the potential realities of tossing them aside.
A 401k was really created back in the 70s, gained popularity in the 80s as a replacement for pensions because those were not sustainable for companies. And that's really what it's there for, is to kind of almost protect us against ourselves from spending that money now.
All over FinTok or Financial TikTok, videos show personalities from Tony Robbins to everyday creators denouncing the account's management fees.
When you make an investment with me, here's how it's going to work. If you make money, and even if you don't make money, I get paid.
Also in the crosshairs, age restrictions on taking out money.
You can't touch it until you're 59 and a half without a penalty.
And when you do take it out, the taxes.
You have no idea how much they're going to take from you.
Now, a growing cottage industry of creators is pushing life insurance policies as an alternative. Policies some of them can get commissions on if you sign up.
Let me know any questions you have below.
My team and I will help you with an alternative.
Curtis Ray has more than 1 million followers on TikTok and owns a company that recommends both 401k style investments and insurance policies. He admits there are many problems in the TikTok life insurance industry, from multi-level marketing schemes to predatory salespeople on social media. But he insists some products are credible and can grow your money without stock market risks.
The younger you are and the more time you give it, if you're educated and understand how insurance contracts work, they are designed for absolute best long-term benefits, in my opinion.
Experts say you absolutely have to read the fine print on these insurance products, as they function differently from standard retirement plans.
It can become convoluted and potentially really expensive.
Anytime someone says one of these phrases, you want to beware. If they're using phrases including leverage, borrow against, or tax-free, those are red flags.
Are there any redeeming qualities to these sorts of policies as a form of some degree of investment?
If we're talking about variable life insurance or whole life insurance, no. I have never yet seen one good example.
And while financial author Ramit Sethi favors traditional retirement investing because of the popular employer matches and pre-tax savings, he says the 401k isn't perfect.
Oftentimes, these 401k funds have these bloated investment options with slightly higher fees than I personally would like.
Bottom line, with TikTok becoming a key driver of financial advice for so many Americans, whatever you choose, do the homework on your individual personal financial reality.
I would say to anyone who's buying any financial product, to be able to then turn around and explain it to somebody else. And if you can succinctly do that, you understand it.
All right, there you go. Some good information there. Thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that reporting. Well, coming up, the key to living a longer, healthier life might be in your cells.
When we come back, the new research that's focusing on a new method of slowing the aging process.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The 2024 election is coming, and one singer wants to make sure her fans are ready for it. Taylor Swift took to Instagram to urge her followers to visit voter registration website vote.org to make sure they can have their say next year. She wrote, "I've heard you raise your voices and know how powerful they are." She was referring to her concerts. According to the site's communication director, the site was averaging 13,000 users every 30 minutes, which is a record-breaking number. Visitors to the site can check if they are registered in less than 30 seconds. And Joe, I just think it's no coincidence. 13,000 every 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. It's like she planned it, right?
It's just...
Very cool. Thanks, Savannah.
Yes.
Now to some research at the forefront of a favorite, or perhaps least favorite topic for many of us, aging. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff shows us what it takes to get rid of what researchers are calling zombie cells so we can live longer, healthier lives.
Hey there, I went to the Mayo Clinic's Kogod Center for Aging in Rochester, Minnesota, where they're doing extraordinary experiments focusing on the science of aging. And what they're really looking at is cells, certain ones that we all have, that basically control the aging process and how fast it goes. They're called, wait for it, zombie cells.
It's a 1-to-3 dilution.
This is what it looks like studying what might be the key to living healthier longer. Dr. Nathan Labrasseur and his team at the Mayo Clinic have honed in on one of the most important aspects of aging, zombie cells.
Zombie cells. Sounds kind of freaky. It does sound freaky. So these are cells that have experienced a lot of damage, and they're so damaged that they don't work properly anymore, and they wreak havoc on surrounding cells and tissues, but they're not so damaged that they die. So they have this reputation of being zombie cells because they look dead.
Zombie cells are known in the medical field as senescent cells. When we're young, they can be helpful against the spread of cancer. But as we age, the more zombie cells you have that have been compromised, meaning they're older, they're weaker, and they're damaged, the worse your health could be. Research is being done to see if there are ways to kill off these cells or even change them, which in a way would stop or slow the aging process.
As we age, these cells are not effectively cleared from the system, and as they accumulate, that's when they really cause damage and harm.
Mayo Clinic researchers are learning a lot in the lab, using mice of the same age to compare those with a lot of zombie cells and those with fewer zombie cells. The difference is dramatic.
This one hasn't had any medical intervention. This one has. They're the exact same age. That's right. So really kind of a mix of kind of age-related conditions that we see in humans, with changes in the eyes, changes in the posture, changes in the muscle, and reductions in function, physical activity.
Dr. Labrasseur says physical activity and healthy living are crucial to naturally ridding ourselves of these damaging zombie cells.
What's the best way to avoid having a buildup of them in the first place? Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you. It's the fundamentals of healthy aging. Exercise. Exercise is number one. I'm a bit of an exercise evangelist, but in addition to that, healthy eating behaviors, sleep, other things are really critical to optimizing the biology of aging.
That's because healthy habits can prevent zombie cells from occurring. And the research is now advanced enough to bring actual humans into the mix. The team's currently studying senior citizens, tracking their cells and health. Susan Mackert is 73 years young.
Has participating in this study made you think differently about aging compared to when you started?
It has, in a way. What it has done is made me realize that I am aging. I don't think about that normally, but yes, it has put me in that generation with others that now can say, oh, we're aging.
We're all aging.
And that's okay.
We're all aging.
Aside from human studies, one of the latest developments in aging research is on skin. Here, Dr. Saranya Wiles is measuring the moisture of my skin to show that older skin heals more slowly than younger skin. But wait until you see what kind of sci-fi stuff she's doing.
This is where we print the skin.
Oh my gosh, so now I'm looking at it and actually realizing what I'm holding. So when you say those are skin cells, is that actually skin?
That is skin.
So that's skin growing in my hand?
Correct.
First of all, this is entirely freaky and totally crazy, but also awesome. What are you looking for exactly?
We're looking for changes that are histologically seen. We can actually model different ages of skin based on the zombie cells. So if we were to put 10% zombie cells versus 25% zombie cells, then we can mimic a 30-year-old skin versus a 50-year-old skin.
Dr. Labrasseur says all the research they're doing isn't to create a fountain of youth, but to keep us healthier until the very end, no matter how long you live.
Our goal is not to help people live until they're 120 and feel like they're 120. The goal of aging research is really to extend human health span. 80% of our medical resources are given to 20% of the population. If we could extend human health span and really delay age-related diseases as a group, that would transform society.
Yeah, I'm sorry to report that this is not a fountain of youth, but Dr. Labrasseur says if they can get to the bottom of solving the conundrum with these zombie cells, we might be able to look at diseases like cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, and more, and potentially live very healthy lives longer and only limit these types of diseases to the very end of life. The research they're doing there is really extraordinary. It was awesome to go and see. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
And we're going to end this hour with a dazzling display. The spectacle known as the Northern Lights lit up the sky Monday night. In case you missed it, NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has an encore.
While you were sleeping Monday night, sky watchers got quite the show. A full-color blitz of the aurora borealis. These shots are from Montana. This time-lapse from a balcony in Canada. So cool. When charged particles from a solar storm reach the Earth's atmosphere, the atmosphere gets excited, so to speak. And we do too.
You're in the mountains, it's dark, there's nobody around, and I get all excited when those photos start coming in.
When Virginia landscape photographer Peter Forrester got word of the flaring sun, he headed to the Shenandoah Forest.
It feels like just experiencing a new side of nature that's just the most spectacular it can be. The sky literally fills with color and light, and that's kind of hard to compare to anything else.
And you end up with views like this. From Minnesota, makes you wish you were there to see for yourself. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
That was the next best thing.
Yeah. I do want to see them, though.
Exactly.
I know.
That does it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 21st. Changing of the guard. Billionaire Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as chairman of Fox Corporation. We're going to talk to a reporter who is writing a book on the media empire about how Fox News will change under new leadership.
Bombshell book release. Former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani facing new claims that he touched a White House staffer inappropriately. More on the shocking allegations from a key January 6th witness.
Brewing battle. A group of best-selling authors filed a lawsuit claiming the maker of ChatGPT stole their content. The implications this case could have on the future of artificial intelligence.
And road to recovery. Millions of people in the U.S. struggle with substance abuse, and that stigma also continues to surround it. We have a clinical social worker here to share her advice and her own personal story.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with breaking news out of New York City, where conservative media titan Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as chairman of Fox Corporation and News Corporation.
Now, Murdoch is 92 years old and has been a household name really for decades. He's best known for starting Fox News Network, which has become a major part of the conservative movement. Murdoch has carried the network through multiple controversies, including the most recent election fraud lawsuit. His son Lachlan Murdoch will take over as the sole chairman of both companies. Author of Hoax and Network of Lies, media expert Brian Stelter joins us now. Brian, look, it's good to see you this Thursday. Let's jump right into it. We know that Murdoch has one of the most, frankly, storied careers in media that spans almost 70 years. What else do we know about this particular decision, the timing, and frankly, Brian, do we know the extent of his involvement from this point forward?
That's right. He has been moving in this direction for a number of years rather quietly, but today it's happened with a big bang, a very loud announcement that he is officially handing over power to his son. And there's still some mystery about why he's announcing this right now. He famously, for many decades, said he would never, ever retire. But this is the closest thing he'll ever come to retiring. It's a sort of semi-retirement. Even though his aides say he's active, he's at the Fox office in Los Angeles today, this is a big step back for him, away from day-to-day involvement in the company. And it also confirms that his son Lachlan, his eldest son, is the successor. Anybody who watched HBO's Succession knows this is all very dramatic, and certainly it is in this case, because there will be a power struggle for control of the company in the event Rupert Murdoch dies. He is 92 years old, but he said in today's memo he's in robust health. So he's trying to signal to the public that he's not stepping aside for health reasons. What the background about this is, I think it still remains to be seen. But for sure, Rupert Murdoch, reviled by some, revered by others. You might blame him for Fox News. You might credit him for The Simpsons. He helped build the modern media world that we know today. But he also has been shrinking in recent years, moving away from it, giving up some control. And he's also been revealed to be shockingly passive sometimes. We saw that through the Dominion v. Fox lawsuit. Rupert was not nearly as engaged and involved as he should have been when there were lies being spread on his network. So this is a moment that confirms what had been in the works for a while, but it's still surprising given that he famously said he never wanted to retire.
Brian, you are covering this family. You've covered them extensively. You're writing a book. How do you think that his departure will affect the day-to-day of Fox News, especially as we are now in this election cycle for 2024?
Right. If you think about Fox's role with the Republican Party, in many ways, Fox influences and inspires the Republican Party in ways maybe for better or worse. We know that Donald Trump's presidency was steered and influenced by Fox. So nothing, I think, is going to change in the short term with Rupert Murdoch semi-retiring. His son, Lachlan, who will now be the sole executive in charge, is as conservative or more conservative than Rupert. For example, it's well known within Rupert Murdoch's friend circles that he really detests Donald Trump, doesn't want to see Trump be president again. Lachlan is actually more open-minded toward Trump. So that's an interesting sign for the future. But when it comes to Fox, the first two GOP debates were both on Fox. We know the RNC is going to open up to other networks in the months to come. But Fox is still the beating heart of the Republican Party. And so without Rupert being as involved, it means Lachlan Murdoch will have even more influence, and which is interesting because you know where he lives most of the time. He lives most of the time in Australia. That's where his family is based. That's where he likes to live. So in some ways, he's a very separate, he's very removed from the day-to-day of U.S. politics, and yet he runs the company that has great influence.
It's really interesting. I mean, you mentioned him being in Australia, Brian. When does all of this officially go into effect?
Later this year, because there's going to be board meetings, annual meetings for both News Corporation and Fox Corporation. Remember, this family also controls the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and other news assets in the U.S. and around the world, Australia, the U.K., et cetera. So this is a move that requires a bunch of financial steps and board meetings and all the rest. But because the Murdoch family controls these companies through something called the Murdoch Trust, what they want to do ends up happening every time.
All right. Author of Hoax and Network of Lies, Brian Stelter. Brian, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Morgan, there is an urgent manhunt in Indiana today to find a murder suspect who was accidentally set free from jail. 28-year-old Kevin Mason was let go because of a clerical error. This according to officials there. And now they're asking the public for any information that could help locate this man. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live in Indianapolis for us this afternoon. So, Kathy, police waited 6 days to tell the public about Mason's release by accident. How exactly did this happen, and why did they wait so long?
Hey, Vicki, good to be with you. I think that is a question that a lot of people have at this hour. And officials yesterday, the sheriff's office says, look, they waited as long as they did. They kept it quiet because they said it was part of their plan, a strategy so that the suspect doesn't keep running. But as of this afternoon, as far as we know, he is still on the loose. As far as how this all happened, officials are saying that this was a clerical error, and essentially there were two holds on him here in Indianapolis, also another hold in Minnesota. All of them were lifted. So essentially, Kevin Mason was able to walk out of jail freely last week.
Kathy, what are investigators doing?
So they say they are taking full ownership of this. They say this was their error, and they are working around the clock to find him. They're following, obviously, a lot of leads. There were some that came in overnight. Meanwhile, they're also leaning on the public for help. Take a listen.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniform presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
And Vicky, we should also note that the suspect's girlfriend was arrested yesterday. According to officials, she picked him up shortly after he walked out of the jail. And after that, she picked up a cell phone, went to a nearby Walmart, and also purchased some male items, some men's items. So obviously they're questioning her to see perhaps if she knows where he might be right now.
Kathy, tell us about the community. We just went through this whole thing with Danilo Cavalcante in the Pennsylvania county there. How are folks in this area, reacting at this point?
Yeah, they are anxious. They're on edge, especially with a murder suspect on the loose. I think the biggest question, though, and they're demanding answers, how does law enforcement lose track of an inmate like this? How could an error like this happen? So that's kind of the sentiment here on the ground, Vicky. And later on today, around 30:30, we should be getting some sort of update from the sheriff's office.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park live in Indiana for us. Thanks, Kathy.
Well, Vicki, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Your heating bills might be slightly lower this winter if you heat with natural gas. It's expected to cost an average of $726 this coming season, which is down nearly 8% from this time last year. That's all according to the National Energy Assistance Directors Association.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. So, Bertha, why are we seeing natural gas costs dropping this winter? And also, can folks who heat with oil expect similar relief?
Well, on both sides, it's really the classic story of supply and demand. This morning, we just learned that we've got a higher supply of natural gas. We've seen temperatures and weathers. That really impacts natural gas prices and demand. A milder winter could cause natural gas prices to drop. Today, it's down 1%. But houses that use oil are not expected to see the same result this year. Oil prices have been higher. They're expected to jump an average of almost $2,300. That's up 8.7% from last year. Oil getting more expensive in part because Russia and Saudi Arabia have cut back on production. Meantime, Cisco is acquiring cybersecurity software company Splunk in a deal valued at about $28 billion. This is the company's largest acquisition in its 2023 buying spree of cybersecurity firms this year. And chip lovers with expensive taste are in for a treat with this new mashup. Pringles is partnering with Caviar Company to create the Crisps and Caviar collection. It will combine 2 flavors of caviar, white sturgeon, and smoked trout roe with the classic chips. 3 kits will be sold ranging from $49 to $140.
Okay.
I guess it's a nice Christmas.
See, you and I, we're always so different on things, but I gotta say, you take 2 delicious things, you put them together, what could go wrong? Bertha, would you do it?
This could go terribly wrong, Bertha.
I'm all in with caviar. Somebody else is footing the bill.
I like that. And that is why you are at CNBC and helping us watch out for our money. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs. Thanks so much, Bertha.
Coming up, how the Federal Trade Commission is going after Amazon in court and the 3 top executives now involved. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
An update to the Federal Trade Commission's massive lawsuit against Amazon after the retail giant allegedly deceived customers into signing up for Amazon Prime and then complicated the cancellation process.
Yesterday, in a new filing, the FTC named 3 top Amazon executives who they say had a hand in orchestrating this deceptive business strategy. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky is with us now here on set. So, Noah, walk us through who were these 3 executives the FTC called out, and what does the agency say they are responsible for doing?
So they aren't household names. Neil Lindsay, Jamal Ghani, and Russell Grandinetti, all either current or former vice presidents over the Prime division. Now, the FTC says that all 3 of them had knowledge that Amazon had a high number of accidental Prime signups and that there were ways to improve this, but they chose to either ignore them, slow walk them, or really just try to basically ignore them altogether because it was good for Amazon's business to have these accidental signups. In addition, there was another big piece of this revealed yesterday. The FTC basically documented how they believe that Amazon made it even harder than it should be to cancel. And they actually described a program that they called the Iliad at Amazon. Iliad named after Homer's book about the long and arduous journey.
Yes.
Yeah, so this was a labyrinth that Amazon allegedly created to make it hard for someone to just, you couldn't cancel in one click. It was a process, and that's all why they say it violates consumer law.
But that's about the cancellation. How are they duping customers into signing up for it? And frankly, how much more were they paying?
Yeah, so originally Amazon Prime was $99 a year. It's up to $149 a year now. But let's show you real fast here. So like you put something in your cart, you go to the payment page, you click the yellow button as you go to process your way through the checkout. This is the payment page. We forward one page here. What you get is when you go to checkout, you get a pop-up. Right. And instead of the yellow button that you would have been clicking all the way to just kind of proceed as normal, all of a sudden the sign up for Amazon button is the yellow one now. Oh boy. And the proceed as normal button is not.
I see.
So there was documentation that there were a lot of people who accidentally signed up, and once you did,
you're on the hook for that subscription. Yeah. What's Amazon saying?
So we got a statement yesterday from them. They deny all wrongdoing. They say, we've made it clear and simple for customers to sign up for and cancel Prime. And we look forward to demonstrating that the FTC's claims to the contrary are wrong. This is a part, we've seen a lot of this from the Biden administration, FTC going after big companies. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But their hope is, at the end of the day, they're at least moving the ball a little bit down the field in favor of the consumer.
That nickname, the Iliad,
I was just thinking about that.
That's not a good look.
Confusing labyrinth of a journey. Yeah. All right. Noah Pransky, thank you for taking us through that confusing alleged labyrinth.
Alleged. Thank you, Noah. All right. Well, a group of best-selling authors, including George R.R. Martin, he's the one who wrote Game of Thrones, and novelist John Grisham, they filed a class action suit against OpenAI. That is the maker of ChatGPT.
Now, they claim that OpenAI took their writings without permission and then used the data to allegedly recreate versions of their copyrighted work. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the new legal battle.
My books have been taken, and I didn't even know about it. I wasn't asked about it. I didn't approve it.
Best-selling author Michael Connelly, whose novels have been made into films like The Lincoln Lawyer and TV series Bosch, says he and thousands of other writers have been ripped off.
There's no denying AI. It's going to be in our future. What is a structure that makes sense for authors?
I think it's about consent. Our books were just fed into the big maw of AI.
Now Connelly and dozens of other authors are suing OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, for mass copyright infringement, a legal action that could have implications for the broader pop culture. According to the suit, ChatGPT has already been used to create complete unauthorized versions of books by a number of authors, including George R.R. Martin, creator of the novels which Game of Thrones was based on, and who is also part of the lawsuit.
It's just not fair. Why should I take a year to write a 400-page novel if in 15 minutes it can be stolen and redistributed?
Other writers in the suit include John Grisham, author of legal thrillers like The Pelican Brief, and romance superstar Ellen Hildebrand, author of The Perfect Couple. AI systems rely on something called large language models. Those models are, quote, trained using massive amounts of text. OpenAI doesn't publicly say where it gets all of the material it has fed into the system. But according to the suit, at least some of it is copyrighted.
The reason they can write so well is because they've ingested hundreds and thousands of books. And they've done this without permission, without payment.
In a statement to NBC News on the latest lawsuit, OpenAI says it is working with authors to discuss their concerns, writing, "We respect the rights of writers and authors and believe they should benefit from AI technology." In response to a previous similar lawsuit, OpenAI argued the case be dismissed in part because courts have recognized that the use of copyrighted materials by innovators in transformative ways does not violate copyright. Connolly and the other writers say they don't buy it, arguing AI threatens not only novelists, but creative work of all kinds.
I think it's just a threat to the spark of creativity. I think there's something mystical and magical about it. And if you believe that, like I do, you also believe it could go away.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Later on this hour, two major automakers announcing layoffs. This comes less than 24 hours until the United Auto Workers say they will expand their strikes. You're watching NBC News Digital.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
As
As COVID-19 cases increase, the U.S. government is relaunching a program to provide free at-home tests. Starting Monday, you can order 4 tests per household from covidtest.gov.
That's right. NBC Washington's Susan Hogan explains what to do if you have any expired tests at home or if you need to get tested right away.
Some local pharmacies have low inventory. Others are simply sold out and waiting for a restock. We reached out to CVS, and a spokesperson tells News 4 they've seen an uptick in purchases of at-home COVID-19 test kits in recent weeks. And if individual stores experience a temporary product shortage, their teams have a process in place to replenish supply. Walgreens tells us they're working to diligently ensure that they have enough supply to meet customers' needs as they experience greater demand in this category nationwide. Both chains have a good online tracker you can use that shows which local stores have test kits available. Now, if you need to get tested right away and can't find a kit in a store, reach out to your doctor or visit an urgent care clinic. They should have plenty of tests on hand. We also found COVID tests that you can order online at major pharmacy chains. Amazon has them too, and some have overnight shipping. As for those old COVID tests you may have stashed away in a cabinet, experts say don't throw them away just yet.
We do know that a number of the tests, they got their expiration dates essentially extended by 6 months or so, but you obviously want to make sure if you're testing that you're getting an accurate result.
So how can you be sure that the old test that you have sitting around in your medicine cabinet is still safe and effective at being able to detect the latest COVID variants that are circulating right now? Well, I'll show you. It's really simple. So the FDA set up this page on its website where you can easily check.
Once there, you'll see every test that's on the market in alphabetical order. Grab your old test and check the lot number. It's typically printed next to the expiration date on the packaging, and then cross-reference it with the information on the website. For NBC News Daily, I'm Susan Hogan.
Now let's get to the 2024 campaign trail, where political newcomer Vivek Ramaswamy is making waves in a pretty big way. He's ranked second in the latest CNN poll of New Hampshire voters, ahead of candidates with far more experience.
Yeah, and his populist style and messaging have drawn comparisons to former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from New Albany in Ramaswamy's home state of Ohio. Dasha, great to see you. So this is a candidate who went from zero name recognition to basically stealing the spotlight at the first Republican debate. Meanwhile, the second debate is coming up next week. What did he tell you during your exclusive interview about what to expect from him?
Yeah, Vicki, he just wrapped up a speech here at a plastics factory. And listen, he's a businessman, not a politician. He's a political outsider who speaks off the cuff. Who does that remind you of? Yeah, of course, former President Donald Trump. He also makes controversial comments that kind of shock the system and takes some hardline policy positions like Trump did as well, especially in 2015 and 2016 when he rose to the top. And one of those controversial policy positions that he's been talking about recently is on the issue of immigration. And in our conversation, we talked about his plan to deport not only undocumented immigrants, but also their American-born children who, under the 14th Amendment right now, are considered U.S. citizens. And I asked him whether he's talking about citizens right now who are voting in the United States, who are working in the United States, what he exactly means by this. Take a listen to what he told me.
I will never separate parents from children.
No, you've been very
as
clear
a deterrent,
about that.
but we would take the family unit and return them to their country of origin as respectfully and
But is
humanely
this
as
a cold
possible.
turkey rip? Like, is it people?
It has to be. But I think that. But I think that we will provide a path back through legal meritocratic immigration for those who have demonstrated themselves to be law-abiding, contributing citizens of this country.
But to be clear, you're talking about people who only speak English, who have lived in the United States their entire lives, are now going back to Guatemala, Venezuela, to countries that they know nothing about.
So
they
you
don't
are picking
speak the
the
language.
exception rather than the norm in the hard case.
Wow.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back this Thursday. Thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani is being accused of groping a Trump White House staffer. Cassidy Hutchinson, who was a key witness in the House January 6th committee investigation, detailed the new allegations in her upcoming book. In it, she talks about an experience where Giuliani reached under her blazer and skirt backstage at an event on the day of the Capitol insurrection. A spokesperson for Giuliani has denied the allegations.
Attorneys for the man who opened fire on a crowded New York subway train just last year are asking that he be sentenced to 18 years behind bars. 64-year-old Frank James pleaded guilty to federal terrorism charges back in January. The rush hour shooting sparked an intense citywide manhunt and left 10 people hurt. James is due back in court on September 28th.
And in North Carolina, a woman is suing Google after her husband died by driving off a collapsed bridge while following GPS instructions. An attorney for the family says the directions were not updated to show any issues with the bridge and says the road itself was unmarked and unbarricaded. A spokesperson for Google says the company's goal is to provide accurate directions and that they, quote, have the deepest sympathies for the Paxton family.
We're now in day 7 of the auto workers union strike, and the UAW is still holding pretty steady in its standoff with the big 3 car makers.
It is now threatening more walk-offs if serious progress isn't made by noon tomorrow. And today we are hearing from striking workers who say they don't want to be used as political pawns ahead of former President Trump's planned visit to Michigan next week.
No deals, no wheels. No deals, no wheels.
I think it's nice that you know, if politicians do want to support us, but I think I'd rather have it from afar rather than, you know, us being, you know, pawns in their campaigning.
I don't feel we need the help, and I don't want government involvement.
That's the problem for me, is that this is not a political situation. These are our lives. This is how we feed our families. So we don't need that to be political. We need people to take it seriously and get a deal done.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live along the picket lines in Toledo, Ohio for us. Maggie, good to see you. So we just heard from union members. What is President Biden saying, and does he plan on meeting with these striking workers anytime soon?
Yeah, so the White House is remaining relatively mum on the issue because remember, earlier this week we were talking about plans for White House aides, including the acting labor secretary, to come to the Detroit area. I'm in Toledo right now, but come to Detroit and basically help out with these negotiations as much as they could. And perhaps a lot of analysts have wondered that very vibe that we got from those sound bites. A lot of people saying we don't need politicians' involvement. We would like to have just, you know, these discussions. We'd like to work this out with our employers. That's where the 3 strikes are happening right now, by the way. They wonder, analysts do, if perhaps that vibe is why the White House pulled back. You can hear the support out here today on those plans, canceled those plans, saying that now the negotiations had restarted, the White House would sort of help out virtually and the aides would remain in D.C. The White House has also pushed back on any idea that they're going to have sort of a counter programming or a counter visit to President Trump's visit, which is set for next Wednesday. He's going to skip the second GOP debate to come here. The Biden-Harris 2024 campaign, again, the campaign has been a little more vocal, basically slamming President Trump's policies, saying that effectively he worked to make the wealthy even wealthier, selling out people sort of in the socioeconomic class that you would see in these factories. And right now on these picket lines that, again, as you said, guys, are on day 7 with that noon deadline looming tomorrow when we could see even more walkouts, guys.
Now, Maggie, we see those workers who are on strike behind you, but GM and Stellantis also laid off more than 2,000 workers yesterday who weren't on strike.
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly. It might be confusing for some people. So basically, the automakers said because of the strikes, because plants are shut down by the strikes, other plants that rely on parts made by the closed ones
can't do their jobs. So effectively, go to the GM example in Kansas, they temporarily, they say, basically while this is going on, closed a Kansas plant, sending home immediately and indefinitely all 2,000 workers, or most of them, at that plant. They said those workers can't do their jobs because, again, a ton of support out here. They can't do their jobs because they need parts made at a plant that is currently closed. So again, GM, Stellantis, the latest round of layoffs, 2,000 roughly from GM, more than 300 from Stellantis at a plant here in Ohio and a couple of plants in Indiana. So those layoffs definitely hurting people that are not on strike. And it's worth noting, those laid off employees, guys, do not get strike pay. So they are really in a tough spot, as you can imagine, this morning.
Yeah, really important. All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, Day 7 for us. Thanks so much, Maggie.
In Florida, a man is facing murder charges after police say he shot his neighbor over a tree trimming disagreement.
Yeah, the victim's family says he was shot in front of his 8-year-old son. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the deadly dispute.
Hands on top of your head.
This police body camera video showing the moment officers arrested a Florida man accused of shooting and killing his neighbor over a tree trimming dispute.
Get in.
78-year-old Edward Druzalowski now charged with second-degree murder in the death of 42-year-old Brian Ford. Ford's family saying he was shot in front of his 8-year-old son. Druzalowski told police Ford was trimming branches on his property when he went up to him with a gun, told him to leave, and then shot him.
I was pointing a gun at him at the time to get him off my property.
Right.
And then he kept walking towards me really close, so I shot him.
Druzalowski's wife calling 911 after hearing those shots fired.
My husband took his gun, but I think he meant to scare him, and I think he killed him. he killed your neighbor? I think so. He's not moving.
Despite life-saving efforts by police, Ford died on the scene. His mother recalling the shocking moments.
I saw Ed over my son's body. I didn't see my son's body, just the tree limbs, so he was in the tree limbs, with a gun facing right towards his chest.
She says her 8-year-old grandson, Ford's child, is traumatized.
And he was screaming, he shot my dad. He wanted to go over and lay on top of his dad's body.
Court will currently hold you on no bond.
Druzalowski is now being held in jail without bond. His court-appointed attorney argued for his release due to lack of prior criminal history. The prosecutor, though, argued that Druzalowski said Ford did not have any weapons in his hand and did not threaten him at any time. He's yet to enter a plea. Legal experts saying this would be a difficult case to use a stand-your-ground defense.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that disturbing story.
A hard one. All right, the Federal Reserve is pausing interest rate hikes, which means the central bank will keep rates at 5.5% as inflation stays cool.
This is only the second time the Fed has chosen not to raise interest rates this year after a historic and rapid hike over the last 18 months. We're going to bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung to help us break this down and make sense of it all. So, Brian, we know inflation's still higher than that 2%, that magical 2% we're trying to get to. But could this decision, affect the Fed's decision later in the year about interest rate hikes?
Yeah, so for what it's worth, we heard that, okay, the Fed didn't raise interest rates, right? And maybe people are thinking, okay, well, they're done. But not necessarily the case.
Not so bad.
Pump the brakes because the Federal Reserve said, look, right now we just want to wait and see what the cumulative impact of all the rate hikes that we've done so far are going to do on inflation, which, it's come down from the pace of 9%. Again, we're talking about the pace of price increases, not the levels themselves. So it's gone down. Prices are still going up at a slower pace. But where the Fed wants to see it is 2%, not at the 3.7% that we're at right now. Right. The Fed has said, all right, let's just wait and see what the bite is. And if it goes up, then we can raise interest rates again further. So it's basically a wait and see approach.
Wait and see. That wait and see for that elusive 2%. I mean, as someone who is desperately praying for the day that I can refinance, please, what does this mean for the rest of us? Could we see those mortgage rates go even higher?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Everyone's thinking about, oh my gosh, the 3% rates that we used to have not so long ago in 2020.
2.75 for some of us.
Right now, the Fed is saying we're not even thinking about cutting interest rates, which means you shouldn't expect to see 3% on a mortgage anytime soon. It's possible some point in the future the Fed might start cutting interest rates. But again, they're not even thinking about it for right now. So you're seeing 7% mortgage rates. Some people are saying maybe we might even see 8% rates at some point. That seems to be the case with the Fed saying we want to keep these interest rates high to make inflation come down. So it's going to be a bit tough for people that are looking for that 3%.
Brian, a knife
hashtag
to my heart.
Sorry.
Stay strong.
Sorry.
Hashtag stay strong.
Hashtag pray for me. Hashtag receiving prayers. Thank you, Brian Chung. We appreciate you and your prayers.
All right, well, authorities are now looking at new results from the initial autopsy of the New England Patriots fan who collapsed and died after a stadium fight.
As Top Story anchor Tom Yamas reports, new eyewitness testimony and medical history in the autopsy. They're giving investigators a much closer look at the exact cause of this unexpected death.
With new video and more eyewitnesses coming forward, investigators are trying to figure out how exactly a 53-year-old fan died shortly after being punched in the head at an NFL game on Sunday.
300 level, guy not breathing.
The Norfolk County DA says preliminary autopsy results for Dale Mooney suggest there was no traumatic injury, but a medical issue was identified. Not saying what that issue was. Mooney's official cause of death still remains undetermined pending further tests, and the DA's investigation remains ongoing. This as we're seeing a new angle with this video obtained by our affiliate WJAR, taken before Mooney collapsed, appearing to show several Dolphins and Patriots fans scuffling. At one point, a man believed to be wearing a Dolphins jersey throwing a punch. Keith Noonan, sitting rows below, says he watched as paramedics tried saving Mooney.
I saw paddles come out, start to get worried. I turned to my son and I said, let's just pray for the best.
So far, no charges have been filed, and connecting the brawl to Mooney's death could be challenging. There was a death inside the stadium. We still don't know exactly why. Is there a chance for a lawsuit here?
There certainly is a chance, but a plaintiff would have a steep burden here. They'd have to show that the stadium had notice. They knew that this was a high likelihood and that they failed to take any security measures.
The violent confrontation in Massachusetts, one of several happening during NFL games this week. The league did not respond when asked if they planned on changing any security or safety procedures at upcoming games. The NFL has previously said that one incident was too many. Loved ones are remembering Dale Mooney as a hard-working family man who leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
Our thanks to Top Story anchor Tom Yamas for that report.
And straight ahead, the relationship between mental health and substance abuse. We'll discuss ways to get on the road to recovery. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It's no secret getting mental health care in this country hasn't always been easy or affordable, especially for people who are dealing with drug and alcohol use. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, in 2021, more than 46 million people over the age of 12 met the criteria for having a substance use disorder. Look at that number, 46 million.
Over the age of 12. That's the key part. Nearly all of those people did not receive any treatment. So in honor of National Recovery Month, we wanted to really unpack what the road to recovery, what it actually looks like. Joining us now on set, we have licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley, as well as the author of Myself, which touches on your struggles with substance abuse. Kelly, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us this Thursday. Can we just start right there? This is a personal story for you.
It is. It is. I have a long family line of addiction, and I've been in recovery for over 10 years from alcohol abuse. And so this is a story near and dear to my heart, and it's an area of expertise that I work with women to get into recovery. And so a lot of times what ends up happening is we are self-medicating. At least that was for my situation, and it's for a lot of women and men who are abusing substances, whether that's alcohol or drugs, because it's a self-medicating technique and it shuts everything out. And it's very cyclical. So a lot of times when people are feeling depressed, they will drink alcohol trying to numb, but alcohol is a depressant. And so ultimately it makes people more anxious, it makes people more depressed, and then it is a continuous cycle.
You just touched on it there, substance use disorder, but also the link to mental illness. Why is it so hard to separate the two, and why do they feed off of each other?
Because oftentimes when people are eliminating a substance, their symptoms become greater. So increased anxiety, thoughts of self-harm perhaps, or old traumas start to come up. And so the desire is, let me self-medicate again, because this is too hurtful for me to have to feel.
People don't want to have to carry the burden alone, and we're seeing all these studies uncover that there's a growing link for women specifically and substance abuse. Can you explain a little bit why that is?
Sure. So this is huge, and it's really increased since the pandemic as well, because women were home taking care of kids perhaps, as well as trying to manage school and a job, and there are so many balls in the air that women try to hold up, and so that anxiety is increased. Alcohol takes the edge off, and it's so acceptable in our society. So it's an easy go-to. My message is, let's not wait until we reach rock bottom. Let's be preventative. Let's take a look at how are we using alcohol in our life. And recovery is so important because it's not about eliminating the substance. It's also about building a community, working with a therapist, having a support system, and people in your corner who aren't questioning why you're giving it up, but really supporting you and congratulating you on your journey.
And by the way, congratulations on 10 years.
Yes.
Talk about the recovery, because it has to be challenging. We hear people say, take it one day at a time. What are some of the ways that you are able to manage and to stay in recovery? And is there such a thing as healing, or is it just something you work at every day, like you exercise or you try to eat healthy?
That is absolutely right. And so in recovery, I make it a daily commitment to get up and take some quiet time, to journal, to connect with loved ones. You saw me hug Joey. I love connection in that way. And I have 4 kids, and I have to model for them. And they're in high school now. And so when I hear those numbers about 12.
Age 12.
Oh, we have kids who are experimenting because they're feeling such pressure.
And they don't know what to do with those feelings. For anyone who might be watching this segment right now, a woman who perhaps is thinking, you know, let me explore my relationship with this substance. How did you know? What was the turning point where you said, well, hold on, this is a little bit different and it may be problematic?
It takes a long time, which is why recovery is hard, because we try to quit and do it on our own. And it is about taking a look at, how's this impacting my life? And when I had repeated patterns in my own life, then I started looking at, do I need to take action? Do I need to ask for support? And so I dipped my toe in a little bit 10 years ago. inquiring about how other women were doing recovery. And I wanted something that they had. But it took me a long time. I started drinking when I was 12 years old. And as a 35-year-old woman, I had finally quit.
And there should be no shame in asking those questions and taking those steps.
But there's a lot of pride. We feel very proud.
Oh, goodness, yes. And I hope that that message is portrayed. It is a beautiful place to be.
Thank you for coming on with us. Licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley, and congratulations on 10 years of recovery.
Thanks, Kelly. And you're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
All right, so after nearly 5 months, the writer's strike may finally be near its end. Yesterday, Hollywood studios and writers met, and both organizations released a joint statement saying they would negotiate again. CNBC reports that they hope to finalize a deal as early as today.
Yeah, this could mean all those halted productions like the new season of Stranger Things can resume after months of hiatus. But if a deal is not finalized today, this strike could go through the end of the year. So we're in crunch time. We've brought an entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, Brian Balthazar, with us now. So, Brian, this is a big deal because some of the heavy hitters, the studio heads, have now joined the table.
Right.
Could we, I mean, today's Thursday, could we see something by the end of this week? What, like, have they set a deadline?
I'm more optimistic by the end of the week than I am about today, but I'm really encouraged by the joint statement that, you know, before it was like one person was saying one thing and you're hearing leaks. Now it shows that they're both coming to play, and I'm even more encouraged by the statement that we've got released today. I mean, I think we have something. The WGA and the AMPTP met for bargaining today and will meet again tomorrow.
That's hopeful.
So it's hopeful, and let's take a look at what the writers are asking for, because I think that we're going to see what I think is going to happen here. Minimum pay increase, I think they're going to get that. I'm going to just secondhand quarterback for you, okay, Monday morning.
Like
standardized residuals among regardless of theatrical versus streaming release. I think that is going to be the sticking point. Streaming residuals is going to be the toughest one. Apparently, the studios released some data to them, but said back pocket this for the next negotiation because everyone's still trying to figure out streaming.
They basically were saying it's not as much as you think,
right? Exactly. It's really hard to know how to monetize those things.
They were level setting a little bit. Yeah.
AI, they're going to manage the AI expectation. There's the sticking point there is like, can you use existing writing to inform AI? That's the sticking point. And pay equity, which is what every union negotiation really is about. But I'm very encouraged. This is a good sign.
Okay, we're happy about that. Completely switching gears for a moment. Swifties, like our very own Vicky Wynn.
Right.
All right, we've got it. They're waiting, as I understand, with bated breath for some new information about not only this re-release of the album, but also who potentially she's dating.
I know. Well, I know you don't like to gossip, but let's get started. Well, first let's start about these 5 tracks from the vault, right? Okay, so
kind of crashed Google a little.
Right, 1989 is coming out October 7th, Taylor's version, and she teamed up with Google to release, if Swifties got involved, and we know they do, they solved puzzles to find out what they were. 33 million puzzles had to be solved. Now, have we learned nothing from Ticketmaster? Swifties are bigger than the internet, right? Okay, so Google crashed. It crashed, it got back up, but we now know what the 5 vault songs are. Let's take a look. We have a graphic. We have Is It Over Now? Now That We Don't Talk, Say Don't Go, Suburban Legends, and Slut. Okay, so those, so these are the ones, that's in there. So we're excited about that, but the speculation about her relationship, is it or isn't it happening?
With Travis Kelce.
Yes, exactly.
Ooh, there goes the split screen.
Right, and that's to that end, we have not seen them actually together.
I was going to say, we don't have a photo of them,
although we have, Travis has indicated that he tried to slip his number to her in the form of a bracelet, and he failed, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's so cute. Months ago it was, because they're trading bracelets at the concert.
Okay, I love this.
Yeah, so he's interested. Then Travis's brother Jason was on a show and said this. I think we have a bite. Let's take a listen.
It's hard to answer because I don't really know a lot about what's happening in Travis's love life. You know, his business, and stay out of that world. You know, but having said that, man, I think he's doing great, and I think it's all 100% true.
Oh, 100% true. Okay,
wow.
It was like no comment, but I think it's 100% true.
I don't like to say anything, but yes. Now, we don't know if he's playing, a little bit. There's an indication that he likes to kind of play this game with the PR game. I don't mean Travis, I mean Jason having fun at his brother's expense a little bit.
All right.
But there's a lot of speculation that this is actually a thing, but that she's charmed by him. But it's early, so let's just let them do that.
Look, relationships form, relationships disappear, and we just got word that Sophie Turner is suing Joe Jonas over custody of the kids at this point. What's going on?
That's right. So we just learned of their divorce September 5th, right? And she just filed paperwork in New York suing him today. That paperwork was filed for the ability to take their kids back to the UK with her, and saying that he is wrongfully retaining their passports. And so she is in New York right now, but claiming she cites real estate transactions that indicate that the UK was going to be their planned residency, citing a rental and then a purchase that they were going to move into.
Calling it a forever home.
Right. And she also says that she found out, along with the rest of us, about the divorce plans.
Oh, my gosh.
So this is going to get ugly, and we're going to hear more about this as the details develop.
We've seen so many recent couples splitting up right now. We certainly wish the best for everybody involved,
we do.
especially when there's families, that are so used to being together. All right, our entertainment journalist, Brian Balthasar, thank you so much.
Brian, thank you. Great to see you. I think it's tradition, right? We gotta do our little, every time. Oh, whoa, we're tearing papers now. I love it. Okay.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good Thursday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 21st. Stepping down, conservative media titan Rupert Murdoch is retiring from Fox and leaving his son in charge. What his departure means for the global empire that he built from the ground up.
Urgent manhunt. Indiana authorities are searching for an inmate who was accidentally set free. How a simple clerical error led officials to lose track of a murder suspect.
High-stakes scam. Amazon being accused of tricking customers into signing up for its Prime subscription service. How the retail giant is responding to the growing lawsuit that claims it engaged in some pretty shady business practices.
Back to bargaining. Hollywood studios and writers could be close to reaching a deal to end the months-long strike. We're going to talk to our entertainment insider about the final stages of these negotiations.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thanks so much for joining us. We start right now with some breaking news. Conservative media mogul Rupert Murdoch will be stepping down as chairman of Fox and News Corporation. Murdoch is 92 years old, and his career has spanned nearly 70 years.
The media titan is most famous for building Fox News Channel, which has become a pillar of the conservative movement. He has carried the network through multiple scandals, including the most recent election fraud lawsuit. Rupert will be handing the reins of both companies to his oldest son, Lachlan Murdoch. Author of Hoax and Network of Lies, Brian Stelter joins us now. Brian, it's great to have you. So Murdoch has been a household name for decades. Whether people are a fan or not, they certainly know his name, know his family. Walk us through the timing for this decision. And does he plan to stay involved in any way?
He says he does. He says he plans to be at the company's offices and be traveling around the world and being very involved. But this is as close to retirement as Rupert Murdoch will ever get. While he is in Los Angeles this week, I'm told, on the Fox lot, he says in his memo that he is handing the company over to his son, Lachlan. Anybody who's seen HBO's Succession knows a thing or two about this. There are multiple adult children in the Murdoch family that at various times have been lobbying to be the boss, to be the one. Well, Rupert, who you see on screen, he has chosen Lachlan as the one, as the favored son, at least for now. One day, Rupert Murdoch is 92 years old, and one day, in the event of his death, there will be a power struggle for control of Fox News, for control of News Corporation. But at least for now, Lachlan is the chosen one.
What does all this mean, Brian? I mean, put this in context for us. Fox News, I mean, for all of us who've just part of the media, we can see that this is arguably Murdoch's biggest legacy. I mean, what does this mean then for the day-to-day of this network?
That's right. I love shows like The Simpsons and Family Guys from the Fox Broadcast Network. There's a lot of that Rupert Murdoch is also responsible for. Newspapers like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post. Right. But Fox News is, at the end of the day, the key part of his legacy, for better and for worse. In recent years, Fox News and Donald Trump have been so codependent, but Rupert Murdoch personally dislikes Donald Trump very strongly. And so this is going to have an impact on the relationship between Fox and the leading contender for the GOP nomination. Remember, Trump snubbed the first GOP debate. He's going to skip next week's Fox debate as well. So it's going to be interesting to see in the coming months if Trump warms up more to Fox now that Rupert is stepping aside. Remember, there's also giant lawsuits against Fox as a result of 2020 election lies. Rupert Murdoch might be trying to avoid having to testify in future lawsuits, in future trials, by stepping aside. So there's some intrigue here about why exactly he's doing this now, because he said he would never retire.
It's so interesting you mentioned that dependency, but also the dislike and sort of that competing relationship there. I mean, when can we expect to see all these leadership changes actually go into effect, Brian?
It's a very twisted relationship between Trump and Fox. But at the end of the day, they almost always come back together because Fox is the beating heart of the Republican Party. For example, Rupert, very close to Mitch McConnell and continues to stay in touch with them. As for these changes, they take effect later this year. There are board meetings in November where this will become official. But whatever the Murdochs want, they get because they control the company. And as long as Rupert is still alive, he's still ultimately in charge because he controls the family trust.
Very interesting. And TBD, Brian Stelter, author of Hoax and Network of Lies. Brian, thanks. We appreciate it.
Morgan, turning now to Indiana, where police are on an urgent manhunt for a murder suspect who was accidentally freed from prison. Officials say 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released because of a clerical error. They're now asking the public for any information to help catch him. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live in Indianapolis for us. So, Kathy, walk us through the details. How did this happen? And why did it take police 6 days to tell the public?
Yeah, there is, I could say, growing fallout for that decision because, Vicky, officials say they waited 6 days to alert the public about Kevin Mason's release. And they say they did that. It was part of their strategy because they didn't want him running away. But as of this afternoon, he is still on the loose. However, in another twist, though, we do know that the girlfriend has been arrested. So perhaps officials are hoping that she has more answers. But as far as this error goes, apparently there were 2 holds here in the state of Indiana. Those were lifted by a clerk, and there was another hold in Minnesota where the warrants for his arrest originated, and that was also lifted as well. And that's how he was ultimately able to walk free from the jail last week.
Kathy, how are people there in Indianapolis reacting to this news that there is a murder suspect out on the loose?
Talked to a couple folks today, and they're anxious. They're nervous that a suspect is still out there, and they want some answers as to how officials could make a mistake like this. Take a listen.
If somebody's in there for murder, there should be someone screwed up big time.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger, and I can only hope that he's found soon.
I don't feel safe. I think the police department here in Indianapolis will definitely figure it out.
Now, Vicky, officials believe that perhaps he is still in the area, but it's still unclear if that is the case. We're standing by for a press conference later on this afternoon, so hopefully we'll have a little bit more information. But officials say that he is from this area, has ties to Indianapolis, and perhaps he's been around here since 2021.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park live in Indiana for us. Thanks, Kathy.
Well, Vicky, now to the new allegations against Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani. Former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson says she was groped by him at an event on the day that insurrectionists stormed the Capitol. Now, you might remember Hutchinson from her explosive testimony before the House January 6th committee just last summer. Her new allegations were first reported by The Guardian in the form of excerpts from her upcoming book. A spokesperson for Giuliani has denied these claims. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, it's good to see you this Thursday. Just first off, what exactly is Hutchinson alleging happened with Mr. Giuliani?
Yeah, she's alleging some really pretty creepy behavior, frankly, from Rudy Giuliani here. And remember, I think it's important to note that Cassidy Hutchinson is a young woman. I think she was probably a toddler around the time of 9/11, when, of course, Rudy Giuliani sort of shot to fame nationwide. He's in his late 70s. She's in her early 20s. And essentially what happened during this January 6th event, she alleges, is that Rudy Giuliani, quote, wrapped one arm around my body, closing the space that was separating us. I felt his stack of documents press into the small of my back. I lowered my eyes and watch his free hand reach for the hem of my blazer. By the way, he says, fingering the fabric, I'm loving this leather jacket on you. His hand slips under my blazer, then my skirt. So some very serious allegations, of course, from Cassidy Hutchinson here. But as we noted, Rudy Giuliani is, of course, denying the claims here. And a spokesperson said it is fair to ask Cassidy Hutchinson why she is just now coming out with these allegations from 2.5 years ago as part of a marketing campaign for her upcoming book release. This is a disgusting lie against Mayor Rudy Giuliani.
So he's calling it a disgusting lie. The allegations that she's describing, I mean, they're pretty disturbing. How have people within the Republican Party and even Trump's inner circle, how have they been responding since these new allegations were surfaced?
You know, we haven't seen much, but this isn't necessarily new territory for Rudy Giuliani. He infamously sort of starred in Borat 2, where he was filmed undercover, engaging in some sort of the same type of behavior. And of course, you know, there's been allegations from even people within the Republican Party about Rudy Giuliani sort of having a problem with alcohol. This is not sort of out of left field, I would say, in terms of what we've heard about from Rudy Giuliani from numerous other sources in the past. Of course, Rudy Giuliani Carolina, we should state, is denying that, but it definitely goes along with the same theme that we've seen in these other cases.
Wow. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, thanks.
Okay, we got to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Wouldn't you say home sales in the last month dropped to their slowest pace since January. That decreased 0.7% from the month before. This, according to the National Association of Realtors.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, while these sales have slowed down, home prices, they're rising yet again. So talk us through the numbers and really what they mean for people who are looking to buy a home.
So Morgan Vicky, that NAR, the National Association of Realtors, is reporting that it's pretty much a result of low inventory. Shocking, right? Pushing prices up even as mortgage rates remain high. The median price for existing homes, previously owned ones in the U.S., is now at $407,000. It's up 4% from last year. Well, Microsoft just debuted its new generative AI assistant named Copilot. The company says it's designed to grab attention and information from your devices and then put it into a context-based system on which you're working on. It'll be available for Windows applications 11 or higher on September 26th, and it will start offering a business version to its biggest customers as well, starting on November 1st. And U.S. households will once again be able to request free COVID tests as cases tick back higher. The government is reopening its covidtest.gov website on September 25th. Those tests will be delivered free of charge like they were previously as well. A little bit disconcerting that we're getting back to giving out free COVID tests again. But of course, all of these headlines on generative AI are getting so much attention these days on Wall Street as well. So lots going on in business, ladies.
Lots going on, lots of new headlines. Can't believe we're doing COVID again.
Yeah, it's here to stay, it sounds like. But at least, you know what, get the tests, have them, keep them on hand. They could come in handy.
Yeah, I think it's something we're just living with. All right.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Coming up, a potential major breakthrough in how to live longer. What scientists discovered could be the key to slowing down aging. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
said.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Advances in technology and research are helping scientists defy the biology of aging, or at least slow it down.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff spoke with some of the scientists at the forefront of the study of aging. They discovered what could actually be the key to a longer and healthier life.
We can see that it's a 1-to-3 dilution.
This is what it looks like studying what might be the key to living healthier longer. Dr. Nathan Labrasseur and his team at the Mayo Clinic have honed in on one of the most important aspects of aging, zombie cells.
Zombie cells. Sounds kind of freaky.
It does sound freaky. So these are cells that have experienced a lot of damage, and they're so damaged that they don't work properly anymore, and they wreak havoc on surrounding cells and tissues, but they're not so damaged that they die. So they have this reputation of being zombie cells because they look dead.
Zombie cells are known in the medical field as senescent cells. When we're young, they can be helpful against the spread of cancer. But as we age, the more zombie cells you have that have been compromised, meaning they're older, they're weaker, and they're damaged, the worse your health could be. Research is being done to see if there are ways to kill off these cells or even change them, which in a way would stop or slow the aging process.
As we age, these cells are not effectively cleared from the system, and as they accumulate, that's when they really cause damage and harm.
Mayo Clinic researchers are learning a lot in the lab, using mice of the same age to compare those with a lot of zombie cells and those with fewer zombie cells. The difference is dramatic.
This one hasn't had any medical intervention. This one has. They're the exact same age.
That's right. So really kind of a mix of kind of age-related conditions that we see in humans, with changes in the eyes, changes in the posture, changes in the muscle, and reductions in function, physical activity.
Dr. Labrasseur says physical activity and healthy living are crucial to naturally ridding ourselves of these damaging zombie cells.
What's the best way to avoid having a buildup of them in the first place?
Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you. It's the fundamentals of healthy aging.
Exercise.
Exercise is number one. I'm a bit of an exercise evangelist, but in addition to that, healthy eating behaviors, sleep, other things are really critical to optimizing the biology of aging.
That's because healthy habits can prevent zombie cells from occurring. And the research has now advanced enough to bring actual humans into the mix. The team's currently studying senior citizens, tracking their cells and health. Susan Mackert is 73 years young.
Has participating in this study made you think differently about aging compared to when you started?
It has, in a way. What it has done is made me realize that I am aging. I don't think about that normally, but yes, it has put me in that generation with others that now can say, oh, we're aging.
We're all aging.
And that's okay.
We're all aging.
Aside from human studies, one of the latest developments in aging research is on skin. Here, Dr. Saranya Wiles is measuring the moisture of my skin to show that older skin heals more slowly than younger skin. But wait until you see what kind of sci-fi stuff she's doing.
This is where we print the skin.
Oh my gosh, so now I'm looking at it and actually realizing what I'm holding. So when you say those are skin cells, is that actually skin?
That is skin.
So that's skin growing in my hand.
Correct.
First of all, this is entirely freaky and totally crazy, but also awesome. What are you looking for exactly?
We're looking for changes that are histologically seen. We can actually model different ages of skin based on the zombie cells. So if we were to put 10% zombie cells versus 25% zombie cells, this is then we can mimic a 30-year-old skin versus a 50-year-old skin.
Dr. Labrasseur says all the research they're doing isn't to create a fountain of youth, but to keep us healthier until the very end, no matter how long you live.
Our goal is not to help people live until they're 120 and feel like they're 120. The goal of aging research is really to extend human health span. 80% of our medical resources are given to 20% of the population. If we could extend human health span and really delay age-related diseases as a group, that would transform society.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
All right, well, coming up, Halloween spending expected to hit an all-time record as candy and decorations get more expensive. We're going to have some tips on how you can save some cash so you don't get a scare in that checkout line. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
A widespread scheme in Arizona is catching the attention of state officials and now even the FBI. They say scammers are luring vulnerable Native Americans into fake rehab centers, then billing Medicaid millions of dollars in fraudulent claims.
Yes, these illicit businesses promise treatment, but some check in and end up missing or dead. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on the efforts to crack down on these fake centers.
These are the faces of missing Indigenous people across the Southwest, many of them believed to be victims of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme in Arizona, where people are brought to fake addiction treatment programs, according to the state's attorney general.
Why is my Che getting in your truck?
The man recording this video says he was suspicious of this truck pulled over on the side of the road in Gallup, New Mexico, the gateway to the Navajo Nation.
They're taking you to a safe house, aren't they?
The man in the denim jacket, a Navajo elder. Police believe the driver and passenger were trying to lure the man to an addiction treatment facility, most likely in the Phoenix area.
I have my business card. If you have any question, go to me. Okay.
Several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, say tactics like these set up a false promise of safe haven and treatment while defrauding the state Medicaid system. The elder eventually gets out of the truck, persuaded in Navajo. But many are trafficked from reservations and encouraged to sign up for Medicaid benefits in Arizona.
We were hearing reports of these vehicles that were going, people were going onto the tribal communities and recruiting people that were impaired in the communities, and then they weren't being seen for weeks on end.
The so-called rehab facilities often lacking in care and in some cases allegedly fueling addictions to attract more clients.
There are some that have ties to illegal drug organizations and others that are other operators are opportunists.
Reva Stewart has heard the horror stories through her outreach group. She remembers first noticing strange vehicles outside her Phoenix business approaching people at the bus stop.
And I asked him, I said, can I ask you why that van stopped and asked you something? And he was like, yeah, they asked me if I needed a place to go.
Now aware of the scam, she's taken a grassroots approach to the problem, helping people, she says, who've been left without any resources, still battling addiction and ashamed or unable to find their way home.
We have seen hundreds of unsheltered relatives that have been in these sober living homes. We've seen elderly that have gotten beaten up by these people in these homes. Women have told us they've gotten raped.
Raquel Moody, one of Stewart's outreach partners, says she experienced these facilities firsthand as she battled an addiction to alcohol along with a relative.
There was no staff. The clients, my brother, he was allowed to drink. It was really hard because, at times I didn't feel safe.
Moody says she moved around to several similar facilities hoping to find real treatment while her brother disappeared. When he was eventually found, it was too late.
So he died.
Now Stewart and Moody go out at night providing food and water, checking on those who appear to be in need, and questioning anyone driving a vehicle they feel is suspicious.
Can I get the license plate number? So you see this consistently. They're still recruiting to this day.
The state's Medicaid program cracking down on the fraud in May, announcing a 6-month moratorium on the enrollment of new clinics and implementing safeguards to weed out the fake facilities. Law enforcement agencies at every level coordinating to investigate.
In one case, we discovered that Access had been billed for more than 13 hours a day for alcohol rehabilitation services to a 4-year-old.
The governor's office estimating the state has lost hundreds of millions of dollars in the scheme.
This is one of the biggest scandals in the history of the state of Arizona.
Access reports more than 300 fake or fraudulent providers have been suspended, including the clinic Mariah Benali worked at, allegedly entangled with a sister facility receiving fraudulent payments.
So there was billing that was happening for patients who weren't receiving those services from our company or from any company at all.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
All right, Amazon in the hot seat. New details on how the Federal Trade Commission is now going after the retail giant for allegedly duping customers into signing up for Amazon Prime, and how you could have been roped in. Just after the break, you're watching NBC News Daily. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Back with you now on this Thursday. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here are your headlines at the half hour. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is in D.C. today, meeting with lawmakers in an effort to secure funding for Kyiv's war with Russia. Zelensky held a meeting with senators on Capitol Hill and spoke with a bipartisan group of House members just earlier today. He's also scheduled to sit down with President Joe Biden at the White House later on this afternoon.
The man charged with killing a Los Angeles sheriff's deputy has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Officials say Kevin Cantaneo Salazar ambushed the officer while he was sitting in a patrol car Saturday. The 29-year-old is facing multiple murder charges. Salazar's family has said he suffers from schizophrenia, and they did not know he had a gun.
And we are learning new details in the death of Euphoria star Angus Cloud. The Alameda County Coroner's Office confirming that the 25-year-old died of an accidental overdose. The report showed a lethal mix of methamphetamine, fentanyl, and cocaine. Prior to his death, Cloud's family said he was struggling with grief after losing his father.
We're going to start this half hour with the ripple effects from that massive auto workers strike. Both GM and Stellantis have now laid off more than 2,000 workers.
Now, this is all happening as we approach a pretty high-stakes deadline. The UAW is threatening to send more people to the picket line unless it sees significant progress in talks with those big three car makers by noon tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. Jesse, we'll get into that deadline in just a minute here, but first, President Trump is actually planning a rally, and former President Trump planning a rally for striking workers next week in Michigan. But this isn't sitting well with some. What are they saying?
Yeah, so, this is something that has really developed out of this as a political football, and it's an issue for President Biden as well, because this is a union that he wants the endorsement from. The leadership has not given it to him at this point, and I can tell you that the union has outright said that the White House is not involved with negotiations, even though the President of the United States has pledged support from his team and even said that he was planning to have some of his top aides come to Detroit. And then you have, at the same time, former President Donald Trump inserting himself into this. And, you can ask people who have varying opinions on what they like to see from these leaders, current and former, but there are also some people who feel like they're just being thrown in the middle of something, and they don't want to be put in the place of having to pick political sides. Here's what we heard from some people on the ground.
Whether it's Biden or Trump, you're coming down here to ponder to the membership, telling us things you've already told us in the past but did nothing for, right?
So again, that's just one of the sentiments that's out here, and obviously this is something that is now under the national political microscope, even more so with the former president planning a visit.
Jesse, let's talk about this deadline tomorrow, noon. What are the workers demanding? Walk us through that. And is it likely that we're going to see a resolution tomorrow?
Yeah, so at this point, it's anyone's guess, Vicki. Obviously there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we imagine is happening, and we can only read the tea leaves from out here. There are several demands the unions put out there. You can see some of them listed there. They want more pay. They want to make it so that it takes less time for someone to get to the top pay. As of now, it takes a longer progression time. They want pensions back. That's something that we don't hear about very often right now. They want to see traditional pensions. What I can tell you is the union says it's put a counteroffer to each of the big three, but we don't know the details. So we don't know any concessions that the union has made at this point. And if the union doesn't get what it calls substantial progress, a very generic term that doesn't have specifics tied to it there, they're saying that they're going to expand the strike tomorrow. So we don't know at this point, right, what that substantial progress would look like. But at this point, there are no deals, guys. Back to you.
A lot of eyes on this. All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, thank you so much.
Let's head over to Colorado, where prosecutors have called the first witness to stand in the trial for Elijah McClain's death. Now, this is a pretty complex case. It's being tried in 3 separate trials and involves 5 men who are all charged in connection to McClain's death.
And then back in 2019, you may remember the 23-year-old was walking home from a convenience store when he was confronted by police after someone called 911 saying McClain was suspicious. Now, officers arrived, they put him in a chokehold, and paramedics injected him with ketamine. That is a sedative. McClain died in the hospital days later. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, first, walk us through the big moments that we have seen so far in this trial.
Good morning, Vicki and Morgan. Right now, the prosecution is starting to call its first witnesses to the stand. So far, we've heard from a police lieutenant who's talking about the officers' body-worn cameras, specifically how they operate, how they upload video, and then how it is later reviewed by the department. And this is probably important because during opening statements yesterday, the prosecution pointed to an officer who somehow managed to turn off one of the sergeant's body cameras. There's video that's being played in court. It's being live streamed, so we can't see all the details. But the prosecutor says that he managed to turn off his sergeant's body camera video when he was going through details of what happened that night. So as you mentioned, this trial is just the first of 3 for 5 defendants, and it concerns Jason Rosenblatt and Randy Rodema. These are 2 of the officers that responded to the scene after the initial officer responded, who wound up putting Elijah McClain in that carotid chokehold that forced him to lose consciousness. We also heard from the prosecution that they believe that the officers' details of Elijah's state of mind, this whole excited delirium, as they claim, may have prompted the paramedics to inject that lethal dose of ketamine. Now, the prosecution says acknowledges that a tragedy did occur, but they say the tragedy does not mean that criminality occurred, and they are blaming the use of the ketamine on the paramedics. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you.
Well, we have new details in the FTC's legal battle with Amazon. In an updated filing, the Federal Trade Commission named 3 top Amazon executives in this massive lawsuit against the retail giant.
That's right. The suit alleges that Amazon actually duped millions of customers into signing up for Amazon Prime and then intentionally complicated the cancellation process. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky joins us now with more. Noah, there were 3 executives that the FTC named. Who are they?
So this represents an escalation. You won't recognize the names Neil Lindsay, Jamal Ghani, and Russell Grandinetti, but they are all either current or former vice presidents or senior vice presidents over the Prime division there. The FTC alleges that the 3 of them knew not just that Amazon had a problem with a high number of accidental Prime signups, but that when engineers and employees brought the problem to them, they intentionally either ignored or slow-walked the fixes to the user experience because it was part of the alleged business, their business. Amazon, part of this was getting people into their Prime program. And then the FTC also alleges that they made it difficult for them to cancel, not just adding all these hoops and additional, things they had to jump through, but they actually had a name for it at Amazon. The FTC says in this document that they called it the Iliad. It was a series of links and a labyrinth that you had to go through, so difficult it was named after Homer's long and arduous novel.
Okay, so let's talk about the Iliad. Walk us through the steps here. What was happening to people? And I think some people remember. They were just trying to buy something and suddenly they were signed up for Prime.
Yeah, so there's 2 different things here. The Iliad was the tough process to cancel.
Right.
The other thing that the FTC documents here is the list of links. So we'll show you here. You're in the, you put something in your cart, you click the yellow box. You get to this checkout page, you click the yellow box. That's just how you proceed to get it out of your cart. Then you get this pop-up. And the yellow box, instead of being the box that helps you just proceed to finish, the yellow button there is actually what signs you up for Prime. And the box that you need to click, in this case, you can see the smaller white box. That's to avoid signing up. In some cases, it was even smaller and harder to see. So that's why the FTC says they violated federal law.
All right. It's pretty confusing.
Very, very. Okay, NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky, thank you so much. And yeah, the courts will decide.
All right, ready or not, spooky season is here, and nearly 3/4 of Americans say they're going to celebrate in some way. I love Halloween. It is just one of my favorite.
Yeah, you're one of those 3/4
of
Americans.
And despite higher prices, experts predict that we're actually going to break records with our Halloween spending this year.
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. Experts say in order to save, you need to start shopping right now in September. Candy, costumes, decorations, it's all going to cost more thanks to inflation. But with some planning, you'll find some easy ways to cut costs and have a holiday full of treats, not tricks.
It's not yet fall, but Halloween plans are revving up, and so are the shoppers.
And suddenly, to my surprise,
a new report from the National Retail Federation says nearly half of consumers plan to buy before October.
One of the biggest ways consumers can save money this Halloween is by getting an early start.
Our spooky spending is expected to hit $12.2 billion this year, a new record.
Part of the reason for the hike in spending, inflation. Candy prices are up 9.4%. And more Americans say they're going to participate in Halloween this year. Some 73% of people say they're going to do something. That's up 5% from last year, with the average person spending about $108. Most of it on costumes.
Total spending on costumes for adults, children, and pets is expected to reach over $4 billion this year.
What are some ways consumers can save money?
Consumers are thinking about prices right now. Start figuring out what you need so that you can pick up items when they're at the best price for you. Subscribe to your favorite retailers' ads, or follow them on social media, or follow them through their app.
But you can also save right at home.
I mean, this whole thing is like entertaining under $30.
Maureen Petrosky is a lifestyle expert who says she shops her own closet.
Now, I could make this costume something very 80s by adding a little eyeliner and some teased hair, or I can simply add to it a mask, or a headband like I have here.
And check your kids' closets too.
My son plays football, so grab the football helmet, a varsity jacket, maybe a cheerleading uniform, things that you might already have in the house that dress you up without spending a dime.
If you want a specific costume, buy early before stock runs out. For kids, the most sought-after looks include Spider-Man, a witch, and Mario. For adults, Barbie, Batman, and a vampire.
And the most popular costume for pets, pumpkins, bats, and hot dogs. Moose, you're a hot dog.
For candy, shop early from bulk stores like Sam's Club or Costco. And for decorations, get creative at your local discount or dollar store.
These are branches from my backyard that I simply spray paint it black. I love black spray paint. It's an inexpensive way to make anything spooky.
All right, Morgan, here's another way to save money for free. Look for costume swaps in your neighborhood. You move to a new neighborhood, but Facebook Marketplace next door, it's a great way. It's sustainable and it costs nothing. You get a new look. The other thing people can do is a play on words. We were talking about this earlier. Like you just wear an outfit, a normal outfit, you tape a chip to your shoulder, bang, chip on your shoulder. Oh. You wear a red shirt, you put on some labels.
That's not how you do Halloween films.
Okay.
That is not,
how
that
you
is
do?
cheating. That is
cheating.
actually
It's a shortcut.
cheating. I can't believe you tried that.
No.
I can't believe you told
that's
America to put a chip on their shoulder and call it
What about
Halloween.
Sugar Daddy for David? He wears the little baby carrier for Lana, but instead of Lana, he puts a little bag of sugar, and he's a sugar daddy.
I think we need to end the broadcast.
Hashtag
now.
mom jokes.
I think the broadcast is over. I think you crushed it. All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
You don't like, you know.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so after nearly 5 months, the writer's strike may finally be near its end. Yesterday, Hollywood studios and writers met, and both organizations released a joint statement saying they would negotiate again. CNBC reports that they hope to finalize a deal as early as today.
Yeah, this could mean all those halted productions like the new season of Stranger Things can resume after months of hiatus. But if a deal is not finalized today, this strike could go through the end of the year. So we're in crunch time. We've brought an entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, Brian Balthazar, with us now. So, Brian, this is a big deal because some of the heavy hitters, the studio heads, have now joined the table.
Right.
Could we, I mean, today's Thursday, could we see something by the end of this week? What, like, have they set a deadline?
I'm more optimistic by the end of the week than I am about today, but I'm really encouraged by the joint statement that, you know, before it was like one person was saying one thing and you're hearing leaks. Now it shows that they're both coming to play, and I'm even more encouraged by the statement that we've got released today. I mean, I think we have something. The WGA and the AMPTP met for bargaining today and will meet again tomorrow.
That's hopeful.
So it's hopeful, and let's take a look at what the writers are asking for, because I think that we're going to see what I think is going to happen here. Minimum pay increase, I think they're going to get that. I'm going to just secondhand quarterback for you, okay, Monday morning.
I like
Standardized residuals among regardless of theatrical versus streaming release. I think that is going to be the sticking point. Streaming residuals is going to be the toughest one. Apparently, the studios released some data to them, but said, back pocket this for the next negotiation, because everyone's still trying to figure out streaming.
They basically were saying it's not as much as you think.
Right, exactly. It's really hard to know how to monetize those things.
They were level setting a little bit.
AI, they're going to manage the AI expectation. There's the sticking point there is like, can you use existing writing to inform AI? That's the sticking point. And pay equity, which is what every union negotiation really is about. But I'm very encouraged. This is a good sign.
Okay, we're happy about that. Completely switching gears for a moment. Swifties, like our very own Vicky Nguyen. All right, we've got it. They're waiting, as I understand, with bated breath for some new information about not only this re-release of the album, but also who potentially she's dating.
I know. Well, I know you don't like to gossip, but let's get started. Well, first let's start about these 5 tracks from the vault, right? Okay, so
kind of crash Google a little.
Right, 1989 is coming out October 7th, Taylor's version, and she teamed up with Google to release, if Swifties got involved, and we know they do, they solved puzzles to find out what they were. 33 million puzzles had to be solved. Now, have we learned nothing from Ticketmaster? Swifties are bigger than the internet, right? Okay, so Google crashed. It crashed, it got back up, but we now know what the 5 vault songs are. Let's take a look. We have a graphic. We have Is It Over Now? Now That We Don't Talk, Say Don't Go, Suburban Legends, and Slut. Okay, so those, so these are the ones, that's in there. So we're excited about that, but the speculation about her relationship, is it or isn't it happening?
With Travis Kelce.
Yes, exactly.
Ooh, there goes the split screen.
Right, and that's to that end, we have not seen them actually together.
I was going to say, we don't have a photo of them,
although we have, Travis has indicated that he tried to slip his number to her in the form of a bracelet, and he failed, right?
Oh, that's months ago it was, because they're trading bracelets at the concert.
Okay, now I love this.
Yeah, so he's interested. Then Travis's brother Jason was on a show and said this. I think we have a bite. Let's take a listen.
It's hard to answer because I don't really know a lot about what's happening in Travis's love life. You know, his business, and stay out of that world. You know, but having said that, man, I think he's doing great, and I think it's all 100% true.
Oh, 100% true. Okay, wow.
It was like no comment, but I think it's 100% true.
I don't like to say anything, but yes. Now, we don't know if he's playing, you know, a little bit. There's an indication that he likes to kind of play this game with the PR game. I don't mean Travis, I mean Jason having fun at his brother's expense a little bit. But there's a lot of speculation that this is actually a thing, but that she's charmed by him. But it's early, so let's just let them do that.
Look, relationships form, relationships disappear, and we just got word that Sophie Turner is suing Joe Jonas over custody of the kids at this point. What's going on?
That's right. So we just learned of their divorce September 5th, right? And she just filed paperwork in New York suing him today. That paperwork was filed for the ability to take their kids back to the UK with her, and saying that he is wrongfully retaining their passports. And so she is in New York right now, but claiming, she cites real estate transactions that indicate that the UK was going to be their planned residency, citing a rental and then a purchase that they were going to move into.
Calling it a forever home.
Right. And she also says that she found out, along with the rest of us, about the divorce plans.
Oh my gosh.
So this is going to get ugly, and we're going to hear more about this as the details develop.
We've seen so many recent couples splitting up right now. We certainly wish the best for everybody involved, especially when there's families, you know, they're so used to being together. All right, our entertainment journalist, Brian Balthasar, thank you so much.
Brian, thank you. Great to see you. I think it's tradition. Right? We got to do our little, every time. Oh, whoa, we're tearing papers now. I love it. Okay.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At the UN this week, world leaders are discussing new threats of climate change and the need for governments to act now. Here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons with a first-hand look at the impact of catastrophic floods and fires in Greece this summer.
After a summer of devastating storms, ferocious wildfires and scorching heat, Greece is facing a war with climate change.
It's a war we have to fight with an enemy we cannot, sometimes we cannot avoid, sometimes we can contain.
Greece and governments around the world facing an unprecedented challenge. We left Athens, traveling along the stunning coastline to a different Greece in the central region of Thessaly. 7 days after catastrophic floods here, we met Georgia, weeping at what's left of her home, one of her few belongings saved, a wedding photo with her late husband. My daughter and grandson almost drowned, she says. Everywhere, cars are abandoned, houses are ruined. This is Soteris, this is his house. Is there anything left?
Nothing, only the walls.
They are angry, not at the changing climate, but that officials didn't protect them. They could have given you a warning.
Yes, we just woke up in the water.
This local union boss has come with clean water and condemnation for what he says is the government's lack of response. So you blame the government more than climate change?
Of course. Climate change is global.
Hundreds of miles away, ground zero for Europe's biggest wildfire. Environmentalist Theodora Scarzi blames declining rural communities, failures in forest management, and then the intense heat. We haven't prepared for climate change.
For sure, we are not prepared.
The country's leading climate scientist says the impact on Greece is a warning to the world. Civil protection programs, he says, are just not adequate for this new global reality of extreme weather. It's biblical. Floods and fires.
It is, but without having Noah's Ark.
What is Noah's Ark for you in Greece?
Noah's Ark would be a preparation for such big disasters. Prevention.
Prepare properly.
To prepare properly.
Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Well, down in Florida, an Amazon driver is fighting for her life after she was bitten by a rattlesnake while on a delivery. John Shaneman with our West Palm Beach affiliate WPTV walks us through the body camera video that shows the moments just after that attack.
And here's what we're going to do, all right? I'm going to loosen this up because we don't want any kind of constriction.
A Martin County deputy tending to an Amazon delivery woman moments after she was bitten by a venomous rattlesnake in the Highlands Reserve community of Palm City.
What just bit you? A snake. Let me get you on the phone with fire rescue. Don't hang up.
It was just before 6 p.m. Monday when the 21-year-old driver was bitten on her upper thigh.
She was going downhill while our deputy was standing there when fire rescue arrived.
The driver is hospitalized in critical but stable condition. Amy Kite with Bush Wildlife Sanctuary says snakes thrive in our tropical climate.
A situation where just wildlife and human collided, and it's unfortunate, but it is, a rare occurrence.
Kite says most snakes are completely harmless, but when you see them, the best thing to do is just leave them alone. She says assume all snakes have the potential to be dangerous, especially if you're not good at identifying them, and just go the other way.
If you are going to be doing yard work, I always advise, closed-toed shoes. If you're going to be in tall grasses, take a rake ahead of you. If your pet's going to be outdoors, be outdoors with them.
Jeremy Marcus services a number of pools in Highland Reserve. This incident has him thinking twice.
It was pretty scary because I'm like, we go in areas that are very wooded, do filters and clean filter cartridges. And I was definitely, now I'm going to be on the lookout for sure because that was one big snake that we saw the picture of.
An Amazon spokesperson tells us our thoughts are with the driver, and we hope for a full recovery after this frightening incident. Together with the delivery service partner, we're looking into the circumstances surrounding this incident and continue to make sure that drivers understand they should not complete a delivery if they feel unsafe.
Our thanks to John Shainman with our West Palm Beach affiliate WPTV reporting.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
My mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today. You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, September 21st, 2023, plot twist. A deal could be in the works to end the months-long writers' strike that has halted TV and film production. So could a Hollywood ending be in sight? We'll explain what it means for you and your favorite TV shows.
Massive manhunt. The search continues for a murder suspect who was accidentally released from an Indiana jail. The new details we're learning from police about who they think is helping him.
Changing the channel, Rupert Murdoch, the man behind Fox News, is stepping down. His impact on the media landscape and who's taking over.
Spooky spending. Halloween is almost a month away, and it's already proving to be a scary one for your wallet. How you can buy all your costumes and candy, all treat, no trick.
Nice. Have not even thought about Halloween yet until right now. But we do need to start with the writer's strike.
That's
because there could be, maybe, a Hollywood ending. As we said, we begin with that. It has paralyzed the entertainment industry for 142 days now.
Yeah, that's right. Today, several top studio executives and representatives from the Writers Union are negotiating face-to-face for a second day. A deal has not yet been reached, but CNBC reports those involved in the talks are optimistic and that the two sides hope to strike a deal by the end of the day. Those same sources warn that if a deal is not reached during today's today's talks, the strike could likely stretch through the end of the year.
11,000 television and film writers walked off the job back in May, and then in July, 160,000 actors, television and film actors, joined them.
But it's not just impacting actors and writers. The standstill has caused a massive economic toll, with one analyst estimating California's economy alone has taken a $3 billion hit. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is following this for us. So, Chloe, what finally drove these two sides to the bargaining table?
I mean, obviously, it's been 142 days since the writers first went on strike, and time is not on anyone's side. And obviously, this is costing, like you said, the California economy upwards of $5 billion. The jobs report just came out. 17,000 jobs are affected, and people can't pay their bills. We see people on social media constantly talking about dipping into their 401ks. This is a dire situation right now that is affecting industries like transportation, dry cleaning. It's not just the day-to-day writers. It's affecting so many different industries. And so obviously, this is very serious at this point, because you're seeing the heads of these Hollywood studios unprecedentedly coming to the bargaining table. As you see right there, the heads of Hollywood's heavyweights right there getting together to be part of these negotiations, and you don't normally see that. So we are in day 2, and those meetings are happening as we speak right now. And like you said, CNBC reporting that we might have a deal today.
Yeah, well, we'll see, right? I guess the question that selfishly all of us have is, if they did get a deal, then what happens to TV and movie productions? How fast can they get back up and running? How fast can we see something on our screens?
So some of your favorite things will come back pretty immediately. We're talking late night TV. We're talking the daytime talk shows that have been Bill Maher, Drew Barrymore, the Jennifer Hudson Show. Will they come back? Will they not come back? When it comes to movies, when you push a release like that, so much goes into the decision making of that. So when you see pushing a release like Dune 2 to the spring, will they bring it back? Would we see the Emmys come back from January, where it is right now, come back to its normal fall spot? It's a tough thing. I mean, look, it's been 142 days. It's not just like you flip a switch and everything gets right back to normal. I think we're going to see the ramifications of this unprecedented strike for months, if not longer, to come.
We'll see what happens. Chloe Malas, thanks so much. And of course, we should note NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News, is a member of the trade group that represents the major studios.
Deputies in Indiana say they have arrested the girlfriend of a suspected murderer who is still on the loose. They still have not recaptured the alleged killer. An intense manhunt underway right now for Kevin Mason. The local sheriff's office says they accidentally released Mason from the adult detention center where he was held last Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the latest from Indianapolis.
Urgent manhunt in Indiana for a murder suspect authorities say was accidentally set free from jail.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniform presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office's 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released last Wednesday, just 2 days after his arrest, due to faulty records review.
So far, 2 inmate records clerks involved in this mistake have been terminated. This was an error. This should have not happened.
Mason was wanted on 3 warrants in Minnesota, including a second-degree murder charge for his alleged role in a shooting in 2021, firearms possession, and a parole violation. And now deputies say they've arrested his girlfriend, Desiree Oliver, who they say picked him up after he walked out of jail.
She then went to obtain a new cell phone, which is kind of the deceptive type behavior we'd expect somebody when they're assisting a criminal. Later, she went to a Walmart up there on North Keystone, purchased some men's underwear, a travel kit, and some men's slippers.
Local officials waited 6 days to inform the public about Mason's accidental release, a decision the sheriff's office stands by.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
This latest search comes just days after the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted killer who was arrested following nearly 2 weeks on the run after escaping a Pennsylvania county jail. Back in Indiana, another community on edge, with residents demanding answers.
Someone made a big mistake.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger.
We should note that officials have been chasing leads overnight. They do believe that the suspect has ties to Indianapolis, but it's still unclear if he's still in the area. They're also reminding the suspect that he can still turn himself in. They'll arrange for a safe surrender. Back to you.
Kathy Park, thanks so much. Well, the Biden administration announced late last night that it'll grant temporary protective status to hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants who illegally crossed into the United States. The move comes amid intense pressure from protesters and politicians on both sides of the aisle who called for greater federal action to address the thousands of migrants now flowing into major cities. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington. So, Julia, many are unfamiliar with TPS status. So can you just back up and help us understand what the decision entails and what it means for Venezuelans in particular?
Right. So this is temporary protected status. It's been used by presidents through multiple administrations when there's been some kind of catastrophic event in a country to allow people of that country who are already living in the United States to stay here. Think about the 2010 earthquake in Haiti. We issued TPS then so that Haitians who were in the United States weren't forced to go back to a country that was basically unlivable. Now, that's already happened for Venezuelans. They did it about 2 years ago, and that meant that any Venezuelan who was already in the country as of 2 years ago could stay here. They could apply for work authorization, and they could have relief from the fear of deportation. They couldn't be deported, at least temporarily, until that status ran out. Now, what's happening now is a little unusual. Mayor Adams in New York has been calling for the Biden administration to issue TPS for Venezuelans so that so many of those Venezuelans who are living in New York City, along with other nationalities, can immediately apply for work authorization so they can get out of New York's shelter system. It's a big problem for them there. But in the past, the White House has said, no, it's not that easy. We already granted TPS a few years ago. Doing so now might send the wrong message that should a certain nationality overwhelm the United States, we'll just wave this magic wand and allow them to have work authorization. But last night, they changed their tune on that and did issue TPS for any Venezuelan who's been in the United States before July 31st of this year. That means over 420,000 Venezuelans who are already living here can now apply for work authorization and relief from deportation. That really changes how TPS has usually been used. When I went to DHS and talked to officials about why they changed, I said, did you cave from pressure from New York? And they said, not necessarily, but of course that's part of this decision. We want to have some more breathing room as we figure out what is best to do around this issue. That's a long-winded explanation, but I hope you understand it better now.
No, long-winded but thorough and incredibly helpful for a really nuanced issue. And I mean, Julia, while we have you, you're also, and you've been covering and have some exclusive reporting about how migrant kids ended up working in unsafe jobs in this country. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, at NBC, we've been reporting a lot extensively on migrant children, particularly Guatemalan children who came to the United States without parents or caregivers and ended up working in incredibly unsafe conditions. These have been in slaughterhouses, really in the food industry, throughout processing produce, in really unsafe conditions that are illegal for anyone to be working in under 18. Now whistleblowers who are working for the government at HHS, Health and Human Services, that oversaw the children who crossed the border during a surge in 2021 are coming forward and saying that they think that it was problems with the government's case management system that may have led some children to end up with unsafe sponsors. Now, they don't point to specific examples. Those government workers, of course, couldn't follow each individual child and figure out where they were and what problems could have led them to an unsafe condition. But they say they tried to blow the whistle. They tried to raise concerns in 2021 that there were problems and how they vetted these sponsors and how often they followed up to see how safe the children were after they left. And they think they can make the connection between problems they flagged in 2021 and the issues we're seeing with child labor now in 2023.
Really critical reporting. Julia Ainsley with the latest on the state of migration in this country. Thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Jobless claims in the U.S. have actually taken an unexpected fall.
And if you or your kids have ever played Fortnite, you could be due some money. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Katens and Clay. Well, let's talk about the number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits. Well, that number fell for the first time unexpectedly last week. However, it's not expected to last. Why? Because automakers continue to lay off workers amid strikes at GM, Stellantis, and Ford plants. Just yesterday, GM and Stellantis laid off a combined 2,300 or 100 workers, I should say, so 2,300. Are you a Fortnite player? You could be eligible for a piece of a $245 million settlement from the company that makes the popular game. Epic Games is refunding customers over claims it used manipulative tactics to trick millions of players into making unwanted purchases on the game, especially children. The FTC is notifying people who are eligible for a refund and has dedicated a website to apply. And some happy little trees from the iconic American painter Bob Ross can now be yours. The very first on-air painting from Bob Ross's Joy of Painting series is up for sale for nearly $10 million. Up until now, it has been in the possession of an early volunteer of the show, and now it's available for you and I if we could afford it. Do you remember the squirrel? You had a friend...
Yeah,
I don't know, he would talk about a squirrel.
Yeah, my son has a T-shirt that says "Only Happy Accidents."
Oh.
Bob Ross.
Love.
Miss him.
Love. Christina Portzanevelos, thanks for bringing us that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Coming up, why more auto workers could soon join the picket lines as major car makers try to strike a deal.
Plus, what the Utah mother and author accused in the deadly poisoning of her husband is now saying about a letter found in her jail cell. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There is a major media shakeup we need to tell you about today.
Rupert Murdoch, the controversial media titan who was in charge of Fox News and the New York Post, among other media entities, says he is stepping down as chairman of the Fox Corporation and News Group.
And the successor he has chosen, not unexpected, but the timing caught some people off guard.
It's the end of an era. At 92, media giant Rupert Murdoch stepping aside at Fox and News Corp, leaving the empire to his eldest son, 52-year-old Lachlan Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch's nearly 7-decade career has transformed the media landscape as we know it. Murdoch began his reign as titan of the tabloids in Australia, building a small newspaper business into a behemoth corporate empire. In 1985, he became an American citizen, launching the Fox Broadcasting Company and buying 20th Century Fox. With Fox, Murdoch had control over everything from local news to entertainment, including one of TV's biggest comedies.
I'm Rupert Murdoch, the billionaire tyrant, and this is my skybox.
In 1996, he launched Fox News Channel.
Breaking breaking news now.
His media was not embraced by the establishment. It was tabloid, it was populist, it was angry, it was loud.
Over decades, it amassed a huge audience, becoming a cornerstone of the modern conservative movement. But following the 2020 election, Fox News opinion hosts faced heavy scrutiny for airing baseless claims of voter fraud after then-President Donald Trump lost to President Biden. Fox News and parent company Fox Corp were both sued by Dominion Voting Systems over those false claims, ultimately reaching a $787 million settlement agreement. Heir apparent Lachlan Murdoch expressing gratitude for his father's lasting imprint, saying, "We thank him for his vision, his pioneering spirit, his steadfast determination, and the enduring legacy he leaves to the companies he founded and countless people he has impacted." Murdoch is expected to formally resign at a shareholder meeting in November.
Now, Rupert Murdoch will still have a title at both Fox and News Corp, despite no longer being in charge. He's going to be known now as Chairman Emeritus.
Kate, thanks for that. Well, this morning, Alec Murdaugh, the former South Carolina lawyer convicted of murdering his wife and son earlier this year, pleaded guilty in federal court to multiple financial crimes, including nearly 24 counts of fraud and money laundering, which could carry a sentence of up to 30 years. Murdaugh is still set to stand trial later this fall on charges that he stole millions from the family of his late housekeeper.
There are new developments this hour in the case of that Utah mother accused of fatally poisoning her husband.
Her name is Corey Richins, and she's also a children's author who wrote a book about losing a loved one. She's now pushing back against accusations of witness tampering after a suspicious letter was found in her jail cell. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has more.
The woman known for writing a children's book on grief.
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year.
Now accused of spinning a very different tale. Corey Richins, the mother of 3 accused of killing her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl, says this jailhouse letter is actually an excerpt from a fictional mystery book she's been writing in prison. That according to the latest documents filed by the prosecution. The drama began on September 14th after guards found a 6-page handwritten letter inside Richins' jail cell, in which prosecutors allege Richins attempts to direct her family to spin a false narrative about her husband's drug use, telling them, "Bring me home." The DA calling the letter evidence of witness tampering. The prosecution doubling down on that allegation and raising even more questions. Its latest filing includes a partial transcript of a jailhouse phone call between Richins and her mom, Lisa Darden, where they say Richins tries to explain the letter. According to the filing, Richins telling her mother, "When I first got in here, I was telling you how I was writing a book. Those papers were not a letter to you guys. They were part of my freaking book." Adding that in the fictional story, I go to Mexico and I'm like trying to find these drugs.
Defendants who are incarcerated and know their calls are being recorded try to help their case by spinning part of the narrative.
Complicating the narrative. In an interview with the Daily Mail, Richins' mom seemingly echoed talking points also found in the letter, saying, "I know 2 occasions Eric bought drugs in another country and put the stuff in Corey's bag." Although it's unclear whether her mother ever saw the letter or some other version.
Erin McLaughlin, thanks for that report. Coming up, Lizzo is facing a new lawsuit from her former fashion designer, why she says touring with the singer was like living in a madhouse. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Scammers in Arizona are accused of luring vulnerable Native Americans into fake rehab centers, then billing Medicaid millions in fraudulent claims.
The illicit businesses promise treatment, but officials say some people check in and end up missing, assaulted, even dead. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
These are the faces of missing Indigenous people across the Southwest. Many of them believed to be victims of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme in Arizona, where people are brought to fake addiction treatment programs, according to the state's attorney general.
Why is my Che getting in your truck?
The man recording this video says he was suspicious of this truck pulled over on the side of the road in Gallup, New Mexico, the gateway to the Navajo Nation.
They're taking you to a safe house, aren't they?
The man in the denim jacket, a Navajo elder. Police believe the driver and passenger were trying to lure the man to an addiction treatment facility, most likely in the Phoenix area.
I have my business card. If you have any questions, call me. Okay.
Several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, say tactics like these set up a false promise of safe haven and treatment while defrauding the state Medicaid system. The elder eventually gets out of the truck, persuaded in Navajo. But many are trafficked from reservations and encouraged to sign up for Medicaid benefits in Arizona.
We were hearing reports of these vehicles that were going, people were going onto the tribal communities and recruiting people that were impaired in the communities, and then they weren't being seen for weeks on end.
The so-called rehab facilities often lacking in care and in some cases allegedly fueling addictions to attract more clients.
There are some that have ties to illegal drug organizations and others that are other operators are opportunists.
And the more clients, the more reimbursement from the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, or ACCESS.
There are multiple crimes that are occurring, anywhere from assaults, sexual assaults, trespassing, burglary, and even deaths.
We have seen hundreds of unsheltered relatives that have been in these sober living homes. We've seen elderly that have gotten beaten up by these people in these homes. Women have told us they've gotten raped.
Raquel Moody, one of Stewart's outreach partners, says she experienced these facilities firsthand as she battled an addiction to alcohol along with a relative.
There was no staff. The clients, my brother, he was allowed to drink. It was really hard because, at times I didn't feel safe.
Moody says she moved around to several similar facilities hoping to find real treatment while her brother disappeared. When he was eventually found, it was too late.
So he died December 11th of 22. So we were looking for him for about 6 months, but I know that being sober was what he wanted. Because we actually talked. We had a conversation before, he left.
Now Stewart and Moody go out at night providing food and water, checking on those who appear to be in need, and questioning anyone driving a vehicle they feel is suspicious.
Can I get the license plate number? So you see this consistently. They're still recruiting to this day.
The state's Medicaid program cracking down on the fraud in May, announcing a 6-month moratorium on the enrollment of new clinics and implementing safeguards to weed out the fake facilities. Law enforcement agencies at every level coordinating to investigate.
In one case, we discovered that ACCESS had been billed for more than 13 hours a day for alcohol rehabilitation services to a 4-year-old.
The governor's office estimating the state has lost hundreds of millions of dollars in the scheme.
This is one of the biggest scandals in the history of the state of Arizona.
ACCESS reports more than 300 fake or fraudulent providers have been suspended, including the clinic Mariah Benally worked at, allegedly entangled with a sister facility receiving fraudulent payments.
So there was billing that was happening for patients who weren't receiving those services from our company or from any company at all.
Benally now speaking out after losing her own brother to addiction.
It matters to me because, you know, losing a loved one to everything that's going on right now with this, you trust these facilities with your loved ones. So if anything, I know the pain.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Such important reporting.
Yeah, incredibly sobering and critical stuff. Thank you, Valerie. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A federal judge says Hunter Biden must appear in person when he's arraigned on gun charges next month. The president's son had requested to appear remotely. The arraignment is scheduled at a courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware on October 3rd. The 3 felony counts involve Hunter Biden's alleged possession of a firearm in 2018. Prosecutors allege that he was using illegal drugs at the time.
A new high-speed train service will begin tomorrow in Orlando, Florida. The extension of the Bright Line comes 3 months after the company completed the train track connection between Orlando and Miami. Bright Line is the first private passenger train to operate in the United States in a century. It started back in 2018. One-way tickets start at $79 for adults and $39 for kids.
The Senate has confirmed its first military nominee in months. Air Force General Charles Q. Brown Jr. was confirmed as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The vote was 83-11. For months now, Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville has been blocking military promotions in protest of an abortion policy for service members. Tuberville is continuing his blockade and holding up other promotions. Pop star Lizzo facing a brand new lawsuit from one of her former workers.
Yeah, that's right. And new exclusive reporting from NBC's Diana Dazrath and Tim Stello. A fashion designer claims her team was mocked and bullied backstage on tour. She goes on to allege that Lizzo allowed behavior like harassment and racial discrimination to happen.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. So, Stephen, can you walk us through some of these new allegations? And has there been any response from Lizzo or anyone else named in the lawsuit?
Well, this lawsuit does have some similarities to the lawsuit filed by her former dancers for Lizzo. We told you about those last month. There are some differences here, though. Asha Daniels, a fashion designer who says she toured with Lizzo, filed that suit today. She started working with the pop star about a year ago. She designed clothes for her dancers. Well, in this lawsuit, there are some troubling allegations against Lizzo, but more specifically against her wardrobe manager, Amanda Nomura. Daniels alleges Nomura forced dancers to change out in the open, did stereotypical impressions of black women, called performers dumb, mocked their weight, and the suit even alleges Nomura used a slur and threatened to kill anyone who put her job at risk. Daniels goes on to claim she was forced to work 7 days a week for 20 hours a day and was told to continue working even after injuring her ankle. Now, speaking to NBC News, Daniels said, quote, "I was listening to this black woman on this huge stage have this message of self-love and caring for others and being empathetic and being strong and standing up for others. And I was witnessing myself, the dancers and the background vocalists and my local team in every city be harassed and bullied regularly," end quote. And Kate and Clay, this lawsuit's timing is interesting because Lizzo is actually set to get an award tonight, the Black Music Action Coalition Quincy Jones Humanitarian Award, for her commitment to social justice and inclusivity. We did get a statement from Lizzo's spokesperson this afternoon saying, quote, "As Lizzo receives the humanitarian award tonight, an ambulance-chasing lawyer tries to sully this honor by recruiting someone to file a bogus, absurd publicity stunt lawsuit who, wait for it, never actually met or even spoke with Lizzo. We will pay this as much attention as it deserves. None." Certainly more to come on this one.
Wow, that's quite a statement. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Thanks so much.
A group of published authors are waging a war of words against ChatGPT.
They're suing the company behind the artificial intelligence service, claiming it's stealing their work to train the language model. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
My books have been taken, and I didn't even know about it. I wasn't asked about it. I didn't approve it.
Best-selling author Michael Connolly, whose novels have been made into films like The Lincoln Lawyer and TV series Bosch, says he and thousands of other writers have been ripped off.
There's no denying AI. It's going to be in our future. What is a structure that makes sense for authors?
I think it's about consent. Our books were just fed into the big maw of AI.
Now Connolly and dozens of other authors are suing OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, for mass copyright infringement, a legal action that could have implications for the broader pop culture. According to the suit, ChatGPT has already been used to create complete unauthorized versions of books by a number of authors, including George R.R. Martin, creator of the novels which Game of Thrones was based on, and who is also part of the lawsuit.
It's just not fair. Why should I take a year to write a 400-page novel if in 15 minutes it can be stolen and redistributed?
Other writers in the suit include John Grisham, author of legal thrillers like The Pelican Brief, and romance superstar Ellen Hildebrand, author of The Perfect Couple. AI systems rely on something called large language models. Those models are, quote, trained using massive amounts of text. OpenAI doesn't publicly say where it gets all of the material it has fed into the system. But according to the suit, at least some of it is copyrighted.
The reason they can write so well is because they've ingested hundreds and thousands of books. And they've done this without permission, without payment.
In a statement to NBC News on the latest lawsuit, OpenAI says it is working with authors to discuss their concerns, writing, "We respect the rights of writers and authors and believe they should benefit from AI technology." In response to a previous similar lawsuit, OpenAI argued the case be dismissed in part because courts have recognized that the use of copyrighted materials by innovators in transformative ways does not violate copyright. Connolly and the other writers say they don't buy it, arguing AI threatens not only novelists, but creative work of all kinds.
I think it's just a threat to the spark of creativity. I think there's something mystical and magical about it. And if you believe that, like I do, you also believe it could go away.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Right now, there's no deal in sight in the already historic United Auto Workers strike. And that's major because we're less than 24 hours away from a key deadline. Right now, only about 9% of the union is picketing outside 3 assembly plants. And the big 3 car makers have already started laying off workers because of the walkouts. And they say there could be more. The strike has drawn the attention of politicians from across the spectrum, and union members are sounding off.
No deals, no wheels.
No deals, no wheels.
This union had been struggling for the last 43 years. We had 1.5 million auto workers back in 1979. We have 150,000 today. So my question is, where's the Democrats been? Where's the Republicans been for the last 43 years to stop the bleeding within our union? Nowhere.
No justice, no cheats. No justice, no cheats.
I think it's nice that you know, if politicians do want to support us, but I think it's you know, I'd rather have it from afar rather than, you know, us being, you know, pawns in their campaigning.
Who are we? UAW. Who are we? UAW.
Right now, the way it's currently structured, you know, it's not a career anymore. It used to be, it was, you know, you had pride working for the big 3. So that's what we want to get back. We want to restore that.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is outside the Ford plant in Wayne, Michigan, and has been talking to so many of these folks. So, Jesse, the union says unless there is, in their own words, serious progress on a new contract by noon Eastern tomorrow, more workers are going to strike. So what do the 2 sides want and need from each other to get closer to a deal?
Yeah, so at this point, Zing Clay, we know some of the offers that have been made by the big 3 companies. So we know some of the specifics from Ford. We know some of the specifics from General Motors. We knew some of the specifics from Stellantis, but then the union said yesterday they got a new offer from that company. So we know what's coming from the big 3 automakers, but we don't know where the union has met them in the middle. We don't know any concessions that have come from the union so far. The UAW's president has told me that the union has made counteroffers to these companies, but we don't know where they've budged, if at all. So, for example, on something like higher wages, the still public demand from the union is a 40% wage increase over 4 years. We know that the offers from the companies have hovered around 20%, and the timeline of that has been a little bit different. It's stretched a little bit beyond the 4-year measure, but we don't know if the unions come down closer to that yet, Zinclay. Just one example of where there's still some unclear details.
Yeah, and Jesse, I appreciate you saying what we don't know, because much of this is happening in backdoor meetings. I do know that one of the union's sticking points that's drawn a lot of attention is the demand for a 32-hour work week, while also securing a 40% hourly pay increase. So how exactly does the union justify this?
Yeah, so one worker I spoke with, a gentleman who is on strike right now, explained it to me as on paper it might be a 32-hour work week, but he still expects that they would be working a full work week. The idea would be to boost pay by getting overtime sooner, just because of the lengthy hours that they work in these factories. But just broadly speaking, the overarching headline, or one of them, from the union throughout this whole stretch of negotiations and now this strike that's unfolded for a week now, has been trying to get what the union feels is fair for the workers based on what they do and how the companies have succeeded in recent years in Clay.
Jesse Kirsch on the ground for us. Thanks so much.
Hey, Zinkley, guess what? Believe it or not, today is the first day of fall, and that means spooky season is right around the corner. Americans are expected to break a record when it comes to Halloween spending this year, but NBC News Daily anchor Vicki Nguyen has some tips to prevent a scary situation in your bank account.
It's not yet fall, but Halloween plans are revving up, and so are the shoppers.
And suddenly, to my surprise,
a new report from the National Retail Federation says nearly half of consumers plan to buy before October.
One of the biggest ways consumers can save money this Halloween is by getting an early start.
Our spooky spending is expected to hit $12.2 billion this year, a new record.
Part of the reason for the hike in spending, inflation. Candy prices are up 9.4%. And more Americans say they're going to participate in Halloween this year. Some 73% of people say they're going to do something. That's up 5% from last year, with the average person spending about $108, most of it on costumes.
Total spending on costumes for adults, children, and pets is expected to reach over $4 billion this year.
What are some ways consumers can save money?
Consumers are thinking about prices right now. Start figuring out what you need so that you can pick up items when they're at the best price for you. Subscribe to your favorite retailers' ads, or follow them on social media, or follow them through their app.
But you can also save right at home.
I mean, this whole thing is like entertaining under $30.
Maureen Petrosky is a lifestyle expert who says she shops her own closet.
Now, I could make this costume something very 80s by adding a little eyeliner and some teased hair, or I can simply add to it a mask, or a headband like I have here.
And check your kids' closets too.
My son plays football, so grab the football helmet, a varsity jacket, maybe a cheerleading uniform, things that you might already have in the house that dress you up without spending a dime.
If you want a specific costume, buy early before stock runs out. For kids, the most sought-after looks include Spider-Man, a witch, and Mario. For adults, Barbie, Batman, and a vampire.
And the most popular costume for pets, pumpkins, bats, and hot dogs. Moose, you're a hot dog.
For candy, shop early from bulk stores like Sam's Club or Costco. And for decorations, get creative at your local discount or dollar store.
These are branches from my backyard that I simply spray painted black. I love black spray paint. It's an inexpensive way to make anything spooky.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
That's a good tip. You know what I do? Just reuse the same stuff over and over.
Recycling.
I have like bins in my basement. I have a house, right? So I have bins in my basement filled with Halloween decorations.
I love it.
Bring
or
that
a little
every year.
DIY costume.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
You were just telling me. Yeah.
I've had a lot of costumes.
What costume this year? Do you know?
TBD. Maybe we'll vote on it. Let us know.
Let us know. She's at Simply Zinkley, and I'm at TV Kate Snow.
Yeah. Well,
send us your ideas for our costumes this year.
Please, we want to know. Coming up, millions of people are seeking help for substance abuse. We'll talk about resources and how to navigate the road to recovery with an expert who's actually had personal experience.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, September is National Drug Recovery Month. And so today we're focusing on resources for people with substance use disorder.
According to federal data, in 2021, more than 46 million people over the age of 12 met the criteria for having a substance use disorder. And 94% of people with a substance use disorder did not receive any treatment. Here to talk about all this is licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley. Kelly, it's always good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So I understand this is personal for you. Talk to us about that.
It is. So I have all the knowledge of alcohol and drug abuse and tried to dodge the bullet my entire life, coming from a long family history of addiction. And you can't outsmart the disease. So I found myself drinking more and more alcohol with 4 small kids at home and being a working mom and feeling super stressed out, and decided that I needed to give it up altogether because I had had repeated patterns of just not liking who I was and not following through on things I said I would, and broken promises to my kids.
You're very open and honest about it. I know in your book, which is called Myself, people can read about your whole story. I want to ask about how hard it is, though, for folks who are like you, like many people struggling. There's not enough places, right? Let's just be honest. There's not enough treatment centers, and it can be really, really hard to find one. And then they cost a lot of money sometimes if you go to a private facility. So what's your best advice?
Oh my gosh. So the best thing that came out of the pandemic was that there are so many online resources. So if somebody doesn't need to detox from alcohol or drugs, a medical detox, but are looking for psychological support. I mean, when I got sober 10 years ago, 12-step programs were really the only option. And now there are so many other resources. She Recovers is a wonderful online program of women who connect all throughout the country and the world. And support groups for family members of somebody who might have a loved one who is struggling.
Yeah, that's a big piece of it, too.
It is. And as much as we want somebody to change, we have no control in that process. The only person that we truly can change is ourselves, and there first and foremost needs to be a willingness.
No, that's so key. And there was a statistic that really was striking, that 1 in 4 Americans who are dealing with a mental health problem also have a substance abuse disorder. Talk to us about that. That's according to federal data. Why is there sort of this link between mental health struggles and substance use?
Thank you so much for bridging that gap there, because it is very cyclical. And oftentimes people are self-medicating with alcohol or drugs.
Trying to feel better.
Feel better, take the edge off, calm anxiety, lift their mood, work through something that might be difficult in their life. And once they stop using the substance, they notice some of those symptoms are coming back up. And so the automatic response is, if there isn't support, that they're going to go back to using and relapse. And so there is a very high statistic of people struggling to maintain sobriety within that first year.
We have like 40 seconds left. What is the positive? Like, end on a, what gives you hope?
Oh my gosh, I have the chills when people come together and share their story, and somebody can look at them and say, I want something that that person has, and it can be through recovery.
That's so key. You're more than the challenges that you're facing.
That's right.
Thank you.
Kelly Kitley, thank you, as always. And thanks so much for being with us. We've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Thank you.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay, with the school year back in full swing, we want to introduce you to a gym teacher. Look at him, whose reach goes way beyond the gymnasium.
That's right. He is making fitness pretty fun by incorporating dance and creative challenges into his classes, and he's getting a ton of attention on social media. Here's Today co-host Dylan Dreyer.
Now I skip into work. Teaching is so much fun. I am in a great school.
Thomas Gilardi, a physical education teacher, has taught for the last 9 years at PS 173 in New York and is affectionately known as Coach.
Oh, we got a tie over here.
Why did you want to become a phys ed teacher?
I was always passionate in anything that I did, and I always gravitated towards sports. Soccer was really my game. Once I figured out I wasn't going to be a pro, I'm like, what else should I do? And I realized I kind of had a gift working with kids. Like, if I wanted to make them laugh, they'd laugh. I wanted to make them do things, they'd listen. And I'm like, this is kind of fun.
Coach is crushing it, the 2022 Elementary PE Teacher of the Year, who also happens to be a hit on social media.
Hi, my name is Coach Gilardi.
Creating the Phys Ed Zone in 2018 to help strengthen students mostly through dance movement. After watching kid-friendly exercise videos online with his class, he thought,
I can do that. I got a tripod and an iPad, and I did it. And I put it on my own YouTube channel.
Welcome to the Phys Ed Zone.
More than 22,000 YouTube subscribers and more than 5 million views later, Coach lunges and kicks, claps and jumps to encourage children's health and fitness.
Are you ready? 2 hands, same time.
Where did the ideas come from for the movements and everything you're doing?
I started asking the students, like, which songs do you want to hear? And I would just kind of say, let's do some free dancing to it. And I'd watch them. And then I'd go to my basement and practice in front of the mirror.
So these videos started before COVID?
Yes, I had about 25 dance videos. And then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And everyone had to figure out remote learning. So now I went from teaching my school, my community, now I'm teaching
everywhere.
It was unbelievable.
You got it?
What do you see in him as a teacher?
He really thinks about where phys ed's going to take kids. It's not just a job for him. He really is looking to inspire kids for their futures.
Why is it important to get kids to play as part of exercise?
We're living in a day and age where there's so many other options to avoid being fit. I see my students once a week, maybe twice at best. I know I'm making an impact, but what real impact can I really make in that short period of time? Has been really my biggest challenge.
On the flip side, Coach educates the next generation of PE teachers through TikTok.
Tips for PE teachers.
Where he has 74,000 followers and more than 3 million likes.
Give it a try.
Why did you want to do that?
The best way for PE teachers to be prepared to teach is mentorship. So now they have their degree, they're applying for a position, and now they're teaching with really no skills. Why not share basic tips and tricks to help these future professionals?
Time for me to get in the Phys Ed Zone.
One of the tips you have is a hula hoop hut.
Yes.
Can you help me make one?
Of course.
I did it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're a good teacher.
Finally, I get to join in imaginative fun and games with Coach and his students. No equipment needed, just a willingness to play along.
First activity is called Look Away.
There are lots of whistles,
Freeze.
hopping, and laughing.
1 foot, that's crazy. What? I can't do that.
And the real crowd pleaser? Think rock, paper, scissors, plus a flexibility and balance challenge.
Banana split.
Oh, no.
Okay, I got this. Banana split.
No.
We had so much fun in PE class today. Give it a try.
I love that.
Me too.
You know, gym teachers sometimes get a bad rap, right? Like, they don't have to do much or whatever. My brother-in-law is a gym teacher. He's fantastic. But that just shows, like, they have so much power to help kids, right?
I
To
mean,
get them moving.
Truly. And I think I would have liked running the mile if my teacher was a little more like that.
Exactly.
Just saying.
Let's make some time for today's Daily Snapshot. A highly unusual sight at Washington, D.C.'s Union Station. A puppet known as Little Amal, but she's not little. She's 12 feet tall, representing a 10-year-old Syrian refugee child. That's what that is all about.
Really powerful, promoting human rights.
More after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samwan.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, September 21st, 2023, season finale. Writers and studios are back at the bargaining table today, and it appears it could be a Hollywood ending. What a possible deal means for your favorite shows and movies.
Under pressure, the Biden administration grants new protections for more than 200,000 migrants, while lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are calling for even more action.
On the run, a murder suspect is mistakenly released from prison, triggering a massive manhunt in Indiana. Who's accused of helping him as police race to put him back behind bars.
And hazing allegations. Boston College suspending all swimming and diving teams. With the season just getting started, the conversation that every parent should be having with their kids as fall sports and Greek life ramps up.
It is the first day of the fall season, and a lot of stories to get to.
Yeah, you and I didn't even realize it was fall.
I know.
Already. How did it get to be the end of September?
How did we get here? And we're wondering about what shows we could watch, because it could end up being a Hollywood ending. We begin this hour with, of course, that strike. It's paralyzed the entertainment industry for 142 days.
Well, today, several top studio executives and representatives from the Writers Union are negotiating face-to-face for a second day. That's a big deal. They have not reached a deal yet, but CNBC reports that those involved in the talks are optimistic and that the two sides hope to strike a deal by the end of the day. Those same sources warn that if a deal is not reached during today's talks, the strike could linger on through the end of the year.
11,000 television and film writers walked off the job in May. Then in July, 160,000 television and film actors joined them.
But it's not just impacting actors and writers. The standstill has caused a massive economic toll. One analyst estimating California's economy alone has taken a $3 billion hit. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is following all of this for us very closely, hour by hour. Chloe, thank you for being here. Nice to have you on set. So what brought them back to the table today?
I mean, the fact that it's been 142 days. People can't pay their bills. 17,000 jobs are affected right now, according to the jobs report, but it could be a lot more than that. And it goes so much further than just what we're watching on TV and people being subjected to reruns of their favorite shows. Some people right now are taking to social media, posting tearful videos of the fact that they've already blown through their 401ks. They've gone through their savings. They can't pay their bills. They're selling their apartments. Even some actors that you might know have taken to social media to say that they've had to move. This is upending people's lives. And obviously, the studios are also losing money as well. So in an unprecedented show of force, they've shown up to the table to negotiate as of yesterday and again today, too.
And you make really important points. There are so many connected to this industry. I think of makeup artists. I think of caterers, right? It's bigger than just the writers and the actors. How fast, though, could we see our TV shows and our movies maybe go back into production?
Not that fast. So, I mean, first of all, you will see daytime talk shows up and running again. So you will see Drew Barrymore finally get to bring her show back, Jennifer Hudson's show and others like that, while others have just been going on the whole time like The View and maybe not using union writers, right? And so that's kind of the loophole for them. Then you have late night shows and Saturday Night Live, part of NBC and our parent company. And, you know, that is something that people, it's appointment television for so many. Now, when it comes to movies, it's not that easy to bring a film back when they've already pushed it back. Award season is all screwed up right now. Emmys is now in January, and it's usually something that we all look forward to in the fall. So simply, it's not easy. It's going to take months for some of these casts and crews to all get back together and find these locations, restart filming all over again. So we're going to see the ramifications. Even if someone signs on a dotted line today, this will have far-reaching ramifications for even a year from now. It's going to have affected things.
Chloe Malas, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we should note that NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News, is a member of the trade group that represents the major studios.
Well, in political news, the Biden administration announced late last night that it'll grant temporary protective status to hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants who illegally crossed into the U.S.
The move comes amid intense pressure from protesters and politicians on both sides of the aisle who called for greater federal action to address the thousands of migrants now flowing into major cities.
NBC News Homeland Security correspondent joins us now from Washington, D.C., Julia Ainsley. So, Julia, first off, many are unfamiliar with TPS status. Help us understand what that entails and what it means for Venezuelans in particular.
Yes, that's temporary protected status. It's something that presidents have used through multiple administrations. It's an executive power so that when something terrible happens in a country, be it political or, say, in the case of Haiti's 2010 earthquake, those people from that country who are currently living in the United States at the time of that event can stay here. They can apply for work authorization, and they're free from deportation, at least for a temporary period. But in this case, they're granting TPS for all Venezuelans who have been here since July 31st, 2023. Now, there's a lot going on in Venezuela, a lot of reasons why people are leaving there due to the government there, a lot of malnutrition, people not being able to find work. But the United States already granted TPS to Venezuelans 2 years ago. And so it was thought that if they did this now, it would say that we're granting TPS based on the number of nationals that are in this country. In other words, it's how we're going to deal with immigration. So that was a big reason why the Biden administration held off from making that date more current, now July 2023, because they didn't want to send that message. But there's been a lot of pressure from New York City as they've dealt with 60,000 migrants still in their shelter system, many of them from Venezuela. This is something New York City Mayor Adams has been pushing for. The Biden administration officials tell me they didn't necessarily cave to the pressure here, but they do think this will help.
And Julia, while we have you, I want to ask you about some new exclusive reporting that you have. I know you've spent a lot of time reporting on migrant kids who come to this country, young people, underage, and end up working in unsafe jobs like in slaughterhouses. What are you working on now?
Yeah, that's right. So we just learned today there's this new whistleblower report. You can read the full thing on NBCnews.com, but it basically lays out the fact that there were whistleblowers who were government workers in 2021, right when we saw a surge of unaccompanied children cross the border. These people were in charge of taking care of those children. And they say they raised the alarm then that the case management system had problems. They said it could go down for days. Sometimes children could be languishing in the care of HHS, even if a sponsor was ready, simply because the system wasn't up to snuff. And so now they're saying that they think because of that system, HHS didn't do a good enough job matching children with thoroughly vetted sponsors and checking up on them after they left. And they're worried now after they've seen so many reports of children ending up in unsafe labor conditions. They think there's a connection there. HHS could have done more earlier on to find out exactly where children were going and make sure they're going to safe places.
Julia Ainsley, you have been on that for a while. Thank you so much. Deputies in Indiana say they've arrested the girlfriend of a suspected murderer who is on the loose, but still have not recaptured that alleged killer. An intense manhunt is underway right now for Kevin Mason. The local sheriff's office says they accidentally released Mason from the adult detention center where he was held last Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the latest from Indianapolis.
Urgent manhunt in Indiana for a murder suspect authorities say was accidentally set free from jail.
Our plan is to look throughout the city with this uniform presence and make it uncomfortable for anybody who might be keeping him.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office's 28-year-old Kevin Mason was mistakenly released last Wednesday, just 2 days after his arrest, due to faulty records review.
So far, 2 inmate records clerks involved in this mistake have been terminated. This was an error. This should have not happened.
Mason was wanted on 3 warrants in Minnesota, including a second-degree murder charge for his alleged role in a shooting in 2021, firearms possession, and a parole violation. And now deputies say they've arrested his girlfriend, Desiree Oliver, who they say picked him up after he walked out of jail.
She then went to obtain a new cell phone, which is kind of the deceptive type behavior we'd expect somebody when they're assisting a criminal. Later, she went to a Walmart up there on North Keystone, purchased some men's underwear, a travel kit, and some men's slippers.
Local officials waited 6 days to inform the public about Mason's accidental release, a decision the sheriff's office stands by.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
This latest search comes just days after the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted killer who was arrested following nearly 2 weeks on the run after escaping a Pennsylvania county jail. Back in Indiana, another community on edge, with residents demanding answers.
Someone made a big mistake.
It upsets me that it puts the community in danger.
We should note that officials have been chasing leads overnight. They do believe that the suspect has ties to Indianapolis, but it's still unclear if he's still in the area. They're also reminding the suspect that he can still turn himself in. They'll arrange for a safe surrender. Back to you.
Kathy Park, thanks so much. Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. We've got some good news and bad news if you're trying to sell your house.
And Budweiser is making a change to one of its iconic symbols. Dominic Chu joins us now. Hi, Dom.
Hi, Kate. Hi, Zinkley. Well, first of all, on the home front, we have new data on existing home sales showing prices continue to climb in the month of August, even as home sales themselves dropped. The National Association of Realtors reporting that it's a result of low inventory levels pushing prices up even as mortgage rates remain high. The median price, by the way, for an existing home in the U.S. is $407,000. That's up almost 4% from the same time last year. Meanwhile, MGM Resorts back online after a cyber attack prompted a 10-day computer shutdown. That shutdown affected the reservation system and credit card processing systems there, so hopefully a recovery underway. And you mentioned, Kate, the parent company of Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch InBev, says it will no longer cut off the tails of its iconic Clydesdale horses. Anheuser-Busch has been under pressure from PETA and other animal activist groups to stop that practice, which is known as tail docking. A company spokesperson says they discontinued the tail docking earlier this year and that the safety of the prize horses is their top priority. Ladies, I'm an animal lover. I've got 2 dogs of my own. I always struggle with this because I understand some of the reasons why you crop tails and ears and do this.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like it's a painful process as well.
I mean, it sounds so painful.
Yeah, I think that's the pushback right there, right? Is just let it be natural.
All right, Dom Chu, thanks for bringing us the latest. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, scary old. Scientists say so-called zombie cells are aging us all. How they're working to kill them off so we can all live healthier, longer lives.
Plus, a black student in Texas is suspended twice over his hair. How his school is defending its decision and why the fight will likely end up in court. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way. Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
There are some new allegations against Rudy Giuliani. Former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson alleges in her new book that Giuliani groped her at an event on January 6, 2021. NBC News has not obtained a copy of her new book, but a person familiar with the book confirmed quotes originally published by the newspaper The Guardian. Hutchinson made headlines, you remember, last summer for the video you're seeing here, her explosive testimony before the January 6th committee. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, so what is Hutchinson alleging exactly in her book, and has there been any response from Giuliani?
Yeah, so this all happened on January 6th itself, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, who describes sort of a pretty creepy moment here between her and Rudolph Giuliani, who is, of course, in his late 70s. And at the time, Cassidy Hutchinson was in her early 20s, either 23 or 24. What she said happened was that, quote, Rudy wraps one arm around my body, closing the space that was separating us. I felt his stack of documents press into the small of my back. I lowered my eyes and watched his free hand reach the helm of my blazer. By the way, he says, fingering the fabric, I'm loving this leather jacket on you. His hand slips under my blazer, then my skirt. Of course, Rudy Giuliani is denying what happened here, and there's a spokesperson came out with a quote saying, quote, it's fair to ask Cassidy Hutchinson why she is just now coming out with these allegations from 2.5 years ago as part of a marketing campaign for her upcoming book release. This is a disgusting lie against Mayor Rudy Giuliani. So obviously a strong denial there, but it's not completely out of character with some of the other allegations that we've heard along similar lines against Rudy Giuliani, including from major prominent figures saying that Rudy Giuliani has a problem with drinking and was drunk on election night, for example, as well as other allegations, and including an appearance that he made in the movie Borat 2.
I believe he has denied many of those allegations, too. Is that right, Ryan?
That's correct, yes.
Ryan Riley, thank you.
We have new updates in the story of a black student in Texas suspended by his school over his natural hair.
His name is Daryl George. He's 17 years old. You may have seen us tell this story yesterday. He wears his hair like this in a style known as locks. The school first suspended Daryl at the end of August and just suspended him again this past Monday. Daryl's family and the school are now both taking formal legal action to address the situation. Neither side appears to be backing down.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis, who covers education. Rahima, this story has captured the country's attention. What's the latest from the school and the family?
What we're hearing from the family is that they filed a formal complaint with the Texas Education Agency, alleging that their child has been harassed and mistreated. Now, we're also hearing that they intend to file a federal lawsuit against the school, saying for the same reason. He's being discriminated against, according to the family. But we also know that yesterday, the school district itself filed a complaint with the federal district court in Texas, asking for clarification of this law and whether or not its dress code is in violation of this recently passed law in Texas that prohibits and bans any employer or school district from discriminating against anyone based on their hairstyle. But the thing that's interesting is the school is saying that this is not a question of hairstyle. This is a question of hair length. And they have a policy against young men. This is not about the women. This is about young men having long hair, even if it's kept up.
I was asking you before, so even if any male at their school has a ponytail, for example, that would be in violation of their policy?
If that ponytail comes down below the earlobes or it hits the collar of their T-shirt, yes.
Okay, it's confusing, though, because when we look at the pictures of this young man, his hair is up. It's on his head. It's not, it doesn't come down below ears.
Absolutely. It seems like this is a dispute that the courts are going to have to settle. It's not something that they're being able to settle on their own.
Is there some history in this school district? Because I thought I heard that there was another student who was suspended in the past.
Absolutely. It was in 2020. And that particular case, a young man was suspended from school and told that he would not be able to participate in graduation because he had dreadlocks. He was told to cut his dreadlocks. The family refused, and what they did instead was they took their child out of the school. What subsequently happened just a short time later, a federal judge in Texas ruled in favor of the family, saying that it was discriminatory for the school to have this young man, to force him to cut his hair if he wanted to continue in school. Now, the question people will still ask, how does that comply with the dress code?
And of course, the law at the center of all of this, the Crown Act that just passed in Texas. So it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds.
It will be. And in the meantime, the mother alleges that her child is really feeling the burden of this, that his grades are faltering and that he is emotionally impaired by all of it.
All right, Rahima Ellis with the latest. Thank you so much.
Coming up, collision course. The nation's historic auto strike could soon get even bigger. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Scammers in Arizona are accused of luring vulnerable Native Americans into fake rehab centers, then billing Medicaid millions in fraudulent claims.
The illicit businesses promise treatment, but officials say some people check in and end up missing, assaulted, even dead. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
These are the faces of missing Indigenous people across the Southwest, many of them believed to be victims of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme in Arizona, where people are brought to fake addiction treatment programs, according to the state's attorney general.
Why is my chain getting in your truck?
The man recording this video says he was suspicious of this truck pulled over on the side of the road in Gallup, New Mexico, the gateway to the Navajo Nation.
They're taking you to a safe house, aren't they?
The man in the denim jacket, a Navajo elder. Police believe the driver and passenger were trying to lure the man to an addiction treatment facility, most likely in the Phoenix area.
I have my business card. If you have any questions, go to me. Okay.
Several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, say tactics like these set up a false promise of safe haven and treatment while defrauding the state Medicaid system. The elder eventually gets out of the truck, persuaded in Navajo. But many are trafficked from reservations and encouraged to sign up for Medicaid benefits in Arizona.
We were hearing reports of these vehicles that were going, people were going onto the tribal communities and recruiting people that were impaired in the communities, and then they weren't being seen for weeks on end.
The so-called rehab facilities often lacking in care and in some cases allegedly fueling addictions to attract more clients.
There are some that have ties to illegal drug organizations and others that are other operators are opportunists.
And the more clients, the more reimbursement from the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, or ACCESS.
There are multiple crimes that are occurring, anywhere from assaults, sexual assaults, trespassing, burglary, and even deaths.
We have seen hundreds of unsheltered relatives that have been in these sober living homes. We've seen elderly that have gotten beaten up by these people in these homes. Women have told us they've gotten raped.
Raquel Moody, one of Stewart's outreach partners, says she experienced these facilities firsthand as she battled an addiction to alcohol along with a relative.
There was no staff. The clients, my brother, he was allowed to drink. It was really hard because, at times I didn't feel safe.
Moody says she moved around to several similar facilities hoping to find real treatment while her brother disappeared. When he was eventually found, it was too late.
So he died December 11th of 22. So we were looking for him for about 6 months, but I know that being sober was what he wanted, because we actually talked. We had a conversation before, he left.
Now Stewart and Moody go out at night providing food and water, checking on those who appear to be in need, and questioning anyone driving a vehicle they feel is suspicious.
Can I get the license plate number? So you see this consistently. They're still recruiting to this day.
The state's Medicaid program cracking down on the fraud in May, announcing a 6-month moratorium on the enrollment of new clinics and implementing safeguards to weed out the fake facilities. Law enforcement agencies at every level coordinating to investigate.
In one case, we discovered that ACCESS had been billed for more than 13 hours a day for alcohol rehabilitation services to a 4-year-old.
The governor's office estimating the state has lost hundreds of millions of dollars in the scheme.
This is one of the biggest scandals in the history of the state of Arizona.
ACCESS reports more than 300 fake or fraudulent providers have been suspended, including the clinic Mariah Benali worked at, allegedly entangled with a sister facility receiving fraudulent payments.
So there was billing that was happening for patients who weren't
receiving those services from our company or from any company at all.
Benali now speaking out after losing her own brother to addiction.
It matters to me because, you know, losing a loved one to everything that's going on right now with this, you trust these facilities with your loved ones. So if anything, I know the pain.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Such important reporting.
Yeah, incredibly sobering and critical stuff. Thank you, Valerie. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning.
Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you could wait for dishes.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, New York State police say one person is dead and several others hurt after a bus crash north of New York City. Our NBC station in New York reports the people on board that bus were mostly high school students, but that the person who died was an adult. They were all apparently traveling to a band camp in Pennsylvania. You can see from these aerial pictures the crash flipped the bus onto its side, though at this point it's not clear how the crash happened.
A major shakeup in the media world. Rupert Murdoch announced he is stepping down as chairman of the Fox Corporation and News Corp. The media mogul who controlled Fox News and the New York Post, among many other media organizations, announced his son Lachlan will lead both conglomerates. Murdoch is 92 years old and has been at the helm of his empire for nearly 7 decades.
Actor Sophie Turner is suing singer Joe Jonas, asking for their 2 children to be returned to England. According to the filing, Jonas will not turn over their children's passports. This petition comes after the celebrity couple announced they were filing for divorce earlier this month. They were married for 4 years.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is meeting with President Biden at the White House today. It's part of a whirlwind trip to Washington, D.C. for Ukraine's leader. He's pushing for more support in the war against Russia. Zelensky met with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at the Pentagon this morning. Before that, he met privately with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Republican opposition to funding for Ukraine is part of the stalemate in the talks to avoid a government shutdown in 10 days.
Ever about sport, about the situation on the battlefield, about our class. I can't share maybe all the details, but but I think we have very strong talent with senators.
NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins me now. Ali, this is the second time President Zelensky has met with President Biden at the White House since the war began. What is the administration saying about today's visit?
Yeah, Kate, and President Zelensky is returning here today to a very different Washington than the one he spoke to less than a year ago. Since he spoke last year, Ukraine has made some progress in its counteroffensive against Russia, but Russia has also made progress in being able to get more aid from their allies like Iran and North Korea. So we expect Zelensky here again today to renew that focus on needing more aid, military and humanitarian aid, as this war goes on. We expect the president to announce more aid to Ukraine, $325 million to be exact, but that's part of a previously approved package. What's going to be important to watch going forward is how the president's posture, if at all, changes on dedicating those longer range missiles, those bigger weapons to be able to help Ukraine fight this war. And Kate, the politics around this moment really can't be ignored. It's no secret that support for continued U.S. aid to Ukraine as this war continues has been slipping, and the president, we know, can only do so much unilaterally. So the big challenge here is going to be how he continues keeping Ukraine and this war in focus while that support possibly continues to slip. So the stakes really could not be higher for President Zelensky today, Kate.
Ali Rafa for us. Ali, thank you. A federal judge says Hunter Biden must appear in person when he's arraigned on gun charges next month. The president's son had requested to appear remotely. The arraignment is scheduled at a courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware, October 3rd. The 3 felony counts involve Hunter Biden's alleged possession of a firearm in 2018. Prosecutors allege he was using illegal drugs at the time.
Okay, right now, there's no deal in sight in the already historic United Auto Workers strike, and that's major because we're less than 24 hours away from a key deadline. Only about 9% of the union is picketing outside 3 assembly plants. The big 3 car makers have started laying off workers because of the walkouts, and they say there could be more. The strike has drawn the attention of politicians from across the spectrum, too, and union members are sounding off.
Deals, no wheels.
No deals, no wheels.
This union has been struggling for the last 43 years. We had 1.5 million auto workers back in 1979. We have 150,000 today. So my question is, where's the Democrats been? Where's the Republicans been for the last 43 years to stop the bleeding within our union? Nowhere.
No justice, no Jeeps. No justice, no Jeeps.
I think it's nice that you know, if politicians do want to support us, but I think I'd rather have it from afar rather than us being pawns in their campaigning.
Who are we? UAW. Who are we? UAW.
Right now, the way it's currently structured, it's not a career anymore. It used to be, you had pride working for the big 3. So that's what we want to get back. We want to restore that.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has been speaking to a lot of those protesters outside the Ford plant in Wayne, Michigan. Jesse, the union says unless there is, in their own words, serious progress on a new contract by noon Eastern tomorrow, more workers are going to strike. So what do the 2 sides want exactly and need from each other to get closer to a deal?
Yes, Susan Clay, the union's demands have been pretty clear. They want higher pay. They want better benefits. They want a return of things like traditional pensions, which we don't see as much as we used to. But what we don't know at this point is where the union has budged at all, if they have made any concessions. We know that the companies have made multiple offers, and they've changed what they're offering, in particular on pay, for example. But despite the fact that the union says it's made counteroffers, we don't know what they've offered in return. We don't know what that counteroffer is contained in terms of concessions made. So that's something to be keeping an eye on. So at this point, publicly at least, the union is still calling for what it originally called for, specifically on pay, which is a 40% pay bump over a 4-year span as one of its demands. So trying to figure out what's going on behind closed doors is obviously a tricky thing to do, but obviously they're going to have to find some place in the middle between the current offers and what the union has been calling for initially to get a deal. And at this point, we don't have a deal between the union and any of those 3 big automakers in Clay.
And Jesse, in addition to that sticking point you mentioned, that 40% hourly pay increase, they're also asking for a 32-hour work week. How exactly does the union justify that?
Yeah, so one worker I spoke with, the way he looked at it is, he said we'd still be working a full work week. This is really about getting better compensation, so getting more overtime pay earlier in the week for an expected longer work week. And the overarching theme, one of them, for this union's movement in the last several weeks has been making the argument that these companies have been making a lot of money and that the workers deserve a bigger share of what's being made. And they point to concessions the unions made in the past during tough economic times, like around 2007, 2008, and making the case that it's time for more of the benefits to be swinging back toward the unions.
Yeah, we'll see how this all plays out as it continues. Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
In today's Daily Health, we're talking about aging. A lot of us look for ways to slow down the clock a little bit, right? Well, scientists have honed in on certain cells that they say could hold the key to living longer. NBC's Jacob Soboroff explains.
We can see that it's a 1-to-3 dilution.
This is what it looks like studying what might be the key to living healthier longer. Dr. Nathan Labrasseur and his team at the Mayo Clinic have honed in on one of the most important aspects of aging: zombie cells.
Zombie cells. Sounds kind of freaky.
It does sound freaky. So these are cells that have experienced a lot of damage, and they're so damaged that they don't work properly anymore, and they wreak havoc on surrounding cells and tissues, but they're not so damaged that they die. So they have this reputation of being zombie cells because they look dead.
Zombie cells are known in the medical field as senescent cells. When we're young, they can be helpful against the spread of cancer. But as we age, the more zombie cells you have that have been compromised, meaning they're older, they're weaker, and they're damaged, the worse your health could be. Research is being done to see if there are ways to kill off these cells or even change them, which in a way would stop or slow the aging process.
As we age, these cells are not effectively cleared from the system, and as they accumulate, that's when they really cause damage and harm.
Mayo Clinic researchers are learning a lot in the lab, using mice of the same age to compare those with a lot of zombie cells and those with fewer zombie cells. The difference is dramatic.
This one hasn't had any medical intervention. This one has. They're the exact same age.
That's right. So really kind of a mix of kind of age-related conditions that we see in humans, with changes in the eyes, changes in the posture, changes in the muscle, and reductions in function, physical activity.
Dr. Labrasseur says physical activity and healthy living are crucial to naturally ridding ourselves of these damaging zombie cells.
What's the best way to avoid having a buildup of them in the first place?
Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you. It's the fundamentals of healthy aging.
Exercise.
Exercise is number one. I'm a bit of an exercise evangelist. But in addition to that, healthy eating behaviors, sleep, other things are really critical to optimizing the biology of aging.
That's because healthy habits can prevent zombie cells from occurring. And the research has now advanced enough to bring actual humans into the mix. The team's currently studying senior citizens, tracking their cells and health. Susan Mackert is 73 years young.
Has participating in this study made you think differently about aging compared to when you started?
It has, in a way. What it has done is made me realize that I am aging. I don't think about that normally, but yes, it has put me in that generation with others that now can say, oh, we're aging.
We're all aging.
And that's okay.
We're all aging.
Aside from human studies, one of the latest developments in aging research is on skin. Here, Dr. Saranya Wiles is measuring the moisture of my skin to show that older skin heals more slowly than younger skin. But wait until you see what kind of sci-fi stuff she's doing.
This is where we print the skin.
Oh my gosh, so now I'm looking at it and actually realizing what I'm holding. So when you say those are skin cells, is that actually skin?
That is skin.
So that's skin growing in my hand.
Correct.
First of all, this is entirely freaky and totally crazy, but also awesome. What are you looking for exactly?
We're looking for changes that are histologically seen. We can actually model different ages of skin based on the zombie cells. So if we were to put 10% zombie cells versus 25% zombie cells, then we can mimic a 30-year-old skin versus a 50-year-old skin.
Dr. Labrasseur says all the research they're doing isn't to create a fountain of youth, but to keep us healthier until the very end, no matter how long you live.
Our goal is not to help people live until they're 120 and feel like they're 120. The goal of aging research is really to extend human health span. 80% of our medical resources are given to 20% of the population. If we could extend human health span and really delay age-related diseases as a group, that would transform society.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
That was fascinating, and the thing I took away was exercise, sleep, and eating right.
It's really incredible how just the basics continue to be the key to longevity and good health.
So you and I need to get a lot more sleep.
A lot more sleep, a little more.
Talk about that all the time.
We're sitting too much. 2 hours a day.
Stand up more.
Not bad. All right, well, coming up, we're going to talk college sports. A collegiate sports program is suspended over disturbing hazing allegations, how parents can start to have honest conversations with their kids with fall sports and Greek life ramping up.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Another college athletic program is under fire over allegations of hazing.
The school is Boston College, and they announced its men's and women's swimming and diving programs have been suspended indefinitely after school administrators found evidence of hazing. Here's Michael Rosenfield with our NBC station in Boston.
Just weeks into the new school year, allegations of hazing within Boston College athletics. The school announcing Wednesday that the men's and women's swimming and diving programs have been suspended.
I think it should be dealt with seriously. I think there should be outlets for people, places they can go to speak up about it. But I think we do have some of that here at BC.
In a statement, BC said the teams have been placed on indefinite suspension after university administrators determined that hazing had occurred within the program.
I think it's disappointing, but also I know it's still an ongoing investigation. So hopefully, once it's sorted through, it's a misunderstanding, hopefully.
The school did not release any details of the hazing being investigated, but the school manual shows a long list of what could be considered against the school's hazing policy.
Everyone's very welcoming and kind of just accepting no matter, what you want to do. But just hazing in general, I do think is, a pretty toxic thing.
Boston College says it won't tolerate hazing in any form. All of the members who are on the swimming and diving teams will still have access to academic and medical resources provided to all student athletes while the suspension takes place.
I don't really think it's necessarily a problem at this college in particular, but stuff like this does happen. I think it's just good that it's more of an anomaly and not more of a regular thing.
Michael Rosenfield reporting there for us. So to continue this important discussion on hazing, we're going to bring in Kelly Kitley. She's a licensed clinical social worker. Kelly, this is the thing. Boston College, when we heard this morning, it's not the first time, right? This has happened at a lot of campuses. Northwestern comes to mind with their football program. And there's a range of behaviors, I think, that constitute quote-unquote hazing, right? What is it, and why does this keep happening?
It's been happening for years, and I think that there has been a normalization of a group mentality and a group think of an initiation. And so there can be a wide range of activities. It's not just sexual abuse that we hear sometimes comes out in the media. Right. It can be something along the lines of having to do something for somebody on your team all day and maybe not have any sleep the night before, run errands, or having to do somebody else's paper, an upperclassman. And so a lot of times kids aren't recognizing what's going on because they think that this is just something they have to participate in to be included.
So if you're a parent, your kid is coming home from school or just talking to you on the phone and saying, oh, this stuff has been happening, what should a parent be listening for and looking out for?
Well, I think it's really important that we check in on how they're managing the day-to-day. Are they sleeping? Ask concrete questions. You were just talking about some of those daily living skills. And so are they eating? Are they overspending? Are they restricting things? Are they over drinking? And so some of these are indicators of how our kids are functioning within the college community.
Even money issues we had on the screen there can be a red flag.
Sure, overspending on things such as alcohol or drugs.
If you're a parent, though, how do you approach the topic of hazing? Like, should, preemptively, do you want, I have a kid in college right now.
Sure.
Like, do you preemptively want to say, like, hey, if somebody starts asking you to do something you don't want to?
Well, the thing that I love about the coverage of this is it shines a light on what's going on. And so many parents who have kids in college are thinking, oh my gosh, I wonder if that's happening for my child. So be able to have concrete conversations with our kids and ask direct questions and also allow for open-ended discussions.
And the reality is there is good that can come from team sport spaces, right? So what are some more constructive, healthy, safe ways for teams to have team building?
I love that because there are so many things they can do. Go out for lunch together. My daughter plays field hockey. They jumped in Lake Michigan together as a team building activity. Volunteer together. There are so many opportunities to build that camaraderie to take back onto the field if it's a sporting event.
There's other ways to do it other than forcing the new kid
100%.
to do things for you.
You shouldn't have to harm yourself to belong in a space. Never.
Yeah.
We want to avoid danger. Absolutely.
Kelly Kitley, always bringing the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. There is much more news ahead.
Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Rustar Gatterall has been a major league pitcher for 3 years.
But it wasn't until last night that he hit a long-awaited milestone. For the first time since he joined the league, his mom was in the crowd to watch him play. The two have been separated for 7 years. NBC's Tom Llamas shows us their emotional reunion.
This is a really special moment for him.
Bottom of the 8th, Tuesday night, Dodgers versus the Tigers. Reliever Brewster Graterol on the mound called in to pitch for a game unlike any other.
His 177th game in the majors, and Kirsten, it's probably going to be the most special one yet.
It was a moment spanning 2 continents and more than 7 years of struggle.
All these years later, Mom finally getting to watch him live his dream in person. What a moment.
Graterol's mom, Ismalia, in tears, finally seeing her son play in person for the first time in an MLB game.
And tears shed by both.
Brewster closing out the inning, overcome with emotion, pointing to the woman who helped him get there.
It was emotional. You sort of get into the game mode, but you know, how can you not appreciate that emotional moment for Brewster, his mom, his family?
For the Graterol family, baseball is so much more than a sport. In Venezuela, Yasmalia, a former softball player herself, raised Brewster as a single parent.
Mi mamá y yo no crecimos juntos. Siempre mi mamá para mí fue padre y madre a la vez. Y creo que he dedicado cada segundo, cada minuto al béisbol para lograr ser alguien en la vida y pues sentir que mi mamá se sienta orgulloso de lo que ha creado.
Graterol rising through the minors and making his big league debut with the Twins in 2019, earning the nickname Bazooka for his fastballs.
4 fastballs, and his first at-bat ends in a strikeout.
Strained relations between the U.S. and Venezuela made it a challenge for his mom to see him not only play on the big stage, but also she missed his World Series win, his wedding, and the birth of his daughter last spring.
Muchísimas gracias por nunca dejarme caer, por nunca rendirnos.
And after this game, for Ismalia, a field of dreams, getting to hold her granddaughter, see her son victorious, and for the first time in a long time, her family together at last.
Pretty cool. Tom Llamas, thanks so much for that one.
Hey, let's take a look at some other stories trending right now, huh?
Yeah, let's start with Dancing with the Stars. They're paying tribute to late judge Len Goodman, who died this past spring. Contestants in this season's competition will be foxtrotting their way into victory to win the Len Goodman Mirror Ball Trophy. Goodman actually judged the show for 31 seasons.
I cannot believe it's been that long. I remember when it started.
Honestly, same.
I used to work for that network. Yeah. Crossroads, the 2002 film starring Britney Spears, there she is returning to the big screen. The film's re-release will coincide with the publication of Spears' memoir, The Woman in Me. That's the name of the memoir. The film will be out in theaters for just 2 nights, okay? Mark it down, October 23rd and 25th. Ooh. Crossroads is going to play at 875 locations across 24 countries.
Catch me there.
Yeah?
Love Britney.
All right.
And speaking of musicians, Ticketmaster is under fire again. Yeah, okay. This time, the star, Olivia Rodrigo. Her fans claim they've already had a brutal experience ahead of the singer's next tour. Yes, you're going to get some references in this one. Ticketmaster has already warned fans that there will not be enough tickets to meet the demand for her upcoming shows. Most fans will be placed on a wait list ahead of the pre-sale. That's actually happening today, so click away. Ticketmaster faced similar criticism over its handling of Taylor Swift's Eras tour, of course, just last year. As Olivia Rodrigo's song goes, feels a little bit like deja vu.
It sure does. It feels like this keeps happening. Speaking of T Swift, she is breaking another record, but this time it is for voting. The superstar recently posted on Instagram about registering to vote with vote.org. Well, okay, you know what happened. She posts that, and the CEO of the site says, how many people? Wow. 35,000 people signed up as new voters. The nonpartisan group is trying to register 8 million voters before Election Day next year.
That's what you call using your impact for good, right?
Yeah.
And And okay, I got a joke for you. What happens when a pop star and a golf legend walk into a bar?
I don't know.
Apparently, they buy the place. Justin Timberlake and Tiger Woods have teamed up to open their own sports bar right here in New York. It's called, of course, T Squared for Tiger and Timberlake. The bar has a 40 high-definition televisions, a bowling alley, and, of course, golfing.
Of course, golfing. Come on.
I don't have good golf form.
No.
I'm Zing Clay.
I don't either. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
If it's Thursday, Ukrainian President Zelensky makes his case to a divided Washington with an urgent wartime plea to lawmakers, Pentagon officials, and the president for more aid and weapons. Plus, funding fight fiasco. The House is heading home after a key vote embarrassingly fails on the floor, with Speaker McCarthy complaining members of his own party want to, quote, burn down the whole place. And an NBC News exclusive interview on the trail with 2024 candidate and rising GOP star Vivek Ramaswamy as he courts controversy and tries to build momentum in the polls by out-Trumping Trump in the race for the White House. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in New York. As divisions and dysfunction dominate in Washington, imperiling everything from government funding to the fate of Ukraine and its war against Russia, moments ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky arrived at the White House for an Oval Office meeting. His second visit to the White House in less than a year, and at any moment we expect the two leaders to hold a wider, expanded meeting with their advisors. It comes as Mr. Zelensky is barnstorming Washington with an urgent plea for more assistance and a warning that Russia will win if Congress doesn't step up. Zelensky began the day on Capitol Hill with a series of closed-door meetings as he tried to convince skeptical lawmakers, especially Republicans, to keep the aid flowing. Here's some of what he told reporters after huddling with members of Congress.
We spoke about a lot of different issues. We were happy that senators, Congress, White House, Boston is about everything, about sport, about the situation on the battlefield, about our class. I can't share with media all the details, but I think we have very strong dialogue with senators.
Now, some Republicans seem swayed by Zelensky's pleas, but some didn't. Here's House Speaker Kevin McCarthy after the meetings with comments suggesting not enough House Republicans are fully on board.
I thought it was direct. I thought it was honest. I thought they were answering the questions we need. I think Zelensky has been making some changes that have been requested. He has a new defense minister. He got rid of 5 other individuals in there on the procurement side that I think have been giving people some doubt of what was happening. So I've seen some real movement. Look, we've got to get our fiscal house taken care of here in America. I'm more than willing to look at that. But the one thing I know is if the president's only focused on that, while you just had 10,000 people come across the border and he wants to ignore that, I think there are priorities here. I can walk and chew gum at the same time, but if he's only going to focus one place and not in America, I think he's focused in the wrong place.
One more question. There's no way that Ukraine aid goes on the CR then, sir?
Look, right now, the CR we have does not have that.
Now, in stark contrast to Speaker McCarthy's hesitancy was a bipartisan chorus of lawmakers today urging Congress to rally around Ukraine.
There was a single sentence that summed it all up, and I'm quoting him verbatim. Mr. Zelensky said, if we don't get the aid, we will lose the war.
I thought he did a good job of laying it out, but make no mistake about it. Anybody that would say this war could be over in 24 hours, or anybody that says we don't need to support them for them to sustain the effort is not paying attention to the details. Yeah. This would be devastating.
They need it, and they're going to get it. I said, the majority support this. I know there's some dissension on both sides, but I said a war of attrition is not going to win this. And that's what Putin wants, because he wants to break the will of the American people and the Europeans.
Now, amid it all, Zelensky's visit to Washington comes as the clock ticks down on a government shutdown in just 9 days, folks, with House Republicans in chaos and canceling votes for the rest of the week, as Speaker McCarthy is paralyzed by members of his own party. Joining me now to break all of this down is Ali Rafa from the White House, where the president and Zelensky are meeting right now, and Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill. Julie, let me start with you, because obviously we had this urgent plea from President Zelensky on Capitol Hill just a year, of course, after addressing a joint session of Congress. Talk us through what happened this time around. What was the reaction to President Zelensky?
Well, Kristen, I just want to start by sharing some conversation that I had with Senator Cynthia Lummis, who was actually one of the Republican lawmakers who voted against aid for Ukraine in the past. She came out of this closed-door briefing with Zelensky telling me that because of his words in there, specifically his answer to one question that was posed to him in this form, what do you say to our constituents who are concerned about this never-ending funnel of aid for Ukraine, this never-ending war? She told me Zelensky had his most compelling answer in that entire room. He said, because we will lose the war without the aid. You heard that from Schumer as well. And she told me she is now convinced that we have to stay in Ukraine, that the U.S. has to continue aiding Ukraine militarily and financially. And this is certainly a stark contrast from what we've heard from her and others in the past. Now, certainly there are some Republicans who were not in that meeting, including Senator J.D. Vance, who signed on to that letter to the White House, to the budget director, saying that they will not support additional Ukraine aid. Senator Tillis, who you heard from there on the screen, he actually told me that maybe those senators would have benefited from hearing from Zelensky directly as to what he is using the aid for and how much he relies on it. And all in all, we have to not forget that this is a very small minority of Republican lawmakers, who will not support additional aid from Ukraine. 28 were on that letter. One senator had told me he estimates it about 30 total in the House and the Senate. An overwhelming majority of them do support additional aid for Ukraine. And I think that Zelensky, based on my conversations with lawmakers in the House, in the Senate, did an effective job. He was able to be personally persuasive with these lawmakers and to make his case for why he needs this aid and what he's going to do with it to win this war, hopefully, in his eyes.
Julie, it's such fascinating reporting because I think you underscore how compelling it is to have him there in person. And Ali, let me go to you now at the White House, because obviously, as we said at the top, President Zelensky and President Biden did have an initial bilateral meeting, and now they're having an expanded meeting. Talk through what came out of that first meeting, and again, the significance of him being there face to face, making his case, pressing for more aid, more military equipment in person.
Yeah, Kristen, we have some notes from reporters who were in the room when this meeting between President Zelensky and Biden started in the Oval Office. They say that these two ignored shouted questions, but they did give a few brief remarks. The president saying that no nation will be secure if we don't stand up to this invasion. He reiterated the importance of building this coalition of support among Western allies for Ukraine long term. He told Zelensky his bravery has inspired the world. He said he's determined to show the world that support will continue long term. Zelensky, for his part, thanked both the president and Congress for the discussions that they've had today. And they said that the pair will discuss weapons with attention on those air defense capabilities. And that's the big focus today. The Ukrainian president trying to go in to this meeting, these meetings today, trying to be able to give a granular level of detail, a battlefield perspective straight from Ukraine's commander-in-chief, to be able to let these officials and specifically the president understand what the country is going through as, you know, it makes progress in its counteroffensive, but also as Russia continues to make progress in how much support it's getting from its allies. You know, we know that Iran has been sending drones to Russia. There are discussions with North Korea over supplying munitions to be able to help them win this war. And so that's the focus that Zelensky is going into this meeting with. The question is how the president continues to keep this support fresh in people's minds. As we know, support has been slipping, not just among that group of House Republicans, as you heard Julie lay out there, but also in poll after poll, we see that the American public remains divided on whether to continue supplying aid to Ukraine as its war really has no end in sight. Remember, this has even become a part of the 2024 campaign trail. This was a big point of discussion during the first Republican primary debate, with even the Republican primary candidates divided over whether to continue doing this. So this is only expected to continue growing as far as controversy is concerned. But Zelensky hoping to leave today with at least the assurance of that longer-term support. We know that the president is committing to new aid today, $325 million worth. But those longer-range missiles, those bigger munitions, that is something that President Zelensky has said Ukraine cannot win this war without. Whether the president can match that expectation and match this commitment is something we're watching.
Julie, let me go back to you on that point, because you mapped out the fact that obviously there's this opposition. Ali points to the fact that it is becoming a growing issue on the GOP campaign trail. To what extent are there still persuadable Republicans, those holdouts? You said it's not the majority, but there's still that small group of holdouts. And could that hold up the broader spending package? I mean, do you expect this to in any way be a part of any continuing resolution that passes to keep the government open?
I'll work backward there, Kristen, because there are ongoing meetings. In fact, right now I just came from a huddle in the top leadership in the House Republicans' office as they're trying to figure out if they can actually include Ukraine aid in any kind of short-term government funding bill. That remains a live ball. At the same time, though, listen, I talked to a senator about this who told me if it stands alone, it stands alone. It'll have enough support to pass. So the question in their mind is not if, but when, rather. Now, on your first point, if there are any Republicans who are persuadable, Senator Josh Hawley actually attended the briefing today. He said his mind was not changed. Senator Tom Tillis afterwards had told me he doesn't understand why Zelensky would even waste his time trying to change the mind of someone like Josh Hawley. Rather, he should focus his efforts, as he has today, on the overwhelming majority of members who do support additional aid for Ukraine. So that's just an interesting dynamic to watch there. It'll be interesting to see as well if some of those holdouts do end up coming on board, but at this point, not too likely.
All right, well, great way to start us off. Thank you very much, Ali and Julie. Appreciate it. Now, from the White House, joining me is John Kirby, Strategic Communications Coordinator for the National Security Council. Admiral Kirby, it is great to see you. Thank you for being with me. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Glad to be here.
I want to talk about those holdouts, those Republican holdouts. As you know, a growing number of them saying, hold on a minute, we can't just be writing a blank check, including Senator J.D. Vance, who said this in a letter to OMB, quote, how do you, based on the information you're getting, how do you think the counteroffensive is going? And are the Ukrainians closer to victory than they were 6 months ago? Based on this letter that we're getting from OMB, let me just, from J.D. Vance, I should say, can you just answer some of these questions? Do you think that Ukrainians are any closer to victory than they were 6 months ago? Is the counteroffensive any more effective than it was when it started?
Well, it's a shame that the senator didn't take advantage of the opportunity to listen to President Zelensky himself today, who I am absolutely certain was updating members of Congress about progress on the battlefield. But let me take a shot at it, because we obviously monitor as best we can. The truth is that the Ukrainian armed forces, particularly in the south, are making steady progress. Now, is it as far or as fast as they want to go coming out of Zaporizhia towards the coast of the Sea of Azov? No. And they'd be the first to tell you that. I'm sure President Zelensky shared that perspective. The Russians had months to dig entrenchments, what we call defense in depth. They have literally put up tens of thousands of mines and minefields all across that southern expanse to try to slow the Ukrainians down, and it has certainly had an effect on them. But they are making progress, and one of the reasons they're making progress, first of all, it's obviously because of their skill and bravery and the fact that they're allocating resources to this advance, but is because of the tools, the training, and the technology that the United States and our allies and partners have lent them, have given them, have provided them to be able to make that progress. So look, we always knew this was going to be a tough slog, Kristen. It's hard to be perfectly predictive. It has proven to be violent, and it has proven to be tough going. But the Ukrainians are making progress, and they should be commended for that.
Well, one of the points that J.D. Vance raises is that it's not clear what the exit strategy is. So can you speak to that point, to that concern? What's the strategy? What's the exit plan here for the U.S.?
Well, again, I'm not exactly clear what the senator's referring to. Normally, when you talk about exit strategy, you're talking about getting American troops out of a war zone, that kind of thing. It's important to remember that we don't have American troops in Ukraine. Ukrainians are on their soil, and they're fighting for every inch of it. So I don't think they plan on going anywhere. We are providing the military aid. We are providing the military aid and obviously financial aid. They aren't planning on going anywhere. And the United States is committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes to succeed on the battlefield. So if by exit strategy he's talking about an end of the war, I'd offer this. Mr. Putin could end it today if he just pulled his troops out of Ukraine where they don't belong. That probably isn't going to happen. The Ukrainians want this to end immediately, and we all want to see this war end. But it's got to end on terms that President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people can accept. Their country has been invaded. Imagine how Americans would react if it was on our soil. They want Russian forces out of their soil. We want to help them succeed on the battlefield so that if and when President Zelensky, and only President Zelensky can determine when it's time to sit down with President Putin, that he can sit down and have a diplomatic dialogue with the wind at his back and with some strength.
Are you satisfied, is the administration satisfied, Admiral, with the level of accountability that you have seen from Ukraine, effectively how the weapons are being used?
We are constantly working with the Ukrainians on the issue of oversight, and we have staffed up the embassy in Kyiv with additional folks from the Department of Defense to help the Ukrainians with improving oversight and accountability. So we all recognize that there's a desire for that. We've shared that desire from the very beginning because we know this is expensive material, and we want to make sure that it's being used appropriately. Once it gets into Ukraine, it is going into a war zone. It belongs to the Ukrainians. That's point number one. And number two, it's being used in a war, and war is unpredictable. And so the idea that every single bullet can be perfectly accounted for, I think, is an extreme concern here. But we obviously do share the concerns of members of Congress about accountability, and we are working very hard with Ukraine to that end.
And Admiral, what's the strategy to deal with waning support, not just here in the U.S., but globally? Obviously, the president just left the G20 summit, which couldn't agree on language condemning Russia. How do you continue to keep people engaged in this fight?
We got to keep getting him exposed to President Zelensky and letting him, he's the best messenger, letting him have an opportunity like he had today on Capitol Hill to explain what they're doing and why it matters to them. But also, the president's not missing any opportunities to talk about Ukraine in a full-throated way and defending what we're trying to do and why it matters. And you heard that on Tuesday at his speech at the UN General Assembly, a very, very comprehensive discussion about why this war matters. And the president said it's not just, although first and foremost it is, about Ukrainians and Ukrainian sovereignty. It is about the message it sends to Putin and would-be aggressors if we just walk away, if we just let him have Ukraine, Kristen, which is what he still wants. He doesn't believe they ought to exist as a nation state. If we just let him have it, where does it stop? He'll be right up on the eastern flank of NATO. And if you think that the cost of supporting Ukraine is high right now, imagine how much higher that cost is going to be in blood and treasure to the United States if, in fact, Mr. Putin is emboldened and wants to go after a NATO country or some other would-be aggressor is willing to start another war somewhere.
Let me move on to yesterday's bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden. Obviously, they discussed this potential deal which would normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, Mr. Netanyahu is saying the countries could forge what's called he's calling an historic peace. How close are all sides to a deal? Because it's my understanding there are some key sticking points.
In any major set of negotiations, there's going to be sticking points, and you're going to have to work through them. And our diplomats, they're working on this very hard. We think that a more integrated Israel to the region is good. It's good for the region. It's good for the Israeli people. It's good for our national security interests. We want to see normalization proceed. We also recognize that the two big parties here are the parties in question, Saudi Arabia and Israel, and they have to make these sovereign decisions for themselves. We understand that. But we are talking to all parties to see if there's some negotiation that can be had. I can tell you we're working at it very, very aggressively, but I'm unable to give you like a timeline or sort of where that sits on the calendar. All I can tell you is that we believe this is in everybody's best interest to move forward to normalization.
Just to pin you down a little bit, are you optimistic there will be a deal ultimately?
I am optimistic that that everybody sees the benefits, and I mean all parties, not just us, that all parties see the benefit in some potential move towards normalization. But again, I don't, nothing's done until it's all done, and I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the process.
Very quickly, it would arguably isolate Iran, but it doesn't deal directly with their nuclear program, which has been advancing in recent years after the Iran nuclear deal was ripped up. So how do you address that part of that crisis in the region?
Look, normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia would send a powerful signal to the mullahs in Iran about how much further isolated they are and could potentially lead to increased pressure on Iran. Nobody's turning a blind eye to their destabilizing behavior, including their nuclear ambitions. And as President Biden has said, we are not going to allow Iran to achieve a nuclear weapon capability. We'd prefer to do that through diplomacy, but that diplomacy right now is moribund, Kristen, because they have not, the Iranians have not negotiated in good faith. They started larding up the talks with all kinds of things that didn't matter to the nuclear program. So it's a moribund process right now. We got to make sure, and we have, that the president has additional options available to him to make sure that we can't allow Iran to ever achieve a nuclear weapon.
All right, John Kirby, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
You bet.
First, failure on the floor. We are live on Capitol Hill, where House lawmakers are now headed home for the week after the GOP failed to advance a key bill to fund the military as Congress counts down to a potential government shutdown. We'll delve into all of that from the Hill. You're watching Meet the Press now.
lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Welcome back. Another day, another embarrassing setback for House Republicans as they continue to try and fail to get their members on the same page with just 9 days until a government shutdown. Earlier today, a vote to advance a non-controversial bill to fund the military failed a second straight time on the House floor, with a handful of Republicans defying leadership yet again. Speaker Kevin McCarthy spoke to reporters after the fiasco, suggesting he'd been blindsided by some of the defections, leaving his speakership essentially paralyzed by members of his own party. Listen.
It's frustrating in the sense that I don't understand why anybody votes against bringing the idea and having the debate. And then you got all the amendments if you don't like the bill. This is a whole new concept of individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. That doesn't work. Look, I know it's an obstacle, but I find it as a challenge, and we're going to solve it.
Now, this all comes after House Speaker McCarthy claimed his conference had made, quote, tremendous progress at a meeting last night. It leaves McCarthy in an increasingly dire position as the House is done for the week with no clear plan to pass anything with Republican votes. And it's making some of the rank and file angry. Here's New York's Mike Lawler.
For my colleagues, they have to come to a realization if they're unable or unwilling to govern, others will. There needs to be a realization that you're not going to get everything you want. And just throwing a temper tantrum and stomping your feet, frankly, not only is it wrong, it's just pathetic.
NBC's Ryan Nobles has the very latest from Capitol Hill. Ryan, some real fireworks there, and we don't usually hear Speaker McCarthy get that fired up, quite frankly. You could hear the frustration in his voice after these two votes failed. What happened here that we are at a place where the House is now going home, which makes a shutdown look increasingly likely? What happened?
Well, first of all, Kristen, we are talking to some members that are suggesting that perhaps they're going to find a way to stay here this weekend because of the situation that we find ourselves in, although there are other members of Congress who already seem to be on their way out of town. So, we're in this position basically because there is a group of roughly 5 to 10 conservative Republicans who just will not pass a continuing resolution. And as a result, they are then holding hostage every other piece of legislation that the Congress is trying to get over the finish line, including this defense appropriations bill, the spending bill to fund the Department of Defense, which is loaded with conservative, almost culture war issues that really have no hope of passing the Senate. It's a very conservative bill, but because they're concerned about the other spending bills, these House conservatives have basically paralyzed all the work in the House of Representatives. Here's what a smattering of them said today about the reason that they're holding everything up.
They can't count. That's what it means. As I said, we are completely dysfunctional. And folks are going to have to start realizing that in our conference, and they're going to have to take this stuff serious because they're obviously not. And there's been promises made and promises that weren't kept, and there's some people upset about it.
Until they're able to meet my red lines, they're not going to have my vote. As far as the CR, we had a over 2-hour meeting, and what I heard in the meeting is there were 7 or 8 people that were a no on it, and so to me it's dead in the water unless they change something.
So to put this in plain English, Kristen, in order to move the continuing resolution, which would keep the government open past September 30th, but only for a short period of time, Kevin McCarthy needs to come up with a bill that 218 Republicans will vote for, because he's not going to get any Democratic bill for the type of bill Republicans would support. At this point, he does not have those votes, and as a result, nothing is happening.
Ryan, just to, again, put this into, as you say, plain English for our viewers, he has tried to offer them a number of carrots, border security. He's tried to lower the top line number. I mean, is there anything here? Is there anything left that he has in his toolkit to try to take out at this point to get members on the same page?
If there were, Kristen, I think he would have employed it by now, and I think that is why you are starting to see this new level of frustration, public frustration, from these moderates like Mike Lawler, who you played sound from earlier, who have, for the most part, have allowed McCarthy to basically play footsie with these House conservatives, just basically to get the ball moved down the field until they can get to a place where they can have substantive conversations with Democrats. Well, it seems as though every time he gives them what they want, they ask for more. The goalposts keep changing, to put as many sports metaphors as I can into this conversation. And that has got to be a situation where Kevin McCarthy just doesn't know what else to do. But the one thing we haven't talked about, Kristen, which is the reason perhaps why all this is happening, is that cloud of the potential motion to vacate, that move that any one member of Congress can put out the floor that would put his speakership in danger. That is why he has to capitulate to these House conservatives, and that's probably the reason we're in the situation we are in right now.
Ryan Nobles, fantastic reporting as always, as the government shutdown looks increasingly likely with each passing day. We appreciate your great reporting. Coming up next, we're on the trail with Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy as he tries to capitalize on a bump in the primary polls amid some highly controversial remarks about undocumented immigrants. We're live in Battleground, Ohio with that exclusive interview next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 2024 Republican primary candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is trying to seize on some post-debate political momentum, rising to second place behind former President Trump in a new poll out of New Hampshire today. We'll break down those numbers in just a moment. But first, NBC's Dasha Burns traveled to Ramaswamy's Ohio campaign headquarters for an exclusive interview with the controversial candidate.
He's a political newcomer rising in the polls.
You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
It shows.
Ahead of politicians with longer, stronger resumes.
I'll be very frank about this. I am not surprised by our rise. The people in our Republican primary base, we're hungry for national unity, actually. I think it's a different philosophy of how to get there.
His style and his politics drawing comparisons to another one-time political newcomer.
President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century.
Pumping out content that, like Trump, is often baseless and creates controversy. Recently calling Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley a, quote, modern grand wizard of the modern KKK, saying the government lied about 9/11 and suggesting federal agents were involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
You know when you say stuff like that, you're smart.
I know it's going to be controversial.
You know it's
going to be controversial. So I think it is healthy for our country to have open, radically honest and candid conversations.
You said at one point in one of your gaggles, you're like, I just sometimes like say things off the cuff.
I'm just honestly answering off the cuff.
How much do you literally mean what you say? Because sometimes it feels like you just kind of like say things.
None of us can have it always, right? You can't be radically candid and then also filter what you say when. And if I'm giving a serious speech about shutting down the administrative state, as we did recently, we intend to follow that through. In other cases, I also believe in moments of levity that are honest, that open up candid dialogue. I'm not saying things I don't mean, but that doesn't mean that that's a bedrock part of my policy agenda to drive forward either.
Many of Ramaswamy's policy ideas are polarizing. He has proposed deporting the American-born children of undocumented immigrants along with their parents, children who are American citizens under the 14th Amendment.
So I want to give you my full perspective on this issue because I will acknowledge this is a difficult question. And what makes this a difficult question is that many people who are in this country illegally are still good people who came here for a better life for their family. And I think the only way we're going to be able to stand as a nation really committed to the rule of law is to behave in a manner that actually means it.
But is this a cold turkey rip? Like, is it people...
It has to be. But I think that, I think we will provide a path back through legal meritocratic immigration for those who have demonstrated themselves to be law-abiding, contributing citizens of this country.
But to be clear, you're talking about people who only speak English, who have lived in the United States their entire lives, are now going back to Guatemala, Venezuela, to countries that they know nothing about.
So you are picking the exception rather than the norm in the hard case. But to be frank,
no, but there are
the answer
thousands of
yes.
these people in the United States.
So I think the right answer is we have to stand for the rule of law.
Ramaswamy, whose parents are legal immigrants, himself gained citizenship by birthright.
Did your father also take the citizenship test, and is your father a citizen?
He did not, and that's a choice that he has made for familial reasons, but my mother did.
So your father is not a citizen of the United States?
He's not.
Okay. And your mother, when did your mom take the citizenship test? Was it before or after you were born?
After I was born.
His wife, Apurva, is also an immigrant and a throat surgeon at Ohio State University. The couple has 2 young boys. And not unlike some of his opponents, Apurva initially questioned her husband's readiness.
Is this the right time for our family? And then on a larger scale, are you the best version of yourself to be filling this, extremely important office? We didn't see anyone, and that's when we realized that at some point you have to step up and do it yourself.
But poll after poll shows former President Trump with a commanding lead in the Republican primary.
A ton of the voters at your events say they like you. They're voting for Trump.
I do think that I will be able to convince the America First base that I'm part of, that I'm best positioned to actually lead this nation forward.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins me now. Fascinating conversation. Dasha, congratulations on a really great interview. Take us behind the scenes of the Ramaswamy campaign, because I think you really hit the nail on the head there, which is he is surging in the polls, and yet former President Trump still has this commanding lead. What are they saying about that? And realistically, do they think he has a shot?
Well, it's interesting to look at those Trump comparisons, because you even see and feel that at their campaign headquarters. You remember back in 2015 and 2016, Trump was such a non-traditional candidate. He really shook the media landscape, and he found his own way to talk to voters directly and constantly through Twitter, Well, Vivek is doing his own version of that. You go to his campaign headquarters, which is a former barn, by the way, and where there used to be horse stables. Now there's a podcast studio, there's a TV production studio where he's producing a seemingly endless stream of content where he does spout some of those controversial comments that we talked about there. But that is his way of directly talking to those voters and really making his case. And that's how he's really starting to stand out. Unlike some of those other candidates that have maybe avoided the media in some ways, he's saying the more the merrier. Let's talk to everybody and let's do it kind of constantly, Kristen.
It's really fascinating conversation, Dasha. I want to pivot a little bit because I know you've also been covering the abortion fight in Ohio. The state Supreme Court there recently handed a partial victory to Republicans on ballot language this week. Break down what the key takeaways are there.
Yeah, and a bit of a blow to abortion rights advocates. The state Supreme Court said that the words unborn child can be used on the ballot in November. This is something that Ohioans for reproductive freedoms were arguing against. They wanted to use the word fetus, which they believe is the right language because it is the language actually used in the full text of the amendment. But the Supreme Court said it's fine. The words unborn child will be on the amendment. Abortion rights advocates say this is potentially going to mislead voters. So a blow for those abortion rights advocates. But Kristen, political scientists that I talked to said that this may or may not have a huge impact because this is an issue where people are pretty entrenched, and you saw that pretty overwhelming victory in that special election in August. It's a bit of a bellwether for what we might see in November. So not necessarily a huge setback, but certainly not what those abortion rights advocates were looking for here. And by the way, we did talk to Ramaswamy about his position on abortion. You can see the full interview and that exchange as well on NBCnews.com.
Yeah, obviously continues to be front and center in the GOP primary race, and we know that both sides will be pouring a lot of money into that ballot measure fight in Ohio. Dasha Burns, thank you for covering all the angles for us. Appreciate it. Great to see you. After the break, DeSantis descending and Trump's thumping of the field. We've got a new batch of battleground and early state polls with less than 1 week to go until the second debate. You're watching Meet the Press now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. Staying on the 2024 campaign trail, we have some new poll numbers from the two most important primary contests for Republicans. In Iowa, Donald Trump continues to lead the primary field by more than 30 points, according to a new Fox Business poll. The biggest movement in that poll since July is Nikki Haley, making it to double digits and into third place. And in New Hampshire, Donald Trump is up 26 points on a pack of 4 Republicans, hovering in the low double digits in a new CNN UNH poll. But the biggest headline comes from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's plummeting from a strong 2nd to 5th place at the back of the pack. DeSantis lost support across the board, but a big reason for this drop is his standing among moderates, dropping 20 points since July. Joining me to break this all down on Sept is Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino and an NBC News contributor, and Noah Rothman, senior writer at National Review. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. So, Noah, let me start with you. Let's start with these new poll numbers. Let's put them up again and just get a sense of where the field is, because it really is stunning to see this drop by DeSantis plummeting in the polls. 46% for Donald Trump, 15% for Ron DeSantis. And you have Chris Christie. Well, this is the Iowa poll. But in New Hampshire, Chris Christie is surging.
Yeah, so there's a couple of dynamics at work here. The first is the mechanics of the campaign. The DeSantis campaign has invested heavily in Iowa, not in New Hampshire. And the opposite is true of Nikki Haley. She's invested heavily in New Hampshire, not so much in Iowa. And all the campaigns will tell you, we want to win everywhere. That is not true. I think it's kind of a foolish strategy to prioritize some states over others, especially moving into South Carolina, where we're going to have a multi-car pileup if all the candidates that are presently in the race are still in the race. But the second is messaging. And Ron DeSantis has made it rather known that he believes his pathway to the nomination is through Trump voters, not anti-Trump voters. He wants to peel off the parts of the Trump coalition that are a little tenuous and then work backwards to try to assemble an anti-Trump coalition from that part of the party. That may prove to have been a failure of a strategy. You could, if you had assembled a more durable, viable coalition of anti-Trump voters first and then presented that bulwark, a smaller but nevertheless impressive on paper coalition, it might have presented more of a threat to Donald Trump. The campaign's not over.
Right.
But it's not looking great.
Well, to that point, to Noah's point, you have DeSantis trying to get Trump voters, and people are saying, wait a minute, those aren't the gettable voters. Moderate Republicans, particularly in a state like New Hampshire, are the gettable voters, and a 6-week abortion ban doesn't necessarily play very well for them.
Well, and if you're basically someone saying, well, I am not Trump, but I'm like Trump, all the voters are going to say, well, why would I go with the offshoot if I could go for the original? And you're absolutely right. The moderate voter was his base. It was DeSantis basically saying, I'm not going to do all the crazy things or say all the crazy things that Trump says out loud, but I'm going to make you comfortable enough to vote for me. And instead, he went right of Trump. You know how hard that is to do? Whether we're well, most recently, I was going to say whether we're talking about abortion or we're talking about immigration, you go down the list. I mean, he is more anti-business than the business president in a place like Florida, and people are paying attention. And I don't think that he goes very far. Yes, a political campaign right now is the beginning, and we have a long runway. But I think he's basically failed. And what I'm looking for among the Republican candidates that remain is, are they going to start doing backroom deals to say, we are in it not just for the presidency, but for democracy, to consolidate themselves? Because otherwise, that's the only way Trump wins, is through a crowded field.
Do you ever see that happening, Noah? And the fact that Trump is still so far out ahead, I mean, can he be stopped at this point?
I think there's a lot of game left to play. I don't think we can predict into the future precisely how Donald Trump will campaign, because he's not campaigning. He's running a front porch campaign for the most part. He's not articulating policy preferences. There would be no coalescing effort around the terms that you say, that you've established, around democracy. Republicans don't think that way. They don't agree with that framing
But
of
that's how the Republicans did not get their red wave, because moderate independent Republicans actually did believe in democracy. And had one of those people basically talked to that, I think there would have been that red wave that everybody was counting on.
I mean, going back to 2022, insofar as we had a variety of candidates, particularly at the statewide level, that underperformed, all of them shared one particular disadvantage, which was their fealty to the notion that 2020 was a flawed election. That stuff just does not register with voters. They don't believe it. They don't understand what the argument is, and they sort of reject the paranoia around it. Trump voters, by the way, I'm sorry I'm interrupting, the Trump voters are busily convincing themselves that the 2020 stuff is fine.
Yeah.
It's abortion that really hurts. It's the post-Dobbs environment that really hurts us. All these pro-lifers, they're what's dragging us down. Tell that to Mike DeWine. Tell that to Governor Kemp in Georgia. Tell that to Ron DeSantis. It's a complicated narrative.
What's your take on that, Maria Teresa, and the overall issue of abortion, which is looming so large over this primary and general?
Right. Well, one of the things that I remember right after the Dobbs decision was a Fox poll saying that dads were the ones that were most disturbed about this idea that the rights for their daughter were going to be taken away. And I do think that that came out at the end of the day for the midterm elections. But when you also have a conversation with these dads, when you talk to independent and moderate Republicans, they were also concerned with what they saw very visibly on January 6th hearings, that someone had done wrong with democracy. And that didn't make them feel comfortable. Now, did it drive them out to vote? No, but I think it did allow them to take a step back and start paying attention to the election.
Well, we know that democracy is obviously going to be one of President Biden's key focuses. What struck me, I sat down, obviously, with former President Trump. I asked him about this issue of abortion, and the White House responded immediately amid concerns that he's trying to moderate his message. He's the person who appointed these three Supreme Court justices who made it possible to overturn Roe v. Wade. I mean, Noah, he's looking squarely at the general election at this point, even though, as you say, there's still a lot of runway left.
Which is justifiable. And, you know, to be a little bit perhaps paranoid or conspiratorial about it, I saw the president's messaging for the White House that Donald Trump is responsible for the end of Roe, and he would go further, directly contradicting what the former president said to you. And the president, Joe Biden, is essentially reassuring perhaps a little squeamish pro-life voters, no, this guy's on your side. This guy's one of you. When he's saying he is not, that certainly advances Donald Trump's prospects, which, from the perspective of a Democratic White House, might be a good thing.
Maria Teresa, give your response, then I want to move on to what came out of the White House.
I think one of the things is that if we've ever seen anything from Donald Trump is that he knows how to play to the moment. And anything he says, he cannot really be held accountable because he doesn't hold himself accountable. And so he recognizes right now, after the midterm elections, that abortion was not a winning prospect for independent moderate men.
He says it openly.
And he says it openly. So he's like, wait a second, let me
Yeah.
tact. But it doesn't mean that that's not what he's going to perform, because at the end of the day, he's still going to need the evangelicals to continue if he were to win for the next midterms. So I would hold my breath saying that he's going to hold fast on his position on abortion. Just again, because we've seen receipts.
Let me pivot quickly. The Biden administration just gave Venezuelan migrants temporary protected status. The impact of that, Maria Teresa?
I will say the Democrats right now have such a complicated relationship with immigration. And it is an issue where it's wonderful that they're providing protective status for these Venezuelans, but that is not our policy when it comes to immigration. The moment that someone gets here, that has become sticky. We actually have an international crisis, and I think that the Democrats need to start addressing it, because at the end of the day, the people who will be the voters are the people that have loved ones that have been here for 30 years, who are essential workers, who are saying, it's great that you're providing these people with temporary visas. What about my parents who have been here as essential workers and are still in limbo, especially after what the president said, Trump said today, basically saying that he was going to deport anyone that may be a gang member who's over 14 years old. I mean, that should scare everybody.
Potential for backlash on both sides. Thank you both so much for a great conversation. Maria Teresa, Noah, appreciate it. And still to come, the former ambassador to Ukraine joins me next to discuss President Zelensky's wartime trip to Washington. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Meet the Press now.
award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mr. President, the brave people of Ukraine, and that's not hyperbole, the people of Ukraine have shown enormous bravery, have inspired the world, literally inspired the world with their determination to defend these principles. And together with our partners and allies, the American people are determined to see to it that we do all we can to ensure the world stands with you, and that is our overwhelming objective right now.
Welcome back. That was President Biden just moments ago reiterating his support for Ukraine during a meeting with President Zelensky in the Oval Office. For more, I'm joined by Bill Taylor, who served as U.S. ambassador to Ukraine during the George W. Bush administration. He's now vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador Taylor, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Kristen, thanks for having me.
Talk to me about how concerned you are about the fact that support for Ukraine seems to be waning, particularly among Republicans on Capitol Hill.
Well, Kristen, the purpose of President Zelensky's visit here today and to New York yesterday to the UN was to address exactly that. He's convinced that the United States is key to his victory. He's still convinced that he can achieve that victory over the Russians, but he does need the United States. The United States leads the alliance and the coalition, the broad coalition. So this is a very important stop for him. And he reads the polls, he reads the press. He knows that there are voices in some parts of the United States and the Congress that are opposed to supplying assistance, additional assistance to Ukraine. However, he also knows that so far, and indeed he's seen today in his meetings with both the House and the Senate, so far it's bipartisan support for Ukraine and strong support for the assistance that he's providing, strong opposition to what the Russians are doing. The Russians are invading his country, so he knows that he's got the moral high ground and the support of the American people. So I think that's what he's here. So far, he's made that point.
Those who are holdouts for more aid to Ukraine say that one of their big concerns is that there's not enough transparency around how this aid is being used. Do you think that there should be a better accounting for how U.S. aid and military aid is actually being deployed?
There is no doubt that the transparency, the ability to account for all of the assistance that's going in there is very important. And no one knows this better than the Ukrainians. They understand that with that kind of accountability, with that kind of transparency, with that zero tolerance for corruption, that's what they need to maintain the trust of the United States and to keep the assistance coming. So far, they've been able to do that. He's demonstrated, President Zelensky has demonstrated that he doesn't have tolerance for any corruption, and he's gotten rid of people in his administration who have not met that standard.
When you look at Europe and the support there, the fact that Poland says it's now ending its military support for Ukraine, what are the broader implications of that? And what's the message to the rest of the region? I mean, are you concerned that the rest of the region might start to pull back as well?
So, Kristen, I was just in Brussels. Before that, I was in Kyiv just last week. And the support for Ukraine in Europe is strong, is very strong. The Polish situation is complicated. They've got an election coming up. And they've got farmers who are not pleased that the Ukrainian grain is coming into Poland. So the election situation there is making this thing. Now, when they say they stopped the flow of weapons, the Poles have provided an incredible amount of weapons. Indeed, all the weapons that they have been able to provide have gone in. So there's a temporary pause in that flow from Poland into Ukraine. But no, I'm not worried about the support for Ukraine coming from the Europeans. Europeans maintain that strength.
And let me go now to Estonia, where the Estonian Defense Ministry official said this to The Economist, quote, "This is exactly what a war of attrition is about. Convince the West that we can outsuffer you, we can outfight you, we can outlast you. They know the weak points of democracies." Do you agree with that?
I agree that the Russians' only strategy is to wait us out. The Russians' only strategy is try to wait for us to blink, to get tired, for the Ukrainians to blink, to get tired. The Ukrainians are not getting tired. The Ukrainians are tired, let me be clear, but they're not giving up. They will not give up. We should not give up either.
Ambassador Bill Taylor, it is always good to have you on. Thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Kristen. Good to see you.
You too. And I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air tonight with breaking news. The deadly crash of a bus carrying students on the way to band camp. At least one person killed, dozens hurt. We're going to bring you the details. We are just getting in about what's happening in New York. Plus, out west, Hollywood writers and studios are right now at the bargaining table, with sources telling our team there could be a deal to end the strike there before the night's over. So what are the chances shows go back into production? We are live with the latest. Then the state of emergency in Texas, with one town declaring a disaster at the border, why they're seeing so many migrants trying to come in and what the feds are doing about it. And a new high-profile custody battle burning up tonight with lots of legal questions in play. Why Sophie Turner is now suing soon-to-be ex-Joe Jonas and what The Hague has to do with it. Plus, a North Carolina man who allegedly followed Google Maps directions to his death. Why his wife says it was avoidable in a new lawsuit against the company. Plus, in our breakdown, why a slower holiday hiring rush could actually be a good thing. That's a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we've got some breaking news just into us. At least one person has been killed, at least 40 other people hurt after a charter bus carrying members of a Long Island high school band rolled over and crashed off a New York highway, according to officials. You can see what it looked like from above, some of the scene here. State police are about to give an update on this in just the next hour. I want to get right to Rahema Ellis, who's been following this for us. What else do we know?
What we know right now, Hallie, is that according to information we're getting from our sister station, WNBC, state police are now confirming what you just said. One person is dead. They say it is an adult who died, 46 people injured, 5 critical, according to authorities. And the Farmingdale High School authorities say that this was one of 6 school buses that was headed to Greeley, Pennsylvania for a marching band camp. They were about 75 miles northwest of New York City when this happened, and we don't know what was the cause of this accident. We don't know if there were other vehicles engaged in this. We don't know the speed at which the bus was traveling, but we do know that it happened on Interstate 84. This is a very busy highway, and as you can see these pictures here, that bus went down this embankment. According to the Orange County executive in this area, he told our NBC News folks right here that, quote, "It seems like everyone on board was jostled around." As you point out, the state police say that they're going to have a news conference on this coming up in the next hour, and we're going to stay tuned and give you the very latest information. Hallie?
Rahema, are we hearing anything from the school district itself?
One of the things that the school is saying, of course, is that they are stopping this event that was going to happen in Greeley, Pennsylvania, that they're also going to be making certain that the students get the kind of counseling that they will need. This is a tragedy for these young people on their way to something exciting and that they were looking forward to. And now it's ended in disaster for some of them. As we point out, according to the state police, 1 adult person has been killed, 46 have been injured, and 5 are in critical condition. Hallie?
Rahema Ellis, thank you for staying on top of that. We're obviously going to be checking back in next hour when we expect to hear more from police. Let's take you out to the West Coast now, where sources close to the negotiations tell CNBC that huge Hollywood writers' strike could end maybe at any minute, with the Writers Guild and those big studios at the bargaining table today for the second time in just 24 hours. Sources say the two sides hope to seal some kind of agreement by the end of the evening here. something like 5 months after the writers first walked off the job. Remember, the main sticking points have been more money, the size of staff, protections around the use of AI. Now, listen, even if this writer's strike does actually end, maybe tonight, the actors, remember, are still on strike. It's not clear when that is going to end, meaning even if the writers do come back, a lot of shows and movies still may not. I want to bring in Liz Kreutz, who is live for us watching this. A big moment, but very much on a cliffhanger here, if you will, because there's a chance this falls through, right?
Hey, Hallie, yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot in the Writers Guild right now, a lot of folks there are not holding their breath for a deal today. But there is a sign of progress. The fact that both the WGA and the producers are at the negotiating table today. And it's not just representatives for the producers. We're talking about the main CEOs who are in the room right now negotiating. The head of NBC Universal, our parent company, the head of Disney, Netflix, Warner Brothers Discovery. So that's a sign of progress. And obviously both sides do want to reach a deal. This has been going on now for more than 140 days, and it's really starting to take its toll both on the writers and, of course, on the production companies. There's a lot of demands, though, that they have to work through. You can just see some of them here. The WGA is asking for minimum pay increases. They're asking for standardized residuals regardless of theatric or streaming release. They want viewership-based residuals for streaming. They want minimum 6 writers per show based on episodes, minimum 10 weeks of employment. They want to regulate the use of artificial intelligence, and they also want to increase their contributions to the pension and health plan. So a lot to hammer out here, Hallie.
What does it mean if this deal does go through for the actors' strike, right? 2 different unions, obviously linked in some ways just due to the nature of the work. Can we read anything from one into the other?
I certainly think that there will be hope. If WGA can get an agreement with the producers, then I certainly think SAG-AFTRA is going to be hopeful that they will be able to as well. And there are similar demands that SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, is asking, similar to WGA. And like you mentioned, Hallie, these 2 things go hand in hand here. So you kind of need both the WGA and the SAG-AFTRA actors union to get a deal in order to really jumpstart things here in Hollywood.
Let me just ask you the question I think a lot of people might be asking in their own heads, which is, what does this mean for my favorite show? Or what does this mean for my favorite late night show, for example, which they've been off the air?
Yeah, it's not great news, obviously. You know, anyone who's been trying to look for any of those late night shows knows that they're in reruns right now. SNL has been paused. Shows like Stranger Things are paused. A lot of people's favorite movies and TV shows are paused right now. Some have even been flat out canceled. And so this fall, at a time when people are used to getting new content, I think people are going to start in the coming months going on these streaming platforms looking for new things. And they're going to be finding a lot of reruns and a lot of reality TV shows, because that is not part of the strike right now, Hallie.
Liz Kreutz watching all of it from LA. We'll see if there's any updates tonight. Liz, thank you. A new state of emergency developing in Texas tonight, with one town declaring a disaster because so many migrants are crossing the border in just the last 24 hours. Border Patrol telling our team in just the last couple of minutes that they've shut down trains and several crossings, what they describe as crossings, in Eagle Pass because of this. With arrests perhaps hitting an all-time high over the course of the last day. It's going to take a couple more days to officially process the numbers, but that is the direction this seems to be heading. You now have the Texas governor accusing the Biden administration of ordering border agents to cut down razor wire on the border in a state issue that has exploded onto the national scene. Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass. Guad, talk through the state of emergency. Why is it happening now, and where does it go next?
Hallie, this is what's considered ground zero with the crossings. You can see members of the National Guard just behind me over on this area. In fact, one of these Humvees has wire, concertina wire, in the back that was being installed by members of the National Guard over to my right. That's an area that some of the migrants used earlier today. They didn't cut it, though. They were able to pull it up, and then a large group of them came in. This is the area that a lot of them have used. In fact, you can look across the water on that side. More groups are arriving, and we can see Mexican authorities. What looks like from here, it's either local police or it could be members of the Mexican National Guard patrolling that area. There's boats being patrolled by members of the National Guard, also CBP. So a lot of law enforcement here on the border from the state and also from federal authorities. Now, what's happened is this is part of a wave of migrants that have been making their way through Central America, through Mexico, and out to the border. If you look at the number, the United Nations have been sharing numbers that in Panama, they've already had had the largest number of people cross the Darien Gap in the jungle, making their way north. Now, you mentioned that the rails were shut down, and they've also shut down traffic in some of these bridges. Here's one of the bridges that connects Mexico to the United States. This is an area, of course, where the country is separated by a river. So there are bridges, which are the international access points. These have been shut down. Now, Hallie, days ago in Mexico, the largest of freight train company announced that they were halting the trains that were making their way north towards the border. Now we hear that they are halting the trains here because a lot of the migrants will actually use the trains when they cross into the United States to keep moving north. But of course, most of the ones we've seen here will cross and turn themselves in and eventually get processed and end up in shelters. Let's hear from one of the migrants at one of the shelters here in Texas.
How come you are sleeping here, sleeping on the streets? Because I've been homeless. Because my uncle welcomed me into his house, but I can't stay at his house anymore. It's been 45 days now.
So that's one of the migrants looking for shelter. So what happens is when a lot of these asylum seekers, now a great majority of the individuals that we've seen these last few days say they come from Venezuela. Venezuela, of course, has political issues. In fact, the Biden administration is now offering a new temporary protection status program that is including a lot of the ones that arrived before. So a lot of these migrants will arrive here. They turn themselves in, Hallie, and you can't see from here, but there's a makeshift processing center over on my left where they have bathrooms. They have some tents, and they have a lot of law enforcement. They will then be taken to the processing centers that are run by CBP. CBP will begin that process for them to continue to seek asylum in the United States, Hallie.
I mean, you're there right in the middle of it, Guad, right where the sort of white-hot focus is at the moment. But if you pull back, right, or I guess I should say zoom out, look at what's happening more broadly on the federal level. We've heard from the White House that they'll expand temporary protected status for Venezuelans. It means something like 500,000 migrants can now stay in the country and work. Democratic governors, some of them are praising that since it'll help people get jobs. We've also heard, though, from the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, of course, also a Democrat, warning migrants, if you're going to leave your country, go somewhere else. You cover this issue, Guad, day in and day out. How should we be looking at it more broadly?
Hallie, this has huge implications. That new TPS essentially says that any Venezuelan specifically who arrived in the United States prior to the end of July of this year can now apply for a work permit. But here's what's going to happen. You've got millions of undocumented people in the United States who've been here for decades who are now stuck in limbo. Plus, you have migrants from other countries who are also arriving. And that's why the Biden administration, first of all, is asking for Republicans to work with them because there needs to be a bipartisan solution, not just for the funding, but also for immigration reform, because these changes in the rules are just not covering all the angles, and there's people that are left in limbo, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us there in Eagle Pass. Guad, thank you very much for that reporting. Let's bring it back here to Washington, because any minute now we expect to see the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, speak to a crowd at the National Archives in D.C. after a very busy day in this town, as you can see it here, that saw the announcement of more money for Ukraine. Meetings with top lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Kind of a snub from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who denied Mr. Zelensky's request to address the full Congress for a joint address. Zelensky hopes that this D.C. trip, his second since the start of Russia's invasion, will help bring together more support for his country's fight against Russia. This latest aid package, $325 million, kind of a drop in the bucket when you consider the $43 billion we've already sent for military help. It comes as President Biden wants Congress to authorize another $24 billion, committing to get Ukraine whatever it needs to try to win this war. Listen.
Together with our partners and allies, the American people are determined to see to it that we do all we can to ensure the world stands with you, and that is our overwhelming objective right now.
So the meeting that you saw there, very much in contrast to Zelensky's sit-down with the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. Keep in mind that McCarthy has been a skeptic of more aid to Ukraine. What we're showing you here is just one of the pictures, one of the only pictures that we have of this discussion between Zelensky, McCarthy, and Hakeem Jeffries. I want to bring in now Ali Rafa, who's been following this one for us. It's not up to President Biden. It is up to Congress to keep the aid faucet on for Ukraine. So where does that go?
Yeah, Hallie, there's really no confusion as to where President Biden stands as far as continued support for Ukraine. But as you said, he can only do enough. He can only do so much, rather, unilaterally. He needs Congress to continue this funding. And the big concern going into today was whether any House Republicans, any lawmakers that had been hesitant to support this continued aid could be able to be swayed by this direct and personal appeal from President Zelensky. And a couple of our team members on Capitol Hill caught up with lawmakers after this closed-door meeting with the Ukrainian president. And it appears that some of them were swayed, especially, they say, after President Zelensky was able to answer some of their questions after he delivered his speech, specifically a question about how long that faucet that you mentioned would be able to stay on and why it would have to stay on. What sort of implications would happen with it being turned off? Zelensky giving a very frank answer and essentially saying that without this continued aid, it's simple. The war in Ukraine could not be won. And he explicitly detailed the implications of that and how catastrophic the impacts of that loss would be worldwide, and especially among Western allied countries. Hallie, even House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, as you mentioned, going into this meeting today, hesitant to support President Zelensky and denying that request from the White House for him to deliver an address to Congress. Even he appeared to have been swayed coming out of that meeting. Take a listen to a bit of what he had to say.
I thought it was a very good, I thought it was direct, I thought it was productive. I raised issues with them. We're very concerned about accountability. We're very open of what is needed, what's the direction, what is victory.
And Hallie, it's important to mention that the overwhelming majority of Republicans on Capitol Hill do support continued aid to Ukraine, but they are asking for more accountability, more answers to be able to continue giving that. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy even saying that he wants just as much attention and funding to go to defending the U.S.-Mexico border as is being asked to go to Ukraine, Hallie.
So talk about then the position that this puts President Biden in, right? Because he has been very clear about how aggressive he wants to be in making sure that Ukraine gets more help, that the U.S. is doing as much as it can muscularly to back Zelensky and his country. And we also know the political realities domestically, Allie. He's got an election coming up, right, in just about a year from now. What is the interplay there? In other words, can the president politically keep that up, that push, or is there some risk involved?
Yeah, and we've already seen this trickle into the 2024 campaign trail. Remember how many minutes were used during the Republicans' first primary debate talking about this division, even among Republicans, of whether to send more aid to Ukraine. So the president is walking a fine line here. He's continuing to keep this issue forefront despite these Republicans, as we've seen, questioning that continued aid, in addition to people just in America questioning this aid. Poll after poll for the last few months has shown that support has been swaying in recent months, and not only among the American public, but also among Western allies. So the president definitely has a challenge keeping this issue first and foremost in Americans' minds as we continue to see that support dwindle.
Allie Raffa live for us outside the White House. Allie, thank you. Today, for the first time ever in court, convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh admitting blame to a judge, pleading guilty to 22 federal fraud and money laundering charges. His eyes reportedly got kind of watery as he said to the judge, "I want my son to see me take responsibility. I hope that people I've hurt can get healed." Now, keep in mind, this particular set of charges has nothing to do with the murder charges Murdaugh's already been convicted on. In this instance, federal prosecutors say Murdaugh cheated clients out of money and created fake bank accounts. He could face 20 years in prison for that, but of course, he's already serving consecutive life sentences without parole for killing his wife and son. Lindsay Reiser is joining us now. So walk us through the details of this plea deal. Part of it is that he might have to take a lie detector test.
He would have to submit to a polygraph, Hallie, as part of this plea agreement. But yes, he showed up today in front of the judge, was teary-eyed when talking about his son, Buster. As part of this plea agreement, he's pleading guilty to 22 counts of financial fraud, from money laundering to bank and wire fraud. The activity happening at least beginning in 2005, perhaps even earlier, up until 2021. And as you mentioned, as part of this plea agreement, he's going to have to potentially submit to a polygraph here, and he's going to have to pay pay restitution. But Hallie, therein lies the rub, because it's unclear how much money Murdoch actually has in his estate. His attorney said that his assets have been frozen and put in a receivership fund of 7 figures. But you know the myriad of civil and criminal allegations, suits swirling around the Murdoch family right now. So it's unclear whether any of those funds are already earmarked for somebody. But we did hear from his attorneys today in regards to this guilty plea. Let's listen.
I think he's relieved. I think he's, honestly, there's 2 things Alex will tell you. 1, he stole the money. 2, he did not kill Maggie and Paul.
So we do have a statement from the attorneys for the family of Gloria Satterfield, the longtime housekeeper. Today is a seminal day in this Murdoch saga, as it is the first day where Alec Murdoch, under oath, accepted responsibility for his massive stealing from clients, deception, fraud, and repeated lies. It's a start, a really good start. Hallie?
Lindsay Reiser, thank you very much. It is the dawn of a new era for Fox as Rupert Murdoch's son gets ready to take over his dad's empire. And it is a big deal, a real big deal, whether you like Fox or not. Listen, we're talking about a company with a news network watched during prime time by more people than CNN and MSNBC combined, with all of it marking the end of a chapter in a story that inspired the actual HBO show Succession. Although no word if the family's discussions are playing out like the writers saw it.
I feel like if I don't get to do this, I feel like that's it. Like I might die.
I'm the eldest boy! I am the eldest boy!
Lachlan, of course, is the eldest boy of Mr. Murdoch's 4 oldest children, who is now taking over all of Fox. Besides Fox News, that's a bunch of TV stations, Fox Sports, the Fox TV network, newspapers like the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal. When we say empire, we mean empire. But, and this, again, kind of like Succession, Mr. Murdoch saying his resignation doesn't mean he's not going to be involved with the company he founded, saying he can guarantee he'll be involved every day in the contest of ideas. I want to bring in Brian Stelter, author of the book about the relationship between former President Trump and Fox News, titled Hoax. You know this well, Brian. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks.
So Lachlan has taken over during this time for Fox, where they're facing lawsuits, for example, on the news side of it for their coverage of the 2020 election. You also have Rupert Murdoch, as we elaborated on, emphasizing over and over again, and this struck me, that he's still going to be a presence at the company. He's talking about how on Friday afternoons you should still expect to see him at various countries and various companies. Is the network going to sound or look any different under Lachlan Murdoch, or is he more in a caretaker role here?
I don't think Fox News and the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post will change editorially as a result of today's announcement. Maybe in the long term, however, as the succession drama plays out, there could be real changes because there are many siblings with many different agendas. But today, Rupert's decision, it's an end of an era, but something that's been in the works for years. He's been kind of quiet quitting for a while. He's been in semi-retirement, slowly giving up power. And even though he keeps saying very loudly today that he's going to be around watching, reading, responding, this does feel like the closest thing he'll ever do to actually retiring. And I think we have to wait and see in the months to come how real this actually is. But very much like,
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. No, go ahead. I thought you were.
Well, very much like Succession, this could go in any number of ways. But Rupert is not the kingmaker he used to be. He basically sat back and watched during the 2020 election when things went sideways with Trump. And as a longtime Murdoch lieutenant said to me from my upcoming book, Network of Lies, they said there was a time when Rupert would say jump and people would say how high, but not anymore. He just doesn't have that impact or sway anymore.
It's super interesting. And there is also a piece of this. You talk about the sort of succession drama, right? There is a high likelihood that this ends up getting re-litigated when Rupert Murdoch dies.
That's absolutely right, because there are 4 adult children, each with 1 vote, to control these 2 companies, Fox News, Fox Corporation and News Corporation. Each of the siblings will have a role to play, and James Murdoch, the more liberal son, he's right now out in the wilderness, so to speak, on the outside, but he could very well challenge Lachlan for control. All of that happens, though, only after Rupert dies, and I think what Rupert's doing today is he's making clear what he wants to have happen. He wants Lachlan. He wants his favored son, the elder son, to be in charge. He's not like Kendall at the end of Succession. He's very much running the show, although the word caretaker is key. You use the word caretaker. That's the impression people have of Lachlan, that he's laid back, not really in charge. We're going to find out now if he's going to come out from his father's shadow.
When Fox launched back in the mid-90s, they were not just kings of the conservative media landscape, they were the only big players in the conservative media landscape. We are a long way from 1996. You have a whole bunch of networks that have sprung up. We're seeing some of them here. Organizations like Newsmax, OAN, et cetera. How does this factor into how hard Lachlan Murdoch is now going to have to work to try to keep that crown?
This is exactly what Kevin McCarthy is going through in the House. It's really very similar because he's having to navigate between more moderate or more mainstream Republicans versus more fringe far-right characters who have a lot of power right now. The same thing's happening at Fox News. The same thing's happening with Lachlan Murdoch. We know that Lachlan was rooting for Donald Trump to win the 2020 election, but we don't know really where he stands right now with Trump and these other contenders. What we do know is that Fox had the last GOP debate, and they're going to have the next GOP debate. Yes, the RNC will open it up for other networks later this year, but Fox is still the beating heart of the Republican Party for better and for worse. There are lots of rivals, mostly to the right, but right now Fox is still where you want to be if you're a Republican candidate, and that's why Lachlan has a tremendous amount of power, which of course raises the question, how will he use it?
Well, but Brian, you say Fox is where you want to be if you're a GOP candidate. Not if you're Donald Trump, apparently, because he has soured on Fox. You know this, right? And I wonder, just today, for example, you had the former president criticizing Fox for not showing the results of a network-led poll with him in the lead, right? This is one of his posts on his social media platform here. What is your sense of how Lachlan Murdoch may or may not work to try to get back in Mr. Trump's good graces, given the political realities and dynamics that you just laid out?
That's exactly the key question, because Trump has blasted Rupert Murdoch as a rhino and called him all sorts of names. He's blasted Fox board member Paul Ryan. He hasn't really spoken out about Lachlan. If I were Lachlan Murdoch, this would be keeping me up at night, trying to figure out the relationship with the Frankenstein monster that Fox helped create, but has now gotten loose.
Brian Stelter, thank you very much. Coming up here on the show, another lawsuit against Lizzo. What a fashion designer who worked for her says happened behind the scenes, and her 5 things. Plus, a new escalation in that rift between India and Canada and what it could mean for the U.S. after those pretty intense accusations. That's coming up.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
A high-profile custody fight exploding into the public spotlight today and raising new legal questions about 2 superstars a continent apart. Sophie Turner suing her soon-to-be ex, Joe Jonas, saying he's refusing to hand over their kids' passports, which is stopping Turner from taking them back to England. Documents also say the couple's kids, who are both really young and have dual citizenship, have been, I'm quoting here, wrongfully retained in New York City, and that Jonas refused to let them go with their mom. A representative for Jonas tells NBC News he hopes Turner will reconsider what he calls her harsh legal position and move forward in a more constructive and private manner. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Angela Senadella, who's joining us now. There is a connection to The Hague here, right? Through something called the Child Abduction Clause. That's what is raising so many of these thorny legal questions. Explain that.
So the Hague Convention is invoked in order to allow a court order from one country to apply to another country. So it's virtually impossible to get one law in one country applied abroad. And so that's what's happening here. But I'm going to say that this is actually much bigger than just questioning where the children are going to reside. I think that the reason why Sophie Turner is doing this is because she wants to move the entire divorce proceedings, all of the custody hearings, all of the court hearings until these children turn 18 to England, because that's what happens if she wins this lawsuit. The habitual residence changes from the U.S. to England, and that means Joe Jonas has to hire all new lawyers. He's got to go to the U.K. every time he wants to ask the judge for something. I mean, this is chaotic.
The filing says that Turner and Jonas met just last week to talk about the separation, that they had an agreement for the kids to go back to England with Turner, with a rep for Jonas saying the meeting was cordial, if you will. And now here we are, right, days later with this. These documents also revealing, I believe, that Turner found out through the divorce filing, through the media, essentially. This tactic, right, this lawsuit, does it escalate this custody fight?
Yes, it absolutely does. And that's why I said earlier, I think it's really about venue, it's strategy, it's a chess game. It's not even just about the custody. Because you know what, Hallie? I think no matter what happens, they're going to end up sharing custody. These children are dual citizens. They have all the resources to have them across the world. So I think it's not even about where the children are going to be raised. It's about getting the strategy on and getting the home court advantage.
Angela Senadella, thank you so much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the California Coroner's Office is saying today that Angus Cloud, the actor from Euphoria, died of an accidental drug overdose. He was 25, found dead in his parents' home in July. In a statement at the time, his family said he'd been struggling with the death of his father. Number 2, a new lawsuit out today against Lizzo, with a former fashion designer saying the singer allows bullying and harassment backstage. A spokesperson for Lizzo in a statement saying, "We will pay this as much attention as it deserves, none." Lizzo has denied previous allegations of sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. The lawsuit's coming on the same day that Lizzo's expected to get an award for her inclusivity and social justice push. Number 3, just days after that F-35 fighter jet crashed in South Carolina, a government watchdog report says these planes have maintenance delays that have been a problem for a while, and that they're only mission capable like half the time. Officials say that number should be something like 80 to 90%. That's how often they should be operational. The report says it's making several recommendations to the Pentagon to try to address this. Number 4, we told you about that California woman whose friend said she lost all 4 limbs after an infection from undercooked tilapia. They thought she had the flesh-eating bacteria Vibrio. Well, health officials there now say that's not the case. None of her tests came back positive for that. They say they're still investigating. Number 5, a NASA craft will bring back the biggest sample ever from an asteroid in space. It's expected to be at least half a pound of pebbles and dust. It's going to parachute into the Utah desert, marking the end of a 7-year-long journey. So the State Department in just the last hour is telling NBC News it is deeply concerned about the allegations referenced by the Canadian Prime Minister. That's because both the U.S. and Canada want India to cooperate in an investigation into the killing of a Sikh activist in Canada. This is after India barred Canadians from visiting the country by shutting down visa services. Bottom line, this is an escalation in the tit-for-tat showdown between these two countries. That's after bombshell testimony Monday by Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, accusing India of killing a Canadian citizen in June. He was an activist wanted by India for years, and now India is firing back with accusations of its own, challenging the reputation of Canada. Listen.
There's any country that needs to look at this. I think it is Canada and its growing reputation as a place, as a safe haven for terrorists, for extremists, and for organized crime.
I want to bring in Noah Pransky for more on this. This is the nadir of this relationship between these two countries over the course of, dating back many years here, Noah, right?
Yeah, we've got 2 countries that have long been friendly, including a number of other countries like the U.S. who are also getting kind of pulled into this. How did we get here? Well, this week-long tit-for-tat, as you described it, has been escalating. It started with the accusation that Justin Trudeau lobbed out there on Monday, calling a credible allegation that the Sikh leader was killed due in part to a state-sponsored hit, essentially. But India flexing its muscle right back. So Canada expels an Indian diplomat. India expels a Canadian diplomat. Canada adjusts its staff presence in India due to threats. And then, as you mentioned, India halts all visa services for Canadians and warns its own residents about going to Canada. Look, the accusations from Trudeau are heavy, but he has yet to provide really much of anything in terms of public evidence. So the investigation is ongoing, Canada and the U.S. encouraging India to participate. But India, again, really, this is an opportunity for them to sort of flex muscle at the international stage. And so far this week, that's what they've been doing. Justin Trudeau appears to want to de-escalate things at this point.
What is the U.S.'s role in this, if any, or how does the U.S. factor in?
This is such a complicated geopolitical thing because if you look back a few years ago when Saudi Arabia was first accused of taking part in Jamal Khashoggi's murder, a lot of countries stepped up and lined right up to support the United States in that investigation coming out against Saudi Arabia. We aren't seeing that this time. Justin Trudeau right now, a little bit on an island, a lot of countries like the U.S. standing by, kind of cautious, a little bit nervous about what's going on. We did hear from John Kirby, the National Security Advisor. Here's what he said today.
We are in constant contact with our Canadian counterparts. We are consulting with them closely. We support the efforts that they are undertaking in this investigation, and we have also been in touch with the Indian government as well. We have deep concerns about the allegations, and we would like to see this investigation carried forward.
United States appearing very cautious at this time. It speaks to really India's power on the international stage right now. I use the term flexing its muscle, but India is such an important ally. When you look at Russia, you look at China, you look at the U.S., nobody wants to upset India right now. So that's why the U.S. treading lightly here.
Noah, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack on that one, and I know you'll stay on top of it. When we come back, we'll take it to Michigan with the clock ticking down to a noon deadline tomorrow, which may mean more workers on strike. Plus, how a man in California ended up dangling off a bridge hundreds of feet in the air. Look at that, what police are saying later in the local. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stores staffing up big time ahead of the holidays. We're breaking down what that means for the economy in a couple of minutes. But first, right now, there's this big rally in Chicago for auto workers who could be the next to walk off the job as part of that big strike. Look at this. This is a live look at people getting together. They've got their picket signs ready, getting all prepped with the Auto Workers Union, giving those big three car companies until noon tomorrow to make what they're calling serious progress in negotiations. If they don't, people in more spots like Chicago could join the strike that already has something like 12,000 workers off the job. Jesse Kirsch is live for us in Wayne, Michigan. So flash forward, Jesse, tomorrow at noon. What's going to happen?
Hallie, we don't exactly know what's going to happen. That's exactly what UAW is trying to accomplish. They want to keep the car companies guessing. That has been the line that we've heard from the UAW's president since the strike strategy was announced over a week ago at this point. We're on day 7 of the strike, so far contained to just 3 plants, one each for General Motors, Ford, and Jeep owner Stellantis. But the likelihood is that we're going to see the strike expand tomorrow to other sites if, as the union has said, it doesn't get substantial progress from the big 3 automakers. Now, it's hard to fully understand what that would look like because 2 fronts. One, substantial progress is a pretty generic term, right? It's not something that you can quantify. The other piece of this is even though the UAW says it's put forward counteroffers to the big 3 automakers, we don't know what the specifics of those counteroffers are. And so we're left without knowing what concessions, if any, the union has made so far. So we don't have a way of knowing exactly how close the 2 sides are. And since this strike began, we've only had 1 new offer announced. That's from Stellantis, according to UAW. So we're still waiting to see if GM and Ford might try to put in 1 more offer before that noon deadline tomorrow. So lots of variables out here. And even as there are many workers already on strike, there are others that have been having practice pickets, is what they're being called. Essentially just a lot of rallying and getting psyched up, if you will, for the possibility of more people going on strike. And that's something that other workers have said they are prepared to do. Here's what one shared.
Nobody really wants to strike. Everybody wants what's best, but if we have to, we will. It's going to be a long process for us, and then now for other plants that's going to be out here, that's going to have to stand out here. It's 84 degrees.
That's what one worker in Toledo, Ohio, told our Maggie Vespa. So again, at this point, Hallie, we're looking at less than 10% of the UAW's big 3 workforce on strike right now. So, you know, a lot more people could potentially be added to the strike tomorrow. We've already seen the ripple effect of this strike beyond just the roughly 13,000 people who have been told to go on strike. There are other people that have been laid off who work for these companies. There are other companies that have been impacted as well. And again, we're just looking at a fraction of the total impact potential right now, and this could grow substantially tomorrow. All eyes will be on the UAW tomorrow at noon, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch, they sure will be, including yours. I know. Thank you so much. So as that strike is happening, we're also getting some new numbers on the overall jobs picture, with a new report today showing that the number of people applying for unemployment benefits just hit the lowest it's been in 8 months. Hey, that sounds good, right? Well, it also reflects this very tight labor market. And it's happening as a whole bunch of companies are about to start hiring hundreds of thousands of people for the holiday rush. So what does that mean for the economy? Here's Brian Chung in tonight's breakdown.
Pumpkin spice is everywhere now, meaning it won't be long before the sweet sounds of Mariah Carey usher in the retail rush for holiday gifts.
I'm in a store and I'm singing!
To ensure they've got enough helpers to package all those presents, big companies are staffing up, well, big. Amazon announced it'll hire 250,000 workers this holiday season. That's almost double the number it planned to hire last year. And Target plans to bring on another 100,000 seasonal workers in line with 2022. But despite the eye-popping hiring at some companies, a new report looking at the bigger picture finds companies are set to add just over 400,000 retail jobs this season, about 100,000 fewer than last year.
This isn't necessarily a holiday labor market that's falling off of a cliff. It's cooler than it was a year or 2 ago, but one which is still very much in line with a more balanced labor market.
Macy's, for example, said it plans to bring on more than 38,000 workers for the holidays. That's fewer seasonal hires than it made last year and half of what it announced in 2021. Experts say those lower numbers might be because of higher labor costs. UPS, fresh off of a historic contract with its Teamsters unionized workforce, has yet to announce any holiday hiring. We're also still waiting on Walmart. Consumers may be tightening their wallets this season, too. In a CNBC Morning Consult poll, more than 3/4 of Americans said they plan to cut back on spending for non-essential items ahead of the holiday shopping season. High gas prices, elevated interest rates, and the resumption of student loan payments are drawing down pandemic savings, leaving less money for holiday shopping.
Some of those excess savings in households have really dwindled. I think that is really driving some of that decreased employer expectation of spending this year.
But that might be all right after what some economists see as an unsustainable run of revenge spending. More normal levels of holiday hiring while staving off any layoffs is the ideal balance for the Federal Reserve, still trying to battle higher inflation.
It is a good thing that we've seen now meaningful rebalancing in the labor market without an increase in unemployment.
Hopefully a sweet spot ahead of a holiday shopping season that isn't so far away. You might be asking, well, I thought Amazon laid off tens of thousands of workers at the end of last year into the beginning of this year. And that's true, but those were mostly happening in corporate jobs at the company. What we're talking about here are more hourly paying jobs in, say, fulfillment and transportation, where, by the way, Amazon says they'll be paying between $17 to $28 an hour, which in many cases would be above the $19 an hour it paid last year. Hallie?
Our thanks to Brian Chung for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials say they had to rescue a teenager, look at this, after he got caught dangling from the highest bridge in California, like 700 feet up. Apparently, he got stuck trying to tape a stunt with his friend. Officials say both of these teenagers are okay, but they are obviously warning people, please think twice before you go and trespass on the bridge. Out of our Southeast Bureau, the first privately owned high-speed train in the country in 100 years is set to open tomorrow in Florida. It'll link two huge tourist cities, two big cities, Miami and Orlando. The company says they're already looking at expanding in that state. They want to also expand out west. They hope to have a separate line connecting Vegas and Southern California in the next 4 years. Out of our Midwest Bureau, how much would you pay for a Bob Ross original? Well, the very first one that Bob Ross painted on his TV show is now on sale. You want to know the price tag? $10 million, just about. This is at a gallery in Minnesota. It's called A Walk in the Woods. Look at all those happy little trees. The gallery's owner says he wants to share Ross's art with a bigger audience. Coming up, a rare fight playing out in federal court. A longtime judge, still working at the age of 96, now suspended. What the fight over her fitness could mean for the rest of the judiciary. Next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for this? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A 96-year-old federal judge is suspended tonight because of concerns about her fitness to actually serve. We're talking about Judge Pauline Newman, the oldest active federal judge. She was appointed by President Reagan back in 1984. Council of Judges here in D.C. say Newman failed to cooperate with an investigation into her fitness, her mental competence, essentially. So she's now banned from hearing any new cases for at least a year or until she sits for these court-ordered medical exams. Newman is defending herself, citing the opinions of two doctors. She's filed a lawsuit in a separate court to either move or stop the investigation. Erin Gilchrist is joining us now. So this is a super, I think, interesting story that captures something that a lot of people are talking about right now, which is when do people, if at any point, become too old, essentially, to functionally do the job that they are expected to do when it comes to service here? Talk us through the argument that this council is making to suspend this judge and make the argument that she's not actually fit to sit.
It's sort of in two pieces, right? The first is the fact that this judge, that the council says, did not submit to medical examinations that they asked her to submit to, and that is the reason for the suspension that we're seeing now. But you back up, this is a drama that's been playing out for months, dealing with this particular court and what they call a judicial council, so a group of the judges in this particular circuit court looking at complaints that had come in initially from other people who work at the court, saying that this judge had been dealing with issues of memory loss, confusion, a lack of comprehension, that there were angry rants that she had had through the course of doing her work on the court, and also that there was a backlog of cases that this judge had as well. And we put up on the screen some of what we saw in the documentation here. The court employees described the memory loss, the confusion, some other things as well. And so the chief judge in this court set up a committee to start reviewing some of these complaints and to start looking at some of the judge's work. And after several months of trying to gather more information from the judge, the council said, you know what, the judge is not submitting this information, not submitting to these tests, and therefore we're going to suspend her until we can get a better handle on her physical ability, on her mental ability to do the job of a judge.
I think people know that one of the areas where this conversation has been front and center is not far from where we're sitting over the Capitol, right, from members of Congress. Some of the arguments that you sometimes hear is that, well, voters will decide if lawmakers essentially age out of the job that they're doing. And if somebody elects a lawmaker who is older, then that's on the voters, right? Nobody votes to elect a judge, at least not in the federal sense, right? There is no sort of voter accountability there. They can be impeached, but what does that take? What does that entail?
So it's a complicated process. The end result is the same way we see with presidents, for example. If there's a referral from the courts, the administrative arm of the courts, the federal court system, up to the House of Representatives, they would then decide if there's going to be an impeachment. If there is, then the judge would go before the Senate for a trial. It's happened 15 times that a federal judge has been impeached in the history of this country. 8 times has that judge been convicted. So it would be highly unusual for us to see that happen in this case or in many other cases.
So what's the timeline for when the next development on this may come?
That's the uncertain part of this. I mean, this judicial council has a sort of final word on this issue. The lawyer for the judge has said they filed suit. They want to take it to the larger judicial council, if you will, for the nation. But as I read the way this works, this doesn't have to go any higher than it's gone at this point.
Wow.
So we'll have to see if there's another shoe to drop.
Erin Gilchrist, thank you very much for that reporting. Still to come here on the show, the new lawsuit against Google, claiming that a man's death after driving off a bridge could have been avoided. Who's responsible for making sure GPS directions are safe? Coming up.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle.